Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
102 years of devil training, luxurious character attribute panel. Come again. Suzui's faint voice sounded in the field. Call out? After the words fell, Suzui took the first step. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Grand Priest on the ground. Hands up, boom, he also punched out violently. At present, Suzui's normal state is the exclusive Super Sun 5, and now his combat power is as high as 6,500. Although he has received an unknown amount of power, one punch directly beats Grand Priest into a daze, his head tilted, and he fainted past. Seeing this scene, Salama immediately stretched out his hand and scratched the back of his head. The man's strength had already broken through the sky, reaching an unimaginable level. Salama, it's your turn. Suzui turned his head and looked at Salama. Good. Drink? In response to 640, Salama yelled loudly, and his body was raised several meters in vain. Looking at Suzui's eyes full of fighting spirit, Suzui was a little dazed about this. Because the fighting intent in Salama's eyes is very similar to the fighting intent in Son Goku's eyes, both are so pure. Compared to Grand Priest, Salama should be regarded as a pure martial idiot. Bring it on. Suzui hooked his fingers. Call out? Salama set off directly and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. The two punched each other, and although Salama flew upside down, it was not difficult to see from this point that Salama's overall strength was stronger than that of Grand Priest. It's a bit interesting. It seems that Salama's power is indeed stronger than Grand Priest. But, why didn't Salama appear in the official history of Dragon Ball? There was a funny smile on the corner of Suzui's mouth, and then he suddenly remembered that, at least until he crossed over, there was no figure of Salama in the original book. The only thing that appeared, I am afraid, is in the fan comics spread on the internet. This man appeared as a rebel, powerful. It is said that he wanted to compete for the position of the Universe Master. Network transmission is network transmission after all. Suzui shook his head. Just from the pure fighting spirit in Salama's eyes and face, he can tell that this Salama is definitely just like Goku. He is devoted to martial arts, and has no extra thoughts to think about other things. On the other hand, Grand Priest is thoughtful and has a lot of polite words. If Salama and Grand Priest are more thoughtful, it's probably the latter. Suzui squinted at Grand Priest, who was slowly waking up from a coma. Especially after seeing the gloomy expression on his face, he couldn't help but feel a lot less about Grand Priest. But, no matter how low he is, Suzui will not reserve too much teaching for this guy. A man should keep his promise. If he says to teach with his heart, he should teach with his heart. Of course, it is not impossible to increase some intensity and beat this impure-minded guy while teaching. Next, you two go up together. Suzui said lightly. Time passed very fast, at least for Suzui, time passed very quickly, but for Salama and Grand Priest, it should not be too painful. 2 years ago, both Grand Priest and Salama's fighting power was around 50, and now 2 years later, the two fought violently in Suzui. Wrong? It should be said that the devil's training has improved by leaps and bounds, and in the first month, it has directly increased by 50. In the second month, it doubled to 200 guy. Third month. Fourth month. Until now, the second year has just ended, and at the beginning of the third year, Salama's combat effectiveness has reached about 2000, while the Grand Priest's combat effectiveness is 1980. From here, Suzui couldn't help raising his eyebrows, which seemed to have a sense of sight of Vegito and Son Goku. These two guys have grown to the level of 2000 now. How powerful will they be in the future? Suzui suddenly thought of a question, that is, this is the primordial era. How many thousands of years have passed since the Dragon Ball Super era? Suzui can smash these two guys now. What's next? After he returns to the Dragon Ball Super world, he meets these two guys, and he will be smashed by these two guys. So, Suzui's eyes gradually narrowed, and he set his eyes on Salama and Grand Priest again, and then smiled a little on his face, and said, since your strength has grown completely, so, come down and complete a battle with me. What? Salama and Grand Priest exclaimed at the same time. Not long after, the painful cries of the two resounded in the field. 10 minutes later, Suzui looked at Salama and Grand Priest who were already out of shape, and said softly, your strength is already good, and the next step is to see your own cultivation. In 2 years, he not only trained the physique of these two guys, but also donated his creative ability and ultra instinct to Salama and Grand Priest respectively. It is naturally impossible to donate this kind of thing without getting the corresponding thing. Now his character attribute panel can be called extremely luxurious. Host, Suzui. Bloodline, Ultimate Sun. Realm, Realm of God, 100%. Normal Super Race 5, 8000 Guy Combat Power. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects. Upgraded version of Instant Transmission. Clearing ability, Baijin level. Time Stop Technique, 10 seconds. 99.9% chance of weakening attribute effects. Perfect Ultra Instinct. Creative ability, Baijin level. Items, Battle Robot House, 20,000 times Gravity Room. 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. This is his character attribute panel. It may not look very good at first glance, but if you compare it with 2 years ago, then his data is terrifying. First of all, the combat power has reached 8000 Gai, and the time stop technique has reached as much as 10 seconds. Secondly, 99.9% of the effect of weakening attributes can be said to cause a weakening effect for every blow, let alone fighting against people of the same level, even experts who are several levels beyond him. I am afraid that after a few 0.6 rounds of fighting, they will have to be on the same level as him up. In the end, the perfect Ultra Instinct is the scariest. Now, he can enter the realm of perfect Ultra Instinct anytime and anywhere. He also has a preliminary expectation for the subsequent form improvement of his realm, that is, to integrate the perfect Ultra Instinct into the exclusive Super Saiyan 5 transformation form. This is just the first step. In the end, he will inevitably turn the perfect Ultra Instinct into a normal state. At that time, he will be truly terrifying. 101. Back to the world of Dragon Ball. Black Goku strikes. 5 minutes are up, everyone can start. In the world of Dragon Ball, Suli has returned. He has nothing to miss in the primordial era, so he naturally chooses to return to the right path. At this moment, in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe, Whis, Beerus, and Son Goku Vegeta are eating a large bucket of instant noodles. It's really delicious. This is the first time I've seen instant noodles with this flavor. Beerus sighed in admiration. Chi Lu. A naughty voice sounded in the field. Master Beerus, what do you think of the taste? Son Goku on the side asked. It's rich, it's really delicious. Goku, what kind of flavor is this? Beerus ate the noodles with his eyes squinted, his face full of satisfaction. It's miso butter flavor. Vegeta replied, then looked at Son Goku, and continued, Kakarot, why didn't you bring anything with you? I brought it. While talking, Son Goku took out a piece of lettuce and said with a smile, Vegeta, do you want some lettuce? 26 don't. Vegeta glared at him and continued to groan. You don't want it, then take it to Mr. Zeno when the time comes. Son Goku laughed. Puff. Hearing Son Goku's words, Beerus, who was slurping his face, suddenly choked, and then said with a look of horror, Goku, don't kill yourself. Master Zeno is the greatest existence in the world, and no one has a higher status than him. Oh, perhaps only the big Zeno in the disappeared legendary has a higher status than him. Beerus has also heard a little about Zeno. After all, Whis often talks about this character in legendary. Yes, it is. Whis smiled and nodded in response. Call out? At this moment, a piercing sound sounded. In an instant, as a figure appeared in front of all of them, all 4 of Beerus frowned, and at the same time, an inexplicable panic rose in their hearts. Who are you? Swish swish swish. In an instant, the eyes of several people were on the man in front of them. I don't even recognize it. Suli shook his head and smiled, although his appearance at this moment was slightly different from before, but after a few more glances, he could still be seen to be his. Suli. Hearing Suzi's voice, several people were stunned, and the vigilance on their faces disappeared instantly, but they looked at Suli with incredible eyes. How long has it been? Your strength has reached this point. Beerus exclaimed. It's a lot of work, but a few hours of work, right? In a few hours, it has grown to the point where he can't even see through it. Did Suli get some kind of great opportunity? Whis suddenly stared at Suli at this moment and frowned. Although he hadn't seen the powerful Saiyan in the primordial era, but he had heard his father describe it. Now it seems that the appearance of Suli at this moment and the powerful Saiyan in legendary are indeed superimposed. Strange? Weird? Could it be that Suli is really just a descendant of the mighty Saiyan from legendary? Whis frowned slowly, feeling extremely weird. At first, he really thought that Suli, who had the ability to clear, had Zeno blood in his body, but judging from Suzi's changes today, it seemed that the Saiyan blood in his body was deeper. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Whis' angel staff suddenly flickered brightly. Hello, it's me. Whis picked up his angel staff, and saw Vegeta's wife, Elle, appearing in a void screen with a panicked expression. Mr. Whis. Elle yelled. Hey, it seems that my communicator has come in handy. Ms. AI Lure, do you have any new and delicious food when you call? Whis said with a smile. No, I have something important to tell Vegeta now. Elle shook her head. Vegeta. Whis glanced back at Vegeta, who impatiently walked over with a big bucket of instant noodles. He looked at AI Lure in the communicator, and frowned. What are you looking for? I don't know, I'm practicing. Practice? You know how to practice. Something happened to your own son, and you are still practicing. AI Lure immediately scolded. What? Trunks, what happened to him? Vegeta's expression changed. Trunks is here. He's in a very dangerous state now. The communicator was transferred to a young man, who is the Trunks of the future world. Nanny? Trunks. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, then exclaimed. Great, Goku is here too. Do you have fairy beans there? When AI Lure saw Son Goku, his eyes lit up. Xiandu? I seem to be gone. Son Goku turned his head and glanced at Suzi, and said, Suzi, you still have some fairy beans, right? Well, Trunks has arrived in this state, so I'm afraid something big has happened. Let's go back to Earth first. Suzi suggested. He naturally knew why the Trunks came to the present, the Black Goku incident, which had quietly unfolded. Good. Vegeta nodded anxiously. Oh, Master Beerus, something interesting happened to Siping. Whis, let's go to 192, maybe we can have a delicious dinner. Whis and Beerus started talking in a low voice. Guys, catch me. Son Goku spoke suddenly. Suzuki smiled, but he is not the only one who knows instant transmission. He also pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and everyone in the Gods of Destruction world disappeared. In the next second, everyone came to Vegeta's home on Earth. Vegeta, this way, this way. As soon as the crowd arrived, AI Lure waved to Vegeta anxiously. Hateful. Vegeta gritted his teeth and looked at Dete who was lying with his eyes closed, and walked forward quickly. Here, Fairy Bean. Suzuki threw a super bean at Vegeta. Thanks. Vegeta took it and hurriedly walked towards Dete. Son Goku thought for a while, and then followed suit. Soon, AI Lure fed the super immortal bean to Dete who was in a coma, and the latter also woke up quickly. Trunks, what's going on? Vegeta asked with a frown. Yes, Trunks, why are you back? Son Goku showed his face, and his appearance instantly made Dete go berserk. He got up from the stretcher suddenly, and punched Son Goku. What? Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked, not understanding why Trunks suddenly attacked Son Goku. Point 102. Suzuki and hashtag 039, SI's kill, scaring Goku directly. What's wrong, Trunks? It's me. Son Goku grabbed Trunks' fist and said, you don't even know me. Damn, you bastard. Trunks gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Snapped. At this moment, AI Lure came from behind, slapped Trunks directly on the back of the head, and scolded, Trunks, what do you want to drive? Trunks was woken up by his mother's slap, and then he was relieved. In front of him was Son Goku, not the Black Goku of the future world. Sorry, Mr. Goku. Trunks hastily bowed and apologized, but soon he came to his senses, looked at Son Goku in a daze, and said in surprise, but, are you really Mr. Goku alive? I don't remember you in Cell. Ha ha ha. Son Goku laughed, I'm alive again. Trunks, what the hell is going on? L suddenly spoke. Mom. Trunks turned his head to look at AI Lure, his eyes gradually became moist. Calm down. Vegeta on the side said lightly. Dad. Trunks stared at Vegeta, then took a deep breath, and said, since Majin Buu, a new powerful enemy has appeared. What kind of enemy? Son Goku stepped forward and asked. Sorry, I suddenly attacked Mr. Goku just now. Trunks bowed to Son Goku again, and then said, actually, I thought I failed to travel through time, and thought that guy was right in front of me. What? Hearing what Trunks said, everyone present was shocked. The meaning of his words is already obvious, that is, the new powerful enemy of the future world is Son Goku himself. He calls himself Son Goku? But, in my opinion, he is a black Mr. Goku. He is very powerful. I think the current Mr. Goku is definitely not his opponent. Trunks said in a deep voice. Oh. Hearing what Trunks said, Son Goku frowned, and then with a look of excitement on his face, he said, Trunks, since that's the case, let's fight each other. In this way, you can compare me with that Black Goku's strength. But, calling myself by my name always feels weird. Ha ha ha. Good, Mr. Goku. Trunks responded, and the two slowly rose into the sky. The Trunks in the sky exploded directly, instantly turning into a Super Saiyan 2 state. Drink. Seeing Trunks directly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku let out a loud shout and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. It's so powerful. The faces of AI Lure and the others below changed. Will the Earth be in crisis if they fight? No problem. Whis smiled and opened his mouth, then raised his hand and waved his angel staff. A light barrier covered Son Goku and Trunks. Drink. Trunks in the light barrier moved. He rushed to Son Goku quickly, and then began a burst of punches and kicks at a very fast speed. Not bad. Trunks, your strength is already very strong. Son Goku took the Trunks attack next, admiringly. No, Mr. Goku, my attack is useless against Black Goku. You can imagine how terrifying he is. Trunks clenched his teeth, and said coldly, the most important thing is that every time he fights, he can become stronger and stronger. Hey, I understand. Since that's the case, let me show you my Super Saiyan 3. Drink. Son Goku laughed twice, then clenched his fists and roared, releasing his most powerful chi in the roar, and he slowly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. What? When Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 appeared, Trunks was stunned. Mr. Goku in the previous world could be so powerful. Trunks, come out with your strongest power. Son Goku in Super 3 transformation form laughed. Yes. Trunks directly drew the sword behind him, and then slashed towards Son Goku. However, for Trunks' attack, Son Goku followed with just 2 fingers. Too powerful, Mr. Goku. Trunks was blown away and finally got up and looked at Son Goku in shock. You are also very powerful. A person who can practice in the future world can grow to this point. Son Goku scratched the back of his head with a smile. How about Black Goku and my strength? No on par. Trunks thought about it for a while, and then said with uncertainty, or, his strength is stronger. Ha ha ha. Sure, it seems that Black Goku is really strong. Son Goku laughed out loud. Mr. Goku, you. Seeing Son Goku being so casual, Trunks couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that Mr. Goku's strength is not what he is showing now? Rumble? At this moment, the sky suddenly became dark, and then there was a burst of lightning and thunder, and a figure appeared in everyone's sight. Black Goku. Trunks couldn't help but change his face when he saw the owner of this figure. Trunks, so you're here. Black Goku glanced at Trunks, and then swept across the faces of everyone present. Son Goku, Vegeta, even gods of destruction Beerus is there. Black Goku frowned when he saw Beerus. It seems that something incredible has happened. Beerus was lying on the beach chair, and said to Suli beside him, by the way, I remember that you, Nords, said before that you came from another parallel world, so, is there me in another world? Hearing Beerus' words, Suli squinted at him, wondering why this guy suddenly mentioned this. Who is this guy? Suddenly, the Black Goku in the sky noticed Suli, and his brows were tightly wrinkled at this moment. Oh. Suli turned his head to look, met Black Goku's eyes, and just glanced at him lightly. The pressure in it turned out to make Black Goku's expression change immediately, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. Fear. Hey Goku's face changed again. He stared at Suli for a few times, then looked at the spacetime black hole behind him, and jumped directly into it. The pressure that man brought to him was too terrifying, and he couldn't bear any desire to fight. Regarding Black Goku's escape, everyone present was stunned for a moment, not understanding how he came and left suddenly. And hashtag 039, 103. Suli, I can take you to the future world. Hey, Suli, you haven't answered my question yet. Is there me in another world? Black Goku's departure didn't make Beerus pay much attention. He squinted at Suli who was lying on his side, and asked again. Beerus, why are you so gossiping all of a sudden? Suli also squinted at him, and said lightly, don't worry, only the future world can have another you. My parallel world doesn't have you. The future spacetime world has Zeno and Super Dragon Ball, and Zamasu knows Beerus, which is already obvious. The future world must have the existence of Beerus and Whis. Of course, the Beerus and Whis of the future world may have disappeared. If Suli remembers correctly, Zamasu and Black Goku from the future world teamed up to attack and kill Supreme Kai from the 7th universe. When Supreme Kai died, Gods of Destruction naturally died as well. And Gods of Destruction is dead, then Angel will sleep deeply. Therefore, it can be said that Beerus and Whis do not exist in the future world. Shut up. Beerus blinked his eyes, nodded in response, slowly got up from the beach chair, and said, Whis, did you notice that Black Goku just now? I found out, his chi is very subtle, a bit like Goku, but not Goku. Whis thought about it, and said, and, have you noticed the ring on Goku's hand from 760 to black? That is the time ring that only Supreme Kai can use. Time ring. Everyone froze when they heard Whis' words. So, is that Black Goku the Supreme Kai of some universe? Piccolo wondered. Nope. As far as I can remember, there isn't a single guy in Supreme Kai who looks exactly like Goku. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Then who is this Black Goku? Trunks frowned. I don't know that. Hey, Suli, do you know? Beerus shrugged, then pulled out a sausage and ate it. Swish swish swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Suli. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Suli slowly got up from the beach chair, then yawned, stretched a very comfortable waist, and said, that guy is Supreme Kai from universe. What? As soon as these words came out, Beerus was stunned. Isn't the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe Kvas? Whis thought for a while, and said in surprise. I'm not done yet. Black Goku is Zamasu, the Supreme Kai candidate for the 10th universe. Suli said lightly, he used the time ring to collect the Super Dragon Ball many times to make a wish. Black Goku is actually Goku, but the body is Goku's, that's all. Everyone listened in a cloud of fog, and didn't realize the meaning of Suli's words at the first time. After a while, Whis was the first to understand, frowned, and said, that is to say, this guy knows how to break the law and controls time as a god. Yes. Suli nodded, and then said, this guy's strength is not bad. Of course, one-on-one will definitely not be the opponent of today's super race god Blue Goku, but I'm afraid it won't be certain in the future. After all, Black Goku's body is Son Goku's body, and as the protagonist's body, Black Goku's growth is definitely at the same level as Son Goku's growth. What should I do? Although the time machine can return to the future world, but Mother can't repair the time machine at this stage, so, my lord, can you please give me the time ring to return to the future world? Trunks walked up to Beerus and bowed deeply. Go away, don't talk too much, and be careful, I will destroy you. Beerus squinted at him, seemingly unmoved, and said indifferently, I am the gods of destruction. Whis has said it all, the time ring is only eligible to be used by Supreme Kai. Yes, sorry. Trunks smiled awkwardly. That's right. I remember Mr. Whis can manipulate time. At this moment, CGDG, Kellen suddenly shouted excitedly, and then said, in this case, why not let Mr. Whis take us to the future world right away? No. Whis chuckled and shook his head, and said, I can only control for 3 minutes, beyond this time limit, then I can't control it. So, I can't take you to the future world. Shut up. Everyone in Kellen was stunned. Isn't it easy to go to the future world? Suli laughed suddenly. Swish swish swish. In an instant, as soon as his words came out, everyone's eyes turned to him. You can travel through time and space. Beerus looked at Suli in surprise. Oh, you said that you are from another time and space, it seems that there is indeed a way. Whis' eyes flickered. It's okay to go to the future world, but, don't you go to the 10th universe to confirm. Suli smiled slightly. That's right. I also want to see how powerful that Black Goku is. Son Goku suddenly became excited. Black Goku is from the future world, and now he is Zamasu, candidate for Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. Suli glanced at Son Goku. In the original book, the three of Beerus went to the 10th universe. Son Goku even fought against Zamasu, which left a deep impression on him. This is one of the reasons why there is a Black Goku in the follow-up. 1. Master Beerus, what do you say? Whis looked at Beerus. Casual. Beerus shrugged his shoulders. For him, it's okay to spend some time to solve the problem, and it's also a good thing for him to determine the identity of that Black Goku as soon as possible. The focus is on the delicious food for him. Okay, if that's the case, let's go to the 10th universe immediately. Son Goku shouted excitedly. Suli, are you going with us? Beerus looked at Suli and said, I can do it too. Suli originally wanted to refuse. Taking advantage of this time period, he actually wanted to go back to the Dragon Ball time and space world to see, but since Beerus had asked, he naturally felt that it was fine, and it would not be wrong to follow the past to have a look. Too much time wasted. Everyone catch me. Suli pointed his index finger on the center of his eyebrows, and said, I have been to the 10th universe, and I can use instant transmission to arrive in an instant. Suli is really amazing. Son Goku couldn't help being amazed. With his ability, he couldn't teleport between universes, but Suli could easily leap between universes, which shows how big the gap between the two is. Point 104. Suli has beaten gods of destruction violently. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, in the Supreme Kai world of the 10th universe. When Suli and the others appeared, Kvas, who was talking with Zamasu, suddenly frowned, and when he saw Beerus and Whis, his face changed suddenly. Master Beerus. Kvas hurriedly got up from the stool, walked quickly to Beerus, and saluted respectfully. Even though the existence of Supreme Kai is not much different from the status of gods of destruction, the actual status is quite different. Hi, Kvas. Beerus smiled slightly, looked at Zamasu who was looking at them aside, and said lightly, who is this person? Back to Master Beerus, this is my disciple Zamasu, the future Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. Gervais replied respectfully. Oh. Beerus took another look at Zamasu, suddenly smiled, and said, his ki is indeed somewhat similar to the ki of the Black Goku I met on the 7th universe. Gervais was stunned when he heard what Beerus said, then turned his head to look at Zamasu, and hurriedly said, Master Beerus, did he sense wrong? Zamasu has always been by my side and has never left. How could he have been to the 7th universe? Woolen cloth. Didn't you hear me say similarity? I didn't say it was your disciple Zamasu. Beerus said lightly. Hey, as the king of the world, you have trained very well. At this moment, Son Goku was already close to Zamasu, reaching out to grab his arm and constantly pinching it tentatively. Don't touch me casually, Zhe. Faced with Son Goku's rudeness, Zamasu's face darkened instantly. He raised his hand and slapped his hand away, and then he seemed ready to attack Son Goku. Zamasu, stop. Jiva's expression changed. He took a step forward and grabbed Zamasu's hand, preventing him from wanting to do it. Seeing his disciple slowly calm down, Jiva saluted Beerus respectfully again, and said, I'm so sorry. Mr. Beerus, I let you see a joke. But, may I ask why you came to my place this time? He was very curious. Basically, the gods of destruction of other universes were not allowed to step into another universe without permission, let alone directly enter the Supreme Kai realm of his 10th universe. So, he guessed whether he really encountered some big event. Hey, that realm king, can you compete with me? Son Goku put his hands on his hips and looked at Zamasu excitedly. He had sensed the breath of Black Goku before, so he sensed the existence of Zamasu immediately. You mean a competition? When Zamasu heard Son Goku's words, his eyes gradually narrowed, and his gaze at Son Goku gradually turned cold. He is aloof, and he is a god. And now, this humble human actually wants to compete with him? Go aside. Beerus directly shot Son Goku into the air, and then said to Goku, there is a guy who came to Earth in the 7th universe. He has a time ring, and his chi is somewhat similar to Zamasu's, so I came to see you this time. Is the time ring of time still there? Hearing Beerus's words, whether it is Kvas or Zamasu is the same. Especially Zamasu himself, there is a guy whose ki can be extremely similar to him. What the hell is going on? Is it like this? Then, come with me to the outer court, I will show Lord Beerus the time ring. Jiva's thought for a while, and suggested, anyway, the time ring must still be with me, because Zamasu has not yet fully become Supreme Kai, so it is naturally impossible for me to give him such a precious thing. Soon, a group of people followed Kvas to the courtyard where Supreme Kai lived. When Kvas came out with the time ring, Son Goku kept pestering Zamasu, trying to get him to compete with himself. However, even though Zamasu hated him, in order to hide his scheming, he chose to ignore him again and again, but he remembered Son Goku in his heart. After a while, Jiva's came out with the box containing the time ring, opened the box in the sight of everyone, and said, Master Beerus, look, the time ring of the 10th universe is still in my hand. Shut up. Beerus glanced at Zamasu, then nodded, if that's the case, forget it, etc. Son Goku suddenly yelled, and came to Zamasu again, put his palms together, and begged, Master Kai, please try to compete with me. Zamasu. Quaz glanced at Zamasu and said calmly, since this gentleman wants to compete with you so much, then he will follow his wish. But Zamasu hesitated a little, he was afraid that he could accidentally kill Son Goku. Just be merciful, Jiva said indifferently, and then put away the box of the time ring. Be merciful? Don't. Son Goku's complexion changed, and he hurriedly said, Master Kai, don't show mercy, and I hope you can use your strongest power to compete with me. Yes. Beerus said lightly, if you are merciful, I think you will be killed by this little human Son Goku. What? Zero. Jivas was stunned for a moment, looked at Beerus in disbelief, and said in shock, he is just a human being, how could he be the opponent of a god? And Zamasu is not a supreme Kai like me, his strength is the dominant. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this guy fought against me before. Beerus squinted at Gvas, and said indifferently. Hiss. Hearing this, Jivas fell into shock again. Is this the first one who can fight against gods of destruction Beerus without incident? Do you think fighting with Master Beerus is very powerful? Whis smiled and said, this guy named Suzy beat Beerus. Whis. Beerus's face turned black, this guy Whis in the crowd is actually thirsty for his old man. Haha. Whis laughed out loud. Oh my god. Jivas took a look at Suzy. At first he thought it was just a common human being, but now he took a closer look and realized that it was not a common human being. To God? Yes? This one is definitely an extremely powerful and battle-oriented supreme god. Thinking of this, Jivas couldn't help sweating profusely on his forehead. When did such a powerful god appear again? Which universe is the new gods of destruction? Or, is it the 7th universe's novice gods of destruction? Guateng got up with such an idea. Point 105. Kvas, this man named Suzy is too arrogant. Drink. At this moment, Son Goku gave a loud shout and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 directly. Oh, Zamasu looked at Son Goku and couldn't help but frowned. He could feel that Son Goku in this form was very powerful at the moment. It's unbelievable that you can actually enhance yourself through transformation. Kvas looked back, and when he saw Son Goku's Super Saiyan 2, he didn't know how many times he showed shock on his face. This is the transformation of the Saiyan family, Super Saiyan. Whis explained softly on the side. Huh? Super Saiyan. Zamasu and Kvas gently repeated the name of the transformed form at the same time. The gas has risen several times. No. Zamasu sensed it, and suddenly frowned 100. At present, Son Goku's chi has not only increased several times, but an astonishing dozens or even 100 times. What a horrible race. Jivas couldn't help but let out a sigh. Since fighting with Master Beerus, Lord Kai, you are the second god to fight against me? Oh, of course this guy Suzy is not a real god, although his strength surpasses most gods. Son Goku opened his mouth with a smile, but Zamasu was shocked by what he said. This guy has fought gods of destruction Beerus. And, the Suzy he said is that guy? This guy is stronger than most gods. Zamasu didn't care about Suzy's existence at all, because the latter's aura was too good to cover up. As for why Beerus and Whis could sense Suzy's strength by leaps and bounds, it was naturally because of the invisible pressure he gave. Saiyan, what a horrible race of humans. Zamasu turned his gaze back to Son Goku, his eyes full of seriousness. Okay, Lord Kai, I'm going to do it. Son Goku stared, shouted loudly, and rushed directly towards Zamasu. Boom! Zamasu made a defensive and offensive posture, and at the moment Son Goku approached him, he turned sideways and backhanded him directly, and slapped him at the same time. Although powerful, human beings are weak human beings. It's over. Zamasu narrowed his eyes, and his hand was very close to the back of Son Goku's neck. No. Son Goku laughed softly, and the next second his figure flickered, and he came directly to Zamasu's face, raised his hand and punched out, sending Zamasu flying 100 meters away. Nanny. Seeing this near-insta-killing scene, Gvas' face suddenly changed. Although he could see the strength of Son Goku, how could he have imagined that this guy could be so powerful? Is this really the power that humans can possess? Not only Gvas doubted life at this moment, but Zamasu, who was blown out, also doubted life. The human beings he saw were all selfish and extremely weak animals living in groups. How could they be like Son Goku? Control a power stronger than the gods? As expected of you, Lord Kai, your strength is already comparable to Supreme Kai from our 7th universe. Son Goku rushed up again, his fist landed a few centimeters away from Zamasu's forehead, and then he returned to his normal state and extended his hand to Zamasu with a smile. Humanity. Zamasu clenched his teeth, feeling that he couldn't bear the killing intent of Son Goku at this moment. Zamasu. Guvas yelled out a reminder. Heck. Zamasu gritted his teeth tightly again, and then took Son Goku's hand to get up from the ground. He inadvertently glanced at Suzy who was yawning and looking terribly bored, and his heart rose again a strong irritability. These human beings, how can we grow to this point through practice? Okay, now that Goku has fulfilled his wish, it's time for us to leave too. Suzy, I'm sorry to trouble you. Seeing that Suzy was yawning, Beerus also yawned and stretched, then turned around and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back, as if thinking of something. He stopped and turned around to say to Suzy, by the way, how do you know that there is Zamasu's breath in Black Goku's breath? Facing Beerus' question, Suzy shrugged his shoulders, and didn't have the intention to answer him. This man named Suzy is not afraid of Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus at all. The most important thing is that his expression is too arrogant, right? But to be honest, maybe, this is okay. Beat up Lord Beerus's man. Only such an existence dares to ignore the words of the majestic gods of destruction. When Jeeves saw this scene, he was shocked again. As we all know, no matter in which universe, the gods of destruction who can use destructive energy is definitely the highest combat power, and few people dare to provoke it. And Suzy, although he didn't provoke directly, but he ignored it. Ignoring, to some extent, is also a kind of provocation, and this kind of silent provocation is the most annoying. But what about Beerus? Gvas glanced at Beerus, the extremely bad-tempered Lord Gods of Destruction, who didn't show any anger or displeasure on his face. It's more of a helplessness? Yes, the majestic gods of destruction, when faced with a tiny human being, would actually show a look of helplessness. Who would believe this? However, this man has strength, so he naturally has the confidence to ignore gods of destruction. Jeeves understands this truth. No matter what, this world is a world of the jungle, and whoever has a bigger fist will have 10 points more power to speak and even a higher status. Gvas, farewell. Beerus and Whis slowly approached Suzy, and after saying hello to Quaz 5.8, they put their hands on his shoulders. Master Beerus, that's it? Son Goku asked with some insatiable interest. Then why not? Beerus waved his hand, and a voice came, of course, if you don't think you're having enough fun, go back to the 7th universe later and I'll be your annual training partner. Good. Hearing Beerus' words, Son Goku's eyes lit up, and after waving to Zamasu, he teleported directly to Suzy. Call out? Suzy directly launched the advanced version of instant transmission, and several people disappeared in place in an instant. Son Goku, Suzy, Xian, Super Xian, I remember you all. When Suzy and the others left, Zamasu's eyes narrowed directly, looking extremely unhappy. Point 106. Grand Priest, are you? Teacher Suzy? 7th universe, on Earth. At this moment, Suzy came to the house he bought in the western capital of the world. The Panorama Conference is about to start. He thought over and over again, and decided in his heart that he will participate in this conference. After all, as a traveler, it is necessary to experience a Panorama Conference. Ding. Feeling a certain force, it was detected that the host was invited to a 10,000 Realms group chat party. Join or decline. Just as Suzy was lying comfortably on the beach chair in her backyard, basking in the sun, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded. Suzy froze for a moment, then was stunned. WTF? 10,000 Realms group chat party? Add, join. Suzy quickly came back to his senses and said, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully joining the Wanja group chat party. The system beeps. Suzy soon discovered that an interface similar to the Penguin chat group in his previous life appeared in front of his eyes. He glanced at it casually, and the top of the interface showed that there were 20 people online at the time of 26. Suzy frowned, and then began to peek at the screen. Welcome newcomers? Warmly welcome newcomers? This time the newcomers who came into the group chat are big bosses in which world? At Suzy. An ordinary little bald head. At Suzy, boss, can you explode a 3-piece suit? Little dragon girl from the ancient tomb school. At Suzy, hey, new here, hurry up and make a fuss, everyone in the group has a bad temper except me, I'm worried about it. Be my son. In the first second of watching the screen, several people at him one after another. I'm in Dragon Ball, I'm about to participate in the Panorama Conference, I'm going to hide for now. After Suzy sent this sentence, he directly closed the chat party interface. Chat group, the ordinary little bald head, the little dragon girl of the ancient tomb school, and what should I be my son? Back to reality, Suzy frowned. As the system's introduction said, could the people in this Myriad Realms group chat party be the characters in the 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, and various novels, movies, and animations? 15,030. The little dragon girl of the ancient tomb school is probably the little dragon girl among the Condor heroes. A mediocre little bald head. Suzy scratched his head, and had no idea who this was. Of course, if he really wanted to know, he could only click on everyone's profile after entering the chat group next time, and he should be able to know who it was. After all, with his Suzy's sharp eyesight, he can still recognize most of the anime or film and television characters. Suzy. At this moment, a transmission sounded in Suzy's toddler. Huh? Whis, what's the matter? Suzy came back to his senses and responded. Zeno wants to meet you, and Goku, he wants to meet. Whis replied. I see. Suzy's eyes flickered. Call out? In the next second, Suzy set off directly to the Gods of Destruction realm of the 7th universe. Idiot! Master Zeno wants you to go immediately, even if you have something big to do, let it go. As soon as Suzy arrived, he heard Beerus scolding Son Goku. As for, is Master Zeno too far away? What if I delay my practice? Son Goku looked innocent. I'm afraid it will take 2 days. Whis replied. What? 2 days? Son Goku was speechless for a while, shook his head and said, No, I don't have the time to run so far like a fool just to meet Lord Zeno. Fool's words come out of a fool's mouth. Beerus was speechless for a while. He was really pissed off by Son Goku. He didn't even know how the aloof Master Zeno fell in love with Son Goku. A fool. As far as Suzy is concerned, Beerus still thinks it's normal. After all, he has dual quotient online and is extremely powerful. And Son Goku is stupid. He doesn't know what to do on what occasion. Supreme Kai is Goku's friend, right? At this time, Whis suddenly spoke. Aang? Yes. Son Goku nodded. Supreme Kai can reach Master Zeno in an instant, so you can let Supreme Kai take you to Master Zeno, Whis suggested with a smile. A split second? That's okay. Son Goku applauded. Don't. Beerus frowned. I don't worry about Goku, an idiot, facing Master Zeno alone. If he says something wrong, it will be a disaster. Isn't there Suzy? Whis said with a smile. Yes? How could I have forgotten about Suzy? With him here, Goku, a silly boy, will definitely be able to calm down a lot. Beerus slapped himself on the forehead, and suddenly realized. No need to find Supreme Kai anymore, I can reach the Supreme Kai in an instant. Now Suzy can easily sense Zeno's unique aura, and using the advanced version of instant transmission can naturally easily reach Zeno's place in an instant. So good. Whis nodded with a smile. Whis, do you want to follow? Suzy squinted at Whis, Taguchi asked. Good. Whis hesitated, then nodded. Basically, after following Suzy to meet Master Zeno this time, Suzy's identity can really surface. Catch me. Suzy pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and after Whis and Son Goku grabbed him, he directly sensed the planet where Zeno was, and then teleported directly to it. Call out? Soon, the three of Suzy arrived on the Zeno star where Zeno is located. Huh? Is this Master Zeno's house? Sun 637 Goku looked at the building in front of him with surprise on his face. Welcome. At this time, a gentle voice sounded. Haven't seen you for a long time. Whis bowed deeply to the man. Oh, the owner of this gentle voice is naturally Grand Priest, his eyes fixed on Suzy. After looking at him, he asked tentatively, Are you? Suzy. What? Teacher Suzy. Hearing Grand Priest's inquiry, Whis was immediately shocked and his scalp tingled. His father, Grand Priest. It turned out to be the disciple of this guy Suzy? That is to say, the man in Legendary that his father Grand Priest has always admired, is the man next to him? Long time no see, Kapur. Suzy's voice sounded, and he smiled and looked at Grand Priest and said hello. Sure enough, it's Teacher Suzy. There was a little surprise on Grand Priest's face, and then he walked towards Suzy quickly, and finally under Whis' shocking eyes, his father Grand Priest bowed 90 degrees to Suzy in a respectful gesture that couldn't be more respectful. 107. The secret after Primordial, respectful Zeno guards? Suzy. Whis swallowed. His face was full of disbelief. The way he looked at Suzy was already looking at a real god. He thought that Suzy had the blood of Zeno in his body, and he also thought that Suzy had the powerful blood of Xian in Legendary in his body. 18. How did he think? No, it should be said, how could he have imagined that Suzy was actually Xian in Legendary? The character in Legendary that his father, the Grand Priest, respected and admired? It's been a long time, Teacher Suzy. Grand Priest's face was filled with a sincere smile of reunion after a long absence. He looked at Suzy and said, I never thought that you would be one of the people Zeno will meet this time. By the way, is the ability you used back then, Mr. Suzy, the clearing ability controlled by Zeno. Speaking of this, Grand Priest's eyes flickered suddenly, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He felt that he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Father, so, what Suzy controls is the clearing ability that Zeno can use. Suzy didn't respond immediately because Whis spoke first. Grand Priest stared at him for a moment, then his face showed a little surprise, and he smiled. As expected, Teacher Suzy seems to belong to the same lineage as Kwanzaa. Hehe. Suzy smiled and said nothing. If it's true, it's not that Suzy and Zeno belong to the same bloodline, but Zeno and him belong to the same bloodline. The front and back of the name are wrong, and the meaning is naturally wrong. After all, if Suzy hadn't bestowed the Zeno Bajan level clearing ability back then, it would have been absolutely impossible for the whole country to exist. Just like Suzy bestowed the creative ability of the dragon god Salama, if there is no gift, how can there be a Super Dragon Ball? And it is even more impossible for the Super Dragon Ball to appear. Thus, everything is causal. All of this, Suzy is the origin. In other words, the origin of the entire Dragon Ball universe actually started from the day when Suzy traveled back to the primordial era. Of course, Suzy is not complacent. Even if he is the one with the highest status in the Dragon Ball universe, he doesn't feel that he has anything to be proud of. The current him lacks countless years of practice, just like the current Grand Priest. Suzy suspects that if this guy wants to kill his master, even if he can't completely kill him with his strength, he wants to seal him. There shouldn't be any problems. Kapur shouldn't have any evil intentions, right? Suzy took a deep look at Grand Priest, and couldn't help but guess. In the long flow of time, it is difficult for people to maintain their original intentions, and there will always be great desires. As for why Zeno didn't. First, he is already the supreme existence in the Dragon Ball universe. Second, he can maintain innocence as always, which is a good habit taught by Suzy. Suzy, you. Son Goku, who had been in a state of bewilderment, suddenly regained his composure. He also swallowed, took a peek at Grand Priest, and said in a low voice, I didn't expect you to be Whis' father's teacher. Suzy still smiled and said nothing. In a real sense, Grand Priest called him a teacher, and he didn't really admit it. All of this was just that Grand Priest and Salama thought they were Suzy's apprentices. Facing these two primordial giants, in the primordial era, Suzy may have the strength to admit it. In this era, it's really hard to say that now he can have the strength to admit that he is Salama and Grand Priest. Teacher. Kapur, where did Salama go, do you know? Suzy glanced at Grand Priest, and asked a question. Salama. Grand Priest's complexion changed slightly, and then he let out a long sigh, and said, Teacher Suzy, the creative ability you bestowed on him is too powerful, causing him to realize that you can dominate the entire universe after you disappear. So, as he said that, Grand Priest seemed to have come to his senses, and suddenly stared at Whis and Son Goku who were pricking up their ears to hear the secret, and said indifferently, these secrets are not for you two little guys to listen to. Whis, you take Son Goku to see Quan Zhou first. Obey. Whis bowed deeply, and then forced the curious Son Goku to walk towards Zeno's palace. Tell me, Suzy's expression was indifferent. He didn't believe what Grand Priest said, but he wouldn't believe everything. Since you disappeared, Mr. Suzy, Sarama joined forces with the major demons in the universe to form an alliance to fight against each universe. Grand Priest looked reminiscent, took a deep breath, and said, you know, Salama's strength is a bit better than mine, and there is a gap between me and him. One-on-one is not his opponent, but he can't kill me either. That's it, the Angel Alliance I formed fought against the Demon Alliance he formed for tens of thousands of years. No one could tell the winner, until Zeno appeared. Speaking of Zeno, Grand Priest could not help but flicker, glanced at Suzy, and continued, the ability he showed at that time was just like you, Mr. Suzy, so we immediately thought he was your descendant. I see. Suzy nodded thoughtfully, and then continued, what happened later? Where did Salama go? Because of the emergence of Zeno, the great universe was at peace, respecting him as the supreme existence. But then Salama was unwilling to be resigned to others, and finally launched a rebellion. As he said that, Grand Priest couldn't help but heaved a long sigh. Zeno's nostalgia for the past didn't clear him up, but just sealed him up. Whoosh. Suzy responded, he had almost made it clear, nodded, and then walked towards the center of Zeno's palace. Grand Priest followed him into the Zeno palace, and when they came to a corridor, two Zeno attendants, Zhao Zhao's, guards saw Suzy, their eyes froze for a moment, and then came respectfully, and bowed deeply to Suzy bow. Seeing this scene, Whis' eyelids on one side couldn't help but twitch. If he remembered correctly, the two Zeno guards hadn't even been so respectful to his father, the Grand Priest. Suzy, who the hell? Whis was a little confused. He felt as if he knew some kind of shocking big shot. The teacher of the Grand Priest can even make the two Zeno guards bow respectfully. Whis was stunned for a moment, remembering Suzy's clearing ability. Then his face changed, and a thought rose in his heart. #Baronet. Suzy. Could it be that he really belongs to the same line as Zeno? Stop. In other words, Suzy is the disappearing disciple of the Great Zeno, or a primordial giant divine grade who is of the same generation as the Great Zeno. 108 Whis, do you know the real identity of teacher Suzy? You are finally back. Just as Whis was guessing, Zeno's immature voice rang out in the palace. Da-da-da. Immediately, Zeno trotted towards Suzy with a happy smile on his face. Flutter? Just like that, Zeno jumped directly into Sue's miss. You kid. Suzy stretched out his hand and rubbed Zeno's head, shook his head and said with a smile, it really insults your supreme Zeno status to be like this in public. I don't care. Zeno held his head high and didn't care that much. For him, Suzy is just like his relatives. Without this big brother, it would be impossible for him to live so long, let alone have such a high status. In other words, all of this was given to him by Suzy, and he didn't care whether other people felt that this gesture on this occasion was somewhat incompatible with his supreme Zeno status. Ha ha ha. Suzy laughed out loud. This kid was as innocent as ever, and he didn't forget his kindness. Gudong? Whis on the side didn't dare to raise his head anymore, and now he swallowed heavily with his head down. He took a peek at Zeno and Suzy, who seemed to be related like two brothers, and he almost confirmed it in his heart. Suzy, this guy 743. I'm afraid it really is Master Zeno's big brother or something? As for the big Zeno's guess, Whis hadn't thought about it, but he didn't dare to guess it for just a second, because it was too incredible. Honestly, no one would choose to believe that Suzy would be Tian Quantian who disappeared in Legendary. And, logically speaking, his father, Grand Priest, should have seen the big Zeno. When facing Suzy, although Grand Priest was very respectful, he was not called the big Zeno. So, in Whis' view, Suzy must not be the big Zeno. Even so, seeing Suzy and Zeno who are as close as brothers, Whis couldn't help but tremble with fear. As the controller of the 12 universes, Zeno's status can be imagined to be so dignified and supreme. Fortunately, he, Whis, has always treated Suzy with a kind attitude. If he hadn't had a kind attitude at the beginning, he, Whis, probably would have ceased to exist in the world long ago. Now it seems that Suzy is the one who hides the deepest. Whis couldn't help complaining in his heart, and then seemed to think of something, and at the same time his face changed. He couldn't help but murmured, no. This amazing news should be told to Sister Vados and Lord Beerus as soon as possible. CGDB. When there is a collision, it's screwed. Son Goku, welcome. At this time, Zeno jumped out of Suzy's arms, and then jumped up to Son Goku, waving his hand to greet him. Yo, hello Zeno-sama. Son Goku also waved his hand to say hello, and while talking, he took a step forward and prepared to squat down to hold Zeno's hand, and Whis on the side couldn't help coughing twice as a reminder. At this, Son Goku smiled awkwardly, and then pulled his hand back. By the way, Master Zeno, why did you come to me this time? Son Goku thought of something and asked. Nah. Zeno slowly floated up, then took Son Goku's hand, and said with a smile, I once heard Suzui's big brother talk about your existence and that you would be a very good friend. The last time we met, I like you very much, so I want to be friends with you. Ha. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Suzui who was on the side, scratched the back of his head, and said, I never thought that Suzui would tell me about me in front of Master Zeno. Hey, can you be my friend? Zeno shook Son Goku's arm. Of course you can. Son Goku responded directly, a little strangely, however, what about after being friends? Play? When I'm bored, I can play with you. Zeno is of course authentic. This. Son Goku was speechless for a while. Did he waste his practice time to come here just for such a trivial matter? In this regard, Son Goku frowned, and then said, it must be no problem, but what, Son Goku? Zeno's eyes widened. Since we are friends, Zeno, you can just call me Goku, it makes me feel closer. Son Goku said. Goku? Okay, so, as a friend, what do you call me? The smile in Zeno's eyes deepened a lot, and the smile on his face was obvious. Haha, I think about it. Son Goku laughed a lot, put his chin in his hand and thought for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up, he snapped his fingers, and said excitedly, Xiao Quan? How is Xiao Quan? Xiao Quan. Zeno's eyes lit up, and he kept nodding his head. Hi Xiao Quan, I like this name. Ha ha ha, I got the name, it must sound good. Son Goku also burst out laughing. Seeing Zeno so happy, Whis on the side heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this guy Son Goku would make trouble suddenly. He might cause some problems even if Suzui was present. Whis. While Son Goku was talking to Zeno, Grand Priest suddenly sent a voice transmission to Whis. What advice does father have? Whis walked up to Grand Priest and bowed slightly. Do you know the relationship between Teacher Suzui and Master Zeno? Grand Priest asked softly. Have no idea. Whis froze for a moment, then shook his head. Have no idea. Grand Priest glanced at him, and then raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It's best not to know. All in all, it's best not to publicize the identity of Teacher Suzui. I see. Whis opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but finally agreed directly. But Whis still pondered in his heart, whether it is necessary to tell Beerus or Vados what he saw and heard today. But he glanced at Suzui, who was smiling, and his eyes couldn't help flickering. Although Suzui was a mysterious and noble guy, he seemed to be extremely gentle with others, and he never used his clearing ability to threaten anyone. So, generally speaking, if you are friendly with him, you won't have too many disputes. Sister Vados and Master Beerus should not choose to have any disputes with Suzui. As for the gods of destruction Kompa of the 6th universe, I don't think he has the guts to do anything to Suzui. Whis thought about it, and sorted out all the stakes, and a relaxed smile of relief slowly appeared on his face. To be honest, he feels that he will inevitably feel some distance when facing Suzui in the future. There is no way, this person's status is too noble, even the noble status of Grand Priest is not comparable to Suzui in the true sense noble status. 109. Black Goku comes on stage, dare to provoke Suzui? 10 minutes later, after Zeno handed Son Goku the Zeno button, Suzui, Whis, and Son Goku left Zeno and returned to Earth. After Whis greeted the two of them, he left the Earth again and returned to the world of gods of destruction. Whis, how is it, that kid Goku didn't do anything, did he? Seeing Whis come back, Beerus hurriedly asked. No big deal. This time Zeno summoned Mr. Goku to Zeno because he wanted to be friends with Mr. Goku. Whis hesitated for a while, but still didn't tell Beerus what he saw and heard. What? Hearing Whis' words, Beerus was startled. Zeno wanted to be friends with Son Goku. One more thing, Mr. Suzui's identity is mysterious and noble, Master Beerus must be kind to him. Whis thought for a while, and finally reminded Beerus. I know that guy's identity is very mysterious, but if he's honorable, I'm afraid Che won't know about it. Beerus stared at him, and he is very interesting and kind, so it is impossible for me to have any disputes with him. So, Whis, don't worry. Besides, this guy is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that even with all my firepower now, it's hard to defeat him in an instant. Whis was speechless for a while. Beerus is still the same as before. His eyesight is much higher than that of Beerus. He can see that even if Beerus is fully fired at this moment, it is absolutely impossible to be Suzui's opponent. As for why Suzui was able to be the teacher of his father Grand Priest but has been growing up in a weak state, it is very simple. Whis suspects that this man may be gradually recovering his strength. Glancing at Beerus, Whis shook his head inwardly. He decided not to tell him in a hurry, and only when this adult sees Suzui's strength with his own eyes will he be able to understand how big the gap between him and Suzui is. Here on Earth, Suzui brought Trunks, Son Goku, and Vegeta to the future world. The people who arrived in the future world first followed the Trunks to meet the Human Alliance army in the future world, and then came to the dilapidated western capital. This time, do you want to fight too? Among the ruins, Xiao Wu from the future world spoke solemnly. Trunks nodded heavily. Although his strength is not too strong, he can still help, and he doesn't want to just watch Son Goku Vegeta fight, but he has no strength at all. Out. You don't need to shoot, just watch the show on the sidelines. Black Goku, leave it to me. Vegeta folded his hands on his chest, with an extremely indifferent expression. He was very confident in his own strength, and he had the confidence that he could kill Black Goku in an instant. Vegeta, how can you behave like this? Son Goku scratched the back of his head speechlessly, and said, if you make a move, what should I do? You can just watch the show on the side too. Vegeta said coldly, of course, you can also applaud and cheer for me, to liven up the atmosphere of Black Goku being beaten by me. Suli was speechless when he heard Vegeta's words. Good guy, has this Vegeta improved some new transformations? Otherwise, why can it be so inflated? You know, if there is no accident, Black Goku is probably in control of a powerful transformation, Super Saiyan Pink. This transformation form is similar to Super Saiyan Blue, and even in a sense, Suli thinks that Super Saiyan Pink is better than Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue is more stable and durable, and consumes less. So, to a certain extent, Suli feels that the transformation form of Super Saiyan Pink is closer to the transformation of Super Saiyan God. After all, Zamasu is a god himself, and his body is only Son Goku's. Compared with Vegeta Son Goku, Zamasu's god realm is naturally deeper. No. Son Goku was not happy. He stretched out his hand and said, let's guess the punch. Whoever wins will make the first move. Rock, paper, scissors. The two started arguing, and finally decided to punch to decide who should make the first move. In the end, Son Goku lost, and Vegeta sneered suddenly, your stupid hand, how could it be my opponent? I won. Remember to applaud and cheer on the side later. Active atmosphere. 1. Ask for flowers. Hateful. Son Goku walked away sullenly. Seeing this, Suli couldn't help pursing his lips into a smile. These two guys are really good enough. They forced Trunks and Xiao Wu, who were already a little nervous, to stop being nervous. Boom! Vegeta raised his hand and released an energy cannon towards the sky, then stopped his hand and said lightly, in this way, that Black Goku guy should be able to feel our existence. Crackling? As Vegeta's voice fell, within a few seconds, a small tornado appeared in the sky, accompanied by lightning, and then the Black Goku figure appeared in front of everyone. 0. Black Goku. When Trunks saw him, anger appeared on his face. Oh, I didn't expect you to come to me. Black Goku looked down at the few people below indifferently, his eyes fixed on Suli, and in his senses, I am afraid that only this man can give him some desire to fight. Black Goku, let me tell you, it will be my Super Saiyan Blue that will end you this time. Vegeta directly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, said coldly. He. Black Goku just sneered. This guy sees Dad's powerful transformation form without changing his face, just like seeing Super Saiyan Blue's transformation. Trunks frowned suddenly. Whether it's Son Goku, Vegeta, or Trunks, none of you can be my opponent. Black Goku laughed lightly, his expression and words were full of disdain for the three of Son Goku. He kept his eyes on Suli, then hooked his fingers lightly, provocatively said, hey, you come to die first. Call out? After Hey Goku's provocative words fell, a piercing sound sounded, and then Suzui's figure flickered, and he came directly in front of Hey Goku. Click! Suzui raised his hand, pinched Black Goku's neck directly, then lifted him up, and said lightly, I'm old, and my ears are a little hard, so I didn't hear what you just said clearly. You can say it again, beg. 110 Super Saiyan Peach Red debut, an important conjecture of Suzui. Forehead. Hey Goku was directly pinched by Suzui's neck, so he couldn't speak anymore, he could only keep screaming in fear. Suzui sneered, raised his hand and slapped it flying, and said flatly, if it wasn't for the need for you to exist for the time being, otherwise you would not exist in the world right now. The existence of Black Goku can temper the growth of Son Goku and others. This is what Suzui wants to see. After all, his strength has reached the extreme now, and the gap with Son Goku and others is becoming more and more obvious. Although as time goes by, the gap between the two sides will become more and more obvious, and it will become more and more difficult to catch up, but Suzui believes that as long as Son Goku is given a chance, then he can catch up very quickly. Damn guy. Hey Goku was slapped flying by Suzui. His body was full of turmoil at this moment, if Suzui hadn't pulled back his strength. Otherwise, with the slap just now, Hey Goku's 180 whole body would be smashed to pieces. Call out? Black Goku. Suzui returned to Xiao Wu and Trunks, only to see Vegeta rushing into the sky. Black Goku's constitution is unusual, and he quickly recovered. He looked at Super Saiyan Blue's Vegeta and smiled coldly. This is the Form 4 of the fighting nation with the breath of God. Call out? Black Goku dodges, directly in front of Vegeta, stretches out two fingers to lift Vegeta's chin, and said indifferently, it's a good exercise, but, after all, it's a weak human being. Facing Suzui, Black Goku has no resistance. But it doesn't mean that he is weak. At this moment, he came directly to Vegeta without making a sound, which can prove his strength. This guy. When did he come to me? The speed is too fast. Vegeta was shocked. At this moment he gritted his teeth, rushed towards Black Goku, and roared, you are indeed powerful, but you are useless in front of my Super Saiyan Blue. Boom! Rumble! Vegeta flew to Black Goku, raised his hand and punched him directly, and the latter flew backwards continuously, hitting the stones in the ruins, causing waves of turmoil. Seeing a person who looks exactly like me being beaten, my mood is really complicated. Seeing this scene, Son Goku couldn't help complaining, even when Suzy pinched Black Goku's neck just now, my neck felt a little uncomfortable at that moment. I always feel that it is me, it's like being pinched by the neck by Suzy. Suzy laughed when he heard this. Adadadadadada. At this time, Vegito's roar came from the field, and his fists kept falling on Black Goku's body, without any strength at all, but in just a few seconds, he punched Black Goku at least 100 times. Nanny. After punching at least a few hundred punches, Vegito's exhaustion was a bit serious, and he found that he didn't seem to have hurt Goku Black, which made him look shocked. Boom! After Vegito retreated a few meters, the Black Goku in the deep pit let out a sneer, and then flew up and kicked Vegito directly. The power of this kick made Vegito fly backwards, spitting out a big mouthful of blood in midair. It's pretty good that the human body can do this. Black Goku looked at Vegito, who was slowly getting up from the ground, and said lightly, as a reward, I will let you see something really good. As Black Goku's voice fell, he roared angrily, constantly increasing his anger. What? Black Goku, what is he doing? Could it be he can transform into Super Saiyan 2? Trunks, Son Goku, and Xiao Wu were all surprised when they saw Black Goku explode. Crackling? At this time, the dark sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning flashed. Everyone looked solemnly, and saw that the area with Black Goku as the center rose up with starry sky particles, and as Black Goku's aura continued to grow, the surrounding aura turned into a gloomy peach red. What? Black Goku, the color of his transformation form. Trunks was shocked. At this moment, Black Goku completely transformed into the pink form of Super Saiyan, and his powerful aura made everyone present turn pale. #019. Black Goku in Super Saiyan's peach red transformation form has an arrogant smile on his face, spread his hands, and smiled lightly. Is the color of my transformation form beautiful? If you name it according to your taste, peach red? I think so. This is my Super Saiyan Rose. Super Saiyan Rose. Trunks was sweating profusely. Ha ha ha. Black Goku slowly ascended to the sky, and the voice came down from the heights. I finally have Son Goku's power as my own. This power, it's so powerful. While speaking, he looked down at Son Goku below, and said again, Son Goku, I think you should be happy. Because of me, your body can reach such a beautiful peak. I can't understand what you're saying. Son Goku didn't understand at all. After all, I am a mortal with the naked eye. How can I understand what kind of state I am at this moment? Black Goku sneered. Black Goku, who have you been talking to? My uncle said, now your opponent is me. Boom! With a roar, Vegeta soared into the sky, flew directly in front of Black Goku, raised his hand and blasted out dozens of punches. However, nothing works at all. Black Goku sneered and raised his hand and pierced Vegeta's chest with a peach red blade transformed from chi, and then raised his hand to slap Vegeta away. The latter fell directly and returned to his normal appearance. Spike? Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was instantly killed by Super Saiyan's Pink Black Goku. Okay, Vegeta's appetizer has been eaten. Next, I should eat your appetizer. Black Goku set his eyes on Son Goku, and then squinted at Suzy, the corner of his mouth curled up. The real main dish is this guy Suzy. He has experienced the strength of this man, and he knows that fighting against him will definitely further stimulate the potential in his body 5.4 in the midst of pain. In other words, if you don't kill Black Goku and let this guy continue to grow, will you be able to say the form above Super Saiyan Pink? While Black Goku was planning, Suzy stared at Super Saiyan's pink-colored Black Goku thoughtfully for a while. Even, Suzy was really tempted at this moment. He really wanted to see Black Goku grow up, and then evolve into a transformation form above Super Saiyan Pink. Perhaps, that may also give him some inspiration for his own transformation form? Thinking of this, Suzy's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be starting to calculate something in his heart. 111. From the owner of the Wanja group chat party, boom. While Suzy was thinking about calculations, Son Goku in Super Saiyan Blue's transformation form was also blown to the ground by the Black Goku. Just when Black Goku was about to give Son Goku a fatal blow, a flash of gold appeared in the dark sky, and then a person appeared in everyone's sight. Zamasu. Seeing the man who appeared, Son Goku was stunned. Feelings, for a long time, this Black Goku is not Zamasu himself? What's going on? Didn't Black Goku mean Supreme Kai Zamasu from 10th universe? Why is there another Zamasu now? Trunks was shocked. Two people from different time and space, not the same face. I think it should be no problem to be in the same world. Suzy thought for a while and explained, of course, I think it is feasible even if people with the same face and different time and space worlds exist in the same world, but it depends on which time and space world he is stronger. The strong one can effectively suppress the opponent. This guess is 26. I think Suzy is not sure if it is correct or not, because he wants to hold 2 martial arts conferences in different time and space in the future. At that time, Son Goku and others from Dragon Ball Time and Space World and Son Goku and others from Dragon Ball Super Time and Space World will be required to participate. If they from the 2 time-space worlds cannot appear in a certain time-space, Suzy will probably be required to build a world of different time-space latitudes so that they can coexist in that different time-space latitude world. Of course, all of this is just his idea now, and if he is really asked to hold this different time and space martial arts conference now, the outcome will definitely not be ideal. Son Goku and others in the current Dragon Ball time-space world are weaker than Son Goku and others in the current Dragon Ball Super Space-Time world. It is more than a grade, and there is absolutely no comparison. After all, Son Goku and others in Dragon Ball's time-space world have already reached the point of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, and it is not certain whether Son Goku and others in Dragon Ball's time-space world can transform into Super Saiyan 4. No, it seems that I still have to go back to the Dragon Ball space-time world to have a look. Don't wait for several years or more than 10 years to pass by then I am really a puppet with a husband and 10 children. Thinking of this, Suli frowned slightly, and sighed inwardly, who made the plot of the recent Dragon Ball Overtime and Space World so tight that he didn't have the spare time to return to the Dragon Ball Time and Space World. The only time I had free time was to travel back to the primordial era of the Dragon Ball world, which is really hard to say. Hey, didn't I tell you? Son Goku, let me handle it myself. Zamasu flew to Black Goku slowly, swept Son Goku on the ground indifferently, and said calmly, Zamasu. Son Goku got up from the ground, looked solemnly at Zamasu beside Black Goku, and said in a deep voice, so, you are not Black Goku, but Black Goku's partner. Hehe. Zamasu laughed twice, and said, I am not a partner with him, it is just as simple as a comrade in arms. I don't care if you are comrades in arms or partners, as long as you are our enemies. Son Goku let out a loud shout, soaring into the sky, facing Macy. Boom! His target was Zamasu, but the Black Goku next to Zamasu raised his hand and bombarded an energy cannon, which came out and hit Son Goku. I said, Son Goku, let me handle it myself. Zamasu frowned, a little unhappy in his tone. Sorry, I did it subconsciously. After all, my body belongs to Son Goku. I have a natural repulsion to this guy, so I can't help but do it. Black Goku smiled, then raised his hand and bombarded Son Goku with a powerful energy cannon. Rumble! The smoke rose, and the roar of explosions rang out in the field. It's boring? It's really boring. Seeing this scene, Zamasu and Black Goku looked at each other, then shook their heads sarcastically and laughed. Suddenly, Zamasu glanced at Suli from the corner of his eye, which directly made his brows frown. In his memory, there seemed to be a little picture of this man. But, just a little picture, not too much understanding. He is very powerful. We are currently one-on-one, and it should not be possible for him to be against the people. Black Goku stared at Suli, and reminded in a deep voice, who is this guy? Zamasu's face darkened instantly. Suli, an unexpected person, made him feel that there was a slight crack in his perfect plan. I don't know. All I know is that he wanted to kill me only for a moment, but he didn't seem to have any interest in killing me. Black Goku said in a low voice. Okay, since this guy doesn't want to get rid of us, let's get rid of Son Goku, Vegeta and the others. Zamasu said coldly. The two slowly ascended to the sky, facing the sky with one hand and began to gather energy. Boom! A purple light exploded, and then a huge energy ball slowly appeared. Oh no! The smoke dissipated, and Son Goku lying on the ground changed his expression and wanted to get up, but the pain in his body made him grin his teeth and he couldn't use his strength anymore. Clatter! Suli took a step, gathered Son Goku and the others by his side, and then teleported and disappeared in place. Saved by that guy. When Suli and the others disappeared, the energy balls condensed by Zamasu and Black Goku also dissipated. The two looked at each other with an indescribably gloomy expression on their faces. That guy doesn't seem to be human, but a real god. Zamasu is not so sure authentic. Using the words of their 063 Saiyans, that should be the real Super Saiyan god. This guy has a deep research on the field of gods. It seems that he is not an ordinary evil person. Black Goku's eyes flickered, and he analyzed, however. I think I can grow up to that guy's level in the future. Even, I think my potential is infinite. The plan to eliminate human beings will definitely succeed. Work hard for our common dream, let's fight. Zamasu shouted loudly. Boom! At this moment, Dragon Ball transcends the world of time and space. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Suli brought back Son Goku and others. Goku, Vegeta, Kellen and the others have been waiting. Seeing that Son Goku and Vegeta were seriously injured, they immediately shouted anxiously. The two of them just suffered a little injury, just eat the fairy beans. Suli said lightly, then threw 2 super fairy beans to them and sat down on the side. 112. Conversation with Trunks. Suli returns to Dragon Ball Time and Space. Who is the group leader of the Wanja group chat party? Suli's eyes flickered, and he suddenly became interested. Immediately, his mind sank into the Wanja group chat party, and soon he discovered that the owner of the Wanja group chat party was called anonymously, and he could not know his name. Another newcomer has come. Warm welcome, at Suli, the owner of the Wanja group chat party. I'll go, the group leader suddenly appeared. Be my son. Scattering flowers. I never imagined that the leader of the group who doesn't appear once in 100 years will appear. Little dragon girl of the ancient tomb school. As soon as Suli came in, he saw a large group of people welcoming the owner of this group chat party, which made him squint his eyes slightly. To be honest, he really didn't expect this group owner at will directly prompt him in his mind, which made him wonder if this group of masters is an ultimate power system. The identity of this group leader is extremely mysterious. Can you detect his existence? Suli's eyes flickered, and he asked a question in his heart. If even the system can't detect and sense the identity of the group leader of this Wanja group chat party, then he may have to think about whether to choose to withdraw from this group chat party. 55 dash. He said just in case. This group leader is an extreme boss, what should I do if I have my eyes on him? Host, please rest assured that the group leader of this Myriad Realms group chat party cannot pose any threat to you. He may be able to command most of the existences in this group, but he absolutely does not have the ability to command or perceive all your details. The system replied. Is it like this? Suli breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the system's words. Hello, I need to deal with some things recently so I won't be bubbling. Suli thought for a while, and the group leader of chat party typed out such a sentence. Suli, by the way, the boss is the existence of the Dragon Ball world. I checked the chat history, and you said that you are about to participate in the Panorama Conference. But with all due respect, I seem to have never heard of you in the Dragon Ball world name. The owner of the Wanja group chat party. Seeing the news about the owner of the Myriad Worlds group chat party, Suli stared at him, then narrowed his eyes. It is not difficult to see from here that the owner of this group probably also watched the Dragon Ball anime. Interesting? Could it be? Suli, are you a time traveler? The owner of the Wanja group chat party. Just at this time, the owner of the Wanja group chat party sent another message. Traveler. I seem to have heard of this name. It seems to be the kind of time traveler who crossed from one world to another, as the group leader said. Good guy. Suli, I heard from the group leader that the traveler must be the protagonist of the world. Following the words of the owner of the Wanja group chat party, everyone in the Wanja group chat party became excited. Suli took a glance. There was a guy named Namikaze Minato, and another guy named Pindeo Jong Sanfin. He was very familiar with these names. However, the popular words spoken by these guys made Suli feel a little suspicious that he actually joined a certain Zhong Er group on Earth in his previous life. Suli, by the way, have you seen Gods of Destruction Beerus? I heard that he is very powerful, and he is the most powerful existence in the 7th universe besides Whis. The owner of the Wanja group chat party. It's okay, I beat him up a few years ago. Suli replied directly. What he said was completely true, not only Beerus, but also the Gods of Destruction Compa of the 6th universe, who had been severely beaten by him a few years ago. The owner of the Wanja group chat party. A series of ellipses made Suli frown. Why? Could this guy still not believe it? Suli, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just, in my impression, there is no one named Suli in the world of Dragon Ball, so, could it be that you are really a time traveler? The owner of the Wanja group chat party. In less than 10 seconds, the owner of the Wanja group chat party once again Suli. I'll make a video for you guys when I have time, I'll escape now. It's okay, don't thank you for your cooperation. Suli is getting a little impatient. The owner of the Wanja group chat party 8 is really long-winded enough for him. He just glanced at it, and he can share scenes, that is to say, he can share the scene in the group Prove Yourself with a live broadcast from within. However, it is not necessary. He felt that there was really no need to waste this time to prove himself. The people in this group chat party believe it or not. Suli has no interests, so naturally he would not choose to waste this time and energy to have a party live broadcast to prove yourself. Turning his mind back to reality, Suli glanced around and found that everyone had left, leaving him alone in a daze in the small courtyard. At this time, footsteps sounded. Suli turned his head and looked. It was the Trunks of the future world. Mr. Suli, you have absolute power to destroy Zamasu and Black Goku, why don't you want to do it? Trunks walked up to Suli, hesitated for a moment, and asked through gritted teeth. To me, they are just like ants, but, to you, they are extremely powerful. Sun's growth is very simple, and he keeps fighting. Constant injury recovery. Suli squinted at him, and said indifferently, the life and death of other people is less important to me than your growth. I don't know if you understand this truth or not. Oh, Trunks couldn't help being stunned when he heard Suzi's words. Originally, he wanted to question Suli, but after hearing these words, he was confused. Yes, really confused. He was not a fool, so he naturally understood the meaning of Su's words. Only when they really grow up, the money is good, will they not be afraid of the strength of the enemy in the future. Although the first batch of people died, it is absolutely impossible for the second batch of people to die. Clap. Suli got up from his seat, then patted Trunks on the shoulder lightly, and said with a smile, there are always too many sacrifices along the way of a person's growth. I think you have a deeper understanding of this. Okay, it's time for me to leave too. I've been guarding you all the time. I forgot how long I haven't seen my family. As he said that, Yinrong pointed his index finger and middle finger at the center of his eyebrows and disappeared directly in place. Mr. Suli. Looking at the position where Suli was before, Trunks murmured, and then his eyes gradually became firm. 113. Adjusting the time ratio of the two spacetimes, Suli and #039's shocking idea, call out. There was a sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, his figure appeared in the backyard of Suzi's home in the world of Dragon Ball, the western capital of Earth. The time and space world of Dragon Ball is around August 770 of IG, and my little princess is already a 2-year-old baby. Suli glanced at the timeline of the main spacetime world, and suddenly frowned. He didn't expect that he had only been in the Dragon Ball time-space world for a year at most, and the Dragon Ball time-space world had already been close to 2 years. It's okay, it's okay, it's a good thing it hasn't been too long, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to accompany my little Liulai to grow up. Suli scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, with a sad smile on his face, because he was afraid that his little girl would not recognize him. After all, children's memory is too bad. Husband. Hey, it's so rare. Who is this distinguished guest? He even came to the door. While Suli was thinking, 2 voices sounded. Suli turned his head and saw that they were Bulma and Lazuli. Bulma's expression was not very happy, while Lazuli's expression was excited. It seemed that he was very pleasantly surprised and excited about Suzi's return. Ha ha ha, 2 wives, I'm sorry. Suli used a big laugh to hide his embarrassment, opened his hands and walked quickly towards the 2 women, and then hugged them into his arms. Although Bulma is somewhat reluctant. But after all, as an old couple, and having not seen each other for so long, I still miss Susheng very much. However, she bit Suli hard. By the way, my husband, your body has grown a bit bigger. If you didn't look exactly the same, I'm afraid that Sister Bulma and I wouldn't be able to recognize you. Lazuli nestled happily in Suzi's arms, widened her eyes and said, my current strength has almost reached the peak of the universe. Although the current form is not the final form, it is still very close to the final form. Suli explained. That's true, now his normal appearance is basically like this. If we really want to change it a bit, that is, in the future, the perfect Ultra Instinct will also be integrated into the normal, and his hair will really become completely white by then. In other words, at that time, his normal state was more similar to the form of Bashan in the comics of his previous life. Of course, all of this is just his conjecture. When it is really successful, it is the moment to see the normal appearance of the final form. Where's little Liulai? The husband and wife held each other for about 10 minutes, Suli asked because he didn't feel Xiao Liulai's breath at home. In kindergarten, Bulma left Suzi's arms, stretched out his hand and gently pinched his waist, and then said in a low voice, recently, the little girl often asks where daddy is. Huh, be careful, little girl doesn't recognize you as daddy. That can't be done. Suzi shook his head, suddenly thought of something, stared at Bulma with a smirk, lowered his voice a little, and teased, and, don't I have a daughter? What? Husband, you have a daughter. Lazuli was a little more innocent, and looked at Suzi in astonishment. Suzi. Bulma's face was extremely red at the moment, and she stretched out her hand to pat Suzi's chest, but she was in an extremely shy state now, and she didn't have the strength to show it. Ha ha ha. Seeing Bulma's gesture, Suzi burst into laughter. 3 months passed quickly, and during this time, Suzi was always with his wife and daughter. At the beginning, Xiao Liulai was a little strange when she saw Suzi, but after all, blood is thicker than water, and soon there will be no separation. She sips milky voices, calling Suzi so happy. On this day, Suzi left home for Gaixian Island. Son Goku and the others were all on Gaixian Island. Suzi casually glanced at everyone's fighting power, and the highest Son Goku only had tens of billions of fighting power. In this regard, Suzi just glanced at it and didn't pay any more attention. The timeline of the Dragon Ball time-space world he is currently in is far less fast than the timeline of the Dragon Ball Super Space-Time world. Even Majin Buu hasn't beaten CG in this time period, which means Super Saiyan 3 hasn't come out yet, let alone Super Saiyan 4. Looking like this, we have to wait for a long time before the combat power of the Dragon Ball Space-Time world can catch up with the Dragon Ball Hyperspace world. But, Suzi frowned suddenly, and murmured, in this case, wouldn't the combat power of Dragon Ball's time-space world continue to grow? In this way, Dragon Ball's time-space world must be even stronger. Is it hard to catch up with the Dragon Ball Hyperspace world? The host, since the system has detected your distress, it now gives you a special ability, which is to adjust the time flow ratio of the 2 space-time worlds. When Suzi was distressed, the system suddenly spoke. Hearing the system's words, Suzi was taken aback for a moment, and then came back to his senses with a slightly shocked look on his face. According to what the system said at this moment, then he will be able to control the flow of time in the 2 time-space worlds. That is to say, he wants to turn the 10 years of the Dragon Ball Hyperspace world into a Dragon Ball. 10 or even 20 years in the space-time world is all right. Yes, but only one chance. The system opened up. One chance is scary enough. You only need to make the time ratio of the 2 time-space worlds reach the same timeline, otherwise, it is impossible for Son Goku and others in the 2 time-space worlds to match their combat power. Suzi stared. This was a big surprise for him, because he was able to get his own exclusive benefits this time. With normal combat power, it is possible that he will increase several times or even 10 times. Maybe missing out on some of the good stuff in the Dragon Ball world, like Son Goku against Zamasu soon and Vegito's earring warrior Vegito. I've been looking forward to this guy for a long time, but it's a pity, not able to match he hit once. Suzi sighed softly. For Vegito, the most powerful fusion warrior, he had always wanted to match up with a pair, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance twice in a row. But he felt that he didn't have to worry too much, the future was very long, and there would always be a chance to fight this guy Vegito. Suddenly a thought popped up in Suzi's mind, that is, The Vegito of Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan 5 in the Dragon Ball Spacetime world and the Super Saiyan Blue Vegito in the Dragon Ball Spacetime world perform gesture fusion. Will another unprecedented Ultimate Vegito be born? Thinking of this, Suli couldn't help but breathe a lot faster, and his face was even more excited. To be honest, this sudden thought is really shocking and bold enough. 114. Suli and hashtag 039's ultimate skill, opening of the Tournament of Power, time passed by day. Of course, this is just the time of the Dragon Ball time and space world passed by quickly day by day. In this way, 19 years have passed. One day in AIG 789, Suli walked out of the practice room in the backyard of his home. Host, Suli. Bloodline, Ultimate Saiyan. Realm, Domain of God, 100%. Normal Free Super Race 5, 10 ZI-ZI, Combat Effectiveness. Ultimate Saiyan 1, 50 times combat power, increase. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects, upgraded version of instant transmission, clearing ability, Baijin level, time stop technique, 10 seconds, 100% chance of weakening attribute effects, perfect ultra instinct, creative ability, Baijin level. Items, Battle Robot House, 20,000 times Gravity Room, 20 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. Checking his character attribute panel, Suli didn't show any expression on his face. For him, the current combat power can no longer measure his real combat power. After all, his Baijin level scavenging abilities are capable of wiping out anything in this Dragon Ball world with ease. It seems close to invincible. The corner of Suzi's mouth couldn't help twitching. Currently, he has reached 10 types of fighting power alone. If he superimposes the transformation form of the Ultimate Saiyan 1, then he can even reach 500 fighting power. After some calculations, Suzi felt that even in the world of Dragon Ball, Yin Shinai might not be his opponent if he fought against him. Of course, the two have never played against each other, and it is uncertain whether Grand Priest is his opponent. You can go to the Dragon Ball Super world. At present, the GT Spacetime world can let him develop independently. Suzi thought for a while, whispered softly, and made a decision. The time ratio of the two time-space worlds is already normal, so there is no such thing as the past few months in the Dragon Ball Super Space world, and the past year or several years in the Dragon Ball time-space world. Dad. Just when Suzi was about to leave, a shout sounded. It was Xiao Liulai's voice. Suzi turned to look at her. Suli Liulai, who is now 21 years old, completely opened up. She is a complete beauty, better than Bulma and Lazuli. Da-da-da, Flutter. Suli Liulai walked over quickly, and then went straight into Suzi's arms. Hey, you girl, you are so old, why are you still clinging to your father like a child? Suzi reached out and rubbed the daughter who was rubbing against her arms, shook her head and chuckled lightly. Who isn't a baby? Suli Liulai left her father's arms, stuck out her tongue lightly, and said with a smile, no matter how old Liulai is, isn't she still a baby in front of her father? Yes. Then, my Liulai baby, what do you want to do? Suzi said helplessly. In fact, he could guess what Liulai wanted to do, and he just wanted to go to the Dragon Ball Super world with him. But to be honest, Suzi doesn't want to take Liulai, because Liulai is more playful now. What if he gets into trouble with others? Although he is not afraid of anyone, but a girl who always wants to fight with others is not good. In Suzi's words, that is, his little princess only needs to be responsible for her beauty, and nothing else. Dad, you know, I have long wanted to go to Lazuli's mother's world. This time you should go back to that world again? So, Suli Liulai looked at her father expectantly, obviously wanting him to take her with her. As you said, if I don't take you with me, you can't follow me. Suzi glared at her. This girl's ability is not much different from his. When she reaches a certain age, she will be able to awaken Suzi's ability on her own. This has shocked Suzi more than once. Just like the current Suli Liulai, she possesses silver-level clearing ability, silver-level creative ability, and the abilities possessed by Suzi in the advanced version of instant transmission. Well, Dad is the best. Suli Liulai stretched out her hand and pulled Suzi's arm, and began to use her nirvana. For her daughter's acting like a baby, Suzi said that she has no resistance at all, and in the end she can only succumb to Suli Liulai's acting like a baby. Your Lazuli mother hasn't been back to the Dragon Ball time-space world for a long time, and your Bulma mother has never been to that world, so how about this time? Let's take a trip to the Dragon Ball time-space world. Suzi thought about it for a while, and then said, clap. Suli Liulai immediately clapped her hands happily, and nodded excitedly, I think it's okay. Call out. 10 minutes later, Suzi's family appeared neatly in Washija. Ask for flowers. Swish swish swish. The moment Suzi's family appeared, all the people in Washija turned their attention to them. Huh? Who is this? It's a bit too courageous, you dare to teleport and appear. Suzi and sister. Discussions sounded, and everyone in the picture universe frowned and stared at Suzi's family. Yo, Kapoor, we meet again. Suzi brought the three daughters of Bulma to the auditorium of the 7th universe, and then waved to the Grand Priest who was about to announce the rules of the Tournament of Power. Grand Priest smiled slightly, nodded to Suzi, and then said, everyone be quiet, now I will introduce the rules of this power tournament. The time is set at 100 tacks, and the pillar in the middle will sink as time goes by, and when the height falls to the ground, it will end. After some explanations, the Grand Priest slowly ascended to the sky, came in front of the two Zeno, bowed and saluted, and said, Master Zeno, please announce the start of the Tournament of Power. Alright, let's start the Tournament of Power. The two Zeno looked at each other, then nodded excitedly. Whoosh! Hearing Zeno's announcement, everyone in the big arena from the Hokage Center set off. Aren't you going down? In the auditorium of the 7th universe, Beerus crossed his arms, squinted at Suzy who was on the side, and said calmly, Down? Why not? Wait until I start a live broadcast. Suzy grinned. Just now he received a selection task, that is whether to choose to open the group live broadcast, so that these group friends in the Wanja group chat party can watch this power conference together. The reward is not too generous, but it is not too rubbish, so Suzy naturally accepted the selection task of starting the group live broadcast. Call out? After starting the group live broadcast, Suzy leapt into the ring and stood with everyone from the 7th universe. At the moment when Suzy appeared, the hearts of everyone participating in the 7th universe, who were a little flustered, settled down a lot at this moment. Everyone, let's fight. Son Gohan clenched his fists and let out a loud shout. Call out? As his voice fell, he set off first. Point 115. Immersive group live broadcast. Group members who are scared to pee, seeing Son Gohan's departure, Kellen and others hesitated for a moment. In fact, in their opinion, the best way to fight is to stay still and respond to changes, but Son Gohan has already joined the fighting circle. Of course they can't do anything about it. But unfortunately, Son Gohan backed up within a few seconds after rushing forward, and everyone in the 7th universe formed a small circle at this moment. What's going on? Why don't these guys seem to see us, have no interest in us at all, and don't have any desire to do anything? Son Gohan was a little lost. Son Goku glanced around, and also found such a thing, which made his eyes widen, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. Shouldn't these guys all know that there is an extremely powerful presence in our team, so none of them dare to trouble us in the first place? Piccolo on the side couldn't help but said in amazement. Whatever, everyone, I'm ready to take the initiative. Bang bang bang, 790. Son Goku bumped his fist twice, and after saying a word, he ran towards the battle circle with excitement on his face. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan and Frieza are fine to act alone, but for the rest, I suggest you form a team and hand it over to others. Suzy squinted at Frieza who was hiding in the corner. This guy didn't want to exert too much force, so it didn't matter to him. With him in charge, it was impossible for 7th universe to lose this power tournament. Good. Everyone nodded, but they didn't ask Suzy about his own arrangements. With such a powerful existence sitting here, there is no need to worry that he and others will lose due to lack of strength. These guys don't have much sense of existence, let them fight first, and then I will make a move when it is time for me to make a move. Suzy yawned. These guys at the current stage are really weak enough. It can even be said that even Ultra Instinct was Hong and Explosive Jiren would never survive 3 seconds in his hands. Generally speaking, unless he waited until the final battle, he could not make a move, so naturally he would not choose to make a move. Drink. Guys, I'm going first anyway. Son Goku shouted loudly, transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and rushed into the crowd. At the same time, Suzy, who took out a beach chair from the system space, lay down, and he was doing a group live broadcast. At this moment, everyone in the Wanja group chat party is watching the power conference presented from the perspective of God with wide-eyed eyes. Didn't the group owner say that the world of Dragon Ball is the world with the highest and most destructive combat power in the dimensional world? Why can't you feel the explosion scene that makes your scalp tingle at the first glance? Be my son. Please, we are watching it from the perspective of a group live broadcast, and it is not presented in front of our eyes with a 3D effect. Naturally, it is impossible to have the kind of immersive. The owner of the Wanja group chat party, Suzy, took a peek at the screen and was almost sure of the identity of the group chat party leader, who is definitely a person from Earth. The people on Earth he mentioned are the Earth in Suzy's previous life. Of course, the Earth of this group owner may not necessarily be the Earth in which Suzy lived in a peaceful and comfortable environment in his previous life. Because, he has seen the copy of the group memory uploaded by the group leader through the screen, and there are warriors in his world, so Suzy guessed that the world where the group leader lives should be a parallel world of high martial arts. What existed on Earth in Suzy's previous life, I'm afraid his world also existed. You want an immersive viewing experience. Suzy saw a lot of people and he expressed that he wanted to have a better viewing experience, which made him think for a while, and sent a message to ask. 1 + 1. Let the old man take a look at the battle in the Dragon Ball world with the highest combat power in the dimensional world. The full screen of 1 + 1 scrolled out like the barrage in the live broadcast room in the previous life. Suzy pursed his lips and smiled, and then directly turned on the immersive viewing experience function of the group live broadcast. In an instant, all the group members in the 10,000 Realms group chat party felt dizzy for a while, and in the next second, all the detailed scenes of Wuja Realm appeared in front of their eyes. How do I have the feeling that I have come to the world of that boss Suzy? A member of the group opened his mouth. Suzy glanced at his name, Abba, not knowing his real identity, and immediately ignored him. Anyone in this group may appear, not necessarily the characters in the second dimension, movies, or novels that people are familiar with. Possibly, there will also be some unknown common characters. Of course, Suli is very transparent about this point. In fact, after joining this group chat party, these little-known common characters will change their lives and gradually become no longer common. To put it more clearly, this 10,000 Worlds group chat party is the golden finger of this unknown common character. Will benefit immensely. Even become the protagonist of an era in his world? Call out? Here, in the sight of Suli, Son Goku, Vegito, and Son Gohan rushed into the crowd one after another to fight against masters from different universes. Boom! After glancing twice, Suli withdrew his gaze, and then took out 2 capsules from the system space. These 2 capsules are filled with food and drink. His participation in this power meeting is not like a life and death struggle at all, but more like a spectator in a sense. Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouths of all the people in the Wanja group chat party couldn't help but twitch. This big boss Suli, is he really here to participate in the tournament of power? By the way, I should be able to see through now that this boss Suli is a time traveler. It's too scary. Didn't you realize that the aftermath of any wave energy cannon around this man can't get in? As the battle in the arena entered a fierce stage, the group leader of the Wanja group chat party suddenly noticed a problem. That is, the area where Suli was leisurely watching the movie became a small vacuum zone, allowing you to fight a lot outside powerful. The bombing is terrible. His place is still a piece of pure land. Now, I seem to believe what Boss Suli said last time, that he beat Gods of Destruction Beerus hard. The owner of the Wanja group chat party couldn't help sighing. At this moment, Suli, who finished eating an ice cream, slowly got up from the beach chair, and then walked towards the field. If he read correctly, a guy from universe deliberately moved towards him released an energy cannon that could destroy a person. Now, after eating the 5.0 dessert, he is ready to take revenge and let this universe experience the feeling of being cleared in advance. Laugh, rumble, Suli walked around, and the camera showed the group members in the group with his first perspective. Oh my god. The roar of the explosion was terrifying and real. At that moment, I thought the attack was coming towards me. Energy cannon? The energy cannon is coming. Boss Suli, get out of the way. Fuck. Looking at the wave attack that can destroy the world, I think the group leader is right. This Dragon Ball world is really the world with the highest combat power in the dimensional world. Scared to pee. Really freaked out. Several unknown members of the common group were directly frightened by the various attacks shown by the immersive group live broadcast effect, and even urinated out of fear and fainted. Point 116. Mouse Gods of Destruction Quitella, Suli made a strong shot. That guy is so courageous, he even dared to enter the center circle of the battle alone. You say, this guy from the 7th universe can last a few seconds and fall into the ring? While Suli was acting alone, there was a burst of sarcasm from a universe audience. Hearing this, Beerus in the auditorium of the 7th universe squinted and realized that the speaker was the Mouse Gods of Destruction Quitella of the 4th universe. The prototype of Beerus is a cat, and the prototype of Gods of Destruction Quitella in this 4th universe is a mouse. Cats and mice must not deal with each other, so the latter will sneer. Be careful, stinky mouse, if the contestants of your 4th universe meet him, I'm afraid the first one to be eliminated will be your 4th universe. Beerus faded out. Quitella smiled coldly and looked towards the field, but this gaze made him stunned on the spot. I saw Suli move, his body flickered, and he appeared in front of an unknown strong man in an instant, raised his hand and punched him, directly knocking him off the ring. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding people 26 also quickly recovered their senses, turned their heads to look, and saw another blue ball of light rushing towards them. That powerful aura made everyone have inconceivable expressions on their faces. Isn't this aura really an attack at the level of gods? Call out? There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Suli's figure appeared in the sight of these people. Boom! Suli punched out with a strong punch. His strength is so great that these stinky fish and rotten shrimps can't compete, so with one punch, he immediately killed a contestant from other universes. Boom! Rumble! Another punch was thrown out, and the sound of stirring continued, and another contestant from other universe was knocked off the ring by him. My god! Run away! This guy is too scary, don't provoke him! Everyone, run away! Suli's attack directly made everyone in the small circle around him understand that a man who can fight alone is really not something they can provoke at will. Rumble! Late! Suli had already made a move, so naturally he decided to clean it up. Therefore, when he shot again, about 5 or 6 contestants from different universes around him were all kicked off the ring by him, and there was no room for resistance at all. Swish swish swish. The large-scale contestants who started because of Suli were defeated, so immediately the audience and many people in the audience outside the stadium turned their attention to him, and 10 of them shone with shocking light. This guy from the 7th universe is really extremely powerful. At this moment, Gods of Destruction Supreme Kai and even Angel in the auditorium of each universe narrowed their eyes slightly, and they all acknowledged Suli's strength in unison. Damn guy, the 7th universe, how could such a powerful existence appear? In the 4th universe auditorium, the Mouse Gods of Destruction Quitella's expression darkened instantly. Among the several different universe contestants that Suli bombarded just now, there were 2 strong contestants from his 4th universe. Finally there is a strong enemy, Jiren. I think we should take that 7th universe guy out of the ring first. What do you think? I agree, the strength of this guy from the 7th universe should not be underestimated, and the other guys from the 7th universe are also not weak. When the time comes to really unite, I'm afraid it will pose a great threat to our survival. At this moment, on the side of the small team of the 11th universe, Tokpo and other members of the Proud team began to communicate. Hearing what Tokpo and the others said, Jiren's face turned serious, and he glanced at Suzuki with a frown, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure you can beat this guy down with full confidence? If yes, I agree to get rid of him as soon as possible. But, if not, I think you better not think about it." His breath, even I can't match it. As soon as Jiren's words came out, the entire Proud team was startled, with incredulous expressions on their faces, seeing Jiren's incomparably dignified expression, which made them look at each other even more. 23. No, it should be said that they have never seen such a serious look on Jiren's face, and they have never heard of him being afraid of joining forces, hesitating and unable to defeat a single person. This guy from the 7th universe, is he so powerful? Then, how about skipping him and cleaning out the other people from the 7th universe? At this time, Dispo, a member of the Proud team, showed a little emotion on his face, and made a suggestion in a low voice. Forget it, let's start with the other players in the 7th universe, maybe this guy will be interested in it, so let's deal with the weaker universes first. All in all, just like Jiren said, put this guy aside first son, don't rush to trouble him and his teammates. Hearing Dispo's proposal, Tokpo thought for a while, then shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Rumble, Goku." Amidst the wild bombardment, an exclamation suddenly sounded. Suzuki frowned, turned his head to look over and saw Son Goku was locked by the throat by a tall green-skinned man. He. Beerus, my Nink is very powerful? I see that you haven't lost anyone in the 7th universe, so, you're about to lose someone? He. In the auditorium of the 4th universe, the mouse gods of destruction Quitella laughed sinisterly. Beerus squinted at Quitella, smiled coldly, and then shouted to Son Goku who had his throat locked in the ring, "Goku, stop playing, let these guys see how powerful our warrior of the 7th universe is." "Ha, hard mouth." Quitella smiled coldly, and yelled at Ninkei in the 677 ring, "Let me throw this guy from the 7th universe out of the ring." Drink. Bang bang bang. Son Goku yelled loudly, raised his hand and punched Ninkei who had locked his throat fiercely. But let him down, the more Son Goku struggled, the more excited this man named Ninkei became, his face even flushed, and he said, "I just like you who are strong." While talking, Ninkikyong dragged Son Goku slowly towards the edge of the ring. "You, what do you want? You will fall with me too." Son Goku struggled for a while, but it was useless at all. Nink's strength was too great, and he easily locked him in his normal appearance. "It doesn't matter, as long as I can drag you on the road, it doesn't matter if I get eliminated." Ninkei laughed. Boom! Ninkei's aura grew stronger, and he dragged Son Goku to the edge of the ring soon. No, Son Goku's complexion changed, and at this moment he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and the powerful chi exploded directly, even sending Ninkei who had locked his throat flying. Nanny. Seeing this scene, the face of the mouse gods of destruction Quitella in the 4th universe auditorium suddenly changed. What is it? That guy has been hiding his strength. 117 Reminder from the 9th universe, Suzuki? Yeah, it's so dangerous, I was almost dragged down by force. Son Goku returned to normal in just a moment, with an awkward smile on his face. Goku, transforming into Super Saiyan earlier will be able to defeat him. Why not transforming earlier? Are you trying to make people worry? Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium let out a roar. Well, Master Beerus, I am doing this to preserve my strength. After all, the Grand Priest said that restorative medicines cannot be used in this competition, which means that fairy beans cannot be taken in the competition. Son Goku scratched the back of his head with a silly smile, and said something to Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium. Hey. A burst of sinister laughter sounded. Son Goku withdrew his gaze and scanned the surroundings, only to see the 5 contestants from the 9th universe besieging him one after another. Basil, let's go together. I couldn't teach this guy a lesson last time, so I must teach this guy a lesson this time. A woman with the appearance of a rabbit spoke. Her name is Solile, and she is a contestant in the 9th universe. Her strength is not particularly strong, but in this kind of siege situation, she is quite confident in herself that she can play a strong role. Oh, they are planning to attack me. Son Goku squinted around, a smile appeared on his face, and then he put on a fighting stance, and said, "However, this situation is not bad. On the contrary, it will allow me to enter the warm-up stage in advance." Ah. Son Goku just escaped from danger, and now he is surrounded by layers of siege. What a pity. Ha. At this time, Supreme Kailuo in the 9th universe auditorium laughed loudly. He was so presumptuous, and said coldly, "If it wasn't for you, there would be no power tournament at all. To thank you, I let the strongest warriors of my 9th universe treat you well. Then I really thank you." Son Goku raised his eyes and glanced casually at Supreme Kai Luoer from the 9th universe, then set his sights on Belgemo behind him, and said excitedly, I am very happy to be able to fight against you strong men, especially you Belgemo. The last time you used my power, you were actually hiding your own power, right? It's useless to say more, Son Goku, accept it and see the real chapter. Belgemo sneered at Son Goku fiercely, and in an instant, not only he moved, but also Basil and others who surrounded Son Goku in a circle also followed suit. Adadida. Drink. The 5 contestants from the 9th universe jointly pinched Son Goku, and the two sides collided with physical skills, causing waves of turmoil in the arena. Only after images could be seen, voices could be heard, but the battle in the field could not be perfectly understood track. From this, it can be seen that the battle between the 6 people was extremely fierce. The 9th universe seems to be specially targeting Goku. It's a bit difficult. In the 7th universe auditorium, Whis narrowed his eyes slightly and said, yes, the players of the 9th universe seem to be because of the loss in the last panorama, and because of the great conflict caused by Goku in this match. The old Supreme Kai side shook his head and said, but I believe Goku and the 9th universe will definitely not be his opponent. Why panic? Calm down, even if Goku loses, don't we still have Suzy? Compared to the worries of the old Supreme Kai, Beerus is 9 not panic at all. Now Suzy is even more unfathomable. He guesses that even if he faces Suzy himself, it is absolutely impossible to be this guy's opponent. Without him, after meeting Suzy's eyes, the invisible oppressive force was enough to make Beerus drool and break into a cold sweat. Therefore, Beerus didn't panic at all, and even looked forward to Suzy's burst of power, which would startle everyone present. This will make him, the leader of the 7th universe, look good. Rumble? At this time, the battle between Son Goku and the 9th universe reached a fever pitch, and neither side could do anything to the other. Goku, you seem to have forgotten my existence. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in the field. Swish swish swish. Hearing this, everyone present turned their attention to Suzy. That's right. Suzy is still here, so I can continue to fight without worrying about the huge consumption of physical strength. Son Goku's eyes lit up when he heard Suzy's words. This kind of restraint and fighting with people really made him a little uncomfortable. Boom! Immediately, Son Goku exploded his anger and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His normal form can fight against 5 people without losing the wind, let alone the transformation form of Super Saiyan 2. Boom! In this state, the 100-fold increase in combat power directly made Son Goku's combat power reach a small peak. With a dodge, he instantly appeared behind Basil, raised his hand and punched him flying. Boom! Rumble! Raising his hand, Son Goku blasted out with a ki blast, hitting Basil's body, and deafening explosions rang out in the field. Horrible! Seeing this scene, Belgemo's face changed, and panic rose in his heart. Basil is the strongest in their 9th universe, and even he was instantly killed, which shows how terrifying the strength of Son Goku in Super Saiyan 2 transformation form is now. Don't be afraid. Go. Suo Lila's expression also changed, but she quickly calmed down and roared, he is absolutely impossible to be invincible. Even if we are not Son Goku's opponents, it would be great to kill his physical strength a plan of battle. Yes, everyone, don't hesitate, don't be afraid. Belgemo gritted his teeth when he heard Solil's words, and once again charged towards Son Goku. However, useless. It can even be said that the remaining 4 people are not at all a threat to Son Goku in Super Saiyan 2's transformed form. Boom! It was just a burst of anger, and the 4 people were directly blown out. Son Goku flickered a few times and kicked all these people off the ring. It's over. Seeing this scene, the face of Supreme Kai Luo in the 9th universe auditorium suddenly changed, and then his face changed from flushed to dark, and then from dark to tea-white. He knew that with the defeat of Basil and others, their early, Qian Zhao's, defeat of the 9th universe was a foregone conclusion. Boom! Luo Erba's body softened, his head was sweating profusely, and he sat in the auditorium seat with a confused expression. His heart had already fallen to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, he extremely regretted why he let Basil and the others target Son Goku of the 7th universe. If they didn't target, maybe they could hold on for a while. Even if it was only for a while, it would be good to be able to breathe more air after all. Now, gone. Everything is gone. All the contestants of the 9th universe lost. At this time, Grand Priest's voice sounded in the field, and everyone heard it. Swish swish swish. In an instant, as the voice of Grand Priest fell, all the angels, gods of destruction, and Supreme Kai in the universe auditorium all looked towards the 9th universe auditorium. There was a bit of sad expression on their faces. They all understand that the 9th universe just disappeared ahead of schedule. Their universe, perhaps not too long after, could follow suit. Point 118. Provocation from Vermit, strong pressure from Suli Yulai. All in all, at this moment, the atmosphere of Wuzhija is extremely dignified and rigid. After a while, Grand Priest's voice rang in everyone's ears again. Because all the people from the 9th universe were annihilated, they were eliminated early. Now, wipe them out. As soon as these words came out, all the people in the universe auditorium couldn't help looking at Grand Priest, seeing that his face was expressionless, and his voice was like the spring breeze before, but to everyone's ears, it was as if it was coming. It was like an eye cellar, and it made people tremble uncontrollably. No, At this moment, on the side of the 9th Universe auditorium, everyone in this universe except Kakashi, gods of destruction, and the World Master God roared unwillingly. However, there is no use at all. Master Zeno, please clear the 9th universe. As the Grand Priest's voice sounded in the field, a ray of light fell on the auditorium where the 12th universe was located. All the people on the 12th universe had extremely unwilling expressions on their faces, but as time passed, they all turned into beams of light and slowly disappeared in the auditorium. Supreme Kylo from the 9th universe realized that nothing happened to him, which made him stunned for a moment. He looked at Gods of Destruction Sidra from the 9th universe who was also puzzled, and said, could it be that the Gods of Destruction and Kai Wang Shendo don't need to be cleared? No. The voice of the Grand Priest rang out, you are simply delayed. 393. Hearing this, Luo Er, who had a smile on his face after the catastrophe, changed his face again, and then looked at the Angel Vegito of the 9th universe, and said in a deep voice, it seems that Angel is really not good. Will be cleared, right? Yes. Angel Vegito of the 9th universe smiled and nodded. Angel's status seems to be lower than that of Gods of Destruction, but in fact, its status is much higher than that of Gods of Destruction. It is not difficult to see how high the status of Angel is since it will never be cleared by Zeno. There is a saying that goes well, Gods of Destruction Supreme Kai is flowing water, and Angel is only made of iron. Universes that are eliminated will indeed be eliminated by Master Zeno. The scene where everyone in the 9th universe was wiped out by Zeno created an incomparably dignified atmosphere in the entire Washija. Everyone understood that if they really couldn't fight to the end, there was probably only one way to go. #Baronet. Dead end? Yes, if you can't win, you can only perish. This tournament of power held by Zeno is definitely not a common tournament, but an important tournament that concerns his own life and death, and the survival of the universe. As long as these contestants fail, there is absolutely no chance to start over. Therefore, there is only one chance, no one can relax, we must firmly grasp the chance to survive. CGCF. The battle continued. With the scene where Son Goku almost wiped out the 9th universe, most people in the universe dare not trouble the contestants of the 7th universe. Basically, the slightly weaker universes are fleeing, wanting to survive a little longer. However, to no avail. In natural selection, the weak lose. In just a short while, the contestants from the 2nd universe, the 3rd universe, and the 1st universe were eliminated one after another, and as one person fell into the ring, the universes were eliminated one after another. At this moment, the entire Washija was completely covered with a layer of darkness. At the same time, the atmosphere is too dull for Gods of Destruction and Shendo of each universe. Our 7th universe, will it also be wiped out? At this moment, in the auditorium of the 7th universe, Klin, who had already been eliminated, touched his bald head and took a deep breath. Boom, what are you thinking? East King Kaiksen reached out and tapped Kellen's bald head, glared at him with grinning teeth, and said, our 7th universe has Mr. Goku and Vegeta? Not to mention, Mr. Suli. How could such an expert in controlling the field be in charge? How could the entire army be wiped out? My father is very powerful. These guys in the ring are just rookies, how could they be my father's opponent? At this time, Yin left his mouth to speak. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately turned their attention to her. Beerus stared at the girl for a few times, and suddenly frowned. How does he feel? The strength of this little girl is also stronger than him. An illusion. Beerus was startled. Who is he? Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe? Not to mention the pervert Suzy. Could it be that she can't even match the strength of a little girl? This little girl's father is Suzy. Beerus withdrew his gaze, looked at Whis on the side, and asked with a frown. If nothing else, this should be Suzy's daughter. Whis glanced at Sully and frowned slightly. He also felt the pressure from this young girl who didn't look too old. Can make even an angel like him feel the existence of oppressive force. How terrifying is that strength? This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, how old is Sully? 18 years old? 19? Or 20 years old? No matter how old she is, all in all, Suzy's daughter is definitely more perverted than her father. At this time, a sneer came, and then a sarcasm sounded. No matter how powerful that guy from the 7th universe is, if he encounters other existences that destroy the divine grade, how can he make waves? Weak and humble human beings are ultimately ants and reptiles. You can kill them with a wave of your hand. As soon as these words came out, most people's eyes were immediately attracted. Sully also looked over. In her eyes, her father Suzy was completely supreme. How could she allow others to slander her favorite father? Call out? Immediately, Sully's figure flickered for a moment, and the next second directly appeared in front of the person who spoke. You. The person who opened his mouth to slander Suzy was Gods of Destruction Vermit, the clown of the 11th universe. Facing Sully who had appeared in front of him at this moment, he suddenly burst into tears from his forehead and back. Come out. Father is not a weak human being? His strength is beyond the imagination of a weak guy like you. Sully's beautiful face was full of icy coldness. She looked at the clown Gods of Destruction Vermit of the 11th universe with a silvery white light in her eyes, which seemed to reveal something called killing intent. You? 9 clown Gods of Destruction Vermit's complexion suddenly changed, and his heart gradually accelerated as Sully's killing intent increased. The powerful oppressive force made this powerful gods of destruction feel like he was about to suffocate at this moment. Luli. When Suli Yuli's long jet black hair fluttered without wind, and her breath slowly rose, Bulma, who was sitting in the 7th Universe auditorium, suddenly got up and shouted, "Come back, mother." Suli Yuli frowned when she heard Bulma's words, a little bit reluctant. "Be good? Don't cause trouble for your father." Bulma is a sensible woman. Although he is also extremely unhappy with the clown gods of destruction Vermit at the moment, she is a well-bred woman after all and does not allow Sulu unauthorized action to cause trouble for Suzy. "I can come back, but this guy has to apologize to Dad." Suli Yuli's breath faded away slowly, but she stared straight at the clown gods of destruction Vermit, and said coldly, "If you don't apologize, even if you might cause trouble for Dad, I will let him slander me. Dad paid a terrible price." 119 Little Princess Li Yuli and #039's transformation shocked the audience. Suli Yuli's voice was not loud, but everyone in Washija could hear her voice. "This girl." At this moment, on the ring stage, Suzy chuckled and shook his head, his face full of relief. This. The clown gods of destruction Vermit frowned. As gods of destruction, he actually wanted to apologize to a small human being? And, was he forced to apologize by a yellow-haired girl? "I reject." Vermit shook his head, after all he couldn't let go of his face to apologize. Suli Yuli sneered when she heard Vermit's refusal to apologize. She turned her head to look at Bulma in the 7th Universe auditorium, and said, "Mom, this guy is too much. I understand the truth, human beings are not as weak as he imagined. Is it really okay?" Bulma froze, looked at the Grand Priest not far away, and found that the latter was also looking at her, and couldn't help frowning. Good. I allow Suzy Big Brother's daughter and Waimei to have a try." Just then, the two Zeno spoke. Someone noticed Zeno's address, Pro. However, she only paid a little attention, because Suli Yuli directly mentioned Vermit and directly stepped into the ring. "Boom, Dad." Suli Yuli threw Vermit on the ground casually, and then excitedly waved to Suzy who was watching the play. "You girl is really afraid that the world will not be chaotic. Okay, watching these guys' duels is really boring enough. This time I will make an exception so that you can make a shot." Suzy glared at his little princess. To be honest, he had never seen Suli Yuli make a move, not even her transformed form. From Suzy's point of view, he has his own transformation form, and it makes no sense for Suli Yuli, who has inherited his various abilities, not to have his own transformation form. Speaking of which, killing is forbidden. Suzy thought of something, and suddenly opened his mouth to remind him. Although he has the creative ability to pull Vermit back from hell again, but it is not worth the loss if they are judged to have failed in the 7th universe because of this. "Don't worry, Dad, I will only teach this guy a good lesson, and I won't kill him." Suli Yuli stuck out her tongue playfully. She was very cute and authentic. In front of Suzy, she is a good girl, but in front of other people, that is not necessarily the case. The conversation between the two father and daughter made Vermit's face gradually darken. These two guys really look down on him who is the 11th universe gods of destruction, right? If that's the case, then I don't need to keep my hands. I'll show you how terrifying it is to destroy the divine grade. Vermit sneered, clenched his fists, and exploded his aura directly. The purple-red starry airflow of particles swirled and danced around him, looking extremely cool. Swish swish swish. Gods of destruction actually ended up fighting, and this burst of energy is really terrifying. Seeing this scene, most of the universe contestants who were still fighting in the arena turned their gazes over, and when they saw Vermit bursting with breath, their faces showed shocking expressions. "Who is that little girl? How dare you provoke the honorable Lord Gods of Destruction?" At this moment, among the contestants of the 11th universe, Dispo frowned and let out a voice of surprise. "I don't know. Master Vermit's strength is a bit more terrifying than mine. This little girl is miserable." Tokpo shook his head. Now he has been designated as the next Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe, and his strength is infinitely close to the level of Gods of Destruction. "No, take a look, this little girl may give us a big surprise." Several teammates didn't believe what Suli Yuli could show. Only Jiren, who had amazing eyesight, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a little look of anticipation gradually appeared on his face. Just like Suzy, the first sense this little girl gave him was danger. If the sense of danger given to him by Suzy is restrained and cannot be easily detected, then the sense of danger given to him by Suli Yuli is absolutely outward. This young lady is really terrifying. She dares to challenge gods of destruction. It's so scary +1. It's terrifying +10086. By the way, is this terrifying older sister the daughter of Boss Suzy? At the same time, many group members who were watching the live broadcast started their speeches. At present, there is no such shocking scalp-tingling scene at all, so they are well and active again. At this moment, the owner of the Wanja group Chet Party saw that Suli Yuli was fighting with the clown gods of destruction Vermit of the 11th universe, and immediately uttered terrifying words. "What? Do you think my little princess is not the opponent of gods of destruction Vermit? Ask for flowers." Suzy directly at the group owner, and said lightly, "For a while, watch carefully and learn. Of course, I don't think you can learn it. All in all, it's best to record the screen so that you can see how Passion was beaten violently. You said you beat gods of destruction violently, I should believe it, but your daughter can beat gods of destruction violently. I can't believe it. I also watched Dragon Ball anime, and I know Gods of Destruction's combat power is great. What a horror, at Suzy. The owner of the Wanja group chat party also replied to Suzy, but from the news, this guy's tone was rather weak. No rush, just take a look. Also, I suggest to turn off the immersive function as much as possible when my little princess is fighting, destroying the battle scene of divine grade. I am afraid it will not only scares you to death. If you can't stand it, I'm afraid you will be scared to death directly. After Suzy sent this message, he no longer paid attention to the Wanja group chat party. He has already made a reminder that if there are no group members who are not forced to choose to turn on the immersive function, then he can only say that he wants to die up. Boom! In the field, Suli directly exploded her aura, and the airflow of starry sky particles also rose up all over her body. Unlike the purple-red of Gods of Destruction Vermit, her color is sky blue. Among them, the starry sky particles also carry silver-white light spots. In terms of coolness, Suli completely crushes Vermit. What transformation is this? Seeing Suli's transformed form, not only Suzy was stunned for a moment, but also Son Goku, who stopped watching, and Sion from the 7th universe were all stunned. At this moment, Suli's hair is pink, and there is no scene where the hair stands up like other Sion transformations, and the shawl hair is beautiful and moving. Yes, under this transformation form, it seems normal. However, everyone understands that this is definitely not Suli's normal appearance, because her hair color was black before, but now it is pink, which shows that she is definitely in Sion's transformed form. Dad, this is my transformation form. If you want to name it, it will be Super Sion Pink. Suli opened the mouth and said, Super Sion Pink? Suzy and the others couldn't help being stunned when they heard the name of the transformed form. Whis? Is this also Super Sion God? At this time, Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium suddenly got up from his seat, seeing Suli's current transformation form. His face couldn't help showing shock. Point 120. Little dragon girl from the ancient tomb school, may I ask the boss to keep the little maid who? Yes, Master Beerus? Suli's transformation form should also be regarded as a form of Super Saiyan God. However, her form should be a level higher than Goku's Super Saiyan Blue and Red. Whis stared at Suli, nodded in admiration. What a terrifying race. It shouldn't be said that Suzy is too scary. The offspring have inherited his genes perfectly, and Suli was able to grow to this level in such a short period of time, all because of Suzy's strength. It's really... Beerus smiled wryly. He always thought that Suzy's strength was about the same as his. Even if he was stronger than him, at least he would not be much stronger. Now it seems that his daughter is stronger than him, let alone Suzy himself. Terrible, terrible. East King Kai Xin also couldn't help sighing. At first, he thought Son Goku was the most powerful Saiyan ever. Now it seems that Suzy is the most powerful Saiyan in history. It's nothing but vanity. Although Vermit was a little uneasy in his heart, on the surface, 997 was very calm. He stared at Suli and rushed towards her with a cold snort. Boom, boom, boom. Don't think that Suli doesn't have much combat experience because she hasn't experienced much combat at a young age. Her combat experience belongs to the 8-day inheritance. That is to say, Suli's combat experience is also extremely sophisticated. Although she was a little immature when fighting Vermit at the beginning, as time passed, the two of them fought thoroughly, and her combat experience became more and more sophisticated. Boom! Suli's gaze was fixed, and she punched out fiercely, directly knocking Vermit into the air. Hateful. Vermit flew upside down, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Soon, Vermit stabilized his body. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned gloomy in vain at this moment. How many years? I don't know how many years. This is the first time he has suffered such a blow, even more so. Injured and vomiting blood? Call out? Suli's figure flickered for a moment, and instantly appeared in front of Vermit. Boom! It was another punch that blasted Vermit into the air again. If you apologize now for slandering my father, I can stop beating you. Blowing Vermit out again, Suli didn't catch up again, but stopped at the same spot, looking coldly at Vermit, who was slowly getting up from the ground. There wasn't such a cool attack between the two of them at all, which Suzy didn't expect. Now, Suzy realizes that he has no idea about his daughter's strength at all. He had thought that Vermit would be able to engage in a fierce battle with his daughter to destroy the divine grade level, but now it seems that it is not. Suli crushed Vermit perfectly in every aspect. By the way, I just turned off the immersive function, and I want to turn it on again. Little dragon girl of the ancient tomb school. Those who are sensible have already turned on the immersive function, but those who are not sensible are still hesitating whether to turn on the immersive function. Be my son. In other words, physical collision alone doesn't seem to scare us. The wave attack in the Dragon Ball world is the most shocking. The owner of the Wanja group chat party. Suzy heard the message notification tone of the Wanja group chat party, and then he shifted his mind and glanced at it. Finally, he shook his head and chuckled. He didn't choose to remind the second guy that the immersive function had been turned on. Although the battle between Suli and Vermit doesn't seem too fierce at the moment, but Vermit is a god after all, a gods of destruction famous for his combat power. Even if they lose to Suli, it is impossible to break out with such a little strength. The battle between the two can definitely rise to the level of the battle between Jiren and Ultra Instinct in the original anime. Huh? Do you really think that the strength of gods of destruction is so weak? At this moment, Vermit roared angrily. The purple-red starry sky particle flow on his body exploded. His energy exploded suddenly at this moment. With full force? Yes, now Vermit is completely angry. He no longer holds back, and decides to face Suli, a woman who doesn't know how to live or die, with all his firepower. It seems, you really have to understand the gap between yourself and me before you can apologize. Seeing that Vermit was still trying to resist, Suli narrowed her eyes at this moment. Her pupils were extremely beautiful amber-colored glass. At this moment, the airflow around her body also turned into amber-colored starry sky particles. Evolved form again. Seeing the slight change in Suli's shape, Suzy was slightly taken aback, and then a little surprised appeared on his face. To be honest, his little princess really gave him endless surprises. Yes, surprise? Because, from watching the transformation form of her little princess, Suzy felt that she could get a lot of inspiration about her ultimate Sun transformation. Of course, maybe this inspiration will not be of much help to his subsequent transformation, but, at least it can let him find a certain point, so as to give birth to a more shocking idea of transformation. After all, after reaching the level of Suzy, the subsequent transformation form can only rely on his own understanding of Sun's bloodline to create his own transformation form step by step. Therefore, if you are not afraid of not being able to do it, you are not afraid of not being able to think. At least for now, Suzy thinks of a new form of transformation because of her little princess Super Sun Pink, which is to fuse the transformation form of the ultimate Sun 1 into her normal state again. That is to say, his normal state, that is, the transformation of Songji Sun 1. It's interesting, but it doesn't seem to have changed, or in other words, it doesn't make much sense. Suzy turned around and thought about it for a while, then shook his head. Even if his normal state is the form of the ultimate Sun 1, it is just a powerful transformation into a normal state, and there is no difference at all from the transformation. The most important thing is, can the current enemy really let him transform into the form of the ultimate Sun 1 to fight against it? Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden sound of blows in the field. Suzy regained his composure and looked towards the field, only to see Suli and Vermit fighting again. This time, neither side has been colliding with physical skills. In midair, wave energy attacks exploded wildly, looking extremely terrifying. At least, except for Suzy, Jiren, Son Goku, and Tokpo, who were not affected by the aftermath of Suli and Vermit's energy attack, the other weaker and weaker universe players were directly given by the killing wave. On the ring. Fear. Terror +1. Oh my god. Fortunately, I was quick and turned off the immersive function in a hurry, otherwise I will definitely be scared and brain dead now. At this moment, a group of members in the Wanja group chat tree boiled up. Especially the group member whose name is Be My Son. At this moment in the world he is in, his face is full of horror. Just now, when Suli and Vermit faced each other, the aftermath rippling, that is enough to destroy the world, the energy swept over him, giving him a feeling that the world was about to be destroyed. Fine. Fortunately, his hands were fast enough, and he hurriedly turned off the immersive group live broadcast function at that moment, otherwise all the consequences would be disastrous. At Suzy, boss, do you want to accept apprentices? I also want to control such a terrifying energy attack in the world of Dragon Ball. 4.5. The owner of the Wanja group chat party. At Suzy, boss, do you accept an apprentice? I also want to control the method of such a terrifying energy attack in the Dragon Ball world. It really doesn't work. Boss, do you accept a son? Be my son. At Suzy, boss, do you accept apprentices? I also want to control the method of such a terrifying energy attack in the Dragon Ball world. It's really not possible. Boss, can you take in a maid who warms the bed? Little dragon girl of the ancient tomb school. In the Wanja group chat party, the reminder sounded at. Suzy glanced at it casually, froze for a while, then shook his head and laughed. The guys in this group are really interesting and fun. Especially the little dragon girl of the ancient tomb school. If the little dragon girl in this group is really the little dragon girl in Mr. Jin's The Legend of Condor Heroes, then he can really choose to accept this little maid who warms the bed. Suzy turned his head and began to think again. For Xiao Longnu's words, it seems that it depends on which timeline Xiao Longnu is from. Point 121. Vermit bows his head. Suzy and #039, S small class begins. Boom. Rumble. There were bursts of turbulence and the roar of explosions aroused on the ring. Hateful. With an unwilling roar, Vermit, who had been beaten constantly, fell to the ring. Apologize. Suli flew in front of Vermit, slowly raised her right hand, and a pink shock wave was about to be launched. Vermit is scared. Suli is so powerful. How powerful should Suzy be? Apologize to my dad. Suli's tone became a little heavier, and she was obviously a little impatient. Good, I apologize. Vermit on the ground turned his head to look towards Suzy, and said in a deep voice, I, gods of destruction Vermit of the 11th universe, hereby apologize for defaming you before. When Suzy heard Vermit's apology, his expression didn't change at all. He turned his head to look at Suli, and said, it's time to go back to your mother's place, just watch it from above. Okay. Facing Suzy, Suli naturally became a good girl in seconds, and after returning to her normal appearance, she teleported back to the 7th Universe auditorium and sat down. Vermit's side was ignored by Suzy. Although his face was extremely gloomy, he didn't dare to say anything more. He gave Suzy a gloomy look, and then he also got up and flew off the ring, returning to the 11th Universe. Sit down in the audience. Vermit is really embarrassing? He. Dignified gods of destruction, it's not even a little girl's opponent? Hey, my god, that's just a little girl. If it were me, I would be ashamed to be here now. With the return of Vermit, some whispers sounded in the auditorium of many universes, and the masters of these whispers were some gods of destruction who didn't get along well with Vermit. Facing the comments and sarcasm of the crowd, Vermit gritted his teeth for a while, glanced at a certain universe auditorium from the corner of his eye, and then quickly retracted his gaze, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. He is very confident in the contestants of his universe. As long as Jiren and the others don't face Suzy, who doesn't know what to do, then they will definitely be able to fight to the end. On Suzy's side, he scanned the entire arena and found that only the 6th universe, the 7th universe, and the 11th universe were left in the ring. Hello. At this moment, a shout rang out in the field, you are that Uncle Son Goku, right? The Super Saiyan you transformed just now has a color you have never seen before. You mean Super Saiyan Blue who transformed once before? Son Goku froze for a moment. It doesn't matter what the name is, anyway, you hurry up and teach me how to change. Caulifla pulled Kyle to stare at Son Goku, and said, of course, in return for what you taught me I will transform into what you call Super Saiyan Blue and defeat you. Sister, please, what kind of return gift is this? Kale on the side was speechless when he heard Caulifla's words. Let me think about it. Son Goku put his chin in his hand and thought. Why, are you afraid? Caulifla sneered. No. Son Goku shook his head, he glanced at Caulifla, and then said, because I think the current you are not good enough to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Huh? You look down on people, bastard. Caliph clenched her fists tightly, her face was full of displeasure. She turned her head to Kyre beside her and said, hey Kyre, transform yourself quickly and teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Drink. Hearing Caulifla's words, Kale clenched her fists and began to gather energy, but after a while, she did not complete the transformation of Super Saiyan. Why? Caulifla sighed. Hey, I want to fight with people, but I want to try it with Hit. Son Goku said. Wait, don't rush away, I'll show you a very powerful transformation, don't be surprised. Caulifla became anxious when she heard that Son Goku wanted to leave, and said hastily, boom. As Caulifla's voice fell, she directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and then with a roar, her transformation advanced into the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan 1. This transformation form will make its own muscles expand, and maintaining the form will consume a lot of energy. How? Be surprised. Caulifla's face was full of proud smiles, obviously she was very satisfied with her current form. It's interesting. Son Goku just smiled slightly. Uncle, let's fight. Caulifla waved her hand. Good. Son Goku nodded. Drink. Caulifla rushed towards Son Goku, but the latter gave a light push, pushing Caulifla aside. Why did you resolve it so easily? Caulifla's face was full of disbelief, she was so powerful, why couldn't she hit Son Goku? Although you gain energy, you sacrifice your own speed. When Son Goku was about to answer, Suzy's voice sounded in the field. Immediately, Son Goku, Caulifla, and Kale all turned their gazes to him. Goku, go aside and fight people, I'll leave them to you? Suzy smiled slightly at Son Goku. To be honest, he didn't have much interest in Caulifla, but he was more interested in Kale, a primary school girl. Because, this is a female Saiyan with super blood. Good. Son Goku's eyes lit up, and then he ran to the side to find someone to fight. Damn, don't run. Seeing Son Goku 737 running away, Caulifla got up anxiously from the ground, but her physical body was a bit heavily loaded, and she fell to the ground again. Your erroneous transformation is not suitable for long-term combat, and, the load on the body is extremely serious, let alone the consumption is amazing. Suzy walked up to her and said lightly, then, how to perform the transformation of correctness. Caulifla returned to the transformation form of common Super Saiyan 1, then frowned at Suzy and said, she didn't have a deep impression of Suzy. When Suzy showed his talents, she was still hiding on the edge of the ring with Kale. You are currently a transformation of Super Saiyan 1. Suzy spoke, and then under Caulifla's shocked gaze, he suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 25. The flashing electric light of the airflow around made people couldn't help but marvel. You? Caulifla pointed at Suzy in shock, and then ran over quickly. The shock on her face turned into excitement. Yes, it's this transformation form. I transformed once before, but after that it was always can no longer transform into this form of success. Oh. Suzy frowned, and said, in this case, why do you keep transforming into an inflated form? Isn't the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 the same as that of Super Saiyan 1? When the energy value reaches the limit, then, if you gather energy on your back, you can easily transform successfully. 122 invitation request from Jiren, Son Goku's hit? Oh. Hearing Suzy's words, Caulifla frowned, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then opened her eyes and let out a loud drink. Boom, crackling, successful, that's what it feels like. At this moment, Caulifla directly transforms into Super Saiyan 2, with lightning flashing all over her body, looking extremely cool. Good. Suzy nodded, then looked at Kale, whose eyes were full of envy, and said, you don't have to be envious, your potential is even more terrifying, but you haven't fully activated your bloodline power yet. Really? Kale froze for a moment, pointing at himself in surprise. Yes. Suzy nodded with a smile, then looked at Caulifla, and said, how about it, do you want to fight? He can see that Caulifla is eager to try, and definitely wants to see how terrifying the power of Super Saiyan 2 is. Certainly. Caulifla laughed loudly, and then directly killed Suzy. Bang bang bang! Facing Caulifla's punching attack, Suzy only stretched out one finger to deal with it with ease. Boom! Let Caulifla get acquainted with the power of Super Saiyan 2 for a while. Suzy came behind her in a dodge, and killed her instantly with a hand knife. Sister Caulifla. Seeing that Caulifla was instantly killed, Kale's expression changed, and he hurriedly ran towards her. Don't worry, she's fine. Suzy said something and walked directly to the side. He saw Son Goku and Hit fighting again. Both of them had similar strengths, so it must be a fierce battle. However, someone didn't give him a chance to watch because Jiren stopped him. What do you want to do? Suzy looked at Jiren indifferently. At this moment, this guy was standing in front of him, apparently wanting to compete with him. How about a tentative hand-to-hand fight between you and me? Jiren looked at Suzy very solemnly, and suggested. Oh. Suzy frowned, and an unknown smile appeared on his face, and then he said lightly, your strength is certainly good, but it is impossible to gain any experience in battle with me. You must be too confident. Hearing Suzy's words, Dispo on the other side frowned, stepped forward, stared at Suzy and said coldly, let me test whether you are really as powerful as you said. Come to the extreme. Call out? As soon as Dispo finished speaking, someone else appeared in front of Suzy. Boom! However, as soon as Dispo appeared in front of Suzy, he flew upside down. Because Suzy's reaction was astonishing, the moment Dispo first appeared, he slapped him with a slap. Tokpo was speechless when he saw that Dispo was instantly killed. Do you want me to test this guy? Tokpo hesitated for a moment, and asked Jiren beside him. Forget it, the players from the 6th universe and the 7th universe are currently colliding. Since he is not interested in doing it, let the guys from the 6th universe and the 7th universe fight first. Jiren thought about it for a while, then shook his head and said, just watch, don't be in a hurry, just to see how strong the contestants of the 7th universe are except for this man named Suzy. Hearing Jiren's words, Tokpo fell silent immediately. He squinted at Son Goku and Hit who were fighting on one side. The strength of these two guys is quite good, but it is unclear how strong they are, because neither of them burst out with their most powerful strength. Hit, compared to the last duel, you are much stronger this time. At this moment, in the field, Son Goku and Hit took a dozen steps back after a confrontation. Son Goku was the first to recover. He was just a transformed form of Super Saiyan 2 and suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. After sighing, he killed Hit again. Seeing Son Goku's Super Saiyan Blue, Jiren and the others who were watching the battle couldn't help but raised their brows, and even showed a little surprise on their faces. This. Outside the arena, Gods of Destruction Supreme Kai in several universe auditoriums saw Son Goku's Super Saiyan Blue, and couldn't help but twitch his brows. It's another transformation with the aura of a god. The people from the 7th universe are really powerful. Someone exclaimed. Suli had shown it before, even beating Vermit, who was expensive as Gods of Destruction, in various ways. At first, the gods thought that this realm was extremely rare, but now it seems that Sun from the 7th universe knows this transformation. Boom! At this time, Son Goku in Super Saiyan Blue's transformed form had arrived in front of Hit in the blink of an eye, and punched out a powerful king of power that made Hit's eyelids twitch. Unlike the last fight, Hit already felt a strong pressure from Son Goku this time. But fortunately, the pressure Son Goku put on him was still within the acceptable range for Hit, and it didn't make him feel powerless. Boom! Hit didn't think about anything else anymore. He quickly raised his hand, and also punched out, only to see Son Goku and Hit take a few steps back again. Call out? At the same time, at the moment when the two stabilized their bodies one after another, Hit's figure flickered for a moment, and then he saw that Hit had arrived behind Son Goku inexplicably, and then a straight punch with powerful force slammed come out and directly blast Son Goku out. Puff! In midair, Son Goku, who was in Super Saiyan Blue's transformed form, spat out a mouthful of blood, and the moment he fell down, he returned to his normal appearance. Holy shit, Hit beat Goku. Suzy, who just came here, was stunned when he saw this scene. Son Goku at this stage of the plot is not Hit's opponent? At Suzy, boss, why do you feel like you came to a fake Dragon Ball world? Hittite. Why is it so powerful? The owner of the Wanja group chat party. When Suzy was in a daze, there was someone at him in the Wanja group chat party, and the reminder sounded, and he subconsciously glanced at this at his message. Goku hasn't fallen out of the ring yet. Where can you prove that Hit has the strength to crush Goku? Suzy shook his head. Although he was quite surprised that Hit and Son Goku could have the upper hand in the fight, but after thinking about it carefully, with the character of Son Goku, even in the form of the Super Saiyan Blue, he might not be able to fight. There is no time to bring out all the strength. Point 123. Kale and #039, S Wrath, the legendary Super Saiyan. Beerus, Looks like Son Goku is no match for Hit. At this moment, in the 6th Universe auditorium, Kompa smiled, squinted at Beerus who was on the side, and began to sneer. In his opinion, as long as Suzy doesn't make a move, Hit can definitely beat through the remaining contestants in the 7th universe by himself. There is no suspense at all. Huh? What are you in a hurry for? Beerus is very leisurely, not affected by Kompa's words at all, even if Son Goku and others are defeated by Hit. So what? The ace player of the 7th universe is not Son Goku and the others, but Suzy? In Beerus' view, as long as Suzy wants to win this tournament of power, it's as simple as drinking water. Seeing that Beerus was not affected, Kompa sneered, and he knew very well in his heart that as long as Suzy made up his mind to clear the field, it would definitely be a matter of minutes. Rumble? At this time, there was another deafening explosion roar from the arena. Looking from a distance, Suzy saw that the battle between Son Goku in Super Saiyan Blue's transformation form and Hit seemed to be still a one-sided situation. But with amazing eyesight, he understood that why Hit is so powerful now is entirely because of his flash time skills, and when Son Goku understands how to crack Hit's flash time skills, then Hit will be able to fight with him. Son Goku has very little damage in hand-to-hand combat. But Hit's flash time skill is not so easy to break, at least for Son Goku. If he doesn't study it carefully, it will definitely not be so easy to break. Bang bang bang! The battle between Son Goku and Hit continued. As time passed, the situation was different from before. Son Goku gradually found the law of Hit's flash time skills, and the battle between the two became more and more exciting. Hey, uncle, how can Son Goku's Super Saiyan Blue transform successfully? While Suzy was observing the battle between Son Goku and Hit, Caulifla suddenly came to Suzy's side and asked, "Is it Super Saiyan Blue?" Suzy frowned, and smiled. "Didn't Goku tell you that your current strength cannot reach that level of transformation? You are only now in control of Super Saiyan 2's transformation. After Super Saiyan 2 there is also Super Saiyan 3 on it." Super Saiyan 3. Hearing Suzy's words, Caulifla showed shock on her face, and hurriedly asked, "In other words, is Super Saiyan Blue a more powerful transformation than Super Saiyan 3? "Certainly." Suzy nodded. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing breath came suddenly. "Suzy, stolen my sister, I will kill you." Boom! A deep roar sounded, and Suzy turned his head to look, only to see that Kale, who was extremely cowardly before, has now transformed into the form of the legendary Super Saiyan because of jealousy. Drink! With a roar, Kale rushed towards Suzy. Boom! Kyle punched out, and Suzy also punched out with a backhand, causing a wave of turmoil in the space. Suzy remained motionless, while Kale flew upside down. Kale. Caulifla's expression changed. She was a little worried that her primary school girl would be injured. "Don't worry, I won't hurt her," Suzy said lightly. But to be honest, Kale's power in this angry state is indeed great. Even if he is as strong as Suzy, his hands definitely felt a little numb during the fist fight just now. Think about it carefully, in the original book, even Super Saiyan Blue would not dare to collide with Kale in this state, so it can be seen that Kale is indeed extremely powerful in this state at the moment. Drink. While thinking about it, Kale burst out again, stronger than before. Amazing. When Kale's anger exploded completely, the two Zeno in the high altitude of the auditorium suddenly clapped their hands and shouted excitedly. "This form, what form is it?" "Super Saiyan Green." In the auditorium of the 7th universe, Beerus frowned and asked in surprise. "This is the transformation form of the legendary Super Saiyan." Suli opened the mouth and said, "She also has this blood, CGBH, vein in her body. She has transformed once, but because it will make her hair become ugly green, so she abandoned this ugly transformation after only transforming once." Super Saiyan in legendary. Kellen and the others were taken aback for a moment, somewhat confused about this form. Suzy, I will kill you." Everyone looked again, only to see Kyer on the ring walking towards Suzy step by step. Suzy crossed his arms and looked at Kyer who was walking towards him very calmly. To be honest, in the original book, Kale was in trouble with Son Goku, but now it's because he got closer to Caulifla, and this girl misses him. "You really managed to block a shot from Goku." Suzy shook his head and smiled, and took a step forward, no longer preparing to be passive, but chose to be active. From crossing the world of Dragon Ball to now, it was the first time for him to see the legendary Super Saiyan. No matter in which time and space, he had never seen Broly, which made Suzy feel a little regretful all the time. Now seeing this female version of Broly, it's not too bad. However, compared to Broly, Kale seems to be much weaker. Suzy had already leaned close to Kyer, stretched out a finger and tapped Kyer's forehead, and the latter flew upside down without any suspense. Boom! But after only flying upside down for more than 10 meters, Kale stabilized his body in an instant, and his chi increased again, several times stronger than before. This the legendary Super Saiyan is such a scary transformation. Seeing this scene, Vegito, who was slowly coming over, frowned. To be honest, he felt that he didn't dare to say that he would be able to get out of such a pervert. But, this guy is not me, and it's not Kakarot. It's Suzy, an even more perverted guy. Vegito took a second look and then withdrew his gaze. He was very clear about Suzy's strength, and he naturally understood that the legendary Super Saiyan would never pose any threat to Suzy. Call out? At this time, Kale in the field rushed again. "Okay, there's no need to continue playing with you. Suzy glanced at the indefatigable Kale, chuckled and shook his head, raised his hand and blasted out a very common energy. Rumble? Kel. Seeing this scene, Caulifla's face changed again. It's okay, my blow won't cause too much damage to her, she is too noisy, I just let her sleep for a while. Suzy waved his hand, and suddenly looked in a certain direction. It was the battle area between Hit and Son Goku. The two stopped fighting. It seemed that Hit felt the pressure. Justice flash. Rumble? At this moment, with a roar, Tokpo rushed out from a pile of ruins and blasted at Hit of the 6th universe. Jiren, the guys from the 7th universe are not very good, let us clean up the 6th universe first. Tokpo's voice sounded again, and then the deafening roar of explosions sounded in the field. 124. Vegeta, Suzy, can you really beat Jiren? Let me come? I want to defeat one by one, finally gather my strength, and then challenge Suzy. Jiren thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice. His gaze was on Suzy, who was on the side. This man put too much pressure on him, without warming up, without momentum. He definitely didn't have the courage to fight against him. What? You? Jiren, why are you so unsure of yourself? Hearing Jiren's words, Tokpo's face suddenly changed. No, it's not lack of confidence. It's a fact. Jiren shook his head, looking into this man's eyes. The sense of oppression is something that gods of destruction and an existence at the level of angel can't give. Although you are the next gods of destruction, your strength is also close to that of gods the level of destruction, but after all, it has not surpassed gods of destruction. How strong is Jiren? Most people don't have an intuitive understanding, but Tokpo understands that Jiren is definitely beyond the level of gods of destruction, not to mention close to the level of angel, but when gods of destruction does not use destructive energy, it can be called an invincible existence under angel. And this kind of existence, when facing Suzy, can't arouse any desire to fight? How scary is Suzy? This man seems to be a little moved. Tokpo took a look at Suzy and saw that he was bouncing around in place, like a warm-up exercise before the Battle of Common. Suzy, the big scene is coming, are you ready to start the battle too? Here, Son Goku saw Suzy, who was also doing warm-up exercises, and said with a smile. Yes. Suzy nodded, his eyes were on Hit, Tokpo, and Jiren on one side. He heard what Jiren said just now, so he planned to clear the other people in the 11th universe first, and then asked Jiren to clear Hit and others. However, Suzy felt that he should not be the protagonist of the final battle. Ultra Instinct Goku, he definitely wants to meet. Of course, in fact, for Suzy at this stage, it is really easy to pass on the 9 to Son Goku, but it is not necessary. There is no need to teach the realm that Son Goku can comprehend by himself. Of course, if the system gives a welfare task, Suzy doesn't mind teaching Ultra Instinct to Son Goku on the spot. Next, the battle soon began. Suzy directly cleared the 11th universe and other universes within 1 minute, so there were only a few familiar faces left on the entire ring. Jiren, Tokpo of 11th universe. Hit of the 6th universe. Suzy, Son Goku, Vegeta from the 7th universe, and Frieza who doesn't know where to hide. Therefore, there are only these 7 people left in the entire arena. Your name is Hit, right? Here, Jiren put his eyes on Hit and said calmly. What are you doing? Hit crossed his arms and looked at Jiren indifferently. He didn't feel any fear of this man who surpassed gods of destruction. On the contrary, he carried a strong desire to fight in his heart. Come on. Let me see how powerful the man who is known as the #1 killer of the 6th universe is. Hit, I hope you won't let me down, you won't last long under my hands, and you will be humiliated title. Jiren exploded, staring straight at Hit. Although I know you are powerful, I still want to remind you, don't look down on people. You may not know that I have lost count of the people who died under my hands, so I advise you to be mentally prepared. Hit looked at Jiren, and spoke calmly. His words were not so arrogant, nor so low-key. For him, perhaps the killing skills could not be used in this arena, but now Flashing having grown up successfully, his strength is naturally much more terrifying than before. Therefore, even if he didn't use killing skills, he believed that he could easily fight Jiren. Oh, it seems that you are very confident in yourself, so please start your performance. Let me see how powerful you are. Jiren looked at Hit, who was extremely confident, and couldn't help but smile on his face. Hit took a deep look at Jiren, and then his eyes flashed a flash of light, and then under the stunned eyes of everyone, his figure disappeared in an instant. In the eyes of Son Goku and others, Hit seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. No matter what, he could not be tracked, and even his breath could not be sensed. This is the center of the huge arena, and it seems that only Jiren is left in the battle circle, standing alone, as if he is confronting the air. Regarding this scene, if it was anyone else, they would probably be flustered at this moment, but Jiren was extremely calm, without any movement at all. He just looked straight ahead of him calmly, even his eyes were closed. Not a blink. Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening roar from Jiren's side, and then a figure flickered for a moment, appearing directly in front of Jiren, and then a fist suddenly bombarded, pointing directly at Jiren's front. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of Jiren knew with his toes that it must be Hit. Facing Hit's attack, Jiren's expression remained unchanged, still so calm and unhurried. It is not difficult to see from here that Jiren has great confidence in his own strength. In his opinion, facing Hit, it's all about winning. Boom! At this moment, Jiren made a sudden move and punched out violently. 0. The sound of two fists colliding echoed, and Jiren took a step sideways and threw another punch, this time hitting Hit's face with his backswing fist. Click bang! With a crisp sound, Hit's nasal bone was broken by Jiren's punch. Snort. Hit groaned in pain, and then flew upside down. Hit is not an ordinary person. He quickly stabilized his body, and then the expression on his face was extremely complicated. First he couldn't believe it, then he was shocked, and then he was stunned. Jiren, this guy, is so scary. Call out. Jiren moved again, he raised his hand and came in front of Hit in an instant, and then poured all the power of his fist on Hit's face, and immediately hit the latter with blood. Boom! It wasn't just the face that was attacked, the belly, the chest, the back. But in just a few seconds, Hit had completely lost his combat power, and was reduced to a helpless little chick to be destroyed by Jiren. Horrible. Seeing this scene, Son Goku couldn't help but gasped. He suspected that when he faced Jiren, he might be treated in the same way. Suzy, are you really this man's match? Vegeta walked slowly, sweating profusely, his face was full of shock. He glanced at Suzy, and asked tentatively. It wasn't that he believed in Suzy's strength, but that the terror Jiren showed at this moment was enough to scare people to death. 125. Jiren, I need to gather the power to challenge Suzy? Hearing Vegeta's words, Suzy chuckled and shook his head. This guy Vegeta is really intimidated by Jiren, to ask such a stupid question. Whether you can fight or not, don't you know if you have fought? Suzy replied, and then looked towards the field. Boom! After being beaten violently by Jiren again, Hit couldn't help using his strongest strength. However, in front of the mighty Jiren, Hit seemed too weak at the moment. Jiren flew close to Hit, the extremely powerful force surged out, and a sound pierced the sky, and Hit's figure flew upside down. This scene directly triggered a riot. At this moment, in the 6th Universe Auditorium, Gods of Destruction Compa's face was extremely gloomy, and the faces of Gabe and other 6th Universe contestants were full of horror. Jiren, because of the horror. An existence as strong as Hit's has been crushed 097 all the time, and he can't even pay back his hands. How could this be? Hasn't Hit's flash time skill grown? Why does he still look so weak when facing this guy from the 11th universe? Seeing that Hit was blown away by Jiren again, Kompa straightened up from his seat excitedly. At this moment, his big round face trembled and at the same time, his eyes were staring like copper bells. As round. Jiren directly cracked Hit's flash time skills. At this moment, in the 7th Universe Auditorium, Beerus blinked his eyes, squinted at Hit, who was constantly being beaten by Jiren in the ring, and said, Hit's flash time skill is indeed powerful, but Jiren is even stronger. Speaking of it, he didn't unilaterally crack Hit's flash time skill, but Hit's attack and body skills can't affect Jiren at all. Whis also squinted his eyes, paying attention to the battle on the field, and said, as we all know, in the face of absolute strength, any gimmicks and abilities are pale and powerless. I remember Suzy once said a word, one force breaks all methods. This is exactly what happened to Hit facing Jiren at the moment. Field. Jiren is really powerful. Yuanran broke Hit's flash time skill so easily. Son Goku scratched the back of his head with his hands, looking at Jiren with admiration on his face. Boom! Another 2 minutes or so passed, and with a crashing sound, Hit completely lost his combat power and fainted on the ground. It's over. Jiren walked slowly in front of Hit, who was lying on the ring, with a very indifferent expression. Jiren. Just when Jiren was about to kick Hit off the ring, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and stepped forward. He stared straight at Jiren and said excitedly, fight with me. You. Jiren's eyes flickered for a moment, and he glanced at Hit at his feet, suddenly shook his head and laughed, then stepped back a few steps, looked at Son Goku squarely, hooked his fingers to him, and said lightly, as you wish. Boom! Call out. As Jiren's voice fell, Son Goku left. Drink. Adadidadida. The two collided with each other. As we all know, the battle in the Dragon Ball world depends on whoever is louder will have higher output. But at this moment, no matter whether it is Jiren or Son Goku, the voices of the two are indistinguishable, so the collision in the battle is also indistinguishable. Suzy glanced at it and quickly retracted his gaze. The current Son Goku is just an appetizer for Jiren. It is really a match, and its strength is definitely not Jiren's opponent. Suddenly, Suzy frowned, because Vegeta took the initiative to find Tokpo. In the original book, Tokpo has never fought Vegeta after a complete explosion, and the battle between the two is meaningless, so Suzy pays very little attention to them. Boom, boom, boom. When Suzy was about to wait for the end of the battle, Son Goku's aura in the field suddenly soared, and as his aura continued to grow, his strength became even stronger and couldn't be stronger. Feeling this breath, Jiren's body trembled. It's not fear, it's excitement. Yes, that's excitement. If the previous Son Goku just made Jiren look straight at him a little bit, then the current Son Goku has completely made Jiren have a strong fighting spirit. Regarding this point, Suzy felt a little strange. The two had only played against each other for a short while. Why did Son Goku explode all of a sudden? Field. At this moment, Jiren looked at the more powerful Son Goku, and his eyes couldn't help being a little blurred. It turned out that this guy's strength had never really been shown. Hey, no one ever told you that you can't go for a walk when you're fighting against a powerful person? You're really inflated. While Jiren was thinking, Son Goku suddenly rushed up and punched Jiren in the face, sending him flying dozens of meters away and falling into the rubble. To be honest, Son Goku didn't hold any strength in this punch. Because, in the battle between two people, Son Goku hates this kind of distracted person very much, because it will make him get a very bad fighting experience in the battle that should be comfortable. All in all, this feeling it's very frustrating. Ahem. Jiren got up from the pile of waste rocks, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand to wipe it, coughed twice, and then heaved a long sigh of relief. The expression on his face was no longer indifferent, but serious color. Son Goku, I hope you can really warm me up, only in this way can I dare to challenge that guy Suli. A sentence spit out from Jiren's mouth, and soon after the words fell, he disappeared in place. Call out? When he reappeared the next second, Jiren's fist had already appeared on Son Goku's face. Boom! This punch is for you. Jiren's extremely cold voice came to Son Goku's ears, and he raised his hand and punched Son Goku away. It's not over yet. Jiren took advantage of the victory to pursue. At the moment Jiren, who was already in a state of half-full firepower, made a dodge and then instantly reached Son Goku who was flying upside down, waving his fists and bombarding his body non-stop. Son Goku let out a cry of pain. Jiren's strength is too terrifying. If you compare it, every punch, Jiren's attack 4.1 seems to be enough to destroy an asteroid. From this we can see how terrifying Jiren's power is. Son Goku, you can't do it. I need to gather the supreme momentum before I dare to challenge Suli. Your level is not enough for me to gather momentum. Jiren once again sent Son Goku flying with one punch, and said regretfully, if this is really the only strength you have, then see you in the ring. Boom! While talking, Jiren approached Son Goku, and just when he was about to attack him, Son Goku suddenly changed into his normal appearance, except that there were some small silver and white light spots around him. Seeing this scene, Suli frowned suddenly. Trillion? Goku seems to have realized something incredible. At this moment, in the 7th Universe Auditorium, Beerus' pupils constricted for a while. Whisper 5 opened his mouth and said, .126. Son Goku's Jiren, Suli and #039's proposal? Master Beerus, Goku has comprehended the Ultra Instinct realm, but he doesn't know if he can enter the real Ultra Instinct realm. Whis said, his eyes were full of admiration. To be honest, the Ultra Instinct Mega Shape isn't very common, but it's not uncommon either. At least, at the level of Angel and Gods of Destruction, no matter who has entered this realm. However, the follow-up truly perfect Ultra Instinct is the rarest thing. Kakarot this guy. At this moment, while fighting with Toppo, Vegeta watched the battle on the field and felt Son Goku's anger. He also comprehended a new form first. Maybe it is only in battle that you can continuously evolve yourself. Vegeta stared, he couldn't help it anymore. Toppo couldn't give him too much threat, because Toppo himself didn't use his full strength to fight Vegeta. Boom! At that moment, Vegeta moved, dropped Toppo, and charged straight into the battle circle between Jiren and Son Goku. Kakarot, leave this guy to me. Vegeta 26 Tower roared, and then launched an attack on Jiren who was attacking Son Goku. Adadidadida. His fists were attacking so fast that the common people could only see after images, and they couldn't see where his fists were at all. Seeing Vegeta attack him, Jiren immediately sneered, this guy is the one who really does not know what to do, and took a step sideways. Jiren gave up the attack. Son Goku turned around and blasted Vegeta with 10 punches. Boom! Boom! Jiren's fist struck out with an astonishing and terrifying force of thunder, and it reached Vegeta's chest in an instant, sending Vegeta flying. Puff! In midair, Vegeta flew upside down, and he, who was originally Super Saiyan Blue, retreated to his normal appearance, and his face was extremely pale in an instant. Vegeta's brief appearance directly liberated Son Goku, only to hear him let out a roar. His aura swelled even more than before at this moment, and then roared and sent a Kamehameha wave towards Jiren. At this moment, Son Goku's strength has skyrocketed a lot in the realm of Ultra Instinct, and the first impression of a common Kamehameha wave is enough to destroy the entire world. Fear. My god, the wave attack in the Dragon Ball world is too terrifying. I'm thinking, if Son Goku's attack bombards my world, will it directly declare the destruction of the world or the destruction of the entire planet? Horrible? At least for the members of the Myriad Realms group chat party who are watching the live broadcast at the moment, Son Goku's Kamehameha wave directly made them all stand up, their scalps tingling. Suli glanced at the speeches of these group members in the group, and couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling twice. These group members are all people who have never seen the world. At this moment, the wave attack released by Son Goku is placed in other worlds, not to mention destroying the world. Even if you destroy 10 galaxies, there is absolutely no problem. Call out? Faced with Son Goku's Kamehameha wave, Jiren didn't dare to resist. After turning around to avoid it, he ran towards Son Goku at top speed. Rumble? A deafening explosion sounded from behind Jiren, extremely terrifying. At this moment, the entire ring. No, it should be said that the entire Washija trembled. It was obvious that Son Goku's Kamehameha wave was extremely powerful. Boom! Jiren leaned close to Son Goku again, raised his hand and punched him out, blowing him away directly. However, Son Goku didn't suffer any substantial damage. He stabilized his body and dodged in front of Jiren. Boom! Boom! In just 1 second, Son Goku blasted at least 100 punches at Jiren's body. During this time, Jiren tried to fight back, but to no avail. Because Son Goku is in the Ultra Instinct state at the moment, even though he is not a perfect Ultra Instinct, he can still easily dodge all Jiren's attacks automatically. Boom! Oops! After Son Goku sent Jiren flying with a punch, Tokpo's expression changed, and he flew up to save Jiren, who was blown away, and then looked at Son Goku with a gloomy face. You need to rest and recover a little bit of strength. Tokpo frowned and said. It's not because of physical strength. Son Goku is too scary in this state, as if he has seen through all my attacks. Jiren got up from the ground, frowning tightly, but the stronger Son Goku became, the more excited he was. He stepped out, stared at Son Goku and said, it's really unexpected that you can enter such a mysterious realm, but I am not as weak as you imagined. Drink. Boom! Jiren shouted angrily, and the aura on his body grew in vain, as if covering the sky above the entire ring. Scary guy. Vegeta woke up faintly, sensing Jiren's breath. His face changed suddenly. Kakarot, can you beat him? Vegeta frowned tightly. He looked at Son Goku and found that this guy's body was trembling a little. It was obvious that his body had gradually entered a state of load after such a long period of high-intensity fighting. Jiren, come on. Son Goku clenched his fists and rushed towards Jiren. Boom! Adadada. Drink. Both of them collided fiercely with pure body skills, and no one released the wave attack immediately. Just like that, the two fought for almost 2 minutes. At this moment, Son Goku's expression changed suddenly, and he fell directly from midair. Oops! Son Goku's body is already overloaded. Seeing this scene, Beerus in the audience of 230 seats in the 7th universe frowned, and said badly, Suzy, it's your turn. Even if you want to temper Goku, you have to let him slow down first. Beerus spoke hastily. He could see that Suzy was planning for not making a move, and immediately reminded him. Relax, no need. Suzy tilted his head to look at Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium, and smiled slightly. Once he makes a move, it will declare the end of this power conference. Back then, there was still something about Son Goku. To be honest, he thought of Vegeta and Son Goku combined. Beerus, make Supreme Kai drop the Patara earrings. Thinking of this, Suzy's eyes lit up suddenly, and he shouted hastily. What did you say? When Beerus heard Suzy's words, he was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Whis who was on the side, and tentatively said, Are you sure you won't violate the rules by using Patara's earrings to transform into a warrior? The Grand Priest didn't say the rule. Whis shook his head lightly. Fit. Good, good, let me see how strong the fusion warrior is. I agree, let me see how powerful the combined warrior can be. The two Zeno looked at each other, then said in unison. 127. The strongest combination in history, Warrior Vegito, is here. Wait. Haven't you ever thought that even if you get the Patara earrings, Goku's current state can withstand the consumption of transforming? In the 7th universe auditorium, Klin suddenly thought of something, frowned and spoke. That's right. What should I do? And, with Vegeta's character, how could he possibly agree to fusion with Goku? Piccolo shook his head and smiled wryly. Vegeta, let me take a break, let's do the Portara earring fit. At this moment, Son Goku's rather weak voice sounded on the ring. In the next second, Vegeta's cold voice sounded, Kakarot, don't even think about it. It is impossible for me to take that shameful fusion pose. Please? Patara earring fit is not a gesture fusion, there is no need to make a fusion pose. Son Goku explained. Shut up, I can't be with you. Before Vegeta finished speaking, he saw 2 earrings falling from the sky, which were Patara earrings. Goku's physical strength should last for a while, you two fit together, let me see how powerful the strongest combined warrior in history is. Suzy's eyes flickered, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. To be honest, he felt that Vegito's combat effectiveness was definitely at Zi's level. In other words, Ultra Blue Vegito should be bigger than Whis. No. Suzy's eyes flickered, it should be said that the Super Blue Vegito is 100% bigger than Whis. Jiren. Just when Son Goku and Vegeta were both holding Patara earrings, Gods of Destruction Vermit from the 11th Universe Auditorium roared at the ring, don't let them do the Patara earring fit. Gods of Destruction will also have a day of fear. Jiren raised his head, looked at the auditorium of the 11th Universe, and said lightly, sorry, you are afraid, but I am not. The warrior who fits the Patara earrings should be strong enough. As long as I defeat him, maybe I will have that confidence challenged and even defeated Suzy. Jiren. Vermit's expression darkened instantly. Gods of Destruction of the 11th Universe, please pay attention to your words. The 2 Zeno Masters want to see the combined warrior of Patara earrings. Are you sure you want to stop it? Gods of Destruction of the 11th Universe, are you sure you want to stop it? Gods of Destruction of the 11th Universe, are you sure you want to stop it? At the same time, the 2 Zeno said this sentence in unison. Plop. Hearing the words of the 2 Zeno, Vermit was instantly frightened and sat limply on the ground, sweating profusely at the moment, and hurriedly said, don't dare, Vermit doesn't dare. On the ring, seeing this scene, Jiren shook his head and sneered, then looked at Suzy, and finally at Son Goku and Vegeta. Let me see how powerful the warrior made of Patara earrings is. Lien said coldly. Boom. At the moment when Jiren's voice fell, Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, and then put on the Portara earrings at the same time, and a dazzling light flashed in the midfield. 3 seconds later, a normal Vegito appeared in everyone's sight. Goku and Vegeta combined doesn't look good either. In the auditorium of the 7th universe, Beerus stared at Vegito and frowned. Master Beerus, this combined warrior is just normal now. When he transforms into Super Saiyan, his true strength will be revealed. Whis smiled and explained. Shut up. Beerus' eyes lit up immediately. From this point of view, the combined warrior's strength should be comparable to his. Boom! At the moment when Beerus' voice fell, Vegito suddenly exploded, and then transformed into Super Saiyan 2 directly. Oh. When Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Suli couldn't help but raise his brow. Vegito's combat power in Super Saiyan 2 has reached this level, but it's not the terrifying thousands of feet, at most it's hundreds of feet. Not too far off from Super Saiyan Blue's Son Goku. By the way, what should I call you now? Vegeta? Son Goku? But speaking of it, your strength is not enough to face me. Jiren smiles at Vegito in Super Saiyan 2 transformation form. I am not Goku, nor Vegeta, I am the one who will defeat you. Vegito began, his voice reverb sounds full. Hearing Vegito's words, Jiren immediately sneered. He doesn't care if you are Son Goku or Vegeta, in short, he is not afraid of you at all. Come on, let me see how powerful your combined warrior is. Jiren snorted coldly and set off first. Vegito in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 2 also started. His speed was very fast, and he rushed in front of Jiren in an instant. The two exchanged hands, and as they collided, there were bursts of explosions and roars on the ground next to them. Drink. Drink. Both Jiren and Vegito simply use body skills to collide, and there are not many bells and whistles at all. It is this extremely pure martial arts combat that makes the viewing experience of the onlookers very good. Because this is a collision of strength and power, it feels extremely strong. Vegito, if you don't use the form of Super Saiyan Blue, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on physically. When Vegito was still playing against Jiren, Suli suddenly reminded him. Yes. Vegito regained his composure, punched out with a punch, and then stepped back a dozen steps. Under everyone's shocking eyes, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue directly. At the moment when the Ultra Blue Vegito appeared, the pitch-black sky suddenly lit up, and there were streaks of incomparably dazzling blue light, which was extremely shocking. At this moment, in the 7th universe auditorium, Beerus' expression suddenly froze. Now Vegito's aura in super blue form is too terrifying, so terrifying that even Beerus understands the gap between himself and him. Merge warrior, is it really that scary? Beerus was shocked. I don't know, it's also the first time I've seen such a powerful combined warrior. Whis shook his head. The strength of the two is already terrifying, and they are both from the Saiyan clan, so they are very compatible in various aspects. There is nothing wrong with being so powerful. Wang? How? Wang Shengzin began to explain that he had merged with his entourage, Jebit, so he knew a little bit about the inside and outside. Hey, if this guy Son Goku and Suli are combined, what kind of terrifying existence will be born? Suddenly, Clint spoke. Swish swish swish. Hearing this, everyone in the 7th universe audience set their eyes on him. What's the matter? Kellen couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Do you think that Suli will fuse with Goku? Besides, this guy's strength is already terrifying to the extreme, will there be a fusion with Goku? Beerus gave him a squinting look, and replied lightly. Today's Suli is extremely terrifying, that is, he can't be an opponent, and even the current Whis may not necessarily be his opponent. Hey, I'm just talking? There's no need to be so serious. Clint smiled awkwardly, then scratched the back of his head. 128. Kale and Vegito and #039's request for a battle. Suli exploded his anger at this moment, in the field. Super Blue Vegito walked towards Jiren step by step. His body erupted with blue fireworks in the form of starry sky particles, and he looked extraordinary, forcing GRA to the apex. Super Blue Vegito walked slowly towards Jiren, who couldn't help showing shock when he saw him. To be reasonable, it was the first time he had seen such a powerful man in a head-to-head battle. You are very strong, I am indeed not your opponent. Jiren took a deep breath. Although he knew that he was not the opponent of Kale and Vegito at the moment, he would never give up easily. He understands that he absolutely cannot lose here. If he loses here, what will happen to his great enemy? Drink. Jiren let out an angry roar, clenched his fists tightly, then exploded his aura, and rushed towards the Super Blue Vegito without any hesitation. Call out? Boom! Just when Jiren rushed halfway, Kale and Vegito had already flashed in front of him, and then at least in an instant, he punched at least as much as a Meow Fist. The power of each punch is undoubtedly not as vast and infinite as a planet pressing on his body, which made Jiren very painful, and roars continued to resound in the field. At this moment, Jiren was extremely unwilling. He knew that he was no match for Kale and Vegito, but he had to fight on, so he needs to improve his strength even more. Jiren, you are indeed a respectable opponent. I know what you can't do. I like you very much. So, you admit defeat now. Otherwise, if you continue like this, you will be abolished. Super Blue Vegito took a deep breath, looked at Jiren and said, Never admit defeat? Even if I die, I will never admit defeat. Jiren gritted his teeth and roared. Jiren, there is a time limit for the combination of Potara earrings? Moreover, Son Goku's physical strength is absolutely impossible for him to support for too long, so dodge? Only by dodging can the time for their combination end. Suddenly, Gods of Destruction Vermit in the 11th Universe Auditorium roared, alerting Jiren in the ring. Right. Hearing Vermit's words, Tokpo, who was watching the battle with a frown, suddenly lit up his eyes, and hurriedly said, Jiren, play game, CGBF, fighting? This guy is absolutely impossible to persist for a long time. Once they run out of physical strength, they will definitely split up of. I see. Jiren stared at Vegito for a moment, then took a deep look at Vegito, and then quickly ran towards the back. Soon, Jiren went straight into the rubble to hide his tracks. Oh. Regarding this, Vegito raised his eyebrows, finally looked at Suzy, and said, Suzy, Jiren won't fight me, why don't you fight me? This guy, what does he want? In the 7th Universe Auditorium, Beerus frowned when he heard Vegito's words, and scolded, Vegito, you are a contestant in the 7th Universe, why are you fighting with Suzy? Master Beerus, my limit is approaching. Instead of spending time looking for Jiren, I might as well fight Suzy. I think Suzy must also want to fight with me, right? Fall. Vegito winked at Suzy while speaking, obviously implying that he agrees with him. Regarding this, Suzy shook his head with a chuckle, then nodded again, and said, okay, let me see how strong Kaolin Vegito is. Suzy actually wants to fight against Super Blue Vegito. After all, this is the strongest combined warrior in the history of Dragon Ball. Moreover, besides Grand Priest, at this stage, no one can compete with him. Super Blue Vegito is a ZI-level existence, enough to give him some combat experience. Aren't you going to be Super Saiyan? Vegito was waiting for the battle, but suddenly found a problem. Why Suzy has not transformed into Super Saiyan to fight against other enemies? Is this guy's normal strength enough to crush so many powerful beings? My normal form is my Super Saiyan form. Suzy smiled slightly, and lightly burst out some of his own energy. The fighting power of 10 ZI was directly displayed. This powerful aura directly moved the people on the ring, as well as the gods of destruction and angel outside the ring. Who the hell is this guy? Can the race of Saiyan really be so terrifying? My god, is this guy not only surpassing the gods, but also surpassing the angel level? There's this guy in What Did I Do to Win This Time? 10th Universe. There were constant exclamations, coming from the auditoriums of various universes. Sure enough, this guy is no longer something I can compete with. On the 7th Universe Auditorium, Beerus stared intently. At this moment, Suzy was completely two people compared to him when he was not bursting out. Although his appearance was still that of Suzy, his powerful and trembling aura was enough to make people feel that he was very strange. Teacher Suzy's strength. At the same time, in the sky, Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly. He has always been unable to understand Suzy. He thought that he was already extremely strong, which made him unable to guess how powerful Suzy was. Now the induction comes, it seems. $71. Teacher Suzy is not so powerful? Or in other words, it wasn't as terrifying as Grand Priest in his memory, so powerless? Thinking of this, Grand Priest, who had been staring at Suzy, narrowed his eyes slightly, and some unknown brilliance shone in his eyes. Excited? Seems emotional? More, seems to be an expectation. Boom! In the ring, Suzy and Kaolin Vegito didn't say much, and the battle started immediately. The aura of both of them is extremely terrifying. Vegito is blue, Suzy is silver-white, it looks like Ultra Instinct state. Whis? I remember that Suzy also has an Ultra Instinct, so in his current form, does he carry an Ultra Instinct? In the auditorium of the 7th Universe, Beerus slowly got up from the auditorium, looked at Suzy in the audience solemnly, and said in a deep voice, looks like, seems to be carrying an Ultra Instinct. Whis is not sure, Suzy's chi is too difficult to capture, even he can't imagine, when a person fuses the realm of Ultra Instinct into his own transformation form, how terrifying this guy is. 129. Double Ultra Instinct appears, all stand up Suzy, your strength is too strong. When Beerus and others were discussing in the 7th Universe Auditorium, on the ring, Kaolin Vegito showed shock on his face. Just now he punched Suzy and found that his hands were so numb that he could almost say it was at that moment that he lost his sense of touch. From this we can see how terrifying Suzy's power is. You're not bad either. Suzy smiled slightly. He didn't choose to transform into the ultimate Saiyan form, because it was unnecessary. At this moment, his form is enough to beat everything violently. Don't forget, just like what Beerus said just now, Suzy is in control of the Ultra Instinct. In this state, he has a kind of blind self-confidence, and I am invincible? Boom! As he was thinking about it, Vegito set off. His speed was extremely fast, and it seemed that he was not going to delay any longer. Every move was his most powerful attack. However, all of this is so weak in Suzy's eyes. He raised his hand and punched, just like what he said before. With one punch, all the attacks of Super Blue Vegito were annihilated. This. Kaolin Vegito was stunned, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Is this the Dragon Ball world's strongest combined warrior Vegito that I imagine and understand? At this moment, the group owner of the Wanja group chat party who saw this scene through the group live broadcast was speechless for a while. In his cognition, apart from time being able to limit him, Super Blue Vegito seems to have nothing that can limit him in terms of individual combat ability. But now, a series of attacks are so useless to Suzy. How terrifying is the strength of this Suzy boss? Okay, let's end the battle. Suzy smiled slightly, took a step forward, and arrived in front of Kale and Vegito in an instant, raised his hand and punched lightly. Boom, boom. This punch carried the momentum of thunder, and there were streaks of breathtaking lightning flashing in the air. It looked full of force and at the same time made people lose the courage to fight at this moment. Horrible. Kale and Vegito's eyes were fixed, and he hurriedly backed away, but his speed was far slower than Suzy's. He hit the front with a punch, and the former flew upside down. He didn't spit out blood in midair, but spit out a mouthful of bitter water. However, if you look carefully, there are some pieces of meat mixed in this big mouthful of bitter water. It is obvious that Suzy's punch hurt Vegito's internal organs. Rumble! Vegito flew out and fell into the pile of waste rocks, filled with smoke and dust for a while, and there was no movement for a short time. It's time to end this boring power tournament. Following Vegito's defeat, Suzy's eyes flickered for a moment, and he thought inwardly, and then looked aside. Jiren and Tokpo jumped out from a pile of rubble not far away, looking blankly at staring at Suzy. He didn't know what to do for a while. Jiren, this guy, to participate in this tournament of power, isn't that exactly bullying? Tokpo swallowed heavily, with a wry smile on his face. To be honest, he never imagined that a human being could grow to such a degree. Although he, Tokpo, and Jiren are also human beings in the true sense, at least they have not been able to grow to the level of Suzy. Therefore, they really cannot understand. How can a person be so terrifying? I don't know anymore. Jiren was also confused. Before he wanted to say that he would defeat everyone except Suzy, and then challenge Suzy. But now it seems that it can't. Suzy's strength was too terrifying, to the point where he had no chance of winning at all. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the pile of waste rocks that Vegito had dropped before. What? Feeling this breath, Suzy was stunned for a moment, then looked over there. Vegito did not disappear. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Vegito is no longer in the super blue state. 2. Ultra Instinct status? What? The moment Vegito, who entered the perfect Ultra Instinct state, appeared, all the gods of destruction in the universe auditorium outside stood up from their seats. That's the perfect Ultra Instinct state. In the 7th universe auditorium, Beerus was shocked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be. Whis 9's eyes were also full of shock, and an unknown expression appeared on his face. Perfect Ultra Instinct. He really hasn't seen it for a long time. Ask for flowers. Even beings as powerful as their angel level cannot guarantee 100% that they can enter this state. It's interesting. A smile appeared on Suzy's face. At this moment, his fighting spirit really rose up in vain. Vegito in Ultra Instinct state probably has never appeared in the official history of Dragon Ball, right? Boom! Immediately, Suzy also exploded his breath, and he also entered the perfect Ultra Instinct state. Immediately, the double perfect Ultra Instinct in the field directly attracted the attention of the audience. Sure enough, Suzy also controlled the Ultra Instinct. Seeing Suzy's anger, Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium showed a look of astonishment. Suzy didn't simply rely on luck to enter the Ultra Instinct realm, but entered this realm at will. Whis couldn't hide his shock at all. He also stood up from his seat, stared straight at Suzy on the ring, and said in disbelief, "This man totally controlled the realm of Ultra Instinct." Whis didn't finish his sentence, but another Universe 8 angel exclaimed and said what he was about to say later. "My god, what kind of race is the Sun of the 7th universe? Why is it so incredible? Sun relied on himself to surpass the gods, and now there is an existence that perfectly controls the Ultra Instinct. It is indeed not unjust for us universe to lose in this tournament of power." At this moment, exclamations and exclamations continued to ring out in the entire Washija. Suzy, the me now, can make you excited. Vegito's own reverberation sounded in the field. Slightly better. Suzy grinned. Haha. Vegito in the Ultra Instinct state also laughed loudly, and a second later, his and Suzy's laughter stopped abruptly at the same time, and then their bodies moved together at this moment. Ultra Instinct Vegito Suzy, a fantastic battle is about to begin. 130. Super strong confrontation, the entire Washija is trembling? Boom! Suzy and Vegito touched each other, and their two fists clashed. The two of them had nothing to do, but the ground around the ring exploded directly. Bang bang bang! Ada-da-da-da-da! Drink! The two roared with excitement on their faces. Both Suzy and Vegito's punches are extremely fast, reaching the speed of hundreds of punches per second. At this moment, in the line of sight of everyone on the ring, there are only two light spots, one blue and one silver-white, hitting the ring, except for the super powerful beings such as Grand Priest who can see the battle trajectory of the two. That is Angel. The existence of layers can't see the battle trajectory of the two. This point made the gods scratch their heads and ears. The battle between the two can be said to be unprecedented, and they couldn't watch this scene. How could this not make them feel a pity? Father. 193. At this moment, Angel Vados of the 6th universe looked up to the sky and said, "Can you let us watch the battle between Suzy and Vegito? Father, please help us watch the battle between the two." Whis also opened his mouth to speak, and the two beings who entered the perfect Ultra Instinct fought against each other. This was a rare battle, and it was definitely a visual feast. Good. Grand Priest heard Whis and Vados' proposal, thought for a while, then stretched out his right hand and drew a circle in midair, only to see the battle images of Suli and Vegito appear in the sky. Oh my god. The moment the battle video came out, Vegito just released a series of ki blast. Although it was only a small skill, the power it caused was enough to destroy half of the universe. This scene shocked gods of destruction, Supreme Kai, and even Angel in all audience seats outside the venue. The battle between Suli and Vegito, to say that the most impactful one is probably the group leader and group members in the 10,000 Realms group chat party. The group live broadcast can be watched from the first perspective, and can also be watched from the third perspective. When a group of people watch from the first perspective, it is equivalent to experiencing the feeling of fighting Ultra Instinct Vegito. I don't know why, the blood in my body is boiling. Now, I really want to catch a guy and have a good fight. Just be my son. I have been watching the screen and not talking, and I finally couldn't help but speak. The world of this big boss Suli is really awesome. I just watched it for a few seconds from the first-person perspective and found that I am very familiar with the newly researched ninjutsu. Helix has new insights. Namikaze Minato. Suli Big Brother Cowhide. The owner of the Wanja Group chat party. Suli Boss Cowhide +1. Kneel down. The owner of the Wanja Group chat party. So far, it can be said that almost all the existences in the Wanja Group chat party have instantly become Suzui's little fans, old fans, or little fans. Rumble? In the field, Suzui raised his hand and punched him out. For the first time, his fist didn't hit Vegito, which he didn't expect. Suzui, you are also a Sun. You should understand that my growth ability will be extremely amazing under the circumstances of the huge gap. Moreover, I am the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, and my growth ability is even more terrifying. Vegito dodged Suzui's punch and spoke. The excitement on Suzui's face has not faded. It can be said that Vegito is the opponent he has been pursuing. Even if it is Grand Priest, he feels that he cannot become his opponent. After all, in the Dragon Ball world in general, Sun is the real protagonist. As long as the Dragon Ball story is still alive, one day, both Son Goku and Vegeta will be able to surpass the existence of Grand Priest, so the opponent Suzui wants must be Son Goku. Certainly. For Suzui, the existence of Vegito is definitely stronger, but this is a combined warrior, not an independent individual existence, which makes Suzui feel extremely pity. System, I don't know if the sparring robot can turn into Vegito's existence. Suzui suddenly thought of something, and asked the system in his heart. Can imitate all his abilities, but can't be Vegito. The system will reply in seconds. This. Suzui sighed inwardly, and shook his head in disappointment. If the opponent is not Vegito, it doesn't feel much to imitate. After all, that's just a sparring robot, not the real Vegito. Boom! When Suzui was thinking, Vegito's fist had already struck, but with the automatic reaction of the Ultra Instinct state, he easily turned away Vegito's punch. With a backhand, Suzui hit Vegito with an instant shock wave. Rumble! Immediately, there were explosions and roars in the field. This was just a simple shock wave, but the power it caused made the entire Washija tremble. It can be seen that Suzui's destructive power in this state is extremely terrifying. It feels like I was hit by you, and I absolutely lost my fighting power in an instant? It's too scary, you bastard. The smoke dissipated, and Vegito's figure appeared, then suddenly looked up at the sky, waved to Grand Priest and shouted, Grand Priest, can I ask you something? What? The Grand Priest set his sights on Vegito. That's my battle with Suzui, abandoning the rules of the previous power tournament. Only in this way can he and I bring a real visual feast to the two Aquan. Vegito blinked. Taguchi said. Oh. Grand Priest frowned, then turned around and looked at the two Zeno, bowed and said, as for Vegito's request, what do you two Master Zeno think asterisk? Yes. It allows us to see a very good battle, that is, 3.5 can do anything. The two Zeno looked at each other and said in unison, Vegito is so powerful, but if we say it is stronger, Suzui Big Brother is even stronger. Upon hearing the reply, Grand Priest turned back again, looked at Suzui and Vegito on the ring, and said, yes. Abandon the previous rules of the power tournament, and fight as much as you want. Nice. Vegito clenched his fists and howled excitedly, then flew directly into the sky above the ring, and said to Suzui who was standing on the ring, next, it's the battle of wave attacks. Are you ready? Kapur? Make Washija more resistant, otherwise, the whole Washija will be shattered in a while. Suzui didn't answer Vegito, but raised his head to remind Grand Priest a little. 131. The final battle ends, a promise to Vegito. I see. Grand Priest smiled and nodded when he heard Suzui's words, and then began to lay out the barriers covering the big arena in the unbounded realm. Any fluctuations in the arena can't affect Washija in the slightest. Bring it on. Seeing the enchantment arranged by Grand Priest, Suzui turned his gaze to Vegito in the sky. Call out? Boom? Rumble? Just as Suzui turned his gaze, he saw Vegito raised his hand in the sky and directly released a 5-finger air bullet gun. This is a small skill of his with infinite power. But Suzui didn't have any destructive power at all. He raised his hand and slapped it, and it flew straight away. That's just an appetizer. Suluo's real attack is hidden behind the ultimate Kamehameha wave. Boom! When Vegito roared the last wave at 8 heights, a dazzling blue beam shot directly towards Suzui. Rumble? When it touched Suzui at a distance of several meters, Kamehameha directly blasted 26. Obviously, this was intentional by Vegito, because he was afraid that Suzii could also concoct according to the law to send his attack flying. Therefore, even if it exploded in midair, even if its power was not at full strength, it would at least cause 9 damage. An extremely dark mushroom cloud rose up where Suzii was. Oops, it's pitch black? Is Boss Suzii okay? At Suzii. Speaking of which, if you use the immersive function in this situation, isn't it killing you? Don't panic, everyone, the world of Dragon Ball has a classic smoke and no harm law. And, with the strength of Suzii, I think little Vegito can't hurt him. At Suzii, boss, please come out quickly, I think Kong how you beat Vegito. It was pitch black, and a group of people in the Wanja group chat party began to interact. Now they have a little immunity in the face of this kind of battle. Although everyone still maintains an extremely shocking and awe-inspiring heart, at least they are people who have seen the ultimate scene. Where can there be anything? Obedient, dare not speak in the group. Even some courageous group members at Suzii asked him to appear on camera, obviously watching this group live broadcast from a third-person perspective. The waves are overwhelming. While everyone was still looking at Suzii's position, Vegito raised his hand in the sky and directly released the giant wave, which is an upgraded version of his other skill Big Bang attack, which is extremely powerful. Too horrible. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two Tokpo Jiren who were hiding aside at the moment couldn't help but change. You must know that just the aftermath of the 5-finger air gun released by Vegito just hit over, causing the piles of rocks around them to explode. The pile exploded. This is not the key point. The key point is that the aftermath of the attack only caused them to be injured, and now they dare not approach the center of the battle circle between the two of them at all. Tokpo even guessed that if he really participated in a battle of this level, even if it was only within a dozen meters or even tens of meters, he would definitely lose his life. How to say? At this moment, in the 7th Universe Auditorium, Beerus frowned. Vegito's big wave has been completely condensed and released, and the attacking place is exactly the mushroom cloud smoke area where Suzii was before. He suspects that if Suzii takes another hit, he might be injured even if he is not injured. Let's wait and see. Whis smiled slightly. Onla, Mother Bulma, Mother Lazuli, Father's strength is stronger than mine, I don't know how much. At this time, Suli, who was sitting on the side seat, spoke, and she was comforting Bulma and Lazuli who looked worried. Is it really all right? That fellow Vegito is using a killer move. Can your father really resist such a terrifying attack? Lazuli frowned, although she understood Suzii's strength, but, as a wife, seeing her husband suffer such an attack, she naturally had preconceived worries in her heart. Don't worry, don't worry. Suli comforted her again, and then set her eyes on the ring. A bright light flickered in her amber-colored eyes, as if she could see the scene inside through the pitch-black smoke. Boom, you kid, it seems that you really want to kill me. At the same time, the smoke slowly dissipated a lot, and as the huge waves released by Vegito arrived, an extremely terrifying breath exploded in the field. Immediately, Suzii's figure appeared, and he flew to the sky, slapped Vegito's attack away with a slap, and then pointed out, using the clearing ability to clear away the bombing of great waves. It's not that he was playing tricks and using his ability to fight Vegito, but the area he flew just now is where Jiren, Tokpo, and the unconscious hit are. If you accidentally kill these guys, even though so then he has the strength to revive them, but he still feels a little embarrassed in his heart. Adadidadida. Suzii rushed in front of Beiju in an instant. At this moment, the two met in the sky. They no longer carried out a one-sided attack, but fought close to each other. The two played against each other for about a few minutes. From the comparison between Vegito's sweaty head and Suzii's relaxed expression, it is not difficult to see who is stronger and who is weaker. Damn it! This guy Suzii is too powerful. After another punch, Vegito flew back, and Suzii didn't take a step back, which made Vegito sweat profusely, and his face couldn't help showing a shocked look. Your physical strength has reached its peak. Suzii returned to his normal appearance in Super Saiyan 5, looked at Vegito across the sky who had returned to his normal appearance, smiled slightly, and said. Vegito nodded, took a deep breath, and then laughed 747, you are such a pervert, I can't defeat you even if I am Son Goku's Vegeta. Hey, I really want to fight with you forever, what a pity, what a pity. Although Vegito is a combined warrior of Son Goku and Vegeta, he has his own independent thinking. In a sense, Vegito is an independent existence, a living existence with its own soul. There is a chance. Suzii's eyes flickered, looked at Vegito and smiled, maybe one day, you will become an independent existence. At that time, you are no longer a combined warrior, but a real independent existence. What he said was not a joke. Suzii's creative ability is currently at the Beijing level, and when he upgrades to another level, perhaps the ability he will acquire will be even more incredible, unimaginable. VR. Vegito was taken aback when he heard Suzii's words, and then he laughed, and then a blue light flashed on his body, and then Son Goku and Vegeta appeared in the sky, but they were in a coma. Boom, boom, the two fell from a high altitude onto the ring, stirring up waves of smoke and dust. Suzii in the sky looked at a certain position, and saw Jiren and Tokpo slowly walking out of the rubble, looking up at Suzii in the sky at 8 heights, with complex expressions on their faces. 132. Suzii and #039's identity is finally revealed, and the second power conference is scheduled. After watching the battle like this, it really subverted Jiren's cognition. Why is this man from the 7th universe so powerful? Thinking about how hard Jiren has practiced all these years to reach this point, when facing Suzy, he didn't even have the courage to challenge him. From this we can see how hard is Suzy's practice. Unfortunately, after the defeat, the universe will be wiped out by Zeno, and I can no longer continue to work hard. Jiren sighed heavily. Shall I send you down, or go down by yourself? Suzy spoke. His words were very calm. It sounded like sarcasm, but in fact it was extremely sincere. Jiren understood this truth, took a deep breath, then looked at Tokpo, smiled wryly and said, let's leave with some dignity. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, Jolien directly burst out his strongest anger. Seeing Jiren made a decision, Tokpo also burst into anger. The two looked at each other and flew directly towards Suzy in the sky. Knowing that it can't be done, this is the decision Jiren and Tokpo made at the same time. Boom! Boom! Two collision sounds sounded, and Jiren and Tokpo fell directly to the ring. Spike? No suspense spike at all. At this time, Hit, who had been in a coma, slowly woke up, and then glanced at Suzy in the sky, and jumped off the ring without saying a word. 11th universe and 6th universe are all defeated, and the victor is the 7th. The universe that loses will be wiped out. The voice of the Grand Priest resounded in the entire unbounded realm, and then only a ray of light flickered, and everyone from the 11th universe and the 6th universe turned into points of light and disappeared in the auditorium. It's over. Except for the 7th universe, the gods of destruction and Kai Wang Shendu of the other universes looked sad, but it was enough to see such an entertaining battle between Suzy and Ultra Instinct Vegito before dying. Kampa. In the auditorium of the 7th universe, Beerus gritted his teeth. Although he hated Kampa, the younger brother, the two were brothers after all. At the moment when Kampa would be eliminated, he couldn't bear it. The winner will get 7 Super Dragon Balls. Grand Priest's voice sounded in the field. He put his eyes on Suzy, smiled slightly, and said, I think, Mr. Suzy, you don't really need these 7 Super Dragon Balls, do you? From Grand Priest's point of view, the Super Dragon Ball was made by Salama, and Salama's creative ability was also taught by Suzy, so maybe Suzy can easily restore other universes without Super Dragon Ball to make a wish? How do you know what I want to do? Suzy flew from the ring to Grand Priest's side, and chuckled softly, but you guessed it, without strong guys like Jiren, Goku's progress would be much less. So, recover. Snapped. Suzy snapped his fingers under the confused, surprised, and puzzled gazes of the rest of the people. Beerus suddenly regained his composure, then raised his head to look at Suzy in the 8th sky with disbelief, and exclaimed, Grand Priest, why did he call Suzy just now? Old. Teacher. East King Kai Xian thought about it for a while, and then his face changed, and he exclaimed, what? Suzy is Grand Priest's teacher? Yes? Whis showed a bit of wry smile, nodded and said, when I heard the news at the beginning I was really shocked. I didn't expect that my father and his teacher were actually so long. The corner of Vegito's mouth in the 6th universe auditorium couldn't help but twitched, and he was emotional for a long time. The little guy when we first met was actually pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He is obviously an old guy, but he behaved like a stunned young man, and he even summoned a Super Shenron. This kind of existence, is it really necessary to use a Super Shenron to realize his wish? Wow, I'm shocked. Not only everyone in the Dragon Ball world was shocked, everyone in the Wanja group chat party was also shocked at this moment. Regarding the existence of Suzy, the group owner of the Wanja group chat party has already uploaded copies of some character introductions belonging to the original Dragon Ball world to the group file. Most of the group members have already seen it, so they naturally understand how the Grand Priest exists. And now, Grand Priest respectfully calls Suzy a teacher. What an honor is this? Perhaps, this is not the so-called glory. Because Grand Priest was taught by Suzy. If there is no Suzy, then maybe there will be no Grand Priest. No, there should still be a Grand Priest, but I don't understand it. Boss Suzy is a time traveler. When he appeared, this Dragon Ball world is not the one I know, the world of Dragon Ball. The group leader of the Wanja group chat party. In other words, from this point of view, does the world of pirates where I live also have the existence of traversers? Be my son. It's hard to say, things like traversers are uncertain. It still depends on who traverses the world more advanced, and who grows faster. But to be reasonable, no matter how powerful you are as a traverser in the pirate world, I'm afraid it's just a soy sauce existence in the Dragon Ball world of Boss Suzy. So, old man with a white beard, I suggest you hug Suzy's thick legs tightly. When you meet your pirate world traveler who wants to do something to your original work, maybe so Boss Suzy sees that he has a good relationship with you, so he chooses Tulin world to help you through a big help. The owner of the Wanja group chat party. At Suzy, boss, do you accept your son? Just be my son. The analysis of this group of masters is straightforward, but basically the standard configuration of traversers is to have a strong cheat, okay, or a system. I'm not sure, I don't want to write it too much. Suzy took the time to glance at the Wanja group chat party, then closed the group live broadcast and exited the Wanja group chat party interface. Now he still has something to say, so naturally there is no need to pay attention to these group members. This time the power tournament was quite successful, but Aquan from the future world and I felt that it was still not enjoyable enough, so Zeno suddenly spoke, I have decided that, based on Earth time, there will be another power conference a year later. This time, gods of destruction will also join in. Where's Suli? She. At this time, an excited voice sounded. It was Son Goku who just woke up from a coma. Suli big brother will not participate in this conference. Of course, the main event will be a competition between Suli big brother and Grand Priest. Suli big brother, what do you think? Zeno set his sights on Suli, his face full of anticipation. Point 133. Return to the world of Dragon Ball Super Saiyan 4 by Son Goku. I have no objection. Suli looked at Grand Priest, and found that his face was also full of emotion, which made his eyes flicker slightly, and then nodded with a smile. Clap? Hearing Suzi's agreement, both Zeno clapped their hands excitedly. The first power tournament came to an end. Suzi stayed in the Dragon Ball Spacetime world for a few more months, and then returned to the Dragon Ball Spacetime with his 2 wives and daughters. As soon as he returned to the home of Dragon Ball Spacetime world, Suzi happened to sense a powerful chi, which was very familiar, and it was Son Goku's. Are you hitting baby? Suzi's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and disappeared in place in an instant. Call out? In the next second, when Suzi's figure reappeared, he had arrived on an empty land. From a distance, Son Goku in Super Saiyan 4 form is fighting baby. After the two punched each other, they each took a dozen steps back. You can't beat me, baby. Son Goku looked at baby indifferently. The power gap between you and me is too big now. Call out? As soon as the words fell, Son Goku arrived in front of baby in a flash, raised his hand and punched out, hitting baby's abdomen directly, causing him to vomit blood. Boom! With another dodge, Son Goku flew to 117 above the baby, raised his hand and bombarded baby with energy bombs. A scream from baby rang out in the arena. Turtle. Group. Gas. Wave. When the last word roared out, Son Goku wanted to kill baby, only to see a gold light flashing, and then saw baby become a gold ape. Boom! The baby in gold ape form roared, raised his hand and directly sent the Kamehameha wave released by Son Goku flying, then thumped his chest twice, opened his mouth and fired a shock wave at Son Goku. Rumble! Immediately, the roar of the explosion sounded in the field, and sand and stones flew away for a while. Son Goku's complexion changed, and he flew high in the sky. Seeing the power that baby just created, he frowned and said, this guy's power is so powerful. How did he transform into a big ape? Ho 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 ho. Baby in the form of a golden giant ape kept roaring, and began to wreak havoc around indiscriminately. This guy really doesn't take me seriously. Son Goku in the sky sneered, and then teleported directly to baby's shoulder in the form of a golden giant ape. Just as he was about to make a move, the latter poked it with a finger, and then a purple beam hit him. On Son Goku's chest. What happened? Why is this guy's reaction so fast? Son Goku let out a cry of pain, and then hurriedly dodged the attack of the golden giant ape. Revenge death bomb. At this moment, baby in the form of a golden giant ape flew into the sky, raised his hands high, and roared angrily. He was releasing his ultimate move, apparently ready to destroy Son Goku. Nanny. When the vengeance death bomb touched Son Goku, the latter didn't have any time, which caused a shocked look on baby's face. The me now is not the me before, I don't know how many times stronger. Son Goku patted himself, then frowned and looked at the baby in the sky, suddenly remembered something, and said in shock, wait, you actually started talking. Ha ha ha. Baby put his hands on his chest, laughed loudly, looked at the shocked Son Goku below, and said, you idiot, don't you understand until now? What? Did you? Son Goku's expression changed. That's right, you finally understand. Ha ha ha. Baby couldn't stop laughing. You have to understand, who is transformed into this form? Baby, I'm just a parasite, and what I live in is Vegeta. It looks like you just kept pretending to deceive me just now, and let me take it lightly, right? Son Goku's face became gloomy. He didn't expect that baby, Kba, has such a good brain, and he can even use tricks. I just wanted to play with you just now, but what I really want is to test how terrifying the power of my current form is. Baby laughed loudly, looking at it now, I am indeed not disappointed. My strength at this moment is definitely beyond your current strength. You really have enough confidence. Drink. Son Goku snorted coldly, and rushed straight into the sky after drinking heavily. Weak fellow. Baby raised his hand and slapped Son Goku away with a slap, and sneered, don't struggle, now your strength is too different from mine, you can't be my opponent. With the sound of screams, Son Goku sank deeply into a mountain. Ha ha ha, can you feel my power now? Son Goku, stop struggling, let me kill you and end your pain. Baby laughed unscrupulously. He is very confident in his current strength. No matter how good Son Goku is, it is absolutely impossible for him to be his opponent. Call out? When baby was laughing, Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of him, and then raised his hand and punched baby in the face. Boom! Baby flew upside down, and Son Goku followed closely behind. An over-the-shoulder fall directly smashed him to the ground, and a deep pit appeared on the ground immediately. Kamehameha wave. Son Goku made a calyx-shaped hand, and a dazzling blue light appeared on his hand. Super lightning cannon. Baby sneered, and directly released one of his ultimate moves. Boom! The Kamehameha wave and the super electro-optic cannon came into contact, and the space vibrated for a moment, and then two different lights filled the entire sky. Oh. Seeing this scene, Suli frowned involuntarily. If he remembers correctly, the battlefield of the two in the original book does not seem to be on the Earth, but on the planet Zilf, Bai's lair. In the original book, it was also Baby who bombarded the Earth with a super electric light cannon, which made Son Goku even more angry and released 10 times the super Kamehameha wave. But, looking at it again, Suli found that the 10 times super Kamehameha wave in the original work has no effect on Baby, so how can this simple Kamehameha wave affect Baby at present? Nanny. Sure enough, although Son Goku was victorious against the wave, the attack fell on Baby, but it had no effect at all. At this moment, Son Goku's face was full of shock. Ha ha ha, useless, useless, Son Goku. Baby raised his head and laughed loudly, then looked straight at Son Goku, and said arrogantly, "My lord Baby, you are immortal? You can't kill me." 134. Baby and hashtag 039's immortal body? A snap of fingers solves everything. But, damn it. Son Goku roared unwillingly. His such a powerful attack was useless to Baby, and it even seemed to increase his aura for no reason. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, it's my turn. Baby couldn't stop laughing, and also made a calyx shape with his hands, and then roared, "Super electric light cannon? Drink." Boom. In an instant, dazzling light filled the entire sky, and a huge light cannon blasted towards Son Goku. Super. Wait, I'm not ready yet. When Baby released the super electric light cannon, Son Goku tried to release the super Kamehameha wave again to deal with it, but this time he didn't react at all, and was directly overwhelmed by Baby's super electric light cannon. It worked. Baby saw Son Goku being submerged by the super electric light cannon, and laughed again. This time, Son Goku can finally be wiped out, right? Goku boy. Seeing this scene, Suli remembered what Son Goku said just now, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Ha ha ha, it's really funny that Goku is so funny in this kind of scene. Suli looked at the super electric light cannon that submerged Son Goku, and the aftermath had dissipated at this moment, and he saw Son Goku lying motionless in a deep pit, apparently in a coma. Suddenly, Baby turned his head and saw the existence of Suli, which made him frown and said, "Who are you? Why have I never seen you?" "Who I am." Suli squinted at him, and said with a sneer, "I'm an existence that can never be provoked." Bold. Baby scolded, and then also rushed towards Su. Baby's huge slap came down, but Suli remained motionless, letting Baby's slap fall. Boom, there was a crash. It wasn't Suzui's cry, but Baby's cry. At this moment, this guy had a pained expression on his face. He withdrew his hand and kept blowing, stepped back dozens of meters, and looked gloomily at the sky not far away. Suzui said coldly, "It seems that you have two skills, you are also a Sun. It seems that I am still too low-key, but think about it, I have been with my family all these years, or I am practicing. It is normal for this guy Baby not to know me." Suzui shook his head, and then slowly flew towards Baby. At this time, Son Goku woke up from the coma, looked up, his eyes lit up when he saw Suzui, and exclaimed, "Brother Suzui, you are finally back. Yo, Goku? Long time no see." Suzui turned his head and glanced at Son Goku, waved to him, and greeted him with a smile. This guy is really perverted. Son Goku flew over slowly, scratched his head and glanced at Baby on the side, and said in a low voice, "He said just now that he is immortal, Brother Suzui, how do you think we can get rid of him? Immortal." Suzui sneered, then slowly raised his hand, and then stretched out a finger, only to see a dazzling light flashed at his fingertips. "Call out." This ray of light rushes out, only pointing to where Baby is. Boom, rumble, a series of continuous explosions roared in the sky. Oh, it's really hard to destroy this guy. Soon, the aftermath dissipated, and Baby floated in midair in a state of embarrassment. At this moment, his expression had long since lost the previous arrogance, and the eyes he looked at Suzui were even more frightened. "Brother Suzui, your strength." Son Goku was shocked. Suzui had been silent for too long. Son Goku only knew how powerful he was, but he didn't know how powerful he was. "My strength." Suzui shook his head and smiled, and said, "You can't think of it. However, I believe that your achievements will not be too low in the future. Of course, if you want to catch up with me you have to work harder. Don't worry, I will definitely practice harder." Son Goku showed determination on his face, clenched his fists and made a declaration. "Run away, I have to run away. This Sun, whom I have never seen before, seems a little too strong, and I can't compete with it at all." Baby's face was gloomy. To him, Suzui is absolutely an unrivaled existence. Although he is not truly immortal, there are very few people who can truly destroy his body functions. Seeking flowers. 0. But what about Suzui? The casual blow just now had the feeling that his soul was blown out. So, in order not to die, Baby decided to escape. There is no escape. Baby turned and flew away. Suzui shook his head with a chuckle, and then snapped his fingers lightly, only to see Baby's body froze in vain, and eventually his body shrank slowly, and then slowly changed into Vegito's appearance. Seeing this scene, Son Goku couldn't help being stunned for a while, and then he said in shock, "Where's Baby? Vegeta, is he okay?" 0. The others are gone. Suzy smiled slightly, clapped his hands and said, I just used my ability to clear baby itself, not Vegeta, so naturally nothing happened to Vegeta. Hiss. Hearing Suzy's words, Son Goku couldn't help but gasped. This kind of ability is truly miraculous, it is so perverted to the extreme, it can make a person disappear into the world without a sound. You can solve the follow-up matters yourself, I will go back first, but then again, do you want to follow me to another time and space world in the near future to see another you? Suzy waved his hand, suddenly thought of something, and said, Ha. Hearing Suzy's words, Son Goku was stunned for a moment, then pointed to himself, and said in amazement, Is there another me in this world? Not in this world, but in another world. Suzy explained. What? Son Goku was shocked again, there is another world? And, there is another me. Yes, it is. Suzy smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, You should work harder to cultivate, the Goku in another time and space is not even a little bit stronger than you now. After the battle in the first power tournament, Suzy feels that Son Goku will be stronger, definitely surpassing the power of Son Goku who has just successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4.135. Suzy, system, you are really my caring little padded jacket. Brother Suzy, don't worry, I will definitely work harder. Son Goku regained his energy in an instant. Although he never cared whether someone surpassed him, that was only limited to others. If another self surpassed himself, then he would still have the desire to compare. Therefore, he does not say that he has to surpass himself in another time and space world in a short period of time, but at least he must not be left behind too much, right? Come on, I believe you can do it. Suzy smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and patted Son Goku's shoulder. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His face showed a look of astonishment and excitement. Yes, these two expressions also coexist on Suzy's face. Brother Suzy, what's wrong with you? Seeing Suzy who had a strange expression at the moment, Son Goku couldn't help asking. No, nothing. Suzy shook his head. The reason for his strange expression of 173 just now is naturally that he thought about it just now. Fusion, is that going to be a Son Goku outright? After all, in essence, two people are one person, under the same root and origin, is it possible that there is no time limit? What would it be called then? Super Goku? Thinking of this, Suzy couldn't help showing a funny look on his face. Anyway, it is necessary to recommend this kind of thing to try. But, shishi of those two time space worlds share a Goku if they really can't get out of fusion state. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Suzy suddenly burst out laughing. Honestly, it was kind of fun. For Suzy's inexplicable laugh, Son Goku just felt a little confused, wondering why this big brother suddenly felt a little bit wrong. Okay, not only you need to practice hard, but I also need to work hard. Suzy glanced at Son Goku's strange eyes, coughed lightly, and teleported away after saying something. 1 year later, the second tournament of strength will start, and he must speed up the improvement of his strength during this year. Otherwise, if he loses to Grand Priest, then he is afraid that this teacher will lose face very much. However, to be honest, I haven't figured out the strength of Grand Priest until now. I'm afraid this guy is not even a star stronger than me now. In a year, can I really surpass him? Suzy, who returned to his home in Zeno, frowned. It wasn't that he was not confident in his potential, but that a year was too short. Although he has the effect of weakening attributes, this kind of thing is only because the strength gap between the two is not extremely large, otherwise, how can he weaken it when he is instantly killed by Grand Priest? I have to plan carefully for a year later. Wait. Suzy suddenly took a deep breath. The time seemed to be less than a year, because he stayed in the Dragon Ball Super world for 2 months. In other words, the time left for him is not too much, only 10 months. Ding. The mission system is open, how to practice and use key transfer in the Wanja group chat party. Mission reward, 5 years of normal combat power, 50 times the time flow rate of the spiritual time house. Accept or reject this mission. While Suzy was thinking about it, a system notification sounded suddenly in his mind. Oh, it's true that when you doze off, the pillow falls from the sky. Suzy just happened to be thinking about whether there is a way to quickly increase his combat power. No, the system activated the mission system to send warmth. System, you are really my caring little padded jacket. I love it, love it. Suzy laughed out loud and immediately accepted the task. Accepting this task, Suzy's mind sank into historical support parties that went straight into my mind. Ding. The @Suzy you follow is online. The @Suzy you follow is online. In an instant, when Suzy entered the group chat party of Wanja, a message from was sent out. In this regard, Suzy was at a loss. When did the group have this function? He glanced up and saw that the Wanja group chat party, where only 2 people were online, suddenly had more than 20 people online. At a glance, all of them are messages from some group members at him, and these are all reminders of their attention. Welcome boss Suzy. Suzy boss is finally online. Suzy boss @Suzy, I checked Sun's transformation form. Your normal state seems to be the transformation of Super Sun 5. A series of welcome messages scrolled across the screen. Suzy saw the group owner at him, and without hesitation, he replied directly, yes, my crown is the transformation of Super Sun 5 the shape, just, this normal state also has the Ultra Instinct state of fusion, so it is different from the transformation form of common Super Sun 5. Hiss, Boss Suzy, it's really terrifying. The owner of the Wanja group chat party. Hiss, Boss Suzy, it's really terrifying. +1. Hiss, Boss Suzy, it's really scary. +2. QAQ from Little Dragon Girl. Suzy took another look, and seeing that Xialong sent a cute emoji, she couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. He couldn't imagine that the usually cold Little Dragon Girl would send out such a cute emoji. This time I am going online to upload the practice and usage of Dragon Ball World Chi. Everyone, please watch carefully in the group file download after the upload is successful in a while. Suzy is not the owner of the group, so he can't add all the members of this Wanja group chat party, so he at the owner of the Wanja group chat party, please help the group owner at. Mao's problem? Please leave this trivial matter to me. The owner of the Wanja group chat party was very excited. The practice and use of Dragon Ball World Chi is definitely a rare good thing for him. You know, this is the basic thing to really improve your combat power. If you use it as a high-level 3.0 martial arts world, the Chi in the Dragon Ball world is definitely a perfect match. Immediately, Suzy uploaded how to use Chi practice, and then said, after you master Chi, you can share your practice experience in the group. Of course, I will also upload some wave attack skills in the Dragon Ball world soon. Go to the group file, and then everyone can watch it and choose whether they want to learn. Suzy didn't really do this kind of thing for the benefit of the group members, but his original intention was for fun, or an astonishing conjecture. Yes, the 10,000 Realms group chat party, as the name suggests, has members from 10,000 realms. In other words, he has the opportunity to integrate the entire 10,000 realms into the Dragon Ball world system, and when the entire 10,000 realms has the power of the Dragon Ball system, his ability to create, can it also be brought into other worlds? 136 The connection between Hell and the human world, powerful enemies who are about to take revenge in this regard, Suzy expressed great expectations. If it really is what he thinks, then he will no longer be Dragon Ball World invincible, but 10,000 worlds invincible. When the clearing ability and his creative ability are upgraded to several levels, he will inevitably control the entire 10,000 realms and become a veritable helm of the 10,000 realms. It's just that all of this is his conjecture, and it's hard to say whether it's really what he thinks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, the reward has been delivered. Collect now or delay. Now, Suzy responded, and then slowly withdrew from the Wanja group chat party. Host, Suzy. Bloodline, Ultimation. Realm of God, 100%. Normal free super race 5, 18 combat effectiveness. Ultimation 1, 50 times combat power increase. Skills, 15 times Kaioken without side effects. Upgraded version of instant transmission. Clearing ability, Baijin level, time stop technique, 10 seconds, 100% chance of weakening attribute effects. Perfect ultra instinct, creative ability, Baijin level. Items, Jean 26 Fighting Robot House, 20,000 times Gravity Room, 50 times Time Flow Speed Spiritual Time Room. After that, Suzy glanced at his own character attribute panel, with a little exclamation on his face. To be honest, his normal combat power is growing a little bit slowly now. After all, the level of normal combat power has already reached the ZI level. If it really doubles every year as before, then I'm afraid he really won't be able to regain his strength in a few years. Up a level. At this stage, combat strength does not mean everything, at least for Suzy, although the level of combat strength is the basis, but to be honest, if you have the ability to clear or create at Baijin level or above, then Suzy there is no need to improve your own combat power at all. The Baijin level cannot clear the existence of the level of the current Grand Priest, but if it is above the Baijin level, it will definitely be able to clear the existence of this level. 3 days passed quietly. On this day, Son Goku and others are having a party at Suzy's home. However, soon everyone seemed to sense something, hurried to the yard, looked up at the sky, and saw a huge black vortex in the entire sky. It looks extremely attractive. I clearly feel an evil aura. The childlike Son Goku frowned and spoke. Of course. An old and slow voice sounded. Oh, that's the voice of Lord Kai. Son Goku was surprised, and then smiled. Long time no see, Lord Kai, how are you doing recently? Not too well, because I seem to have a cold. King Kai's voice was very weak, but soon he regained his energy, because the matter was too serious. Goku. Now is not the time to talk about these things, the big things are not good. What's wrong, Lord Kai? Son Goku looked blank. I don't know what's going on, the hell and the world are about to be linked together. King Kai panicked. Nanny. Son Goku was also very surprised. He raised his head and took a deep look at the black vortex in the sky, and said in a deep voice, that is to say, at the moment when hell and the world are completely connected, many people who died before will come out of hell. The bad guys are coming. That's right. King Kai said. I understand, since this is the case, then it's okay to kill them again. Son Goku suddenly became inexplicably excited. It is also possible to practice in hell, that is to say, their practice in hell may make them stronger. All in all, you must be careful. King Kai's worried voice sounded. Don't worry, the me I am now is also very strong. Son Goku patted his chest, then turned his gaze to Suzy, and said, Brother Suzy, this time, I hope you don't make a move. Hold head high. Suzy responded casually, don't worry, I'm not interested in any of these guys. But whether that guy Frieza will go further, I'm not sure. According to common sense, Gold Frieza and Super Saiyan Blue 55 should be on the same level as Super Saiyan Son Goku. After all, Super Saiyan 4 corresponds to the transformation form of Super Saiyan Blue. As for why Suzy turned into Super Saiyan 5 at the beginning, he didn't look as good as Son Goku in Super Saiyan Blue. It was naturally because Suzy's normal combat effectiveness had not improved. For example, a Saiyan with a normal combat power of 1 million points is so talented that he can transform into Super Saiyan 5 when his normal combat power is 1 million points. But, can his ultimate strength compare to that of Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku? Obviously, impossible. After all, Suzy's hooks are generally not as big as Son Goku, who grows with the plot. He himself does not exist in the world of Dragon Ball, so there is no hang-up for him from the original author. Therefore, in the super initial stage of Dragon Ball, Son Goku of Super Saiyan Blue must be stronger than Suzy. This is a very normal thing. Call out? At this moment, Son Goku moved suddenly, and he flew directly into the black vortex in the sky. Goku. Seeing Son Goku rushing in directly, the expressions of Kellen and others changed suddenly. Come on. Piccolo hesitated for a second, then flew to follow. Whoosh! In an instant, Kellen, Son Gohan, and Vegeta also flew into the black vortex at 460 degrees. Dad, should we follow up? The little princess Suli took Suzy's hand and whispered. Naturally, I want to see how this guy Frieza has practiced in hell all these years. It would be best if he has become a golden Frieza, otherwise it would be really boring. Suzy grinned. In the original book, Frieza's deadly enemy is Son Goku. In the previous plot of the Dragon Ball Time and Space World, the deadly enemy seems to have become him. Suzy. Call out? Suzy ordered, and then took the little princess hand and flew directly into the black vortex in the sky. Just entering hell, I saw Son Goku confronting Dr. Mayu, not only him, but also Dr. Ge Luo, hell number 17, and another. Cell? Huh? Why isn't this guy Frieza here? Suzy glanced around, and suddenly frowned. According to his perception, there is no Frieza's aura around here, that is to say, Frieza is not collaborating with Dr. Ge Luobo and the others. Yes? If Frieza can transform into a golden Frieza, then he will definitely look down on Dr. Yuge Luobo and the others, and naturally it is impossible to collude with them. Suzy's eyes flickered for a moment, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Point 137. Sully, I want to be my dad and hashtag 039's carrying little padded jacket for the rest of my life. Is this the hell? Son Goku and others glanced around, frowning slightly. Hey, Son Goku, yes, this is hell. Dr. Mayu said with a dark smile, staring at Son Goku. He has a great hatred for Son Goku, that is. That evil breath just now, whose breath is it? Son Goku glanced around again, and finally set his sights on number 17 in hell. He recognized that this guy should be the number 17 who was killed by the future world leader. However, he always had a bad premonition in his heart, but he couldn't tell what kind of bad premonition it was. While Son Goku was still thinking, a powerful shock wave suddenly greeted him. Call out! Son Goku didn't dare to be careless, and quickly dodged. Then he looked in the direction of the shock wave, and saw that the person who made the shot was Cell. Son Goku, you still really like to desert. Do you think you are the only one who knows how powerful people are? Let me tell you, in hell, I have been working hard to practice. Cell said coldly. Also, don't think that you alone can improve your energy. Drink. Cell let out a loud shout and exploded with gas, only to see golden arrogance flashing all over him, just like Super Saiyan. What happened? Faced with Cell's gas explosion, Son Goku laughed. It feels like we haven't seen each other for a while. Have you forgotten how to use chi? Drink? After finishing speaking, Son Goku stared fixedly, clenched his fists tightly, and then began to roar. With his roar, his breath suddenly rose. At the same time, in hell, the officials of the Palace of Hades. What? With such a strong chi, could it be that Goku and the others started fighting? At this moment, the huge Hades was like an ostrich, lying deeply on the table, sweating profusely, and secretly raised his head, only daring to lift it a little. Should have started. The subordinate on the other side replied uncertainly. Since this is the case, as the king of Hades, I can't sit idly by. Yan Wang gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. On Son Goku's side, with a look of embarrassment, he scratched his head and said to the shocked Cell, oops, I seem to have used too much force. Ha ha ha. Cell regained his composure, folded his hands on his chest, smiled excitedly on his face, and said, Son Goku, I didn't expect your strength to increase again, it really makes me so happy. Drink. The moment Cell's voice fell completely, the two left at the same time. Adadadada. Son Goku and Cell played against each other, and it seemed that they were evenly matched, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that if Cell is just on par with the normal Son Goku, then it is definitely not the same as Son Goku in the transformation form of Super Saiyan comparability. Piccolo, let's kill Dr. Mayu and that Dr. Ge Luo. Here, Kellen suddenly suggested. Good. Piccolo nodded. Dad, so boring. Sully leaned close to Suzy's ear and whispered something. It's pretty boring. Suzy also yawned, glanced casually at Son Goku who was fighting with Cell, and shook his head lightly. Goku at the current stage is still too weak, the second power tournament. I thought about it, and decided not to take him. Of course, if he can improve again, it's not impossible. Dad, what about me? What about me? Hearing her father's words, Suli exclaimed excitedly, I think I'm already strong enough to be a qualified warrior. You really want to be a warrior? Suzy squinted at the little princess, and said with a half-smile, girls can't be too violent? Otherwise, I'll see how you fall in love and get married in the future. I don't want to fall in love, let alone get married. Suli raised her head and said, I will never fall in love and get married in this life. I want to surround my father all my life and be my father's caring little padded jacket for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha. Suzy burst into laughter when he heard what his precious daughter said. To be honest, being selfish, he really didn't want his daughter to fall into the hands of other men. Most of all, he thinks no man is worthy of his little princess. Okay, I will definitely take my little princess with me to the Second Power Conference. However, it doesn't make any sense for you to participate in the battle between gods of destruction. Let alone them, they are existences at the angel level, nor is it your opponent. Suzy reached out and rubbed Suli's head, and said, so, just watch the battle between Dad and the Grand Priest. Okay, Daddy can beat Grand Priest all over the place. Suli nodded obediently. Ha. Suzy laughed out loud, but his eyes suddenly focused at this moment, saying that he said so, but he really met Grand Priest, and he still didn't know what to do. The true strength of the Grand Priest, Suzy, is still unclear, and it may only become clearer after the two of them have fought against each other. Don't worry, the Grand Priest may indeed be very powerful. But, I'm not jealous. I have 100% attribute weakening effects, as long as I don't get killed in an instant, then I can defeat this guy. Thinking about it, Suzy felt helpless. I think he, as the teacher of Grand Priest, is still worried that he is not the opponent of Grand Priest. It is true that there is something. Shame? It's not bad. If I have practiced for so many years, let alone one Grand Priest, even 10, 100, or even 1,000 Grand Priests can never be my opponent. Suzy shook Li Xiaoxiao his head, too lazy to think about these things. He looked at the field. Cell had already lost, and he looked shocked at the moment. Thinking about it, I didn't expect that the current Son Goku would be so powerful, and he didn't even need to transform into Super Saiyan to defeat him. Dr. Mayu and Dr. Glo Luo are both dead. Now there is only Hell 17 and Cell left. If one more is added, it will be Frisia, who has never appeared. In other words, where did Frisia go? Rob. Suzy frowned, because he couldn't sense Frisia's existence at all. Could it be? Frisia has left Hell and arrived on Earth. Suzy suddenly had this thought in his heart, and then a little surprised expression appeared on his face. In other words, the current Frisia probably has the ability to escape from Hell independently, and perhaps it is possible to transform into a golden Frisia. Point 138. Combination of Hell number 17 and Human World No 17. Oops, let Dr. Mayu and Dr. Ji Luo escape. A burst of exclamation sounded, pulling Suzy back to reality from his thoughts. He glanced around and found that Cell died again, this time without any suspense at the hands of Son Goku. As for Dr. Mayu, Dr. Glu, and Hell number 17, they escaped from Hell among chase. Whoosh! Everyone returned to the world directly. At the same time, on a certain island in the east of the earth, Frisia crossed his arms and looked at the island below. His face was full of indifference. I don't know how many years ago, I died on this island before Suzy that it's in the hands of the guy. Today, I'm waiting for him here. This time, it won't be me who will die. Once again he controlled the transformation of the new form. He was not as inflated as he imagined. It was only his confidence in the transformation of the new form. He would not choose to take the initiative, because he knew. This guy Suzy will definitely come to him on his own initiative. Vegeta, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, in the western capital, the dead Nappa and Raditz all rushed towards Vegeta. It's really disappointing that I haven't improved after so many years of death. Vegeta squinted at the two guys, sneered, and released a shock wave, directly killing Nappa and Raditz by 430. It's disgusting, it made me move again. Vegeta withdrew his hand and said something coldly. Long time no see, Vegeta. Call out? Call out? Two bursting sounds sounded, and the doctor and Dr. Ji Luo looked at Vegeta indifferently. It's really a wave just flattened, and another wave is rising. Vegeta frowned, turned around and glanced at Dr. Mayu and Dr. Ji Luo on a pile of ruins. Let me show you my latest work today, Vegeta. Dr. Mayu said coldly, come on, Flamebringer No 17. Hearing Dr. Mayu's words, Vegeta turned his head and glanced at the past, only to see Hell Android 17 appearing from a pile of flames, and then turned his head to look at Vegeta as well. Oh. Seeing Hell Android 17, Vegeta had a funny smile on his face, raised his brows, and said, that's right, finally there is a slightly stronger guy on the stage. Call out? Vegeta and Hell Android 17 set off together, and the two collided and started a battle. Boom! Hell man-made, cack. Person number 17 seemed to be a little absent-minded, but Vegeta seized the opportunity and sent him flying with a punch. What are you doing? Why haven't you come to me yet? Hurry up and merge with me and become an unprecedented Super Android 17. Hell Android 17 stabilized his body, then frowned, and began to communicate and urge Android 17 on Earth. On the 17th, another 17th will arrive soon, you should come back first. Just then, the doctor spoke. I see. Hell Android 17's eyes flickered for a moment, and he could sense another Android 17 that was about to arrive here, so he didn't care about Vegito's desire to fight him at this moment, and flew back to Dr. Mayu directly. Call out? Soon, another Android 17 arrived. He scanned the sky, and finally set his sights on Dr. Mayu and others who were on the side. You're finally here. A smile appeared on Hell Android 17's face, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes at this moment. What? There are two Android 17. Why do they feel weird? It's not like the simple Android 17 we know. The people who came after looked at the two Android 17 and frowned. One is Android 17 in hell, and the other is Android 17 in the world. Suli said lightly, Dr. Mayu's plan is to make the two Android 17 fusions in hell and the world into an unprecedented super artificial human. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Suzui's words. Oh, unexpectedly, you are quite smart. Dr. Mayu glanced at Suzui, frowned involuntarily, and then said coldly, smart is smart, but let me tell you, no matter what, everyone here today will die at the hands of my masterpiece. Ha ha ha. However, being able to die in the hands of the super Android 17 that was born in a while is actually a very good experience for you, because you have never seen such a powerful existence. Joke. Vegito sneered, pointed at the two Android 17s, and said coldly, I don't care about these two guys, Vegito, hurry up, let them perform fusion. I want to see, your so-called Super Android 17 is amazing, or my Super Sun 4 is amazing. Ahahaha, since you want to die so much, Vegeta, then I will do as you wish. Dr. Mayu laughed loudly, then turned around and said to the two Android 17s, Number 17, the two of you can combine. Let this group of Suns full of stench see what is called the world's strongest artificial man. You are me, I am you. You are me, I am you. Hearing Dr. Mayu's words, two Android 17s flew out, with golden light shining all over their bodies, and shouted, We will be one. Boom! When the voices of the two Android 17s fell completely, their bodies gradually overlapped, and at this moment, an extremely dazzling light exploded in the sky. Nanny. Regarding this scene, everyone in Son Gohan's face suddenly changed. Although Vegeta couldn't keep his eyes open, he didn't acknowledge the power of this ray of light, and just smiled coldly. After a while, the light dissipated, and only a man appeared in everyone's sight. They fit together successfully. Kellen's eyes widened in disbelief. Successful, the Super Android 17 we dreamed of is finally born. Dr. Mayu and Dr. Ji Luo looked at each other, and then howled excitedly. Rumble? At this moment, Super Number 17 in the sky turned its head and glanced at Kellen and the others, only to see shockwaves bombarding them. What a terrifying power. Son Gohan and the others changed their expressions and left the area one after another. Super, no 17. Vegeta took a deep breath, stared solemnly at the expressionless Super 17 above the sky, and gradually narrowed his eyes. Point 139. Output defensive Super Number 17. Leave this guy to me, I'm going to kill him. Drink. Soon, the squinting Vegeta decided to kill him himself. Call out? Vegeta set off. His speed was very fast, and he had already arrived in front of Super 17 in the blink of an eye. Boom! Raising his hand, Vegeta punched Super Number 17 in the face. How can it be? Vegeta punched Super Number 17 in the face but did not cause any damage to the latter at all, which made his face change, revealing a horrified expression. Super Number 17 smiled coldly, raised his hand to grab Vegeta's hand, and then threw it casually. Boom! There was an explosion roar, and then Vegeta's pain cry. Adadida. Seeing this scene, Up flew over and began to punch and kick Super Number 17, but the latter was not affected at all, allowing Up to attack him. After beating for a while, Up stepped back, gasping for breath. As for Super Number 17, he squatted down and wiped his shoes. Seeing this scene, Up's face changed, and he exclaimed, Nanny? Why is there nothing wrong with this guy? Superior. Go. 11. Trunks and Son Goten glanced at each other, and then they all set off to kill Super Number 17. However, after the two fought against Super Number 17 for a while, the latter was not affected at all, and looked at it calmly. This. Trunks and Son Goten didn't know what to do for a while. This guy's anti-strike ability is too terrifying. Ha ha ha, too weak, your strength is too weak for my Super 17? Give up struggling, let Super 17 give you a group of dead monkeys full of stench. Dr. Mayu and Dr. Ji Luo saw that even the multiplayer attack could not cause any damage to Super Number 17, which made the two of them swell immediately. Everyone, get out of the way, let me test how powerful his striking ability is. At this moment, Son Gohan suddenly spoke, making a calyx shape with his hand, and shouted at Super 17, Kurtle. Pi. Ki blast. Boom. Call out. In an instant, a dazzling blue beam flew towards Super 17. Oops. Such a powerful energy attack, can Super 17 withstand it? Feeling the amazing breath brought by Son Gohan Kamehameha wave, this made Dr. Mayu and Jero's face change, and they couldn't help but start to worry about Super 17. Nice. It worked. Seeing this scene, everyone was very excited. But soon, the light dissipated, and the figure of Super 17 appeared again. Nanny? Big Brother's Kamehameha, exclaimed Son Goten. It doesn't work. Trunks answered with a look of disbelief on his face. This guy, Vegeta frowned, staring deeply at Super 17, not knowing what to do for a moment. Ha ha ha, are you finished? Now, Super number 17, it's time for you to show them your strength. Dr. Mayu and Dr. Ji Luo howled excitedly when they saw that there was nothing wrong with Super 17. Receive. Super number 17 spoke. His voice was extremely cold, and the moment the voice fell, he appeared in front of Son Goten. Boom! Raising his hand, he punched Son Goten as if he was hitting a rubber ball. Boom! In a blink of an eye, Super number 17 came in front of Trunks and up again. Similarly, with a punch, they were directly blown away like a ball. And you, Vegeta. Super number 17 squinted at Vegeta, who was sweating profusely on one side, smiled indifferently, and then rushed forward and arrived in front of him at the same time. Boom! Raising his hand, there was no suspense at all, as powerful as Vegeta 9 was also slapped flying by Super number 17. Okay, what a scary guy. Seeing this scene, Piccolo's expression changed. He naturally knew how terrifying Vegeta's strength was, but when facing this Super number 17, he had no resistance at all. This shows how terrifying the strength of Super number 17 is. Ask for flowers. Little ones are little ones after all, no matter how many there are, they are just little ones. Dr. Mayu sneered, even if you attack together, you will definitely not be able to defeat the current Super number 17. He is stronger than all of you imagined. Damn, I haven't been this angry for a long time. Son Gohan slowly got up from the ground and transformed into Super Saiyan directly. Not only him, Trunks, Son Goten, and Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan. Oh, seeing everyone's transformation, Super number 17 frowned, and with a playful smile on his face, he shook his head and said, it seems that you will never die until you reach the Yellow River. Let me tell you, no matter how hard you try, you will definitely be impossible to beat me. 0. However, it seems that you are not willing to believe this fact at all. If so, then I will show some skills to show you how far I am from me. While speaking, Super 17 slowly ascended into the sky. Flash shock. When it reached a certain point, Super number 17 let out a roar, and with him as the center, golden electric lights descended from the sky, pointing directly at Son Gohan and others. Rumble! In an instant, deafening explosions roared in the field. Ha ha ha. After launching the flash electric shock, Super number 17 in the sky laughed wantonly, and he kept shaking his head. See, this is the gap between you and me. Huh? I didn't realize the so-called gap. Vegeta stepped out of the smoke, raised his hand and shouted at Super 17 in the sky, Ultimate Flash, launch. Boom! There was a violent explosion in the sky, and then a cloud of smoke rose. I'm so impatient, you dare to resist my ultimate flash. Vegeta sneered. So what? When the smoke dissipated, Super 17 looked indifferently at Vegeta underground. Nanny. Seeing that Super number 17 was safe and sound, Son Gohan on the side suddenly widened his eyes, and his face showed disbelief. Under such a powerful attack, this guy Super number 17 is fine? Z. 140 Vegeta and hashtag 039, S Pride, Super Saiyan 4. As I said, you are still too weak after all. To me, you are just a bunch of little reptiles. Super number 17 was extremely inflated, glanced around indifferently, and then set his eyes on Son Goten who was on the side. Boom! Raising his hand, Super 17 fired an electric light cannon at him, blasting Son Goten away. Damn it, how dare you do this to Goten? Seeing this scene, Trunks, who is a good brother, naturally couldn't bear it, and flew directly towards Super 17. However, the difference in combat power between him and Super number 17 is too obvious, but just a face-to-face effort. Trunks also flew upside down, and fell to the ground without knowing his life or death. Super number 17, quickly get rid of them all. Dr. Mayu spoke at this moment. 100 Super number 17 let out a sneer, and then took off his hand. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, his severed hand began to shoot like a machine gun. Rumble! The deafening explosion roar continued to sound. Son Gohan's screams continued. Dad, should we make a move? On the other side, Suli asked her father in a low voice. Don't worry, Goku is coming back soon. By the way, will Vegeta be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Why doesn't it feel like he can transform into Super Saiyan 4? Suzy shook his head, suddenly remembered something, and frowned slightly as he looked at Vegeta, who was also fainted. He had already watched the anime Dragon Ball when he was very young, and he somewhat forgot whether Vegeta can really transform into the form of Super Saiyan 4 at this stage. However, even if he can transform, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of Super number 17 in his current state. After all, the name of Wanyan's second tragedy tower is not a joke. What a bastard you are. A little while later, the unconscious Vegeta got up from the ground, with a little blood on the corner of his mouth, and he walked towards Super 17 step by step. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Super number 17 stretched out his hand and tossed his hair, staring at Vegeta who suddenly stopped and clenched his fists and roared. When he saw him transforming into Super Saiyan again, he suddenly sneered. Blonde hair again, it seems that you still want to struggle for something? Task tisk. You guys are really desperate enough. What did you say? Vegeta's pupils constricted for a while, and he shouted loudly, and rushed towards Super 17. What do you think of me as a man? A person at your disposal? It's ridiculous. Boom, bang bang bang. Under the explosion, it seems that Vegeta is evenly matched with the Super 17. However, the eyesight of the people present is not too bad, and they can still tell who has the upper hand. Drink. There was another roar, and Vegeta was just about to throw a punch with all his strength. At this moment, Super number 17 came directly behind him with a dodge, and an extremely terrifying energy bombarded Vegeta's back. A scream resounded through the sky, and then Vegeta fell to the ground in a normal state. This kid. I really don't know who I learned from, let alone Super Saiyan 4, even Super Saiyan hasn't transformed. Regarding Vegeta's defeat, Suli had already had some guesses, but what he didn't expect was that this guy didn't change his form in Super Saiyan 4, even in Super Saiyan 2. This, to be honest, made Suli shake his head. If it is said that the combat power of Dragon Ball has collapsed too seriously, then the combat power of everyone in the Dragon Ball spacetime world has been weakened too seriously. From the perspective of someone like him who watches from the perspective of God, it seems that except for Son Goku, there is no one who can fight. Just like Son Gohan, because the appearance of Suli made him change a bit, so he is not as wild as in the original book, but now it seems that he is still so weak. I lost just like that. At this moment, Vegeta who was lying on the ground said unwillingly, Vegeta, you don't need to blame yourself too much. I see your hard work, it's very good, but for Super number 17, your hard work is just in vain, because he is too strong. Dr. Ge Luo flew down from the sky, looked at Vegeta on the ground, and smiled. Hey, call out? At this moment, I saw Xiao Fang flying out from one side, and then took Dr. Ge Luo hostage. I know you can control Super 17, hurry up and make him stop attacking. Xiao Fang said coldly, otherwise, or I will kill you. I got it? Super 17, hurry up, stop attacking Vegeta quickly. Dr. Ge Luo naturally decided that his own life was more important, and hastily issued an order to Super number 17. Super number 17 turned his head slowly, and finally set his sights on Dr. Ge Luo, and then slowly raised his hand, only to see a powerful shock wave ejected from his palm. What do you want to do? Seeing this shock wave, Dr. Ge Luo's face suddenly changed. Oops. Xiao Fang, who was holding Dr. Ge Luo in captivity, also changed her expression, and then hurriedly let go of Dr. Ge Luo, and flew out to the side. Seeing this, Suzi's figure flickered for a moment, and directly took Xiao Fang to his side. Rumble! There was a burst of explosions and roars in the arena. To the end of his life, Dr. Ge Luo couldn't figure out why the number 17 he created would betray him again. 89 euros. On the 17th, this was the second time he had been killed. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Mayu on one side laughed out loud. Boom! Damn it! I absolutely won't tolerate you being so arrogant. At this moment, Vegeta 2.0 on the ground suddenly exploded with an extremely powerful chi, and in the next second, a dazzling red light flickered, and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta appeared. Oh, Suzi frowned when he saw this transformation. He thought about it just now, and remembered that in the original book, Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was transformed during the battle with Omega Shenron. Now that he has transformed in advance, this shows that this kid has indeed worked hard enough in practice over the years. Super Saiyan 4. Xiao Fang recognized this transformation form, and immediately clapped her hands and howled excitedly. Chop Suey, just let my Super Saiyan 4 finish you. Vegeta rose slowly from the ground to the sky, with his arms folded, staring at the calm Super number 17 below with an extremely indifferent gaze. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. 141 The inflated Vegeta lost in a split second. Nanny? What new transformation form is this for you stinky Saiyans? Seeing Vegeta Super Saiyan 4, Dr. Mayu's face was still full of arrogance, but at this moment, it disappeared in vain. Yes? He was sweating profusely at the moment, and his face was full of horror. Although he doesn't have much combat power, he can still feel how terrifying the energy in Vegeta's body is at this moment. It's getting interesting. Super number 17 looked at Vegeta of Super Saiyan 4 in the sky, and could not help showing a little bit of fun on his face. To be fair, he could see how powerful Vegeta was from this transformation. But Super number 17 was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to tear off the proud Vegeta, and then stomped on his face fiercely with his feet. This kind of guy has to let him understand a truth: one mountain is still higher. In front of a real strong man, Vegeta's transformation into a new form is nothing at all. Boom! 26. Call out? Just as Super number 17 was thinking, Vegeta in the sky exploded into a beam of light and swooped down to kill him. Boom! Punch! With just one punch, Vegeta in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 4 blasted Super number 17 flying before he could react. Super 17. Dr. Mayu yelled worriedly, this guy's strength is extraordinary. In my opinion, you'd better not collide with him head-on, and start a procrastination battle. The energy in your body is endless, and this guy's consumption is definitely very high big. Don't collide head-on. Super 17 lifted off from a pile of ruins, squinted at Dr. Mayu who was on the ground with a worried face, and said calmly, I'm sorry, Dr. Mayu. In my world, there is no such thing as backing down. I have been transformed by you to be so powerful, you don't even believe in your achievements? It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Call out? When Super 17 taunted Drive Mayu, Vegeta started again. His speed was much faster than before. It was completely crushing his previous speed several times. Before he blinked, he had already reached Super 17 in front of the number. Boom! Sky Cannon. Vegeta released a powerful sky cannon directly at Super number 17 at close range, then twisted his body, raised his hand and released an ultimate flash at Super number 17, which was shot into the sky by the sky cannon. Rumble! Suddenly, the sky was filled with smoke, and a huge black mushroom cloud slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Finished. Is this Super Saiyan 4? It's too powerful. I feel that Dad's strength at this moment is stronger than Goku uncle. Looking at the mushroom cloud in the sky, Kellen Piccolo and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes, and started talking in low voices. Hearing everyone's discussion, Suzy squinted at the dark mushroom cloud in the sky, shook his head and smiled. After so many years, why don't these guys understand the truth? That is the typical smoke without harm law? Sure enough, after everyone discussed 2 more sentences, Super number 17 appeared in everyone's sight again. Super number 17, as expected of Super number 17. No injuries at all. Dr. Mayu saw the reappearance of Super number 17, who seemed to have nothing wrong with him, and his face suddenly showed excitement. Snapped. Super number 17 raised his hand and patted his clothes, and the moment he glanced at Vegeta, he left at this moment. Call out. A flash of light flickered, and he arrived in front of Vegeta in an instant. The attack just now, I will return it to you now. Super number 17 was ruthless, raising his hand and punching Vegeta continuously. He. After seemingly beating Vegeta for a while, Super number 17 suddenly realized that something was wrong. Vegeta, why is he still in the mood to laugh out loud? Boom! Super number 17 exploded his aura, and then punched out violently. However, this time his shot let him down, because Vegeta sneered and clenched Super No 17's fist, raised his hand and punched out the same violently. Boom! This punch directly sent Super number 17 flying. Super 17. Seeing this scene, Dr. Mayo, who still had an arrogant look on his face, suddenly changed his face, and couldn't help but exclaimed. As expected of Super Saiyan 4, the strength of Vegeta is simply not too strong. Seeing that Super 17 was blown away with a punch, everyone's faces immediately showed excitement. Huh? But that's it, Super number 17, is it that weak? Seeing his strength, Vegeta couldn't help but swell up. In his opinion, he hasn't used his full strength yet, and Super number 17 doesn't even have room to resist, which shows how weak this guy is. Call out? When Kellen and others were excited, Super number 17 stabilized his body, and saw a flash of light, and he appeared behind Vegeta. 243 die, Vegeta. Super number 17 opened his hands and released a terrifying energy attack on Vegeta's back. This kind of attack is enough to destroy the entire Earth, but it just hit Vegeta abruptly. Rumble? The powerful wave attack directly caused Vegeta to let out a scream. So far, he paid a heavy price for his inflated carelessness. I saw that he was in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 4, fell to the ground after the smoke cleared, and closed his eyes unwillingly. Immediately afterwards, with the passage of time, he returned to his normal appearance. This reversal surprised everyone present, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Vegeta, this guy. Suzy shook his head and laughed. It was really swollen enough, but it just hit Super number 17 with a punch. It's as if I have already wiped out Super number 17. Vegeta uncle's energy is actually greater than that of Super 17. Unfortunately, he is too conceited. Suli also saw very clearly that Vegeta in the transformed form of Super Saiyan 4 was actually more powerful than Super 17, but it was too inflated, which led to her own defeat. 142 arriving in the world of Naruto. I can only say it's a pity. Suzy shook his head helplessly when he heard this, and didn't know how to describe Vegeta anymore. It's okay, Vegeta can just let him take a good rest, and we don't have to pay for anything else. After finishing speaking, Suzy walked up to Suli and asked Suli to go back later. After all, this is the scene, and the real intention is that Suli is not suitable here. After all, what emergency will happen later? Suli naturally has no way to start. Suli nodded slightly. Okay, I understand, then I'll go back and have a rest first. If you still want to call me later, just come and call me. Having said that, Suli simply packed her things and went back. Now everyone present seems to be unable to react well to this result, but they still accept it gladly. After all, they have already won, so what else can they say? While waiting for Suzy to go back, he kept thinking about this problem. In the past few days, he has been feeling that his physical condition is not particularly good. Sometimes it is even very similar to the feeling a few days ago before I came to this world. But when he thought of the terrible things that would suddenly change the world, Suzy didn't think so much, and after arranging everything, he went back. On the way back, Suzy took a shortcut in order to get there quickly, but he didn't expect that he would be targeted. Because he didn't know what the person behind him wanted, Suzy walked faster without saying anything. The walking of the person behind followed suit, and disappeared directly in the end. Although the voice disappeared at the end, Suzy knew that the person was probably waiting for him at an intersection, so instead of doing this, it's better to fight. Thinking about it, Suzy turned his head abruptly, but he didn't see anyone's shadow, only saw a blackness in front of him and passed out. When Suzy was in a coma, he felt dizzy and couldn't keep his eyelids open. There is still a lot of noise next to it, and it may be that I really don't know what is going on. After almost a while, Suzuki heard the man's words. Naruto, can you stop pressing on others like this? Sasuke sat aside, watching Naruto rolling around on Suzuki's body, but couldn't bear it anymore, so he sounded a reminder. But Naruto didn't seem to hear Sasuke's words, and then rolled around on Suzuki's body, and finally saw Suluo's tail. Just pull gently. Ah, it hurts. Suzuki woke up from being frightened by Naruto's gentle pull, and didn't even know what the situation was. Seeing that Suzuki woke up, Naruto laughed and pointed at Suzuki and laughed. This is not an alien, but he even has a tail, so rare. After speaking, he wanted to pinch Suzuki's tail a few times, but Suzuki avoided it immediately, never giving Naruto the chance to pinch his own tail. What are you doing? My tail is also what you can pinch at will. After speaking, he picked up the clothes next to him and covered his tail. Naruto saw that Suzuki didn't even give a chance to pinch, and immediately said to Sakura who just came in, "Woo, Sakura, go and see this person, I won't let me pinch his tail." After finishing speaking, he even made a face at Suzuki, which seemed very naughty. Because Suzuki hadn't figured out why he came here suddenly, he didn't care much about Naruto. Point 143. First arrival. Seeing that Naruto was still so mischievous, Sakura felt his hands itch and wanted to beat Naruto, but because Sasuke was still here, she tried her best not to get angry. What? Can you be quieter? Otherwise, what do you want me to do with you? If Mr. Kakashi finds out, I don't think you have anything to eat tonight. After finishing speaking, he looked at Naruto with a puff of air in his mouth, his eyes already looked very scary. Suzuki, who was sitting in the car, heard the name Kakashi, recalled all the movies and anime, and finally remembered that there seemed to be this person in Hokage. But I haven't seen it much before, I just listened to my sister. You are Naruto 237, you are Sakura. He pointed at the two people and tried to ask. After all, he hadn't seen Hokage much, so how could he know? But in fact, Suzuki guessed right. The two people he was referring to were Sakura and Naruto. Seeing Suzuki call out his name, Naruto pointed at himself, then pointed at Suzuki, and stepped forward to carefully pat Suzuki's face. It seems that there is no such person in my memory. Naruto looked at Suzuki suspiciously. He couldn't speak clearly. You are? Have we really met before? Why don't I remember? He is not from our village, nor should he be from our era. Sasuke, who was at the side, ruthlessly exposed Suzuki. Then he sat aside and was a little puzzled about Suzuki's tail, because he remembered that there were really no people with such a tail in this world. Suzuki, who originally wanted to play a trick on Naruto, saw that Sasuke had exposed him, so he waved his hands helplessly. It seems that you are Sasuke. You are really smart, but your personality is too it's cold. You should chat more with your two companions. Fortunately, my cousin talked about Hokage in front of Suzuki every day, otherwise Suzuki would have died here for a newcomer. Seeing that Suzuki could call out their names accurately, the three of them didn't know what to do. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, and then at Sakura who was also at a loss. In the end, Sasuke agreed. Sakura, help him get some clothes, let him change the clothes on his body, and then, Naruto, you come out with me, I have something to tell you. After finishing speaking, he grabbed Naruto and pulled Naruto outside. Watching the two of them go out, before Sakura could react, everything had already been arranged. Hello, I will help you get your clothes, you wait for me here. After finishing speaking, Sakura hurriedly ran out to Naruto's room to get some clothes for Suzuki. Seeing that these three people are much more lively and interesting than those in the anime, Suzuki also smiled in relief, and took advantage of his long clothes to hide his tail. Then take a hat from here and put it on, and it looks like a person of this era. 1. After tidying up, I heard a thumping sound in Wen's Hong. May I come inside? 144. The system cannot be used. The person who spoke was Sakura, and because she still had a degree of trust in Sakura, she was let in. Yeah, come in, Sakura. After finishing speaking, I saw Sakura coming in with a lot of clothes, which seemed to be for Suzuki. She didn't even look at Suzuki in the past. She put the clothes on the bed, and patted the dust on her clothes at that time. Finally, she said to Suzuki, brother, these are clothes, you can wear them. After speaking, Suzuki was completely stunned, because she didn't expect that Suzuki had already put on the clothes. And from this point of view, Suzuki looks pretty good without a tail. Then he blushed and looked at Suzuki. Obviously, he was so handsome by Suzuki's appearance. Well, I forgot to tell you, I carry clothes with me, so I'm sorry to bother you. In fact, when Suzuki first started, he didn't think that he would bring his own backpack along with him. It's like the first time he was in the Dragon Ball world, and he didn't bring anything with him. It would be much better. It was only at this time that Sakura noticed that there was a black bag next to Suzuki, and it must have been clothes. They didn't want to look at it because it belonged to Suzuki at the beginning. Sakura smiled awkwardly. Well, we really didn't think about this, so, you should sort it out first. We're going to take you back to see the people in the village. After finishing speaking, he went out, leaving Suzuki a little bit of his own private space, and asked him to pack his things. Slowly Suzuki accepted everything around him, but he found that the system is no longer usable. Back then, in the world of Dragon Ball, I could play better with the help of the system. But after trying for a while, Suzuki found that there was really no use for wool, so he gave up. Anyway, I don't know the situation here, and it is useless to ask for that system. After he packed up his things, he went out, and saw that the three of them had been waiting for them for a long time. Hurry up, Dawdle, when we get to the village, it will be dark, Sasuke said in an extremely irritable manner, and immediately walked ahead slowly by himself to lead the way. Seeing Sasuke leaving, Sakura immediately followed behind Sasuke. Ask for flowers. Only Naruto walked side by side with Suzui all the way, but he kept wandering around Suzui, presumably looking at something. After walking for almost a mile, Suzui couldn't bear it anymore, so he had to ask Naruto. He stretched out his hand, rubbed Naruto's hair and asked, "What are you doing? What are you looking at next to me?" Zero. After speaking, he smiled, and slowly kneaded Naruto with his hands. Naruto saw that his head was being kneaded, and naturally he was in a bad mood. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you messing with my hair? Let me tell you, no one dares to touch me, Mr. Naruto, when I grow up so big hair, how do you?" Before he could say the next few words, his feet were suddenly pulled up and onto a tree. In addition to Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were the same, they were hanged upside down from the tree without any defense. Naruto over there was already very angry, but he had obviously accepted this system in his heart, and planned to say it again. "Call, Mr. Kakashi, come out, don't hide from us." 145 Kakashi. Hearing this name, Suzui was a little impressed. Isn't this Kakashi the teacher of Naruto and the others? If we look at the current plot development, they are probably going to the country of waves now. After finishing speaking, a figure jumped down from the big tree beside him, dressed in military green clothes, walking, looking a little lazy. Presumably this should be the 6th generation of Naruto, 597 Kakashi. Kakashi came over, glanced at them a few times, then glanced at Suzui again, and asked them three friends. "Who is he? How could you bring him in casually?" After finishing speaking, he pulled Sasuke aside and asked if it was their ninjutsu. Suzui didn't hear it either. But Naruto and Sakura seem to have gotten used to it. Because Sakura's favorability towards Suzui has been increasing, Sakura didn't shy away from Suzui on this matter. "Well, Teacher Kakashi is like this every time, don't worry, we'll let you in." As soon as he finished saying this, he saw that the two of them had come over. Kakashi came over with a very shocked expression on his face, and he was not as surprised as he was at the beginning. He walked over, looked up and down a few times. Suzui murmured, "You are a relative of Sasuke's family who came from afar, and it is said that you are from Nakahara? Central Plains." Suzui didn't understand what Kakashi meant, why the word Central Plains suddenly appeared in Hokage, but he looked back and saw Sasuke's expression and knew what was going on, smiled and nodded at Kakashi. "Yeah, how do you know? Sasuke told you." 17. After finishing speaking, I didn't speak anymore, for fear of revealing too much. Kakashi didn't say anything later, so he took them into the village together. When they entered the village, they were not human, and all stared at Suzui with their eyes, as if they were particularly curious about this stranger. After walking for a while, they arrived at Sasuke's house. At the beginning, he wanted Suzui to live in Naruto's house, after all, he could barely sleep. But what they told Kakashi was that Suzui was a relative of Sasuke's family. If he lived in Naruto's house, how would he explain this to Kakashi? Sasuke gave the key to Suzui, pointed to the innermost room and said, "That is your room, you should just live there, don't wander around." Fee. After speaking, he followed them away. Looking at their backs going away, Suzui didn't know what to say. Why was she so miserable for the first time? But Sasuke's cold temperament is really cold. "Ho, I really don't know what's in the other rooms, why don't you let me wander around?" After speaking, he went in and closed the door. When Suzui closed the door, someone beside the tree not far away could see clearly, and he was already very angry in his heart. Although Suzui followed what Sasuke said, he sat in the room obediently and packed up all the 0.4 things. Just when he was about to go to bed, he heard the sound of someone walking outside. At first Suzui thought it was Sasuke who came back, but after thinking about it for a while, he realized that it was not the same thing. If Sasuke came back, logically speaking, his footsteps should not be so heavy. After all, Sasuke is a child. At this time, Suzui realized that someone broke in from outside. 146. Uchiha Madara. If Suzui didn't live here, then Suzui might not want to take care of these things. But since Suzui is here, it is impossible for him to sit idly by. Suzui quietly opened the door and walked out. He now knew that the people outside might as well take a look. Otherwise, I can't bear it. As soon as he opened the door and walked out, Suzui walked towards the side where the sound came from. The side where the sound came from was the living room of the house, which didn't seem to be in the middle, and the sound never came out after it came out from there, which made Suzui hard to accept for a while. "Mom and Dad, I'm back to see you?" Just when Suzui was approaching the living room, he heard a sentence. Suzui thought silently, "Parents? Could this be Sasuke?" But Suzui heard the voice, deep and honest, not like Sasuke's voice at all. Could it be that he came back? Even Suzui, who doesn't like Hokage very much, knows that Sasuke has a big brother named Uchiha Madara. His ability can also be regarded as the top 1 and the top 2. He still wanted to take a step closer and see what Uchiha Madara looked like through the lights inside. But just after taking a step, I heard a voice coming from inside. "Who?" Hearing the sound, Suzui was about to turn around and leave when he saw the door slam open, and another man came out from inside. Who are you? Uchiha Madara doesn't know who Suzii is, nor why he appears in his home. Suzii looked at Madara Uchiha in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. If I had known that I would not be here, there would not be so many things. Ah, I'm your brother's guest. You must be Madara. I've heard Sasuke mention you often. After finishing speaking, he rubbed his head in embarrassment, and looked at Uchiha Madara with a guilty conscience. After all, the guests invited back were real, and Sasuke had often heard about his big brother, so that was probably a lie. After hearing Suzui's words, Uchiha Madara looked at Suzui curiously. He often mentions me? With you. That's not true, you don't know. Suzui spit out this sentence immediately, but as soon as he said it, Suzui regretted it immediately, and then he realized that he seemed to be unable to speak like this. After all, I know very little about Uchiha Madara, so I immediately came to a conclusion. In terms of which aspect, Suzui said this, in general, it doesn't feel very good. Uchiha Madara heard this, and slowly walked in front of Suzui, giving Suzui a sense of oppression. Tell me, what do I know about 523? From the very beginning, Uchiha Madara could see that something was wrong with Suzui. If Sasuke knew him, why didn't I see him before? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, but don't worry, I will take care of Sasuke for you, so you can go about your business with peace of mind. After finishing speaking, I wanted to push Uchiha Madara outside, but before he met Uchiha Madara, he was avoided by Uchiha Madara, and he was in the cloud, and there was some hostility towards Suzui. Originally, Uchiha Madara wanted to say something more, but he suddenly glanced outside, as if he saw something, and went out immediately. Point 147. It and hashtag 039, s okay to fight. Seeing Madara Uchiha go out, Suzui didn't know what happened for a while, but after seeing Sasuke coming in, he suddenly understood what happened. Sasuke, are you back? Suzui ran over to see Sasuke. After passing by, Suzui realized that Sasuke was surrounded by mud, so Kakashi must have trained them differently. Seeing Suzui running over from the living room, Sasuke couldn't help but frowned, and scolded Suzui directly. What are you doing? Telling you not to enter the room randomly, are you ignoring my words? It was the first time I saw Sasuke so angry, but it frightened Suzui, so Suzui didn't know how to speak for a while. No, at that time I heard a voice and thought it was a thief. In this situation, he can only tell the truth. What if he misunderstood him? Hearing Suzui said there was a voice, Sasuke pushed Suzui hard and asked him, have you seen what he looks like? You just need to tell me. Why? After finishing speaking, Sasuke looked at Suzui expectantly, but what he didn't expect was that Suzui responded that he didn't see it at all and let him run away. According to the past, it is estimated that Sasuke wanted to throw Suzui out, but today he didn't know what was going on with him. He just suddenly felt that he didn't have any mood for Suzui. Forget it, don't let me hear you mention him again in the future, otherwise, you can figure out what happens. Saying that, Sasuke entered his room, and the door slammed shut, making Suzui wonder what to do. To be honest, he himself doesn't know what's going on. After all, isn't Madara Uchiha Sasuke's big brother? Why does Sasuke not want to see his own brother so much? But after all, seeing Uchiha Madara like this, Suzui couldn't say anything else, so he had to go back to his room and rest. Early the next morning, Suzui woke up and saw that Sasuke was about to go out. He asked Sasuke where he wanted to go, but Sasuke didn't reply. Instead, he gave Suluo a glance and went out. Seeing that Sasuke's attitude was so bad, Suzui was also very angry in his heart, and planned to go out later and report this matter to Kakashi, so that he could see how arrogant his proud student was. Soon, Suzui also went out, and followed his memory to find the place where they trained today. As soon as he arrived, he saw a familiar shadow running over. Why are you here? While wiping the sweat off her face with a towel, Sakura looked at Suzui in surprise, with indescribable joy in her eyes. Well, I want to come over to see you and ask you one more thing by the way. Originally, Suzui came here intending to ask Kakashi, but he did not expect to meet Chien Lihao, Sakura, so why not just ask Sakura? That is also a good choice. Okay, you can ask. Sakura nodded slightly. What's Sasuke's relationship with his big brother, Madara? Shall we fight? I don't know where Sasuke came from, but when he heard the two of them talking, he immediately got angry. After saying that, he rushed directly to Suzui's side, wanting to punch Suzui. Point 148. Hatred. Of course Suzui is not a vegetarian either. Seeing that Sasuke wanted to come over, he immediately avoided. Of course he would not stand there and let Sasuke beat him up. Tell you not to mention him, what do you want? Sasuke's eyes were not angry at all, as if a beast rushed over, as if to tear Suzui apart. Hearing Sasuke's words, he found it very funny. What do you mean? I was talking to Sakura, but I didn't talk to you. If you really can't see me, if you think you want to hit me, you can let me go. That is, uncle, Suzui, am not afraid of you. It's been 2 days since I've been here, and it's the first time Suzui has said such a serious word. Then come on. Sasuke couldn't help it. After all, since last night until now, even if 543 is based on common sense, this Suzui is not a big shot in his eyes, and he has nothing it is necessary to endure him. He shook his hand directly, wanting to give Suzui a slap, otherwise, he felt that his mind would not be able to take it anymore. But before the slap was over, Suzui saw Suzui kicking Sasuke away, as if he only used 1/3 of his strength. Sasuke was immediately kicked by Suzii to a distance of 3 meters, and rolled on the ground a few times. Seeing that Sasuke was kicked away by him so easily, Suzii was also secretly happy in his heart. After all, Sasuke is also a strong person in the back, so it is not very good for him to be like this. In case Sasuke hates him later on, then Sasuke will have to come over to make trouble for him later on. Ahem, are you just a commoner? Sakura, who was standing by the side, spoke first. She felt as if her eyes had misread why Suzii defeated Sasuke so easily. If you want to know that Sasuke is a strong graduate of their class, he was defeated by Suzii just like that. It is conceivable that Suzii's ability is also extraordinary. Hearing what Sakura said, Suzii smiled in his heart, and the surface was surprisingly quiet. Of course, we are all common people, but I am not like you. I don't have chakra, I just know a little bit of common skills, but Sasuke is still a child. How can I argue with a child? After speaking, he blinked at Sasuke, feeling as if he was showing off to Sasuke that he defeated Sasuke. Seeing Suzii's expression, Sasuke didn't know what to say. After all, he was defeated, so he couldn't say anything else. Cut, bully the small with the big brother. So, you are really amazing. I want to worship you as my teacher. At this time, Naruto's voice came from a distance. Suzii looked up and saw Naruto limping over, and behind Naruto was walking a Kakashi holding a stick. Naruto. Sakura felt that Naruto shouldn't have said that. After all, Kakashi was still here. How could he say that he wanted to worship Suzii as his teacher? This is not afraid of Kakashi being angry at all. But Kakashi wasn't angry yet. On the contrary, he was quite reasonable. It's okay, since Suzii is so powerful, it's normal for Naruto to worship him as his teacher, isn't it? Sasuke. After finishing speaking, Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, who was still lying on the ground. His eyes that were not covered, looked at Sasuke squinting and smiled. Sasuke was so ashamed in his heart that he didn't know how he should describe this matter. Point 149. Naruto apprenticeship, forget it. Let's forget about this matter. It was Suzii who asked this question unintentionally. Don't be too persistent, Sasuke. After all, Madara is still your big brother. Originally, Sakura wanted to say something more, but seeing Sasuke's eyes, she had nothing to say. Kakashi next to him saw that the situation was not right, so he stopped Suzii and said to him, there are some things you can't say, so don't say it. It's because you don't understand, Sasuke. Suzii didn't understand what this meant, and now he didn't understand, although he didn't know what happened, but from the eyes of Kakashi and Sakura, it was definitely not an easy matter. Okay, I know, I won't talk about it, but, Sasuke, I hope you can think about this matter carefully. After all, Madara and you will still meet later. After saying this, Suzii left here, otherwise he felt that he might fight with Sasuke again. Behind Suzii, there was a follower following him all the time. Although Suzii didn't notice it, Kakashi and Sakura could see it clearly. Seeing that Naruto was about to follow Suzii, Sakura originally wanted to go there and pull Naruto back, otherwise Naruto touched Suzii's brow again, fearing that Naruto would be beaten too. But Kakashi grabbed Sakura, not letting Sakura go, and shook his head at Sakura. Okay, got it, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura is not a very stupid person, of course she knows what Kakashi means, but looking at their backs going away, Sakura always wants to say something, but she feels that she can't say it. When Suzii left, it might be because he walked in a little hurry, so he didn't even notice that the little guy Naruto was following behind him. It was only when Suzii was about to reach the village from the woods that Suzii realized that there was still a person following behind him. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Naruto, a little dazed, as if he didn't know what happened, and finally lowered his head to look at Naruto and asked, "Why did you come here with me? Don't you need to go there for training?" In fact, Suzii was also curious, why did Kakashi let Naruto come over? Ask for flowers. Naruto looked at Suzii with great anticipation in his eyes, and said what he always wanted to do. Well, brother Suzii, I want to recognize you as my master, can I? Apprenticeship? Why did you suddenly think of this? Suzii didn't know when this Naruto thought of asking him to be his teacher. According to the previous statement, shouldn't this Naruto worship Kakashi? How could it be? Is it yourself? 0. Hearing what Suzii said, Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at Suzii and said, well, I think you are amazing, so I want to worship you as my teacher. What do you think of this idea? Is it okay? Suzii burst out laughing immediately, looking at Naruto. He didn't know what to say. Is it because I defeated Sasuke, and you also want to defeat FTE? After finishing speaking, Suzii looked into Naruto's eyes, as if he saw through something. Seeing that he was exposed, Naruto immediately pulled Suzii's hand and said, oh, just accept me. My ability must be better than Sasuke, so don't worry. After finishing speaking, he even patted his own chest, and assured Suzii. Point 150. Scenery Master and Apprentice, if you are better than Sasuke, will you almost fail this exam? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Although the voice was unfamiliar, Suzii could clearly feel that he was not kind. Naruto saw clearly who that person was, and immediately became angry. So it's you, and you're nothing more than that. If it wasn't because of you, would I have been scolded by Mr. Kakashi? Rolling up his sleeves, he wanted to fight him, but fortunately, Suzii stopped him. If Suzii hadn't stopped, Naruto would have been beaten with a black nose and a swollen face. Call, it's your own lack of ability, can you still blame me? After finishing speaking, Baya cast a glance at Naruto and walked up to Suzii without saying a word. Because she really came here if she couldn't tell, Suzii looked a little familiar. Suzii looked at Baya and felt familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen it before. He doubted Suzii, and finally said suddenly when he saw the necklace on Suzii's neck. "Brother, is that you?" "What brother?" Asked by Baya, Suzii was completely bewildered. When did he have a younger brother here? Seeing that Suzii hadn't recognized him, Baya walked up to Suzii, swayed around in front of Suzii a few times, and finally spoke. "In the 21st century, the last time the two of us met should be at 7 o'clock in the morning. Logically speaking, it should have been a long time." After finishing speaking, Suzii's memory was awakened, because this person was actually his younger brother, Baya. He thought he was the only one like this, but he didn't expect his cousin Baya to come with him. "Suzii, do you remember when you came in?" After finishing speaking, Suzii kept staring at Baya. He must ask to prove the truth now, otherwise if this happened to him in the future, at least he would be prepared for it. After listening to Suzii's words, Baya remembered one thing. He looked at Suzii suddenly and told Suzii everything he had come in, including the establishment of the organization. Naruto on the side really couldn't understand what else they said, because Naruto really didn't know anything about this matter. "Well, okay, brother, if you come to me, you can find Madara. You should have heard of him in Hokage. He is very powerful." If Baya had that ability now, it is estimated that Hokage's position would have been accepted by him, but he is just an outsider here after all. He doesn't even have the most basic chakra. How can he survive here completely? So when Baya came over, the organization had just started. Baya especially made suggestions, and then let Uchiha Madara and the others go out to run and do things. Suzii narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, telling Baya to go back first. After all, if Baya is in the same organization as Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru 4.7 in this world, then there should be nothing worthy of respect for future generations. Rather than being discovered now, it is better to let him go back first, which is always a good way. "Well, I'll go back first, Naruto, see you next time." After speaking, he waved to Naruto and left here. Chapter 151 Things turn around. He didn't understand what they were saying at first, but when he heard it like this, Naruto completely covered his head. He looked at Suzii a little at a loss, and expressed his confusion. "Well, do you know him?" "Of course, he is my relative, so he can be regarded as my younger brother. What's the matter?" Hearing that they were Suzii's relatives, Naruto looked Suzii up and down, and found that Suzii didn't have the ruffianity of Baya at all. Then he murmured, "Are you really relatives? Why doesn't 26 look alike to me?" "Where? Suzii just came here not long ago. How could he know what his younger brother did here?" But looking at Naruto's eyes, Suzii guessed 7 or 8 points. This Baya is definitely not doing good things here. Humph. Naruto was angry when he mentioned this matter, and he cried to Suzii about this matter a little unhappy. That's him. He sued me for everything when I was young." After finishing speaking, she even pawed at Suzii, wanting Suzii to seek justice for herself. Suzii saw Naruto acting like a baby with her for the first time, and couldn't help but secretly started laughing. "Come on, if it wasn't for what you did, I don't think Baya would touch you. By the way, I want to ask you, that is, Baya said that he founded an organization. Do you know what organization it is?" After all, according to what Baya said in his mouth, he must have created something, otherwise he wouldn't say it so exaggeratedly. Hearing Suzii ask what the name of the organization is, Naruto suddenly stopped and refused to speak, just kept looking at Suzii and refused to say anything, as if there was something difficult to say. Suzii saw the worry in the man's heart, and immediately spoke out to comfort Naruto. Unexpectedly, Naruto directly said the name of Baya's organization, Akatsuki. "Sasuke's big brother is also there, that's why I resisted so much." What? You said they are Akatsuki. How is it possible that Akatsuki is not Konoha's enemy? Besides, how could you let Baya in? This moment completely confuses Suzii. Why has it suddenly become the current situation now? Looking at Suzii's puzzled eyes, Naruto didn't know anything about organizing so many things, so he said directly to Suzii, "Okay, brother, so, I really don't know anything. If you really want to do this, speaking of which, why not ask Grandpa Hokage? Maybe he will know something." As soon as he heard that he was going to see Hokage, Suzii naturally didn't want to go. This time Yao was discovered by Hokage. "Forget it, it's fine not to mention this matter, but I really want to ask you why you want to worship me as a teacher. I remember that Kakashi is obviously better than me." Suzii didn't understand what Naruto's psychological thoughts were, but suddenly felt a little strange when Naruto said these words, but it didn't seem like they were coming from him. Seeing that he was exposed by Suzii, Naruto went straight to him, pushed Suzii slightly, and said a little unhappy, "Humph, how could you do this? Let me tell you, in fact, this matter is Kaka teacher. She told me that he wanted me to come and worship you as a teacher." Chapter 152 Apprenticeship. What? Suzii felt more and more strange in his heart. Hearing what Naruto said, he felt that his brain was going to be confused. Why didn't he understand? Before Suzii could figure it out, he heard someone behind him say something silently. "I think it's much better for Naruto to follow you than to follow me. At least in many cases, your skills are still very good. At least you can teach him some kung fu." Kakashi didn't know when he appeared, and stood behind the two of them, silently listening to what the two of them said and couldn't help but say. After speaking, he put a piece of paper in Suzui's hand, which looked like a contract. What is this? Why are you giving this to me? In fact, Suzui didn't understand very well in his heart. Naruto can be even more powerful in the future, why should he suddenly give Naruto to himself now? Isn't this purely for Suzui to take advantage of it? Kakashi looked at Suzui, who was still so stupid, and said with a feeling of displeasure, since I entrusted Naruto to you, I naturally hope that you can take good care of Naruto. I can't wait to see those two children. I'm following you. Why don't you let Naruto stay with you first? I'll help those two children stabilize their minds for a few days before we talk. Although what Kakashi said was so good, Suzui was still a little upset in his heart. It was clearly because he looked down on Naruto, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. But looking at Naruto again, this child loves him very much, Suzui really can't find a better reason to reject this child. Well, let the child follow me for a while when the time comes, and I will teach him some kung fu, but Kakashi, as a teacher, you have to protect the most basic, treat the child with the mentality. After saying this, Suzui took Naruto away without looking back, as if Kakashi and the others had bullied Naruto. Looking at the back of the two of them walking, Kakashi kept laughing bitterly in his heart, and when he was about to leave, he saw the figure of Uchiha Itachi in the distance. It's just that Uchiha Itachi just glanced at them from a distance and left. Kakashi didn't understand why Bayu's Haibo Itachi came here to watch Naruto instead of Sasuke. After all, they were sorry for Uchiha Itachi in the previous incident. Uchiha, Naruto's house. Naruto and Suzui went directly to Naruto's house. When Suzui arrived at Naruto's house, he sat down on the sofa directly, just like he was the master of the house. Teacher, didn't you promise to help me? Why don't you help me suddenly? Hurry up, it's still early, hurry up and take me to learn my new skills. I can't wait. After talking about Lee's quota, he looked at Suzui, who was still lying on the sofa with some excitement, as if this incident had already created some indelible memories for Suzui. Hearing that Naruto was going to train so quickly, Suzui rolled his eyes and said to Naruto, don't you know how to rest? Your master, I have only been here for how long, and you want me to train? I see Naruto, you brat, are you looking for a fight? After speaking, the parole waved his fist. Chapter 153 Start Training. As a result, Naruto avoided it before hitting Naruto's head. Brother So, why do you still want to hit me every now and then? I've said it all. I'm an adult now. Can you stop doing this every now and then? Hurry up and give me new kung fu. I can't wait at all now. Up. These words were repeated in Suzui's ears for about half an hour, before Suzui couldn't bear it any longer, waved his hand and said to Naruto, okay, since you're going to train, it's not impossible, but you don't need to train outside, you can do it at home. After speaking, Suzui tidied up a place at home, tidied up a place in the house. A relatively spacious and comfortable place for Naruto to practice. Naruto saw that he was going to train in such a small place when he reached 173, and he himself felt a little unbelievable. No, brother So, I think this place is very good, why must it be at home, and isn't it a little bad to train here in such a small place at home? If you use it at that time and break some things in the house, then you will really lose more than you gain. But how could Suzui listen to Naruto's words, pointing directly to the empty place, and said to Naruto, here, quickly squat and walk, don't let me remind you a few more times, right? Why Kakashi-sensei never asked us to squat, that teacher, can I not squat? I feel that squatting seems to be of no use to us. After all, Kakashi was not present here, and he didn't know what the two of them talked about, so not many people would know what he said. He really underestimated some of Suzui's ability to endure. Suzui patted the table and looked at Naruto and said, this is the first time, and it will be the last time, Naruto. This is the last chance I've ever given you, don't let me down too much. After finishing speaking, Suzui didn't say anything, just sat there and looked at Naruto, as if waiting for Naruto's answer. CGBC. This is the third teacher Naruto has ever met, and it is also the one who treats Naruto the most severely besides the other two previous teachers. So Naruto didn't want to lose such a good opportunity, so he just silently agreed to Suzui's request, walked to the place that Suzui said was good, and began to stand up seriously. Open your legs a little bit, and squat your butt down a little bit. If you don't squat down for me today, you won't have anything to eat. After finishing speaking, Suzui rested his own legs and looked at Naruto, without saying anything, just sat there quietly, holding an apple in his hand, intentionally pestering Naruto. Naruto didn't know what to say, but he still squatted there seriously as Suzui said. He didn't dare to move any more at all, because he was afraid that Suzui would hit his leg with a stick, and then he would really have nothing to eat. I've been squatting in the horse stance for about 2 or 3 hours, and it's already dark. I haven't eaten lunch or dinner today, and Naruto's stomach is already growling. The voice was not too loud and was just heard by Suzui. Chapter 153 Sasuke makes an appointment with Naruto. After Suzui heard it, he glanced at Naruto and asked, are you hungry? Want to eat? Immediately, I saw Naruto nodding aggrievedly, as if Suzui had treated Naruto badly. Okay, I've been squatting for so long today, you can rest for a while, I'll cook for you. After finishing speaking, he got up, went to help Naruto over, and went to the kitchen to cook. Being fucked by Suzui like this, Naruto felt that his legs were completely useless, but fortunately, before he was crippled, Suzui let himself rest. When Suzui was in the kitchen, looking at so many dishes, he didn't know what Naruto and the others liked to eat. I was going to make miso soup for Naruto, otherwise Suzui really didn't know what to make for him at this time. It may be because Suzui is not suitable for these things, so it took him half an hour to make a miso soup. Naruto was about to starve to death during this time, but he still held on, because he was afraid that Suzui would not feed him, and it would really be worth the candle. After Suzui made the miso soup, he brought it out. Sitting far away, Naruto rushed over when he saw it, as if he had never eaten in his previous life. Ah, brother So, it smells so delicious. I didn't know why, but you can also make miso soup. After finishing speaking, Naruto took a sip, tasted the umami, and immediately gave Suzui a thumbs up. Being praised by Naruto, Suzui seemed a little unnatural, looking at Naruto as if he had never tasted miso soup. Then he suddenly remembered that Naruto's parents had passed away when Naruto was young, so there was no one else to take care of Naruto when he was young. Thinking of this, Suzui felt a little sorry for Naruto. After all, he didn't want his parents to leave him when he was born. Phew, finally let me finish my food, I'm really too full. Naruto touched his stomach after eating, as if he had eaten into a ball. As soon as I finished eating, I lay down on the sofa behind me, as if I was really full. Ha ha ha, why are you like a little pig? Really, come here quickly, come and exercise quickly, otherwise, everything you did today will be useless. Ask for flowers. 0. After speaking, just as he was about to go to do some activities, he saw Naruto accidentally tripping over the sofa. It fell to the ground with a thud. Pain. Naruto lay on the ground in pain and said to Suzui, "Teacher, save me, I'm dying of pain." 0. Who would have thought that when Suzui saw that Naruto could wrestle wherever he walked, he almost died laughing? Ha ha ha, Naruto, you look like this, don't tell me, you're still so funny. After finishing speaking, he pointed at Naruto and started laughing loudly, which scared Naruto into a daze for a while, and he didn't have any special intention to mock others. He didn't expect that the first time he heard ridicule, it was others who mocked him. Suddenly his face turned pale. Humph, what are you doing, teacher? Can you stop mocking me? After speaking, I wanted to get up and hit her a few times, but my feet were covered by the sofa behind me, so I couldn't get up at all. But Naruto made it difficult, but it made Suzui burst into laughter. Chapter 154 Official Battle Date. Suzui looked at Naruto, and didn't know what to say, but suddenly felt that his inner thoughts were very good. How about this, you train with me for a week, and then I will take you to challenge Sasuke. After speaking, Suzui walked over to help Naruto up, and smiled at him, so that Naruto felt that something bad was about to happen. Hearing that he was going to challenge Sasuke, although Naruto didn't have 697 on the surface, he was definitely very nervous inside, which made him a little at a loss. Seeing that Naruto didn't speak, Suzui said a word. Why, are you afraid? Didn't you always say that you are not afraid of heaven and earth? Said and looked at Naruto sneered. Naruto seemed to have seen through his heart, so he lowered his head and lay down on the bed without saying anything. It seems that this matter cannot be resolved by Naruto at all. But Suzui was not worried. He looked at Naruto and said nothing, probably knowing what Naruto was thinking. But Suzui is not worried either. He seems to be sure that Naruto will agree to this matter. In the middle of the night, after Suzui packed her things, she also lay down beside Naruto. Originally, at the beginning, Naruto resisted from time to time, not wanting Suzui to sleep next to him. In the end, there was no way, because Suzui came up to him from time to time, so Naruto finally compromised and let Suzui sleep on the bed. In the middle of the night, Suzui's legs always wanted to rest on Naruto's body, but Naruto pushed her away every time, as if it was a thorn, which would cause pain. Whoa! After finishing speaking, he wanted to push Suzui down. But helplessly, Suzui was too heavy. No matter how hard Naruto pushed, he couldn't push Suzui at all. Suzui looked at Naruto, who was sweating profusely, but he was lying there leisurely, and said plainly, Naruto, give up. You can't push me. I just want you to listen to that sentence. Do you want to have another fight with Sasuke? What to fight? I don't want to. There is really nothing to fight with him, but I am so angry with myself. After finishing speaking, Naruto turned over and fell asleep, but Suzui seemed to want Naruto to have sex together. Suzui didn't say anything, just lay there, stroking Naruto's hair, pulling a few out from time to time. It hurts just to look at it. In the end, Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He was also sleepy at night, who could bear it, and directly agreed to Suzui's matter. Okay, can't I promise you? Really, can master let me sleep well? Now my eyelids are about to droop, I really can't bear it. After finishing speaking, he rushed into Suzui's arms, wanting to have a good sleep. Hearing Naruto's affirmative answer, Suzui naturally agreed with everything in his heart. Anyway, with Naruto's words, 2.8 is enough. The next morning, Suzui woke up Naruto very early, as if he never regarded Naruto as his apprentice. But it's the same as a training machine. But Naruto has nothing to worry about at all. After all, this is his own choice, so he really has to bear some things. Chapter 155 Training. But Naruto didn't know why Suzui brought himself to the wild. Obviously, doesn't Suzui like to be indoors? Seeing Suzui's unusual attitude, Naruto didn't know what happened, and immediately asked Suzui, well, why are we here today? Not for training. He clearly said he was here for training, but when he arrived, he just stood there and waited. In the end, he didn't do anything, but Naruto felt that he didn't know Suzui's intention. 26 Unexpectedly, Suzui didn't reveal anything, but just said, I'm waiting for someone, so you should wait too. After finishing speaking, I didn't say anything, but stood there and looked around, as if trying to figure out where the people around me came from. Suzui, here. Kakashi's voice came from behind the two of them, and there were two people following him behind him, so it was Sasuke and Sakura without looking. Seeing Sakura coming, Naruto must have ignored Sasuke to find Sakura. Sakura, why did you come here with Sasuke today? Why did you come here specifically to find me? Oh, just tell me next time, there is no need for you to come to me. I'm coming to you. After finishing speaking, he scratched his head embarrassingly. But I didn't expect that Sakura didn't say that. She looked at Naruto with a relaxed expression, as if she definitely didn't know about it. Seeing that Naruto was not injured, she looked at Naruto curiously. Don't you remember? Yesterday you said you were going to fight with Sasuke. Are you telling lies now? What? A fight? Me and Sasuke? When did I say that? Why don't I know? After finishing speaking, he still looked at Sasuke, Kakashi, and the others. Their expressions did not change much, and he knew that they must have known it before. Then he looked at Suzui behind him, and Suzui had a happy face, all of which Naruto saw. Naruto suddenly understood something, and also remembered what Suzui asked himself last night. The memory in his mind seemed to be discovered suddenly, and he understood a lot. Suzui, teacher, how could you cheat me like this? You clearly know that you can't take advantage of others. Why did you ask me about this at that time? At that time, I was covered and I don't remember anything. No, it doesn't count. Thinking of this matter, Naruto became angry. After all, he hadn't thought about this matter carefully, so Suzui pushed him up. It was unavoidably too casual. But Suzui just looked indifferent, looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke and Kakashi, and said, let's make an appointment today. It's better to make an appointment in person. As for how you two compare, then after 210, when will the competition be? It is the matter of both of you. Kakashi and I have no right to ask. After all, Suzui also wanted to see the difference in strength between Sasuke and Naruto. It's not that Suzui didn't see Sasuke's strength last time. Although he was considered big, all this was really nothing in Suzui's eyes. Woo! In Naruto's eyes now, apart from Suzui's miso soup, there may be nothing else that can be caught in Naruto's eyes. Chapter 156 Fighting. Okay, then you can go back with me to train well now, otherwise, I really don't know what to do with you. After speaking, he shook his head. Obviously it was a little too much care for Naruto. But according to what Suzui said about Sasuke's strength, if he could train the devil these few days, it would be fine. Naruto nodded, and looked at Sakura confidently. Sakura, don't worry, I can defeat Sasuke, just wait and see when the time comes. Why didn't I know that your ability is so outstanding now? Sasuke heard what they said, looked at Naruto with some dissatisfaction, and felt that what Naruto said was all lies. Naruto clicked his tongue a few times, turned his head and walked towards the room without saying anything, as if he had specifically noted this matter and it was a foregone conclusion. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Kakashi came over to smooth things over. He came to see Sasuke and Sakura, and immediately said, Sakura, Sasuke, don't forget the morning run this morning. I won't show mercy to your subordinates. Seeing that the topic was changed immediately, Sakura was almost heartbroken when she heard it. She looked at Kakashi with despair in her eyes and said, no, Mr. Kakashi, can you take a break? My leg hurts. After all, in the past, Sakura and Kakashi ran separately, and now they are running together. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for herself? No. Kakashi didn't have such a good temper. He said he wanted to run. If he didn't run, it would be over. After Sasuke heard it, he didn't talk so much with Sakura Faye, and ran up immediately. Seeing that they were about to start training, Suzui also brought Naruto back for training, not for anything else, but because he thought the result would not be too bad. After Naruto was pulled away by Suzui, he still looked at Kakashi and the others with lingering fear. At this time, Naruto suddenly remembered the time when he was with Sakura before. How unforgettable that made him. He immediately asked Suzui, teacher, can you accept Xiaoying as a student in the future? Why did you say that suddenly? Did something happen? Suzui felt strange when Naruto said this, as if something happened to Rurin. Naruto said with some embarrassment, oh, I don't know about this matter, but I want to ask you, just about this matter, can you really help me? How can I help you? Is it just to accept that child as a student? Naruto, you think this matter is too simple. Everything in this world is really not as simple as you think. Suzui knows everything, including, people who know Kakashi basically know why he speaks like that. Hearing what Suzui said, Naruto didn't know, hello Zhao Wang, what to say, so he simply didn't say anything, and just told Kakashi-sensei directly about this matter in person. Suzui brought Naruto home, and started training Naruto according to the same training method as yesterday, for no other reason just so that Naruto's basic skills can be improved by then. Besides, he didn't think so much this time, he just thought that Naruto could win without chakra. Chapter 157 The battle begins in a blink of an eye. 3 days have passed, and tomorrow is the time for the two of them to duel. Although Suzui kept telling Naruto not to be nervous and just do his best, Naruto still felt that it was not right for him to be nervous. He didn't sleep well all night. Not only that, but he also felt that his physical condition and so on were not quite right, as if he was nervous about this matter. Teacher Suzui, do you think I can definitely win with my kung fu? In fact, having said so much, when it came to Naruto's heart, he didn't know what he should do, and he was even a little worried. Suzui, who was sleeping next to him, actually had no idea in his heart. On the contrary, he was worried about tomorrow just like Naruto, but he didn't fully express it. Okay, don't worry about this matter. I think you have a 20% chance of winning against Sasuke. Besides, Sasuke's starting point is higher than yours. This time it's just a simple competition. What are you doing so seriously? After finishing speaking, he turned over and slapped Naruto's head hard, hoping that Naruto would not be so nervous at this time. Otherwise, before tomorrow, I will kill myself first. Okay, I know the old CGFF, Teacher Suzui, so let's not mention this matter for now. It is good to have a complete mentality. After speaking, he turned around and fell asleep. After talking so much about Suzui, I suddenly feel that Naruto has grown up, but I can't tell where he has grown up. After thinking about it for a long time, Suzui couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it later. Anyway, they would have to face this matter sooner or later. On the second day, Suzui woke up Naruto early in the morning. Because they have to go to the arena to register in advance, otherwise, they will not be able to fight with Ben here. Naruto and Suzui came to the gate of the arena first, and found that they hadn't arrived yet, so they planned to wait here first. About 10 minutes later, I saw Kakashi bringing Sasuke and the two of them over, and seemed a little unhappy. What's the matter with you? Why are you all so sad today? When Suzui was talking, he took a special look at Sasuke, and found that Sasuke's right hand had been hidden behind his back and refused to take it out, as if he was injured. Hearing what Suzui said, Naruto couldn't understand what happened. Unexpectedly, Sasuke snorted coldly, and wanted to use the other hand to punch Naruto, but fortunately, Suzui saw it and stopped him. Okay, you, what exactly do you want to do? Do you know that what you have done today is very wrong? Do you still want to kill Naruto? He didn't even know what had happened recently, and why it had suddenly become so complicated. Before Sasuke could speak, he saw Kakashi go over and slap Naruto on the head, not too lightly, just enough to beat Naruto into injury. When Naruto passed out, he asked Kakashi back, Mr. Kakashi, what are you doing? I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you punishing me? After saying this sentence, Naruto directly fainted in Suzui's arms. It seemed that his whole body was still seriously injured. Even so, it made Suzui feel a little distressed. The slap came for no apparent reason. Chapter 158, Things sudden change. Hurry up and take Naruto away. Now everyone in the village is looking for him everywhere. When Kakashi said this, it was obvious that he was not well, and when he spoke, he didn't look at Suzui, but pushed Sasuke next to him. Suzui didn't know what happened, so he immediately asked Kakashi, what's the matter now? Don't worry, tell me, I won't say anything to outsiders, I just want to clarify this matter. Forget it, brother Suzui, you really should not ask about this matter. I feel that the more you ask about this matter, the more difficult it is to explain it. Xiao Sakura couldn't help but said, obviously, she also said this very reluctantly, but didn't she just say that because she had no other way? Otherwise, it would break the hearts of the two of them, and Sakura herself would have no way to explain it to them. Seeing them chatting and playing charades, Suzui yelled directly, Naruto is also a member of your village after all, what are you doing to reject him like this? He is still a child, what are you talking about? Finished. Suzui looked at them. He even rolled his eyes at them. It was obvious that he didn't like them talking like this. What's more, he just felt that when they said these words, they didn't consider the feelings of celebrities at all. It's just that I thought what I said was too far-fetched. Seeing that none of them wanted to talk about it, Sasuke himself said, okay, this thing. It's all my fault, what should I say? If it wasn't for me, the people in the village wouldn't say anything about it. If you want to drive Naruto out of the village, what are you talking about? They want to drive Naruto out of the village, why? Hearing that Naruto was going to be kicked out of the village, Suzui was naturally reluctant. Why did he point all the blame at Naruto now, and now he said these things? How could he know about this? Unexpectedly, after hearing what Suzui said, I saw Sasuke embarrassedly say to Suzui, I'm really sorry. This matter is my fault. They knew that I was going to duel with Naruto, so they thought it was Naruto's fault. People deliberately provoked it, so, just because of this? Are you too casual? Ask for flowers. He didn't know why he kicked Naruto out of the village just because of this matter. How could such a big village be so casual about this matter? Okay, Sasuke, he can't tell. Just like Sasuke, he wanted Naruto to leave by himself, but if he refuses to leave now, maybe those old guys in the village will definitely attack Naruto. Kakashi explained next to him, and he was afraid that they would not understand, so he explained to them. Listening to them talking, Suzui was even more confused and didn't know what they meant by what they said. What did those old guys do to Naruto, and who were those old guys? Thinking of this, Suzui felt a little regretful, regretting that he hadn't watched Hokage properly, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confused now. Then what should I do now? Am I going to take Naruto out of here? Then where can we go? After all, he has only been here for a short week, and besides, they are all in the village, so he doesn't know where else he can go even if he leaves the village. Chapter 159 Sudden Changes in Things. 2. Sasuke glanced at Suzuki, and found that Suzuki's complexion was not very good. After thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is the only way. Although other methods are feasible, but the success rate is unbelievably low, there is no other way but to let Suzuki then brought Naruto to the place before. Suzuki nodded, carried Naruto on his shoulders, and immediately ran wildly, fearing that the villagers would catch up and those old things he didn't know about. After Naruto 453 was taken away for a while, Sakura felt that they were in a very dangerous situation. No matter what it was, whether it was practice or the old guys in the village, they couldn't handle it. That's the only way to go, let's be reckless. After making up her mind, Sakura bypassed Kakashi and Sasuke, secretly followed Suzuki and the others within a certain distance, but was caught by Kakashi. Sakura, where are you going? Do you want to go with them? The voice was very cold, which made her stop involuntarily, with goosebumps all over her body. She was not afraid of Kakashi, but was too scared to move by that momentum. No, nothing, I'm just afraid that they will encounter those villagers who are ambushing on the road or those who will harm the teacher and Naruto. Kakashi had no expression, but Sakura did feel that he was already angry, and immediately regretted why she said such unconvincing words without thinking through her brain. Okay, very good, Sakura, since you think so, then we will stand here, you go talk to those old bastards? Or you can just catch them all, provided that you have the heart, regardless of strength. After Kakashi finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves, concentrated his chakra under his feet and climbed up the tree. After lying down on the tree, he didn't say another word. Teacher, I was wrong, this is impossible. How can I beat them alone? Don't you know who they are better than us? Are you Sasuke? Sasuke. Sakura tried to say something to Sasuke to help him, but Sasuke turned his head and closed his eyes tightly not to look here. Sakura knew that he had found a very troublesome thing for himself. Kakashi was still on it, but he said, if you don't want to go, you can, but what? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Sakura will never fail to grasp it. That kind of thing should be done by others, and she won't do it herself. Silly, do it by yourself. Heavy responsibility. After hearing this, Sasuke raised his head and looked at Kakashi, still in the same posture, but Sasuke felt that Kakashi was not joking. He always kept his word. Teacher 3 or 4, Sakura, just didn't think about it for a while. She is a girl, it's not so strange to have such an idea at the first time, so please forgive her. She is also for Naruto, think about it. Sakura looked at Sasuke in surprise. She thought that Sasuke would not intercede with her, but she didn't expect to be so human. She was shocked 1.2 times. Having said so much, if it continues, it will be disrespectful to Sasuke. Kakashi sighed, and had no choice but to ask Sakura to follow them to ensure their safety. Okay, it's guaranteed to be completed. Sasuke, you have to be careful. Sakura moved quickly after speaking, trying to catch up with Naruto and the others but had to keep a distance or they would know. Chapter 160 Apprenticeship Teacher So, wait for me? I can't keep up. Sakura found that Suzuki's speed was getting faster and faster, and her physical strength was almost exhausted, so she had no choice but to stop him and take a breath. Suzuki was a little surprised when he found Sakura who came over. He thought that Sakura would not follow, but stayed with Kakashi and Sasuke. I'm dead now, I should have watched Hokage carefully back then, but now I'm completely dead. I don't know anything, I don't know where to go, I can only call casually. If he is coaxing, will he believe it? No, I know, it's good, I would have watched Hokage more if I knew it earlier, I regret it so much. After all kinds of thoughts in his heart, Suzuki finally calmed down, coughed twice, and asked, Sakura, why are you here? Aren't you 26 supposed to be with Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke? Let's not worry about this. How is Naruto? Is there anything serious about him? Since Naruto passed out, he has never woken up again. Although he hates Naruto very much, after all, he is still very worried about him. It's okay, I'm still breathing. I guess I haven't slowed down after exerting too much force. Just wait a little longer, it should be. Suzuki felt a little sorry for Naruto. If he hadn't been too nervous and made a serious attack, he wouldn't have woken up now, but it's been too long. Ahahaha, are you tired? Let's take a rest here. I will go outside to find something to eat. After Suzuki finished speaking, he went out, leaving Naruto with Sakura. Sakura looked at Naruto who had been sleeping, sighed, and sat beside her and started thinking. Naruto frowned before it started, then got up and touched his head and asked, where is this place? Why are you here, Sakura? Where is Mr. Su? This is not a village, I have to go back quickly, I have to go to them to explain. Sakura was taken aback by Naruto, calmed down and hit his head hard, then said, come back. You don't even think about what's going on now? Go back? Now those villagers are waiting for you to vote. Luo Wang will beat you after returning home. This is my advice. The teacher is looking for something outside now. Okay, then what should we do? Sasuke and the others should be fine. Just as they were talking, Suzuki came back with a chicken. They didn't know where Suzuki got it, and there were even fresh fruits. Hey, Naruto, are you awake? It's so fast, I thought you wouldn't wake up until tomorrow. Since you're awake, then eat something. These are delicious, not poisonous, I've confirmed it. The two were shocked, very shocked, and they didn't know where they came from. Just when he was shocked, Suzui's younger brother also came here. After Suzui asked about the situation, he realized that he had somehow crossed in and became the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Of course, he also heard about their things, and said that if they can temporarily join their team. Naruto refused. He didn't have a good influence on this younger brother. He met him once before. That younger brother was very targeted at Naruto, so he refused to join. But Suzui was stunned, why his younger brother was able to become the leader through time travel, but he was so sad. Although it is not bad, the gap is still unbearable. Sakura didn't know what happened, and it's hard to say now, so she chose to remain silent. Chapter 161 Dawn and hashtag 039, No I understand. I won't invite you. I understand. When will they accept teacher Xia who lives with me? Will they explain the situation to the villagers? Even if they explain, they won't believe it. Ming after he understood the situation, his mood was a little low. He would never have thought that he was with Sasuke, but after a defeat, he turned into such a troublesome appearance. Instead of this, it would be better to tell him to fight outside instead of staying in the village. Dueling is too troublesome. Ah, it's so troublesome, so troublesome, so troublesome. How did things turn out like this? Isn't everything fine? Why did it become like this? Naruto was already desperate at this time, but he could only sit here obediently and wait, thinking about what the leader of the Akatsuki organization, also Suzui's younger brother, said. Suzui talked to his cousin outside many times. How did you come here? Sister-in-law and the others won't be worried. What happened after I left? Mom and dad must have already started looking for the police. It's been a long time. As far as I'm concerned, it's been almost 3 months. Baya was very calm. He patted his flustered cousin on the shoulder and comforted him. Maybe it's the time difference. No, the time and space difference. We have crossed the dimensional wall. The time is naturally different. You can do it like this. I understand that when the environment you are in is winter, others are in summer, so the time from your disappearance to my arrival here is only a few seconds, so don't be so flustered. That's good. I'm scared to death, but I remember you should have an exam next week, right? How do you go back then? We've been here for a long time, and the people over there are probably dying. Suzui still didn't understand what this time travel was all about, whether it was a physical time travel, a spiritual time travel or a whole body time travel. He was really dumbfounded. It's troublesome to find a way to go back temporarily. Why, do you want to go back? You're very curious, can't they go together? Satisfy your wish. It's not the same, it's gone, let's go in and talk. After entering, I found that the two children had fallen asleep, and Naruto let go of his usual vigilance. He had seen him sleeping in anime, but the feeling was still different. The next morning, Naruto rubbed his eyes, then got up and went out for a stretch. Not far away, he saw Suzui, rolled his eyes, and quietly followed behind to scare him. Go back, or come here and help me move these back. Suzui's tone was a little cold. Yesterday he thought about it all night and had a dream, which resulted in dark circles under his eyes. I'm here to help you. Did you not sleep well? There is a look on your face. Naruto asked after helping him carry the firewood. Suzui shook his head, and the two walked in silence for a while before Suzui slowly opened his mouth. In horse money Naruto, are you unwilling to join my cousin, that is, Yes organization? Naruto nodded very positively. I don't think he can manage an organization well. Besides, my first impression of him is not good. If I meet him, I will draw my sword in case I will do it later. That's right, Naruto is too vigilant, and he guards against anyone who has the power to attack him, otherwise he is afraid that he will stab him in the back in the future. Okay, let's go back quickly. Chapter 162 Naruto and hashtag 039, conflict. Sakura, what are you doing? Wait for me, you are walking too fast, I can hardly keep up. After finishing speaking, Naruto was still complaining quietly behind his back, and he didn't dare to raise his voice anymore, because he was afraid that Sakura would hear him, and he would give him a few backhands in the back. Sakura didn't pay any attention to him. Judging from what happened this morning, Sakura really wouldn't pay attention to him either. This is clearly bullying. If you can change back my steamed stuffed bun that you ate this morning, I'll take care of you. Otherwise, let's talk about everything. After finishing speaking, he didn't say anything, and ran to Suzui's side to beg for comfort, as if Naruto had robbed Sakura of her breakfast for a few days. Naruto simply ran into the kitchen, took a bun and threw it to Sakura, and said angrily, "Here, I'll eat it for you. Are you happy now?" After finishing speaking, he didn't look at Sakura anymore. He just sat on the side and started to help Suzui pack his things. He didn't even know that he just ate a bun from her, why he was so angry, and suddenly felt that Sakura was very narrow-minded. But all of this is completely because Naruto thinks too much, and sometimes Sakura even thinks that Naruto doesn't take herself too seriously. Naruto, you still don't understand what I mean. I'm not talking about this matter. What's the matter? Isn't it you who talk about this matter all day long? Look at Sasuke who will hang his painful things on mouth. Hearing what Ying said, Naruto suddenly became very angry in his heart. As soon as his head became hot, he wanted to rush over and give Sakura a few fists, otherwise the story would be over. He immediately picked up Sakura's collar. His hands were already hanging in the air, and he was about to go down immediately. If Suzuki hadn't pulled Naruto from behind, Naruto would probably have slapped Sakura a few times. To be honest, Sakura really didn't think that Naruto would hit her with that kind of thought. Who knew that she was also very angry? Okay, since Naruto, you don't welcome me to go, I'm sorry, teacher Suzuki. After finishing speaking, Sakura glanced at Naruto, then turned around and bowed deeply to Suzuki, then went back. When he went back, it was obvious that Suzuki heard Sakura sobbing, and he suddenly felt a little overwhelmed, because when he was in the anime before, it seemed that Xiao Sakura hadn't cried for anyone a few times. Hey, Naruto. Originally, Suzuki wanted to ask Naruto to chase Sakura back, but he didn't expect that as soon as he talked to Naruto, he saw Naruto leaving in a fit of anger, willing to tell Suzuki about Sakura. On the way back, Xiao Ying felt dizzy all over. It was not until she got halfway that she remembered the purpose of her visit this time. Just left like this, not to mention herself, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Just as he was about to turn around and go back, he saw a person approaching him suddenly, and he was murderous. Obviously he was not a good person. Seeing this person, Sakura immediately took out a knife from her pocket, and stared at this person, as if this person was about to come over and hurt herself. Oh boy, why are you so nervous? Orochimaru looked at Sakura's nervous face, and he became happier. Who are you? Chapter 163, Sakura was captured in the afternoon. Just as Suzuki was about to cook, he saw Naruto worried about Sakura. Well, can you stop talking around? If you are really worried about that child, you can just say, I let you go, it's okay. They are all men, so why would he care about this matter? Besides, anyone who has watched anime knows that in the early days, Naruto had a little thought for Sakura, but later, because of Hinata. Although Naruto was very worried about Sakura, he was still unhappy about that matter, as if he felt that the matter of the steamed stuffed bun made Sakura feel like what about him. Seeing Naruto's stubbornness, Suzuki didn't say anything anymore. After all, what this kid wants to do is his own business. If he doesn't care anymore, Naruto will probably start a fight with him. However, whether they can win or not is another matter. I'm not going, Mr. Suzuki, don't you still have to deliver something to Sasuke? Hurry up, I'm going to train. After speaking, he immediately ran to the grass behind and started running. His fake action made Suzuki think of the person he liked when he passed through. I don't know how she is. Suzuki didn't say anything, just put a box on his back, packed up his things and was ready to go out. In fact, it was to deliver something to Sasuke, so it might as well be that Suzuki wanted to see if Sakura went back. After all, it's not like I didn't hear Kakashi talk about this road before. Many ninjas, including those who were expelled from the ninja village, have walked this road, and this road is very dangerous, but it's okay, he didn't see anyone when he left. Of course, he was afraid that Sakura would encounter danger on the way, and originally wanted to go there early in the morning, but helplessly, Naruto, with his elm head, refused to move. Just when Suzuki came to the village and was about to go in to have a look, he saw a ninja stopped Suzuki. You can't go in, everyone here is from the village, you are not, and you have something to do with Naruto. No, of course I'm from the village. Hurry up and take me to see Take Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke. I have something I want to ask them. After finishing speaking, he showed him his own frame, as if he was showing off something. Ask for flowers. Hearing that you are from the village, the ninja looked at Suzuki for a few times, and finally said slowly, why haven't I seen you recently? If you are really from the village, then tell me, who is the Naruto, apart from Kakashi, you also know a few Junin. Ask Suzuki so many questions at once, Suzuki can't answer at all. I can only look at that ninja, and I don't know what to do. Okay, since you don't know about this, you can't go in, or I'll hand you over to Hokage, and you'll be arrested as a spy. After finishing speaking, he urged Suzuki to leave quickly, otherwise it would be bad if other Jonin saw it. Seeing that the ninja spoke so resolutely, Suzuki couldn't say anything more, because he felt that the ninja would not believe anything he said. Or maybe Sakura is already home, but she just doesn't know it. Otherwise, I really thought too much. Just when Suzuki was about to go back, he heard someone calling him Billion from behind. Chapter 163, Sakura was captured. 2. Suzuki, why are you here? Hearing someone calling him, Suzuki turned his head to look at the person who called him just now, and he found that it was actually Sasuke. Sasuke is here, presumably Kakashi is not far away, but now Suzuki has no time to find Kakashi, so he can only ask Sasuke to see if Sakura is back. If that girl Sakura hadn't come back, some things would be more difficult. 167. Do you know that Sakura is back? I remember she came back in the morning, so she must have arrived by now. Sakura. When Sasuke heard that Sakura was back, he quickly thought of the name in his mind, but after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't remember that Sakura came back today. I remember that I didn't come back, so, what happened today? You have to tell me well? After all, this matter may be more serious. After finishing speaking, he said a few words to that ninja, and brought Suzuki in to ask the matter clearly. Although Sasuke didn't like that guy Sakura very much, he didn't want the 7th class to lose one person in the end. After bringing them in, Suzuki could understand how much hatred there is for Naruto in this village. There are even many portraits of Naruto pasted on the wall. Naruto, has he been disliked by the people in the village for so long? whatever happened before, but Naruto is still a child, this. He wanted to say something in his heart, but when the words came to his lips, he always didn't know how to say them. Sasuke could only shake his head at Suzuki, expressing that he couldn't say anything else, otherwise Kakashi would find out, and he probably wouldn't be able to eat dinner again. Seeing that Sasuke didn't want to talk about this matter, Suzuki didn't intend to ask more. Anyway, Naruto didn't know about this situation. When he reached Sasuke's house, Suzuki saw Kakashi who had been standing at the door for a long time, as if he was getting impatient. Seeing Suzuki approaching, he straightened his body, took a few glances at Suzuki, and said, "Why did you come here? Didn't you say you could bring that guy here? Where is he?" Hearing what Kakashi said, Suzuki didn't know what was going on, so he said to Kakashi, What? When did I say to bring Sakura over? You guys misremembered bar." After finishing speaking, he looked beside Kakashi, and there was no shadow of Sakura, which meant that Sakura did not return to the village. She didn't come back to the village, you know that. Kakashi looked at Suzuki as if he knew everything, but from his eyes, he knew that Sakura had neither returned to the village nor was with Suzuki. Thinking of this, Kakashi immediately became angry. After all, that was also his student. He was not joking when he entrusted his student to Suluo. As a result, now that Suzuki made him such a result, can Kakashi not be angry? That's my student too. Suzuki 5.6, it seems you really don't take people seriously. The current Kakashi was completely blinded by this incident, and he never thought about what happened before this incident. Kakashi, I really don't know what happened to Sakura, but is it interesting for you to quarrel with me now? Shouldn't you go to Sakura? Chapter 165 Encounter Orochimaru by chance. Kakashi, who was originally angry, remembered what he wanted to find Sakura when he heard what Suzuki said. He snorted coldly and looked at Suzuki, and didn't say anything serious. He just said to Suzuki that when the time came to find Sakura, he was going to bring Naruto back, otherwise Naruto would be lost too up. After finishing speaking, Kakashi got up and went to the easy path where Sakura disappeared, and was going to see if there was anything he could find about Sakura's information. Seeing that Kakashi passed, Suzuki also passed, and told Sasuke to watch Naruto 26 carefully, otherwise Naruto also had an accident, wouldn't he be exhausted? Fortunately, the road was not too far from here, but when Suzuki got there, Kakashi was nowhere to be seen, so there must have been a very close clue. But Suzuki was not in a hurry. Anyway, he thought that as long as he searched hard, even if he didn't find it in the future, it would be considered that he had nothing to do. Who are you? Just when Suzuki was walking that road and was about to go to the end, he suddenly heard someone calling himself behind him, and Suzuki turned his head to look at the person who called him. It was found to be a woman. Her dress was different from the people here, and she didn't have a forehead. Presumably it wasn't the ninja here, but she was wearing a veil, so she couldn't recognize who she was. Suzuki lowered his hat, looked at the woman, didn't say anything else, just nodded. Well, I'm Suzuki, are you? Suzuki? I don't know, I'm a villager in this place, I'm Linglong. Linglong? It looks like a modern name. After speaking, Suzuki took a closer look at Linglong's clothes, and found that Linglong was wearing the old hanfu, but it seemed to be an improved version. Chapter 165 Encounter Orochimaru. Linglong watched Suzuki say the word modernization, and couldn't help frowning, but she didn't say anything, just took out a passport from her bag and handed it to Suzuki, saying, Look at this, do you recognize this? This is a passport. Seeing this passport, Suzuki must know that this person is a modern person, but the only thing that makes Suzuki curious is that so far, he has seen two people from modern times pass through, that's it. I just don't know why Linglong wore it. When it came to why she wore it, Linglong herself was very confused, so she could only tell Suzuki. When I first came in, I was in Conan's world. Later, because a case was solved, I myself died in it by accident, and when I woke up, I was here. After finishing speaking, she herself was in a daze, as if coming here was like having a dream. Suzuki nodded. He could express his understanding at 950. After all, he was also transmitted from the world of Dragon Ball, and he couldn't say that Linglong's words were all lies. Well, I know, you can go on. I want to know how long you have been here? Should you leave in 1 or 2 years? More than that, it has been 4 years. I have only stayed in the world of Detective Conan for about 2 months. I didn't expect to come here, and I stayed here for April. If it weren't for Yes example, maybe Suzuki wouldn't believe this. Well, good. I've only been here for less than a month. Can you tell me what's going on here? Chapter 166 Encounter Orochimaru. 2. After talking about this matter, after talking for so long, I remembered about Xiaoying, so I hurriedly asked Linglong. Do you know about a little girl who was taken away? After all, it is said that she has lived here for so long, presumably she should be able to know all the recent things. After hearing what Suzuki said, Linglong stopped talking and kept looking at the mountain over there, as if there was something on the mountain that attracted him. Seeing Linglong's gaze, Suzuki probably knew something, so she said to Linglong, well, I'm going to find Xiaoying now, if you know the way, please take me there, let's go. After finishing speaking, she looked at Linglong pitifully, as if Linglong would definitely not be able to get in if Linglong didn't help. After all, she is also from her hometown. Linglong really couldn't bear it anymore. She had no choice but to agree to Suzuki's request. However, when Linglong agreed to Suzuki, she obviously trembled a little. It seemed that it was because there was something terrible on the mountain that frightened her. When going to the mountain, Linglong kept telling Suzy that the people on the mountain were all kinds of evil people, and sometimes they would force people into prisons when they talked. This is the person Linglong hates the most, so when she said this, she was also warning Suzy to be careful when going up the mountain. Then, what's that man's name, do you know? Suzy didn't want to be so inexplicably afraid of a person suddenly, so he had to ask the name clearly. Speaking of this person's name, Linglong became angry. You don't know, if someone finds out what you said, your head might be cut off. Do you know what organization it is? Akatsuki, there's Uchiha Itake's inside. Xiao, Uchiha Itake? Is their leader Baya? Hearing that this organization is Xiao, Suzy's heart suddenly became very smooth. After all, it is Baya, so what is he afraid of? Besides, as long as you tell Baya about this matter, won't the child come out? Seeing that Suzy heard the name, his mood suddenly improved. Linglong didn't know what was going on, so she took Suzy's hand and said, no, you don't want to go up there by yourself. You mustn't do it. You can't do this. Aren't you afraid that Baya will lock you up at that time? I heard that Baya's methods are very powerful, otherwise he would have become the leader of the Xiao organization. When Linglong said this, Suzy couldn't help laughing in his heart. He murmured in his heart, if I tell you that this matter is all fake, I really don't know what you will think. And maybe even if Suzy doesn't need to say it, after the meeting, everything should be clear by itself. It's okay, you will know when the meeting arrives. Said that the two of them climbed up the mountainside together. Good. When they were about to arrive, Linglong suddenly stopped Suzy and said to him, you should think about it, after all. Hey, which little couple came up to play? It's really exciting. Yuan watched them come up, and walked towards them with great interest, sticking out the snake tongue in his mouth from time to time. Everything felt as if Suzy was causing trouble. Linglong had seen Orochimaru before, and when she saw Orochimaru approaching, she immediately became vigilant. Chapter 167 Encounter Orochimaru, 3. Suzy, you have to be careful with him. This man is Orochimaru. He is quite powerful. After finishing speaking, Linglong hid behind Suzy, fearing that she would be in trouble if that Orochimaru found her. Hearing that it was Orochimaru, Suzy was not panicked, but instead said to Orochimaru, we are going up the mountain to find someone. Who are you looking for? Do you think you deserve it? After finishing speaking, I wanted to go over and slap Suzy on the ground. Unexpectedly, it happened like this. Suzy didn't carry Yuan and slapped Yuan on the ground. Instead, he went over and kicked Yuan, kicking Yuan half dead. Perhaps Orochimaru, who had never been kicked before, became angry after being insulted this time. How dare you kick me? You are courting death. After speaking, just about to use chakra, he was resisted by the roar. 963. Ashimaru, what are you doing? Hearing this voice, Orochimaru, who was about to make a move, immediately stopped his hand, stood where he was, and waited for the person who had just spoken to come over. The person who came over was Uchiha Itachi. When he came over, he first glanced at Orochimaru, then at Suzy. His eyes were full of ridicule. Suzy, why have you chased me all this way? I came here to find someone. Why is there a problem? Do you still need me to report to you? Suzy didn't like Uchiha Itachi very much, so he naturally didn't have a good temper with Uchiha Itachi, CGCB. Uchiha Itachi doesn't care. Anyway, this matter is not his business. Anyway, as long as he fulfills his due responsibilities, it will be fine. Come on, come here. Baya wants to see you. Baya saw him? Who is he? How did he see him? Yuan was naturally dissatisfied in his heart, but he couldn't say anything to them, so everything had to be done. Hearing what Orochimaru said, Uchiha Itachi didn't say anything, just wanted to see what happened next. So I went up with Suzy. Linglong, who had been sitting in the back, had her head covered after all. She didn't know that Suzy had such a big background, and Uchiha Itachi and the others had to be courteous. It seemed that she was too superficial. After going up, Suzy was taken into a cave. There are ninjas in this cave, but he doesn't know each other. When he was brought further inside, Suzy saw Baya. At this time, Baya was practicing kung fu, and he seemed to be giving advice from an expert. Seeing Suzy coming, he said to Suzy, brother, you are here, did you have something to do with me today? Because Baya knew what Suzy was doing recently, and he must have known that his organization was big, so he brought Naruto here. But he didn't see Naruto at all, which made Baya a little suspicious. Why didn't you bring Naruto with you? Aren't you embarrassed? Oh, I won't come if he doesn't come, and I don't want to force that child, but I don't know if you have caught a girl recently. Girls? We never arrest people. You know my naughty nature. No matter how bad this person is, he won't arrest people, and he's still a girl. After all, here are basically old men, who would grab a girl over here for nothing. Isn't this just a joke? Chapter 168, Sakura and #039, news no, but. He really wanted to tell Baya about this matter, but they didn't catch the woman back. Doesn't that mean that Sakura isn't here? Seeing that Suzy was more or less doubtful, Baya decided to ask Suzy what was going on. After all, judging by Suzy's face, it might not be an easy matter, so Baya decided to ask a few more questions. What's going on? Is it Sakura? Well, Sakura is missing. It is said that she was taken away near here, but I don't even know who it is. How can I find it? Suzy said that he felt troubled. After all, this matter was not an extremely simple matter for them. What's more, if this matter was placed on other people, it might not be so tense. But Suzuki knew that, after all, Sakura was quite an important figure in Naruto in the early stage. So we can't live without her. This sentence directly made Baya angry. It can't be that guy Orochimaru. Recently, that guy keeps telling me that he is too boring and wants someone to go over to accompany him or something. Orochimaru. Suzuki didn't know how this matter had something to do with Orochimaru again, and from the beginning to the end Orochimaru is okay. I heard someone calling me, let me see who it is. When it happened to be talking about Orochimaru, I heard a voice outside, and I didn't need to guess that this person must be Orochimaru. Then I saw Orochimaru coming in, followed by Itachi Uchiha behind Orochimaru, and he didn't seem to be in a particularly good mood. Okay, Orochimaru, can you say a few words to me? It's the worst time to see you say this. After Baya finished speaking, he turned over and lay down, as if he didn't want to deal with Yuan at all, and treated Yuan as a person who likes to do things very much. Cut, but I just wanted to kindly remind you about that child, so let's forget it. Anyway, you don't care. After finishing speaking, Orochimaru just wanted to go out in a big way, but was pulled back by Suzuki. After all, for Suzuki, as long as there is news about Sakura, Suzuki will definitely be extremely eager to get Sakura. I got it back. Seeking flowers. 0. As long as you say, you can find me if you need anything, don't worry. Suzuki firmly grabbed Yuan's hand. It's like knowing that Yuan must know about this matter. Seeing that Suzuki wanted to know so much, Orochimaru snorted coldly by himself, and murmured, sure enough, there really aren't many good people in Wei village, and all of them are so long and look good. That's all. After finishing speaking, he pushed Suzuki away, tidied up his clothes, and walked to Itachi Uchiha, and said something as if joking. I know you saw it, but you don't want that child to come back, Itachi. You have to know that the relationship between that child and your brother is not ordinary. If one of the three is missing, your brother probably didn't pass the ninja exam. Qualified. After all, this is an unwritten rule just issued by Konoha village. Isn't this satirizing Itachi Uchiha? Uchiha Itachi didn't care about it. What does this matter have to do with me? After all, it's not my test. Chapter 169, Sakura and #039, S News, 2. After finishing speaking, he stumped his feet and went out, as if he really didn't know about this matter. But Orochimaru couldn't help but added, tisk tisk, it seems that you really don't have the same heart, and I can't help it. Hey, Baya, you have to prove that this matter has nothing to do with me, it's them I made it myself. I see, since you don't know, you can go out, and call me in from Itachi's 530 later, I have something to ask him. After finishing speaking, he waved his hand to let Yuan go out, and after waiting for Yuan to go out, Baya couldn't help complaining to Suzuki, don't you know that just those two guys, I really think that's enough. He clearly said that he was my subordinate when he took refuge in me, but he just turned around and refused to recognize me, and he ignored everything I said all day long. Okay, I know what you mean, but since Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to talk about this matter, there must be his reasons. Okay, why don't I go talk to Itachi, otherwise, I don't know. What else can you come up with your melon seeds? After finishing speaking, he patted Baya's head a few times, just like before, when the two of them were still very young. Although they found that feeling, neither of them is a child anymore, especially Baya. He knows what he is doing now, and he also knows that the current situation is so dangerous. After almost a certain amount of time, I saw Itachi Uchiha slowly approaching, as if he couldn't be restrained here. You are here, I have something to tell you, you should know. I know, but I can't say it. You know the seriousness of this matter. I can't say it. It's the best. Besides, even if I say it, you can't save the child. The child may. Having said that, he suddenly choked up and stopped, without Suzuki saying anything. He already knew what was going on. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, although Baya didn't really want to deal with this matter, but this was caused by his big brother after all, so he couldn't just let it go like this. This is emotionally and logically impossible. Okay, about Sakura, big brother, don't worry, I will help you. Baya made Suzuki feel at ease now at least. After all, things have not been clarified yet, and the whereabouts of this Sakura is unknown. How should they find it now? But before Suzuki finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Itachi, who was at the door, suddenly being called out, as if there was something very important. Are you always this busy here? I don't know, maybe it's because I have something to look for him, or wait for him to come. After finishing speaking, Baya went to pour a glass of water for Suzuki first, and he couldn't show his friendship as a landlord if he didn't pour water. Since the two of them both came from across the world, there were a lot of unfinished things at 3.9, which needed to be explained clearly, so they kept talking. I didn't expect to say that, it was already night. Baya went over to take a piece of bread for Suzuki, and threw it to Suzuki. Eat it, brother, we don't have anything delicious here, so you can just eat it. Suzuki wouldn't be too particular about it, and he certainly wouldn't dislike Baya too much. Chapter 170. You really are, you come here for people, but you don't give them something delicious. After finishing speaking, Suzuki took a mouthful of the bread silently, and found that the taste of the bread was still good, but it was a little burnt. Hearing what Suzuki said, Baya shook his head. You may really not understand. We are originally a group of old men here. Tell me where we have any good craftsmen. Then where did you get this bread? Suzy naturally didn't say anything, because he knew that someone must come up the mountain to deliver things to them every day, otherwise, the bread is so fresh, and according to their lazy character, they should go down the mountain to get a 26 next time. Seeing the matter as if being exposed by Suzy, Bai's complexion suddenly became ugly. He glanced at the bread that Suzy was eating. Ran took it over for him with 10 hands. Okay bro, don't eat it, really, you've made me unhappy, no wonder, your mouth still hasn't changed. After finishing speaking, I wanted to take a bite of the bread, when I heard someone talking outside. Boss, Miss Linglong is here to deliver bread again, asking what kind of bread you want. Hearing someone talking outside, Bai gave a dry cough, then looked at Suzy, and found that Suzy hadn't changed much. It just made people feel that Suzy was smiling. You tell her to wait, I'll come out right away. After finishing speaking, he heard the sound of walking coming from outside the door, and it seemed that he had already left. Hearing the sound of walking outside getting farther and farther, Bai dared to say to Suzy, okay, brother, can you be more steady? Really, sometimes, I don't know what I should do with you. What do you mean I should be more prudent? I didn't ask you to be prudent, okay? Look at how infatuated the girl is. Do you have to give you a red line before you give up? After finishing speaking, he even winked at Baiya, so that Baiya didn't know if his brother was here to make a joke. Naturally, Baiya didn't like other people talking about the two of them like that, so he immediately pushed Suzy. Brother, what do you mean by that? I clearly know I have a favorite area. Outside the cave, it was getting late, and most of the people had already returned to the cave to rest. Only 2 people lingered at the door. If they didn't look carefully, none of them could see that the 2 people looked somewhat similar. Sasuke sat on the ground, and didn't look at Itachi Uchiha, but stared blankly at the round moon, as if there were their parents in the moon. I know, you don't want to talk to me now, but I think it's best for you to stay with Kakashi, and you don't need to come here. After all, when was the last time the 2 of them talked, and Sasuke is completely different now, and he doesn't want to be manipulated by others. Hearing Uchiha attack his words, Sasuke felt nothing in his heart. In his eyes, as long as he can surpass Itachi, it must be a better thing. So, at this moment, Sasuke turned over and was about to go down the mountain when Uchiha Itachi saw it and knew that Sasuke didn't want to talk to him, so he didn't say anything and let Sasuke go down the mountain. Chapter 171. After Sasuke went down the mountain for a long time, Uchiha Itachi came back to his senses, because only then did he understand the gap between the 2 of them. In fact, no matter how you say it, you are the chief culprit who killed your fellow clan, and you have nothing to say. Early the next morning, Suzy was going down the mountain to see how things were going. Otherwise, maybe Kakashi found Sakura, and he was still looking for it foolishly here. While packing up, Suzy found Uchiha Itachi standing at the door, as if he wanted to say something to him. Well, Itachi, what do you want to say? He knew that Uchiha Itachi should have come here for Sakura's affairs, but he probably didn't know how to say it. Uchiha Itachi spoke a little awkwardly. Obviously that incident made him a little scared. I can tell you where Sakura was caught, but you have to promise me that you can't go alone. Really dangerous. 17. Hearing that he could take him there, Suzy gratefully pulled Uchiha Itachi's arm, and wanted to say a few more words of thanks, but Uchiha Itachi let him go. Come here later, I'll go and pack up my things first. After speaking, he went in and prepared to pack his things. Seeing that he was going, Suzy actually knew it very well, but all this has nothing to do with him. As long as Itachi Uchiha can take him there, it would be fine, but what Suzy didn't expect was that on the other side, Sakura had already been brought out by someone else, and this person was Naruto that none of them thought of. Naruto and Sakura staggered out of the cave, looked behind them with lingering fear, and didn't know what to say to comfort them. After almost reaching a safer place, Sakura let go of Naruto's arm, coughed a few times, looked at the place they left, and felt inexplicably relieved. It finally came out, and I would really kill myself inside. She really didn't expect that she would be caught in this place. It was really beyond her expectation. Naruto was already exhausted at this time, squatting halfway, holding his legs, as if he couldn't get tired anymore. Okay, Sakura, let's hurry up now, I'm afraid that time will come. As soon as the words came to this point, I heard the sound of someone walking behind, and it seemed that several people came over. Hearing this voice, Naruto thought it was the fact that he brought Sakura out and was discovered inside, so he hurriedly pulled Sakura aside, because he was afraid that Sakura would be discovered by then. What's the matter, Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura was almost fell down by Naruto's sudden pull. Her whole body was as if she was going to die, holding on to a tree on one side, and trying her best to follow Naruto's movement rhythm, otherwise it might be possible if she didn't pay attention a little bit, will fall again. SHH, don't make noise, Sakura, look, someone is coming over there. After finishing speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the figures over there to Sakura. They all moved at a very fast speed, if it wasn't for Naruto's better ears. Otherwise, they might have been discovered by now. After the group of them left, Sakura said to Naruto, is that sound ninja? Why are they here? Chapter 172. Take it back, I don't know either, but I know that they tied you up, otherwise how do you think you ended up like this? After speaking, he turned Xiaoying's face. After all, he thought that Xiaoying was considered a smarter person before, so why did he deal with this matter? Still so brainless. But fortunately, Sakura didn't see Naruto's expression, otherwise Naruto might die here today. She looked at Naruto without any panic, as if she didn't care that they would come over at all. Instead she said to Naruto, "Why are you so nervous? Don't worry about 813, they won't catch us." "Why? How do you know they can't catch us?" Naruto asked. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Sakura became embarrassed, as if this matter was her own risk. "When I was arrested, I specially observed their movements, and found that they couldn't see them at all, and couldn't see them. Inaudible, you'd be surprised if they caught us." After hearing what Sakura said, Naruto felt that there were several bags inside. If they couldn't see but hear, then how did they arrest Sakura? Just when Naruto was meditating, he saw two shaky figures on the side of the road. He was afraid that those people would turn back, so he pulled Sakura to stop him from speaking. It's just that when it was later, Naruto felt that one of the two people looked very familiar, but it was just that they were too far away to see clearly. After those two people approached, he could clearly see who those two people were, and one of them was Suli, which surprised him a bit. He ran out immediately and wanted to tell Suli that they were here, but when he saw the person behind Suli clearly, Naruto gave up going out. Because it is Uchiha Itachi, one can imagine how big his gap with Uchiha Itachi is. After all, he is the one who betrayed Konoha. Sakura also noticed Itachi Uchiha and Suli, and was wondering why Suli was with Itachi Uchiha. When she saw Itachi Uchiha wanted to take Suli up the mountain. "Suli, they are really on this mountain, you really didn't lie to me." "Of course, do you think I will lie to you? And you don't think about your relationship with Bai yet, may I lie to you?" Uchiha Itachi said. Although he said so, Suli still felt that there was something wrong with Uchiha Itachi, and even felt that he was not Uchiha Itachi but someone he didn't know at all. He nodded, indicating that what Uchiha Itachi said made sense. "It's also because of my relationship with him. If you want to do anything to me, it's really not easy." Then he planned to go up with him, but Suli didn't see it later. When Uchiha Itachi saw Suli compromise, he showed a lewd smile. It's as if some plot has succeeded. All of this happened to be seen by Naruto and Sakura, who were hiding in the dark. Sakura really didn't want to see Suli being cheated by this man, so she immediately stood up and explained clearly to Suli. "Mr. Suli, don't be fooled by this man. He is absolutely uneasy with you. Don't trust him." "Sakura, what are you doing?" Naruto doesn't even know how Sakura has become so reckless about Suli now. Everything is not his style at all. Chapter 172 To Uchiha Itachi. Seeing that Xiaoying was found, Suli was naturally very happy in his heart. He looked at Xiaoying's scarred body in the past, and felt very distressed. "Why are you so stupid? Look at the scars on your body. If you say it has nothing to do with this time, do you think I can believe it?" After speaking, Suli also saw Naruto in the distance. Naruto did nothing but looked at Itachi Uchiha very vigilantly, with a murderous look in his eyes. "Sakura, come here." While talking, he pulled Xiao Sakura over, not giving them any chance to contact at all. After all, if this Uchiha Itachi is all fake, then 80% of it should not be real. Seeing Naruto's actions, Suli felt very strange. Why would Naruto behave like this? "What are you doing, Naruto? You see that you are injured in one or two places, isn't it pain?" As he spoke, he wanted to reach out to touch Naruto's injured place, but Naruto didn't listen to Suzui's words, and directly stepped back about 2 steps, looking at them very vigilantly. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Hearing Naruto say this, Suzui thought it was funny, thinking that Naruto had taken the wrong medicine to say this. "No, I am Suzui, your teacher, don't you know me?" Naruto looked at them with a wry smile, pointed at Itachi Uchiha, and then at Suzui. "He is a fake Itachi Uchiha, do you think I can believe that you are the real Suzui?" After speaking, just as he was about to take Sakura out of here, he was held back by Sakura. Naruto didn't know what Sakura was pulling him for, so he tightly grabbed Sakura's hand, wanting to leave here. "What are you doing, Uzumaki Naruto? Don't you know this is teacher Suzui? How can you really do this?" She was very angry at the fact that Naruto didn't know Suzui, and felt that there were some things that Naruto thought of too much. Even if it was true Uchiha Itachi, probably no one would say anything. But Naruto is still relentlessly chasing him. "Don't worry, Sakura, I'm right, it's not like you haven't seen that Uchiha Itachi just now, he is definitely not Sasuke's big brother." Suzui listened to them, and what he heard was in the fog, what is not himself, not Uchiha Itachi. Hearing them talking about themselves, Uchiha Itachi stood behind and didn't speak, but looked at Suzui and said, "You two students, you are really kind, obviously I brought you here, what happened? Ask for flowers." After speaking, I turned around and wanted to leave, but when I turned around, I saw 2 people coming. It was Kakashi and Sasuke. They also got the news last night, but they also got it from Uchiha Itachi, but Uchiha Itachi never said that they would come together. Kakashi looked at them, as if he couldn't understand. "What's going on? Why are you here?" "Zero. No, why can't we be here? I also want to ask why you are here." "Kakashi, did someone tell you to come here? Is it you, Itachi?" After finishing speaking, Suzui pointed all the spearheads at Uchiha Itachi, which is the first thing that can confirm whether he is Uchiha Itachi or not. Unexpectedly, Itachi Uchiha heard Suzui's words and immediately shook his head, indicating that he didn't know about it at all. Kakashi sneered, "Is it you or who? Or are you not Itachi at all, but a counterfeit?" After hearing what Kakashi said, everyone can understand what Kakashi said together, and it is basically certain that Uchiha Itachi is a fake factory. Point 173 Seeing through the conspiracy. Hearing what Kakashi said, Suzii had a certain understanding of the strange behavior of Uchiha Itachi before. No wonder Uchiha Itachi had some strange behaviors that did not conform to Itachi. Itachi Uchiha felt a little angry, so Suzii frowned slightly, and said softly, "No matter who this counterfeit is, let me try it anyway, so that 493 will know about this counterfeit. Who is it pretending to be?" Speaking of which, Suzii's hand has already quietly reached the prop bag on the back waist, and then took out a shuriken, aiming at and attacking Uchiha Itachi at a very fast speed. In just a split second, the shuriken arrived in front of the fake Uchiha Itachi, and the Uchiha Itachi didn't dodge it, but hit Itachi with the shuriken at a surprised moment, and then Uchiha Itachi turned into little snakes. Kakashi, Sasuke, Celebrity, Suzii, were all a little shocked, but Sakura showed a disgusted look. After all, such an incarnation girl couldn't accept it. Suzii tightly protected her behind her. "I'm afraid there will be other variables. At this time, Orochimaru is not far away. Find out that your avatar has been seen through by others." No other arrangements were made. Originally, he wanted to use this identity as a joke, to mediate the conflict between Kakashi and Suzii. The contradiction between them, it seems, was unexpectedly discovered. So, Orochimaru looked in the direction of Suzii and the others. Otherwise, the direction they were in left angrily. At this time, Sakura hid behind Suzii. With a disgusted look on his face, he asked, "What is this?" Looking at the little snakes, it was so disgusting. Suzii could tell that this should be the incarnation of Orochimaru to others. This Uchiha Itachi is indeed a fake. Although we don't know what other conspiracy he has, but fortunately, Xiaoying has been rescued, and we have not suffered any losses. It seems that we must be careful in the future. At this time, Sasuke secretly made up his mind in his heart that he must clean up Orochimaru in the future. Although your live broadcast is a murderer who hurt your family and parents, but Orochimaru wants to pretend to be Uchiha Itachi to do other bad things, which is not allowed by Sasuke. It was only then that I remembered that I was fine, the purpose of coming to save Sakura. Start checking for other wounds. As he spoke, he also asked Naruto if there was any discomfort. Both Sakura and Naruto shook their heads in unison. Then Sakura started talking. "When I went to walk that dangerous road by myself, it was solved by others later, so I was hit here, but after I got here, the murderer never reappeared, so he was not harmed." Suzii started to ask how Naruto came here. Sakura also started to feel strange at this time. At this time, Naruto said softly, "Didn't you 2.3 smell the residual fragrance that was talked about on that road? I found it based on the residual fragrance inside." At this time, Soja thought secretly in his heart. Unexpectedly, the power of the 9 tails in Naruto's body can also enhance people's ability to smell. What an amazing discovery. He is already silently influencing Naruto, although he still doesn't have the ability to communicate after a long time. Point 174 Layout. Kakashi saw that Suzii checked and found that there was no problem, so he said, "Since everyone has nothing to do, let's leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible, so as to save some messy things from happening in a while." After saying this, Kakashi warned the surroundings, and after finding that there was no danger, he began to jump on the branches, calling Suzii and the others to follow him and let him lead the way. After all, Kakashi was the most powerful person at the scene. Suzii, I also have to admit that he only has some physical skills now. As for ninjutsu, he is far behind. Thinking of this, Suzii couldn't help but feel a headache. Since he came to Naruto world, his system seemed to be out of order, and he didn't give himself reminder 26, and there were no tasks, nor rewards. This made Suzii speechless for a long time. But now, after a while, Suzii gradually became familiar with the world of Naruto, and after all, he was also a Naruto fan when he was in the real world, so he still has a certain understanding of this world. Ze wants to think about it now. Now he can't rely on the system, he has to rely on himself, although there is no big war in the Naruto world now. However, there are quite a few organizations in the dark, and I still need to improve my strength, and then have my own power, so that I can survive in this cruel world. To be honest, Suzii is also afraid for a while now. If the fake Uchiha Itachi just now is Orochimaru and uses the transformation technique instead of the incarnation technique, he will not be able to walk around now, and he was a little sloppy just now. After walking for nearly half an hour, Suzii, Kakashi and the others finally returned to Konoha from the mountains. Afterwards, Suzii asked Naruto to send Sakura back home, while Kakashi chose to send Sasuke home. Looking at the fork ahead, Sasuke and Naruto went in different directions. Suzii looked at their backs. I was thinking about this in my heart. After that, Suzii also walked slowly in the direction of his own home alone. At this time, Sakura was escorted by Naruto. Sakura lowered her head, as if she was thinking about something, and Naruto looked around casually, and walked slowly towards Sakura's house, and the time was up in a while. Near Xiaoying's house, at this time, Sakura suddenly said, "Naruto, thank you for saving me in time. I was wrong about the previous thing, thank you very much." Then, Sakura suddenly hugged Naruto. Tears also flashed from the corners of his eyes, obviously tears of gratitude. Naruto was also scratching the back of his head in embarrassment at this time. Naruto was at a loss for what to do by Sakura. His cheeks were also slightly flushed. Because of what happened to Sakura before, he couldn't get angry anymore, just quietly feeling Sakura's embrace. After a while, Sakura let go of Naruto, and Naruto said in order to hide his embarrassment, "It's nothing. In fact, I won't be angry because of what happened before, but the person who will become Hokage in the future. It's very generous." Naruto also showed that charming smile, and Sakura also laughed, although there were still traces of tears on her cheeks, but the relationship between them, the knot in his heart has been untied. At this time, Sakura also waved lightly to Naruto, and walked towards the brightly lit room ahead. The tinnitus still stood quietly watching Sakura go home. "I'm afraid that there will be another accident for Sakura." 175 Plan watching Sakura enter the door, Naruto showed a gratified smile, and then walked towards his home. At this time Sasuke said to Cassie, "Can you help me train when you have time in the future? I want to improve my strength. That way I can get paid like you. Because I will no longer let others slander the glory of the Uchiha family. Please. Hope you can teach me." Kakashi looked at Sasuke, knowing that she is eager for revenge. So he didn't say anything more. So I agreed. Suzui also returned home at this time. "Because I was tired all day, I was very tired. Lying quietly on the bed, thinking about everything that happened today. In this cruel world, only strength can win everything. But now, the least thing I have is strength. Now that I have come out, I have developed some taijutsu." He has never learned many ninjutsu, and he doesn't know what kind of ninjutsu he is. He can only continue to practice his taijutsu and find it to activate his system. Or your mediocre self. Otherwise it's hard to think about whether you can really, and sometimes survive in a cruel world. He would think about watching all kinds of ninjutsu before and discovering, "I really don't have the strength to study now." And he's just a mediocre man now, even a common teacher can't get in touch with very powerful human skills. Suzui thought like this, he really has no other way now. According to his current standard of physical skills, he can barely fight against commons Jonin. It's hard to say how to protect himself. Once he waits for the fourth ninja battle, it broke out that he didn't have the ability to change other things at all, and now that he was approaching the Chunin exam, he relied on his vague memory. Suzui thought, now it is almost 2 years or more or 3 years, and according to the comics he has read before, he also knows that this year and more than 3 years are not peaceful, and the real Akatsuki organization has also streamlined and started to collect endings. Beast, although he still has Baya, the false Akatsuki organization to rely on, but his Akatsuki organization has only 3 people, 1 Uchiha Itachi and 1 Orochimaru, both of whom are cage level strengths. Only relying on Baya can't control them now. Uchiha Itachi is still staying near the village to protect his younger brother, but the time will definitely not be too long, and the unstable factor of Orochimaru, he will definitely not be honest. It can be seen from Jiantian that he is temporarily using Bai's Xiao organization name, and he will definitely leave later for his longevity research, and he might bite back at some point. That's not something they can do, I can bear it. Thinking of these, Suzui's head felt dizzy, but there is no other way. Just when Suzui was thinking about how to be white, he suddenly knew that the Baya organization was a fake after all, so it is better to let them really take refuge in the past, so that he can be in the Xiao organization. Nyo Dihao, there is a spy, and when the time comes, let Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, these uncertain factors, be transferred to Obito and Nagato, so that Baya will not have to worry anymore. Thinking of these plans, Suzui sat up. He was going to tell Baya about this plan right away, because Suzui knew that what he lacked now was time, and the sooner these things started, the sooner it would be beneficial to him, otherwise he might be trapped to death in this world of Hokage. Point 176 implemented. Thinking of this, Suzui immediately took action. He boarded the night clothes on the boat and was ready to set off. Along the way, Suzui carefully avoided the patrolling bears. He was going to tell Baya this top secret plan and let him carry it out tomorrow. The chaos that Baya caused before is enough to prove Baya's strength. There should be no problem with Kalu Xiao's organization. Moreover, he can also bring Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi to Nagato and Obito. Xiao organization will definitely accept them. At that time, my plan can be implemented step by step. A black shadow flashed quickly in the woods, and it didn't take long to move a distance of 580 meters. This black shadow was Suzui. After he left the security of Mue village, he had nothing to worry about. Increase your own speed to the fastest. It didn't take long for Suzui to reach the entrance of Baya's cave. Zi didn't care about it, and walked in directly. At this time, Baya was still sound asleep, and he didn't realize that a big living person had already walked to his bed. I want to spoof this Baya, who made him almost sell himself to the fake Uchiha Itachi before. Kage, this kid, is still sleeping so soundly now, it's too much. Afterwards, Suzui quietly swept through Baya's cave, and put some valuables into his pockets. After everything was done, Suzui quietly walked to Baya's bed, squatting down for a while. Next, he took off the stinky sock with one hand, and then took the sock to block Baya's mouth. In less than a minute, Baya had a strange feeling, and his nose slightly twitched. Inhale, and at this time, the brow is slightly wrinkled, and I don't know what it is. It's time for Baya. At that time, he was still dreaming. Before that, he dreamed that he had a big meal at the advanced restaurant. After all, in this Hokage world where there is nothing wrong, he was so greedy that he couldn't eat anything. For him, a foodie to put it bluntly, the greatest sadness, but suddenly a stench hit, at first, in the dream. Baya thought it was, the waiter served a stinky tofu, the surrounding environment is incompatible, but stinky tofu is also Baya's favorite, so at this time Baya opened his mouth to take a bite, but found that he couldn't bite, and the taste was too strong. The delicious taste made me wonder. At this time, Suli watched quietly from the long side, and couldn't help laughing, which was too funny. Baya also felt a little something wrong, and began to open his eyes in a daze, and then reached out to take it to his mouth. After taking a look, I immediately thought of it in my dream, and a feeling of nausea came to my heart, and I sat up all of a sudden. He was going to find water to rinse his mouth to relieve his nausea. In such a hurry, he tried his best and failed to see Suli, who was beside the bed. Suli suffered a disaster when Baya stepped on him. After Baya found the water, he hurriedly started rinsing his mouth, and didn't care about anything else. After rinsing with a few mouthfuls of water, he finally relieved his nausea. At this time, he realized that his things had been turned into a mess, and he suddenly burst out habitually, I got robbed. Incident in hole 177 I haven't noticed yet. Suli, who was sitting by the bed, at this time, Suli couldn't help it, and started laughing, and there was a burst of haha-sized sound in the cave. Baya was inadvertently taken aback. Only then did he realize that there was someone else who motivated him, and this person was none other than his brother, Sujo. As soon as he thought about it and thought about all the things before, he knew that all of this was caused by the dormitory. Looking around again, I found that all my valuables were gone. It was a surge of anger welling up in my heart, and no matter what else was directly unlike Suli. And Sujo also walked over with a flexible turn. And in the middle of the night, he fell down in the torment, on the bed. Seeing everything, Suli laughed again. There was another roar of laughter from the cave. At this time, Suli also quickly stopped and continued to fight with Baya. I told my friend in the dormitory, I have a serious matter to tell you now, and we will talk about other things in detail later. In the middle of the night. Seeing all this, I could only nod helplessly and sit on the bed, ready to listen to what Suli had to say. At this time, Suli also told Midnight about his plan. When Baya heard Suzui's plan, he was also excited, hearing these plans. And the heart is also extremely excited, because he was before. He was also a dick in the real world, although he hadn't watched the world of Naruto very carefully. But he also has a dream to change the world, and this grand plan itself is a key link. If it succeeds, everyone, the strong in this world, can finally feel proud. Although he has a certain strength now, however, his current strength is still not enough, because there are too many people who are stronger than Bio. Hear this. Cards agreed almost without thinking. Suli looked at his plan, and it was a burst of joy that things went so smoothly. At this time, in the middle of the night, he suddenly said, Boss, this is where we all go. You just play, you just take my property back to me. After all, we need some things when we go out, and you don't need anything in Wei village, so just return these things to me. Suli heard this. He said that he didn't have any soft-heartedness at all, and he didn't plan to return all these things to Midnight. Instead, he said to this thing, you are leaving anyway, and it is useless for you to hold these things. Might as well let me save it for you, and I need some finances in the village to support my connections. I don't know how we can build a powerful force to influence the world. And you kid, you know what? Right at that moment, you almost sold me on. Don't you know that it's off work? You have caused me misery, and these things should be regarded as your compensation for me, can't you? At this time, Bai is also really speechless. I don't even have the ability to tell the truth from the fake. Moreover, he is about to leave soon, the boss will not move, and things will be enough to support him. It's too much to take all the belongings from yourself. But there was no way to say anything in the middle of the night, and I realized that the boss is like this, and it is almost impossible to get something in his hands. Also reluctantly accepted such a fact. Point 178 system restart. Seeing the true feelings that everything is going well, it is also a kind of joy to shape the psychology. He hurriedly told Baya, you'd better start tomorrow. After all, you're looking for a small organization. You'd better try it as soon as possible after class. After all, they launched the Cold War in the Fourth World. If I can't find them, I can't understand their internal affairs. It won't be a good thing for me in the future, so we must do it as soon as possible. Your 670 plan plays a key part. Everything is up to you. At this time, I had to stare at Baya with piercing eyes. Baya was also moved instantly, and said to Suli, don't worry, boss, I have completed the task. When the time comes, we will change the world together and become the strongest in this world. Point 17. But at this time, Suli suddenly said to Baya, you should have other belongings now, then you will leave soon, and leave these things to me. After you arrive at Xiao organization, I don't need anything. Leave it to me. In the middle of the night, he became even more speechless. He never thought that the boss would be so shameless. It is simply shameless, shameless to the extreme. Then he shook his head with the momentum, and said that there is no more, everything is for you to say, and you can take away everything else. That is my motivation. I made you turn over like this in the car, you see what is valuable, really. Otherwise, if you hear someone like Baya say it, you will know that he still has some things and don't care about it. In short, we can't let her keep nothing. Then Suzy said to Baya, I've made all the plans clear to you, you hurry up and get ready to wash up and sleep tomorrow. Well, I won't stay any longer, I have to go back quickly, or I will be discovered by others, it's not good. Then, I lightly tried a small package, and left Baya's cave with the small package on my back. In the night, my belongings were taken away by Sujo, and I could only watch quietly, with a feeling of reluctance welling up in my heart. But only then did he realize that luckily the bottom of his bed hadn't been turned over. Then you still leave your own little treasury. There was also a burst of joy in my heart. Fortunately the boss didn't find out, otherwise, even though the last small treasury would not be able to keep. Then, in the middle of the night, he fled away from Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi in a hurry, and told them that he would take them to find the real small organization. Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi agreed without too much doubt. After all, joining the Akatsuki organization is beneficial to them, especially for Dashimaru, who is the real Akatsuki organization in the mainland, and he can get more and more experimental materials. As for the fact that there is nothing to miss about the present, Sasuke is living well in Konoha village under the protection of Kakashi, but there is no need to worry too much. At this moment, Suzy headed towards Mie village at an extremely fast speed. Just in the brains of these Suzy, a burst of sound suddenly came from 0.3. The host began to implement the plan to establish power, reached the technical standard of the system, and reopened the system. After that, a series of rewards and tasks will be provided to the host. Suzy was ecstatic when he heard this sentence. It's really not rich at all, it's really double happiness, and good things come one after another. Let your own plan be implemented step by step, and there is also a way to improve your strength. 179 Don Suzy was ecstatic when he heard that the system was reopened. He was worried about how to improve his strength before, but now he finally has a solution. Although there are no tasks yet, and I don't know what rewards will be given, but it's better than nothing. Suzy also wants to worship God, after all, he didn't treat her badly. He was still thinking before, after traveling to the world of Naruto it's too miserable, not only the previous ability is gone, but also the system is not working. I thought I was cheated and left in Naruto world to fend for itself. Although he thought about relying on physical skills to improve his own strength 26 before, but the improvement of physical skills is too slow after all. For example, it took more than 10 years for Mate Kai to fight a ninja world war. It took countless missions to fully master the Baemon Dungia, and it was also Kai's secret technique, so I couldn't learn it easily. Fortunately, there is a system, otherwise, he might have to learn the forbidden art secretly like a celebrity back then, but he has no Naruto background. If he is caught by then, he will definitely be expelled from Mie village. However, with the opening of the system, all these problems can be solved. Suzy couldn't help but opened the system to browse again, but found a more surprising thing. He suddenly found that in addition to the previous task reward function, there is now a mall function, but it seems that it is not open, nor I don't know what conditions must be met before it can be used. At this time, Suzy began to fantasize about things that can be exchanged for messy things, such as what to think, writing sharing eyes, reincarnation eyes. If it is really impossible, it is okay to exchange for a supercilious look. If you don't have some high-tech products, it's okay, and then you can step into the ranks of the top powerhouses in this world step by step. In this world of the weak and the strong, only strength is the truth. After all, this world is always in war, and there is no such thing as law. There are too many unreasonable rules. Although Suzy has not been in this world for a long time, I have felt it personally for a long time, and I could only accept it silently before, but the reopening of the system gave Suzy great confidence, because he had obtained powerful abilities through the system before, and he believed that as long as he did it himself, he would be able to become the top powerhouse in this world makes him not only satisfied with just ensuring his own survival, but also wants to change the world. Another reason is that although he didn't have much contact with people in this world, he was also moved by the friendship between them, and some spirit inspired Suzy, and he wanted to keep these. Perhaps, even the current Suzy doesn't know that he has begun to care about the world now, and it is also possible that at this time, Suzy bought the seeds to protect the world in his heart. It didn't take long for Suzy to reach the outskirts of Mie village. Suzy jumped into Mie village. After entering Mie village, Suzy's mood was 907 much better, the previous sadness was swept away, and at this time the sky gradually brightened. A ray of dawn shone behind Huoying Rock. Looking at the sunshine, Suzy's spirit became better, even though she hadn't slept all night, and had been running around for a long time. He did not feel tired at all feeling, but more spiritual. Unknowingly at this time, Suzy walked to the door of Yul Ramen, and Uncle Yul opened the door, and Uncle Yul said hello to Suzy, would you like a bowl of ramen? Suzy also has an appetite now, and this LE ramen is also a very good delicacy in the world of Naruto. 180 shots. Join Kakashi's team and escort the bridge expert, Dasna back home safely. If the escort is successful, you can get rewards, B-level ninjutsu, water escape, water dragon bomb. A voice suddenly sounded in his head, interrupting the eating Suzy who is ramen, but after Suzy reacted in an instant, he turned from fright to surprise. He was thinking about when he could start the task, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Although he succeeded, he could only get a B-level ninjutsu, but it is also very gratifying for Suzy who only knows physical skills now. Moreover, through memories, Suzuki also thought of what they will encounter in this mission. In this mission, they will encounter the country of water, Wuyan village's rebellious ninja, Didai, no longer cut, and he is still ninja one of the 7 people. The strength is naturally useless, and judging from the ending, this person is not a heinous person if he doesn't kill him. In order to protect Bai, he had no chakra and his hands were broken. Insisting on biting bitterness to fight, really touched Suzuki at that time, which made Suzuki move to win him over, just as Suzuki was building his own power. This seemed like a good candidate. In fact, in Suzuki's opinion, there is another character who is worthy of pity, but died early in the original book, and that is the subordinate of No More Killer, Bai, this ninja with the limit of the ice shield and blood stains, who died before he grew up. He was killed by the protagonist group, and Suzuki felt sorry for him before. If this ice shield is used well, its power is very extraordinary. Suzuki thought back about the plot of this mission, and felt that he could make a good plan. It would be best to save Bai, and never cut off Didai. After all, Suzuki lacks everything now, and connections are very important. Yes, connections are very important, because this is the key issue for wanting to rise, so connections are extremely important. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Suzuki thought about going to the Konoha mission hall first. If he wanted to accept the mission, he must go there. Now that Suzuki doesn't have a team, he naturally has no way to take this mission, although the bridge expert lied about it. The task level, if it weren't for Kakashi, a jonin, leading the team, the protagonist group would be cold. Suzuki is now thinking about how to join Daioka Kakashi's team and complete this task with them. After all, Suzuki needs Kakashi's team to take on this task, and even if he does, it seems that he has some problems in delivering Dasna safely. After all, his current strength is still not enough. And he didn't know how Mamakai Zabuzan's combat power was. To be honest, Suzuki still felt a little guilty, and he had to rely on Kakashi to do it. Zhaodas, just when Suzuki was thinking about these things, he saw an old man in a small alley not far away being bullied by some gangsters. These little bastards seemed to be deliberately provoking trouble. Suzuki saw it, so naturally he couldn't turn a blind eye. After all, Suzuki is a good young man in the new era. When encountering injustice, he will naturally draw his sword to help. Thinking of this, Suzuki is alone with strides. He rushed over and stood in front of the old man. 181 Meeting Dasna for the first time, Suzuki stretched out his hand to block the punch of the leading gangster. At this moment, Suzuki observed these gangsters at close range, and the person in charge suddenly discovered that these gangsters seemed to be fake, and they seemed to have been trained like common people. At this time, the little gangster found a ninja standing in front of the old man, with a hint of panic on his face, and then he said, "Who are you? Don't meddle in your own business. I'm someone you can't afford. Hurry up. Get out, or I won't spare you." Although I don't know where this kid came out of in an instant, the aura of a bad guy cannot be lost. Suzuki also found out at this time. Hearing the tone of these punks, 297 seemed to not want to make a big deal out of it, not paying attention to it, and since receiving the punch from the leading gangster just now, Suzuki felt that this gangster only has the strength of Chinin. It is more than enough to deal with them by himself, but Suzuki doesn't want to show off, so he should keep a low profile and not attack unless he can show his strength. So, Suzuki instantly acted like a rogue like these gangsters, grabbed the little gangster's hand, dragged him to the main street, and started shouting, "Catch the gangsters! These gangsters are bullying the elderly, as are would those who are unprofessionals actually do such a shameful thing. Everyone catch them and bless them." The leading gangster saw that Suzuki grabbed him and pulled him out, trying to break free, but found that Suzuki's hand was like an iron ring, and he couldn't break free no matter what. I found that this seemed to mention a hard rock, and I felt bad, so I gave my subordinates a wink to escape, telling them to find a chance to escape, and the other gangsters also had a good idea. Seeing the boss winking, they started quietly stay away from the old man, wait for the boss to give an order, and then run away in all directions. After Suzuki dragged the leading gangster to the street, he just said a few words in Kazakhstan, "Ksi," and then let go of his hand. When he was about to say something more, the leading gangster seized the opportunity and through the next small smoke screen ran away, and in the blink of an eye, these little gangsters scattered and fled, blending into the crowd and fleeing. At this time, Suzuki, who received the smoke screen, was still standing there with a dazed expression, still feeling sorry for these little bastards. This is too unethical. I'm not doing well. How could I just run away? Really, spoiler? Hey, whatever. Anyway, I didn't intend to make a move, so I just ran away. At this time, Suzuki turned to the alley, helped the old man up, and was concerned. "Old man, are you okay? These little bastards didn't hurt you." The old man quickly said to Suzuki, "It's okay, young man. Thank you. I didn't expect people to bully me." "Old man, hello, I'm Dasna. I'm a bridge expert. I'm not from Konoha. I'm not familiar with the place here. Thank you very much for helping me." Suzuki smiled and said, "Hi, I'm Suzuki, a ninja teacher. It's no big deal. I will help you when encountering injustice." The origins of these gangsters are now, maybe they were sent by Didai Zabuzan. 182 Join the task. No wonder Suzuki felt just now, who is not like a common bastard. Then think of this old man as the bridge expert. All of this can be explained. But these are all the author's own thoughts in his heart, and of course it is impossible to tell this old man. Besides, if these things are really revealed, the old man's level will inevitably increase, and then he may not be able to participate in 040. Sujo now also feels that this old man has a possibility. The place I am going to is the same, I may also be going to the government affairs hall. It is possible that he has not released the mission yet. Now it happened to save him by himself. If you send him to the mission hall again, then it is very likely that he can be accepted. This will make it easier for Suzy to accept his task. If this early childhood education expert asked me to join in escorting him to me, then it is very possible for me to join the development zone team. After all, there is no reason to refuse today's group photo. The request made by the task issuer. At this time, the old man who did the right thing asked, "Old man, what are you going to do? I'll send the money over. Anyway, I'm free now." At this time, Dasna said to Suzy, "I'm going to the quest hall. If it's convenient for you, come with me. I'm going to release the quest. I think you're a pretty good person. If possible, can you accept my quest?" Right in Suzy's arms. Suzy's purpose is easier to implement. Suzy concealed his joy in his heart. He said to Dasna, "The old man is really at home, I am in a hurry to go now, ask me, and pick up a task by the way, if possible, I am willing to accept your task, but I don't have proofreading now, I need you again find a new team and join me in your mission, would you like to?" Listening to Suzy's words, Dasna, "You are also very happy that such a good person came to escort you. Then it should be no problem for me to return home safely, let such a person join and escort my team. This is worth reassuring." Then he said to Suzy with a smile on his face, "Of course I would like to have someone like you escort me, you were the one who saved me just now, I am still very relieved of you, and I am very willing to let you join a small team to escort me together." In this way, Suzy's plan is easier to implement. Then Suzy helped the bridge expert to the mission hall, and they arrived at the mission hall in a short time, and then the bridge expert successfully released the mission. It's still the same as the previous Yuan animation, and the rating of this mission is still C level. After releasing the task, Suzy, the bridge expert, sat in the lobby for a while waiting for someone to accept the task. Sure enough, there were still no accidents, and Hokage still distributed the mission 3.6 rounds to Kakashi and his team. In this way, Suzy's plan can continue to be implemented, and all of this is carried out step by step according to his plan. That's really not bad. At Dasna's request, Suzy successfully entered Kakashi's group of ministers for this mission. Point 183 Departure, mission begins. A day later, the main entrance of the village. The weather is a bit cloudy, Suzy has been waiting here early, waiting for everyone to gather and then ready to go. I am now checking my backpack to see if there is anything missing. After a while, Dazina, a bridge expert, arrived here, and then greeted Suzy. Didn't have much effort after that. Kakashi took Sakura and Sasuke Naruto, and they all arrived at the door. When Sakura saw Suzy, she excitedly ran to Suzy and greeted Suzy. As soon as he saw Suzy, he said, "I never thought that the 26 posters for this mission would call you by name and ask you to join us. However, for such a small mission, going to so many people is really a bit of a laborious effort." Suzy will not tell Kakashi other inside information. After all, Suzy still has his own little plan, so naturally he cannot tell them. Suzy said to Kakashi, "I just did a little favor to Uncle Dasna before, so he trusted me more. That's how I joined this mission, all in all. That's the way it is." Sasuke still had a cold look, and Naruto was still carefree, playing with Sakura, just like that. After a while, after checking everything, he was ready to go. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Kakashi began to say, "Okay, let's get ready to go." And at this time, on a tree in the distance, there was a pair of eyes staring at them. Finally, the black figure showed a playful smile. If someone sees someone showing such an expression, they will definitely be terrified. This kind of expression looks like it was tempered after going through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, these things that happened in the dark have no way to affect the progress of this group that is playing with each other. During this process, bursts of laughter came from time to time. After all, with this Naruto present, the atmosphere will definitely not cool down. Enjoying the moment. The time of the day passed quickly, and because you brought Dasna, a common man, their speed of travel was relatively slow, and they only traveled tens of kilometers forward in this day, and according to Suzy, according to special calculations, it will take about 4 days for them to reach the country of Dasna. Watching the sky gradually darken. After discussing with Suzy, Cassie decided to find a place to rest. They set up a few tents together, and Sakura was the only girl present, so it was his job to make food, and Sakura did not disappoint. After a while, bursts of fragrance overflowed. 667, Naruto. I kept drooling beside him, and after a while, the meal was ready, and then I started dinner. Naruto was also hungry for a day. After a hard day's journey, he was naturally very hungry. Seeing that it was cooked naturally, the food was eaten up, and this scene also caused everyone to laugh again and again, but Naruto naturally didn't care. Naruto lived alone since he was a child, and now he can have so many companions to accompany him. He is naturally very happy and very happy. Sasuke was still eating dinner quietly by himself, but he would smile from time to time. Point 184. Naruto and #039's adventure. After dinner, Suzy proposed to play a game. After all, in this wilderness, it is very difficult to have fun without anyone at night. After hearing Suzui's suggestion, everyone thought it was a good idea, and Suzui also pointed out that playing games alone is naturally not enjoyable, and naturally it needs a little punishment to be interesting. At this time, Sakura asked, "Teacher Suzui, what kind of punishment do you think we should have for playing games? Of course it should not be too severe, otherwise, if she is a girl, I can't bear it if I lose." At this time, Suzui thought for a while and said, "This is in the wild. One person must be kept on watch at night. Why don't we take this as a bet? If anyone loses in the game, it will be worth the night. Don't regret it. Does everyone have an opinion?" At this time, Suzuki still said with a paralyzed face, "I have no objection. In this case, everyone is naturally very happy. It's just that I think it's true that the smile on Suzuki's face at the moment is a bit intriguing." And Naruto also looked excitedly agreed. Sakura heard that the punishment was not so severe, and joined the game with peace of mind. But Kakashi didn't say anything, but quietly read a small book on a tree. Suzui glanced at it quietly, and saw the 4 big characters of intimacy and heaven. Suzui suddenly understood in his heart, yes, anyone who has watched anime before will understand what's going on. Suzui also smiled silently and didn't speak. Dasna also did not join the ranks of the game because of his age, so he entered the tent to rest. In this way, Suzui can't say too much, after all, he understands very well. Then, Suzui played a game with Naruto, and as a result, no surprises, there really was a celebrity and I was also the loser of this game. He was honored to get the chance to be on duty at night and guard the tent. After watching the game for about 2 hours, Sakura became so sleepy that they went into the tent to sleep one after another, leaving Naruto alone by the campfire. But gradually, Naruto and my friend gradually fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly heard a sound in the nearby grass, and suddenly woke up. At this time, no one saw that the grass in the distance finally won, and wanted to emit bursts of white light, and then the celebrity walked over with curiosity. When he got closer, he saw a delicate face and a small villain. What kind of celebrity said hello to him? Naruto said hello to the person next to him, and he and Naruto greeted each other, exchanging greetings. If it was in this place, he must have found that this person was the Bai he regretted back then. This is really an adventure. I didn't expect Naruto to meet Bai here. Unfortunately, Naruto doesn't know yet. They will become rivals in a few days, and it is very likely that each other, News Zhao, heard each other's life. Naruto and Bai are chatting with each other here, not to mention bursts of laughter. It seems that they also chatted very speculatively. After chatting for a long time, whether Bai has other things, they hurriedly bid farewell to Naruto people. Naruto also returned to the open-top garrison after that, and then kept guarding. After chatting with Bai, Mingran also became more energetic. Gradually, the sky brightened, and Naruto was still very energetic. F-185 fights, the first encounter with the Peachland will not be cut. Kakashi first came out of the tent, still looking lazy, and then Suzui and Suzuki also woke up one after another, and walked out of the tent. After Suzui walked out of the tent, he also jokingly said to Naruto, "It's not bad, and the spirit is also quite good. Did something good happen to you?" Naruto felt guilty when he heard it, thinking, how did this guy guess so accurately? No, I can't let him find out, I have to cover up. Then Naruto just said haha casually, and didn't say much for fear of being discovered by Suzui. Then Dasna and Sakura came out of the tent one after another. When Naruto saw that Sakura was up, he started arguing that he was hungry for 160, and asked Sakura to make breakfast. Sakura also knew that Naruto was worth it. One night at night, I also wanted to reward Naruto well, so I went to cook for everyone. Afterwards, everyone began to pack up tents and other things, and waited for Sakura to finish cooking, and then everyone ate up, and then set off again after everyone finished eating. Today's weather is exceptionally good, the sun is shining brightly, the sun shines on Suzui's body, lazily, making Suzui feel good when he first arrived. But in the dark place not far ahead, there is a black figure, with another pair of eyes staring at them, Kea, and laughing fiercely from time to time. It looks like a person with blood on his hands, otherwise there would not be such a cold and frightening aura. At this time, the Black Shadow recalled the days before, when the subordinates he sent came back to report to him in misery. There was a stubble blocking them. That's right, the gangsters from the past few days. But, as for the acceptance, this Black Shadow obviously didn't take it seriously. After all, he was very confident in his own strength. Before I knew it, it was already evening, and Suzui and the others happened to come to a small lake, so they were going to stop, rest here for the night, and continue on their way tomorrow. And that Black Shadow has been hiding near Suzui and the others, following them. The Black Shadow will naturally have no strength at that time, so Suzui and the others didn't notice it at all. Just when Suzui and the others were about to relax their vigilance and prepare to set up a tent, suddenly, a big knife was thrown straight at them, making a piercing sound. Fortunately, Suzui and Kakashi had a keen sense. They suddenly shouted to signal everyone to get down. Suzuki and Naruto responded well. After hearing Suzui and Kakashi's shout, they quickly fell to the ground, but Sakura and Dasna were a bit weak, and they didn't react for a while, but fortunately Suzui and Kakashi were present, otherwise the consequences would definitely be annihilated, and then Suzui quickly threw on Sakura, and Kakashi quickly threw Dasna down. In this tight moment, this sneak attack is simply frightening. In the end, the big knife did not hurt anyone, and fell on the big tree. At this time, there was only a sound of swish in the air, and a figure stood, stuck on the big knife on the tree, staring at Suzii and his group. Before the figure could speak, Naruto stood up suddenly and said, "Did you throw the broken knife? Do you know that it almost hurt us?" It seems that Naruto obviously didn't see the situation clearly. It was obviously a sneak attack on purpose. But Suzii understood immediately when he saw this person. This person had a forehead shield covered by Kirigakure, and his face was wrapped in bandages. That's right, this person was one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen. 186 Fierce Battle. After seeing this figure, Kakashi obviously reacted and recognized who it was. After all, the names of the 7 ninja swordsmen are also very famous. At this time, after looking around for a week, the figure suddenly said, "This team seems to be really stubborn, and those useless things don't seem to lie to me, but I really didn't expect that this old man actually invited me to move." Yes, celebrity, hey, take Kakashi came to escort him back home. He doesn't seem to have so much money. Suzii also knew that the other party recognized Kakashi. Kakashi recognized the other party, and from what he said, it seems that this mission is not that simple. Such a chase, such a killer. This is not a simple C-level mission. It is obvious that it will rise at the height of the S-level mission. It seems that this bridge expert also has a secret, but now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The main task now is obviously to deal with the opponent in front of him. But at this time, Suzii had a different thought. I finally saw Tadai, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, and he didn't cut it anymore. It looks pretty good, and he is indeed my favorite subordinate. But Suzii looked around for a week, but found no trace of Bai. Suzii suddenly thought of the previous plot, and felt relieved. It seems that Bai is either hiding in the dark or has not arrived yet. Otherwise, according to the previous plot, there is no way to kill Fei no longer beheaded and rescued. Suzii is not worried at all now. He knows that Mamabu-chan is not Kakashi's opponent. When Zeno returned to the Land of Waves, Suzii didn't intend to show his skills to avoid attracting attention, which was not conducive to the implementation of his plan. Kakashi also joked at this time, "Hey, isn't this Peach Land, Mr. Kirigaku a rebel ninja no killer?" But although Kakashi was joking, his hand had already reached out to block the riding wheel. The forehead of the eyes reveals Sharinon, ready to fight at any time. Seeing Kakashi and Mamabuzan confronting each other, he called Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to protect Dazna, while he watched the entire battle situation to prevent any accidents. Ask for flowers. At this time, Suzii heard Taobuzan muttering, "Ninjutsu mist hidden art." Thick white mist suddenly appeared around. At this moment, Suzii also protected in front of Naruto and the three. He knew clearly that this guy's target now is Dazna. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Suzii, about to attack Dazna. At this moment Suzii turned around quickly, and Kakashi also reacted immediately. With a stride, he rushed here, and then Suzii they shot together with Kakashi and attacked the figure at the same time, only to see that the figure turned into a puddle of water after being attacked by Kakashi and Suzii. 187 Suzii slightly shot and Kakashi was accidentally kicked out by Mamabuzan. However, Kakashi reacted quickly, and directly escaped a lot of barbed wire in the ninja bag. Throw it out directly to block Taobuzan's next attack, and organize Taobuzan to form a combo. At this time, Suzii quickly shouted loudly, "Don't fall into the water." Suzii watched Kakashi being knocked out, and 087 was not in a hurry, and was still guarding Dazna's side, but Naruto was knocked out instantly when he saw Kakashi. I couldn't help sighing, "It's amazing." Sasuke just snorted, as if he was about to make a move, but Suzii also found out, and said directly to Sasuke, "Don't act rashly, this kind of battle is not something you can interfere with, stay here well." Sakura is also worried about Kakashi with a sad face. Although they heard what Suzii said, everyone still took out Kunao to protect Dazna. At this time, although Zabuzan was slightly blocked by Kakashi's barbed caltrops, he just snorted lightly when he saw the barbed caltrops, and didn't care at all. Instead, he jumped over these barbed caltrops. At this time, Kakashi, who was kicked away by Zabuzan, didn't seem to hear Suzui's shout at this time, or maybe he had too much confidence in himself, but he still fell into the water. Zabuzan saw Kakashi fall into the water. It was a surprise, and he secretly thought, "There is a way to heaven, you don't go, there is no way to hell, you break in, underwater is my world. It's not good where you dodge, but you just fell into the water." Kakashi, who was watching from the side, secretly yelled that it was not good, it was broken. Sure enough, as expected, Zabuza chased directly into the water, and then the water was bubbling, and the water splashes became bigger and bigger in circles, trying to spread around, only to see Zabuza's entire body exposed in the water slowly, and Kakashi was trapped in a water polo. Suzui yelled inwardly that it was not good, but was controlled by the water prison technique that would not cut him any longer. It seems that Suzui must make a move now, otherwise, if it is still the same as the original anime, relying on Naruto and Sasuke, it will still take a lot of effort. Just when Suzui was thinking about what to do, at this time, he made a water body without cutting it, and then turned towards Suzui and the others to attack. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke saw Zabuzan's clone attacking, so they took Kunao and prepared to attack them. Suzui suddenly reached out his hand to stop them, and said in a low voice, "You guys protect Dazna, I'll come and save Kakashi." Then Suli went up to meet him. Suli didn't want to show his strength, but just wrestled with the water body that was no longer cut. Suli kept dodging, and showed his flaws from time to time, allowing the water body that was no longer cut to punch, or a kick. Although Suli itself is fine, Naruto and Sakura are frightened, for fear that Suli will be dealt with accidentally by the water body who will not cut. Suli was also thinking, he still needs to find an opportunity to rescue Kakashi from the water prison technique, and then eat by himself so that he can quietly watch the show behind. Without exposing yourself, take a look at their fighting skills by the way to improve yourself. Point 188, rescue Kakashi suddenly. Suli had a flash of inspiration. He could find an opportunity to deliberately sell his flaws, and then let Zabuzan's clone attack him, and then he took advantage of the situation and rushed to Kakashi's side, affecting Zabuzan's water prison technique. Suli was thinking in his heart, continue to wrestle with him, and after a while, the opportunity will come, and now Suli is facing the direction of Kakashi. It will be too late, then soon, the peach will never be cut. The water body just attacked and slashed at Suli. Suli also pretended to be frightened, with his arms in front of his body, ready to receive the knife. Sakura watched from a distance, also showing a worried expression. And this knife just hit Suli on the surface of the lake. At this time, Suzui's shirt has been seen through, and 26 also showed a scar. Although Suzui is fine, but he saw Sakura and the others shocking. And Suzui took advantage of the opportunity to dodge to Zabuzan's side, and attacked its water prison with one blow. And if he didn't kill him, he never thought that this Suzui would risk his injury to rescue Kakashi, but he didn't react. Suzui punched the water prison. The water prison also began to dissipate at once. Seeing that the water prison was broken, Suzui deliberately pretended to lose strength and fell into the water. Seeing that the water dungeon has been broken, Buzan directly prepares to attack the speed rule. Kakashi saw that the water dungeon was broken by Suzui, and his colleagues saw Suzui fall into the water, so he immediately stretched out his hand to block the blow. The other hand went to support Suzui, and then stepped back with Suzui in his arms. After retreating, sent Suzui to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to take care of Suzui. At this time, Sakura looked at Suzui who was injured, and immediately became concerned. She quickly took out a new dress from Suzui's backpack and put it on Suzui, and then just protected Suzui. Suzui squinted his eyes now, seeing Xiao Ying's care, and felt a burst of relief in his heart. After doing all this, Kakashi began to fight seriously. There was a lunge attack towards the water body that would not be cut again, and the water body that would not be cut in one blow was scattered by Kakashi. Then he turned around and faced each other again. If I didn't cut it, I would see that Kakashi smashed his water body with one blow, and knew that his frontal lobe had to be serious. After all, copying Kakashi's name is also very famous. Zabuzan was about to launch ninjutsu to end the battle, and saw that Zabuzan muttered in his mouth, with seals in his hands, Joshen Mao Zi Hiu Jo Wu Zi Yin Su Yin Si Ugly Wei Si Hai Wei Zi Ren Shen Yu Chen Yu Jo Wu Wei Yin De Zi Shen Mao Hai Chen Wei Zi Joshen Yu Qian Zi 607 Hiu, the art of water escape, water dragon bullet. At the same time, Kakashi also used Sharingan to start copying the same follow-up seal, Ugly Shen Mao Zi Hiu Jo Wu Zi Yin Su Yin Si Chue Si Hai Wei Zi Ren Shen Yu Chen Yu Ugly Wu Wei Yin Si Zi Shen Mao Hai Chen Wei Zi Ugly Shen Yu Ren Zi Hai, at almost the same time, used the technique of water escape and water dragon bullet with Zabuzan. I saw two water dragons rushing out of the water and colliding with each other. The scene is also very spectacular. Suzui also quietly looked at the ninjutsu that his mission could obtain, and became excited. Point 189 Fierce Battle. Originally, Suzui thought that there was only one B-level ninjutsu in the mission. This system is a bit too stingy. I didn't expect to see such a ninjutsu battle in this battle. Although I have seen anime, the shock of the scene is the anime incomparable. So Suzui is still quite shocked now. At this time, the two water dragons were fighting fiercely and hitting each other, causing the lake to be choppy. Otherwise they would have been watered by now and washed aside. After the water dragon bomb technique is used up, it seems that there is no way to kill Kakashi, but after all, he didn't call me to Kakashi before. Although he has heard the name of copying ninja, he didn't expect, you can really completely copy your own ninjutsu. Buledinjan suddenly became angry, and said mockingly to Cassie, you monkey who can only imitate and imitate, how can you catch up with me? Let's see the trick. After finishing speaking, it became Zero, and released another ninjutsu action. But Cassie went, said the same words, and when he looked at the card machine again, it seemed that he really saw another self. Cassie said the same words and did the same gestures at the same time. Now I saw Kakashi's Sharingan spinning rapidly. It seems to be deducing this again. Zabuzan was staring at Kakashi, trying to find something from his actions. He felt that if he didn't continue to do it, he would not be able to release the number of people. But Kakashi's next move was shocking. He didn't expect that Kakashi, the guy who copied his own ninjutsu, would be the first to complete the release of points by himself. Before Buledinjan had time to be shocked, he had already been overwhelmed by Cassie's first release, the Great Waterfall technique. Now it's the dormitory's turn to start to be shocked. He didn't expect Sharingan to really think like this. Not only can it copy the number of people in the place, but it can also deduce that the action of the place is the first to release the bed before the opponent. No wonder in the world of marriage, everyone wanted to get Sharingan, Danzo wanted to get it, even Orochimaru wanted to get Sasuke, these eyes are really strong. And Kakashi has only one Sharingan eye and is so strong, he really deserves to be the #1 pupil technique. Now it's Suzui's turn to start feeling a little envious. Zabuza was impacted by this ninjutsu, and the surrounding trees were knocked down by this technique, this large-scale human technique. Not only Suzui was shocked, but Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were also shocked. This ninjutsu is released. He hurried to the Suzui River, beside Naruto and the others, quietly watching the release range of this technique. It was really terrifying. To be reasonable, Ins has never seen such a powerful existence. After a long time, I broke my thin body, and today I suddenly went down, leaving only the body that was not cut down on the ground, and the surroundings were a mess. This is my Cassie going to check it out these 2 days. However, suddenly a person came over, Chien Mo Zhao, wearing a mask. Although Brazil was tempted, he also recognized that this was the dress of Umbu of Wuing village. The masked person introduced himself as Shiro, and said that he was the Umbu of Kirigakure village who hunted down and killed Kirigakure's ninja, and was the person responsible for tracking down Zabuza. He also said some words of thanks to Kakashi. Then, the masked man explained again and hurriedly took him away. 190 The fierce battle is over. The truth is revealed. Suzui is now pretending to be unconscious, so naturally he can't remind Kakashi that this person is related to Zabuza. But now Sujo has finally seen Bai. This Bai still doesn't look old enough that although he is wearing a mask, it can be seen from the hole. After a battle, Cassie saw that he and Suzui were both injured, and didn't say anything more, so he called everyone to prepare to set up tents and prepare food. Then get on your way as early as possible. At this time, the battle was over, and he sat by the campfire and asked Dazna what was going on. Dazna saw that there was no way to go on with his own affairs, so he began to tell his own story. 187. He told Kakashi that the person who hired Zabuza was the big boss of a shipping company. He monopolized the shipping business, and relying on this, he did some shady business, and extended his hand to the country of Bo, which is his homeland. Because of its strong financial resources, it soon monopolized the maritime transportation on the island. If someone stands up to build a bridge now, it is tantamount to fighting against him and breaking this monopoly. Therefore, the chief engineer who built the bridge must be eliminated in order to allow his monopoly to continue. That's why he sent people to hunt him down. But Dazna did not expect that the boss would hire such a powerful person to chase and kill him. After hearing all this, Kakashi said to Dazna, "This has violated our mission agreement. This mission has reached S level. If I were not present today, if it was replaced by another ninja team today, it would definitely the entire army is going to be wiped out. This is actually a violation of our regulations. According to the agreement, we should return to Mue village immediately. If you want to continue to issue missions at that time, you can also issue them. At that time, we will send Jonin to escort you return home." At this time, Kakashi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said to the people present, he suddenly thought that there might be a problem with the Umbu of Wuyin village who came just now. If Wu Yingchan, Kub, is really not a human being, don't think about it. It is impossible to send only one person if you don't kill him. This is too suspicious. Therefore, it is obvious that the person is pretending to be him. Minister Cai's men rescued him, so it seems that he is still alive if he does not kill him. But at this time Suzui heard that Kakashi was going to send Dazna back to the village and was sending someone to escort him. Although there is no serious problem, I can no longer pretend to be dead, so Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke, who was taking care of Suzui, suddenly heard a cough. Seeing Suzui woke up, Kakashi and others hurried surrounded him and greeted Suzui. At this moment, Naruto said to Kakashi, "Mr. Kakashi, please don't send Grandpa Tatsuna back to Konoha. After all, we are almost there. Isn't it unnecessary to go back now? Besides, this old grandpa he is also a hero who contributes to his own country. Why don't we help him and send him home safely?" At this time, Suzui took advantage of the situation and pleaded with Kakashi for Dazna, Sakura, and Sasuke were also helping to speak. Kakashi saw that everyone was like this, and didn't say anything, so he agreed and decided to go first send Dazna back home safely. 191 finally arrived in the land of waves. Suzui received the reward. Dazna looked at everyone around him gratefully, shed tears in gratitude, and apologized while crying, saying that he should not have concealed these things. Naruto comforted Dazna by the side, and said to him, "Don't worry about typing that page, we will definitely escort you back to the country of fighting safely, and you don't have to worry about other things." After a while, Sakura had already prepared the meal, and everyone quickly finished their meal and rested. After all, after today's battle, everyone should be exhausted. Today Naruto and Sasuke offered to take turns on duty at night. The first half of the night was Sasuke's job, and everyone fell asleep. Sasuke recalled the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza in the evening. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he also fully realized the great power of Sharingan. At the same time, he is also troubled by his current strength being too weak. With his current strength, there is no way for him to intervene in the battle above Jonin, let alone seek revenge from Uchiha Itachi. Now Sasuke already hopes to open Sharingan urgently, but now he has no good way. After all, his group has been killed by Uchiha Itachi, and no one has given him guidance, and he himself is not very good. Knowing how to open Sharingan, he only knows that he has only heard that Uchiha people will awaken Sharingan when they are emotionally abnormal. However, he does not have a reference for the specific method now, nor does he know what method to use to awaken the riding Sharing eyes. And Suzy was lying in the tent at this time, thinking about it carefully. Although he retained his strength, if he really wanted to fight Zabuza now, the consequences might be unpredictable. After all, he doesn't have any human skills that he can use now, and now Suzy is also eager to improve his strength. At this time, turning to Naruto, because Naruto was working in the middle of the night, he fell asleep without thinking about it, and made a real snoring sound. Suzy could only secretly marvel at this brat's heartlessness. Long after such a big thing happened, you can still fall asleep. No wonder you can become the protagonist. This is the proper protagonist constitution. After today's battle, Kakashi seems to be more idle. Although he hasn't slept yet, lying down and reading the novel of Making Love to Heaven, he seems a little absent-minded, and he doesn't know what he is thinking, but it can be clearly seen that Kakashi, after the consumption of this battle, Kakashi's chakra has been almost exhausted, and his body is also extremely tired. Ask for flowers. Gradually, everyone fell asleep with their own thoughts. It was Suzy who woke up early the next morning, but he found that Naruto was still soundly asleep. After thinking about it carefully, he knew that Sasuke must have borne the night alone. Knowledge smiled knowingly. After all, the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke was cultivated in this way. Then everyone got up one after another, and then hurriedly cleaned up. After experiencing yesterday's battle, everyone decided to hurry up. But Suzy is still pretending to be injured, so Naruto will carry forward. After a day of rushing, they finally entered the territory of the Kingdom of Waves. At this time, Suzy's brain suddenly thought, ding, congratulations to the master for completing the escort mission and obtaining the B-level ninjutsu water dragon bomb. May I ask if you want to learn Shi? 192 ninjutsu learning. This sudden voice really surprised Suzy. Of course he learned it. After waiting for such a long time, he can finally learn his first ninjutsu. Then he immediately responded in his mind, learning. Then Suzy suddenly felt a surge of chakra in his body, and it seemed that he finally had an outlet. Before, he had chakra but no ninjutsu, and now he can finally release it. Although now So 357Z really wants to can't wait to try it out, but now on Naruto's back, he can't move around casually. Dazna was also extremely excited to see that he had finally returned to his hometown. Dazna returned to his hometown, and after a while, many people came out to greet him, and the scene was lively. Under the welcome of the fight, Suzy and his party were welcomed to Dazna's home. It was not too early at this time. After all, they were still exhausted in order to hurry up today, and Kakashi had exhausted his chakra because of the previous battle, so he hadn't recovered, and with today's hurrying up, although Dazna was sent home one day earlier, their current bodies couldn't take it anymore. Kakashi's current body is almost fainted, and he has been insisting on willpower. But Suzy was much more relaxed. Naruto and Sasuke took turns carrying each other forward along the way. Naturally, it didn't take much effort. The most relaxed one is him now, but he is still pretending to be a sick one. Under everyone's warm hospitality, they started dinner. During the dinner conversation, Suzy and Kakashi knew that although their country is a country, it is only a relatively large island. It's not too far from the coast, but the entire island doesn't have a bridge leading to the outside world, so the entire island and even some surrounding small islands are monopolized by the shipping company. The owner of the shipping company is a profiteer. His name is Kato, and this Kato not only monopolizes the business of the surrounding islands, but also conducts some shady businesses in private. Their island has already suffered a lot from it. In Dazna, I heard that after the incident, they began to prepare for the construction of a bridge to break the monopoly of the shipping company and not be oppressed by them, so they began to suspend the construction of the bridge. But when Cardo found out, the largest bridge in the surrounding sea area, if the island wants to get out of their control, they will naturally start to organize them to build bridges, and they will naturally start to rebel, but they also suffered heavy losses. Many young and middle-aged people in the village died, and now, some people are already afraid of Kato, so when Naruto and the others mentioned dealing with Kato in the conversation, some of them were obviously a little afraid of this matter. On the whole, the evening was spent happily, and these folks greeted Suzy and the others to rest. At this time, Suzy couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to go out at night and try out his new ninjutsu, so after hearing that everyone was going to rest, now, Suzy heard that the other party had to arrange a rest. Yes, this still makes Suzy happy. He has been pretending for a day now, and he is already impatient. 193 New ninjutsu test. The moonlight was shining brightly. At this time, a figure flowed out from the window, and rushed into the woods at an extremely fast speed, moving forward continuously. At this time, a ray of moonlight shone on the face of this figure that was advancing rapidly. On the face, under the reflection of the moonlight, this face looks very resolute, but if you look carefully, it becomes more and more handsome, and the corners of the mouth are raised from time to time, revealing a confident and charming smile. That's right, this person is Suzy who sneaked out at night to test his ninjutsu. When Suzy thought of himself, he was about to have his first ninjutsu, and he was very happy. Besides, after seeing this ninjutsu yesterday, he was also shocked at 26. This is why Suzy couldn't wait to experiment with himself. The reason for the ninjutsu is that when the system released this task, Suzy saw that the reward was only a B-level ninjutsu. At first, he was a little bit complaining about the system, thinking that the system was still a bit tricky, but when he saw it yesterday, Kakashi happened to use this ninjutsu in the battle with Zabuza. The water dragon rose into the sky in the water, which directly shocked Suli. Suli stopped complaining about the system, and thought that the system was pretty good. The first ninjutsu prepared for me is still very good. While Suli was thinking, he was looking for a place to test ninjutsu. Suli also thought that he must stay away from everyone. Of course, this was to hide himself. After Suli walked for a long time, he suddenly saw a big puddle. Ze looked at the surrounding area and it was quite empty, and the walking time was not short, so I could test it here. Then, Suli began to prepare for the test. At this time, Suzi's mind moved, and he hadn't thought of how to release this ninjutsu. Hi yu ugly wu yu zi yin shu yin si ugly not si hi wei zi ren shen yu chen yu ugly wu wei yin si zi shen mao hai shu wei zi zhou shen yu qian zi hi yu. The technique of water escape and water dragon bullet was released. At this time, in the nearby pool in the middle, a water dragon rushed out, but at this moment Suzi felt that his chakra seemed to have decreased by 1/3 of his chakra. Suzi is even more surprised now. This system is really not bad. Others still need time to practice, but I only need to get ninjutsu and rely on the system to use this ninjutsu. The speed of things now is the same as Kakashi yesterday. It's about the same time as Zabuza's release of this ninjutsu. Suzi is very satisfied now. After all, they are all experienced ninjas. This ninjutsu is already Zabuza's signature ninjutsu. The release speed is already very good. My own system is really a good thing. Otherwise, if I rely on my mediocre talent, if I contact myself, I am afraid it will take a long time to reach this level. But Suzi has now discovered a more serious problem. Although he already has a fairly powerful ninjutsu, his current chakra amount seems to be too small, so he released this ninjutsu one time. Almost 1/3 of the chakra is consumed. Even if I try my best to reach the limit, I may only be able to release 4 to 5 times. 194 Raising ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Suzi also had a headache. After all, he only has one ninjutsu now, so although he can only use it about 3 times, it is still okay. The amount of chakra is unique to each person, and there is no exact method now. I think Kakashi has no blue all year round, so although he can fight a few tricks with anyone, he can't fight for a long time. Now Suzi's chakra amount is not bad. Of course it can't be compared with Naruto's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is also a matter of great anxiety. Although the amount of chakra was insufficient, when Suzi tested his ninjutsu again, Suzi found 287. The speed of his seal was faster, the time of seal was shorter, and the consumption of chakra, it seems to be a little less, but this surprised Suzi, because this system is so friendly to Suzi. Not only can Suzi master this ninjutsu directly, but also with the number of times it is used. Continuously reducing the amount of chakra used can also continuously reduce the printing time, that is to say, as long as Suzi can keep in touch with each other frequently, he can continuously compress the sealing time, and even achieve instant release. After practice in this way, the amount of chakra consumed by this technique will be reduced, and the problem of insufficient chakra can be temporarily solved. Suzi saw the friendliness of the ninjutsu that his system gave him, so he didn't complain anymore, and then took advantage of the night to start practicing, and after the chakra was exhausted, Suzi sat cross-legged and replied to chakra. This night's time, Suzi also practiced releasing this 5 or 6 times, the technique of water escape and water dragon bullet. Now after practicing, the speed of Suzi's release has been greatly improved, and the consumption of chakra is also much less. If Suzi were to use this ninjutsu now, he could release it about 8 times in a row. If he squeezed himself forcibly to the limit, he should be able to release it 10 times, Suzi thought silently. What's more, in the process of practice, Suzi found that through his own use, this ninjutsu seems to be growing. After practicing the technique of releasing water dragon bullets 5 or 6 times, his water dragon bullet technique has become better than before. When it was released once, it was a big circle, which is really good news. This means that he can use less chakra to release the same ninjutsu stronger than others. The night passed quickly, and Suzi was in touch here. As soon as the dawn in the east came, it had gradually risen and began to dispel the night. He knew that he was too obsessed with the connection, and he had practiced for too long, and now he is going back, and if he doesn't go back, he will be discovered. So Suzi got up and quickly thought about his wooden house. Although after a night of contact, Suzi's body and mind were not exhausted at all, and now there is only a slow spirit. After jumping up and down, he gradually took on the appearance of an elite ninja. After walking for about half an hour, Suzi finally returned to the window of the hut where he stayed overnight. Then he ran around, and finally found a good thing. This good thing made his brows twitch. 195 Goodbye. Suzi looked around and found that although the sky was already bright, everyone seemed to have not woken up. At this time, Suzi jumped back into his room, ready to wash up first and pretend to have just woken up. Suzi sat in his room at this time and thought about it. It's been 2 days since I pretended to be injured. Now, I should be able to walk back and forth. The feeling of being unable to move or do anything is so bad. Suli, an activist, can't stay anymore, and at dinner yesterday, they also proposed to go and see what the bridge built by Zeno is like. Suli must participate in this matter. According to the plot of the previous anime, it was on this bridge that Kakashi and Shiro met Kakashi and Shiro again, and fought fiercely there, and where Shiro died, he would die if he didn't kill him. Where is it? Thinking of this, Suli thought that he could recruit Beihi before he would not kill him, but now Suli has something to worry about. After all, Suli doesn't want to give up on such a person now. This matter is really troublesome, and it is really not easy to win these two people over. Suli thought that if he wants to win them over, the best way is to kill them at the critical moment, but according to the previous plot, the best way is to save them in a crisis. According to their true temperament, they are also very likely to join their own. Thinking of this, Suli has a solution, although it is not perfect, and it seems to reveal some strength, but as long as he can get the help of these two people, but if this is the case, he will have to pretend to be sick, so he can only leave himself alone. Here, then look for an opportunity to dress up before you can implement this small plan. Hey, Suli has no other choice. Now he can only continue to pretend to be sick, otherwise, he will not be able to receive Baihi and stop beheading these two subordinates. He didn't want to give up such a good opportunity because of his own affairs. After that, not long after, someone came to invite Suli to have breakfast. Kakashi had recovered from his exhausted body after a night of rest. Although he was still lazy, he was much better than yesterday up. Although Sujo can walk now, the dormitory is still there, pretending that she is weak and her own pale side. Then after I had breakfast in a while, everyone discussed and planned to visit the bridge, to see what the university was like. At this time, the homework has not been received, and I am still very weak, so I will not go. You guys ask again. Then you can come back and tell me about it. Xiaoying couldn't say it when he heard it, and he still felt a little bit reluctant, but he could talk about it carefully when he heard it, and he still happily agreed. He will definitely think about it in the dormitory, and I will describe it in detail when the time comes. Then we set off. Soon, they and Dasna walked to the bridge. Others couldn't help exclaiming when they saw this magnificent bridge. What a spectacle! Even if it is completed, it will definitely be able to communicate well, and the transportation will be very convenient. However, just as they were visiting, a thick fog dispersed and dried up. 196 Fierce Bat Lead. This time, Suli was following Kaji and the others from a distance. He was also dismissed when he saw the bridge. Grandiose. Say the truth has arrived. But he also saw that the Jiangsu bridge was delayed and blocked him. However, the Suli people were still in the distant forest, so they were not affected by the fog. However, his vision was also blocked by the fog. The fog is getting thicker. But Su 410 Z's feeling expanded. In the morning, when you sent the dragon, he suddenly felt two different chakras and appeared on the bridge. Responsible for guidance, these two are white, and it's not that they won't be cut again. From this point of view, Kakashi should have noticed it too. Not long after, the sound of fighting was heard. Suli has no other choice now. She can only choose to stay where she is and wait for the fog to disperse. Otherwise, if she dives to the bridge now, if she doesn't kill her and doesn't have chakra to support the technique of fog concealment, she will definitely be exposed in advance. I must be able to make a shot at a critical moment. According to the plot of the previous anime development, the fog will definitely dissipate at that time. I only need to enter the battlefield when Kakashi accidentally kills Shiro, save Shiro, and then find a chance to leave without beheading the injured. My mission, even if you're done. At that time, it will depend on whether they are willing to join me, but even if they don't join me, they can still make these two people owe me a favor, which is of course the worst plan. Sure enough, the battle became more and more intense after that, and I could feel only the fluctuation of chakra. It was Kakashi and Zabuza fighting together, while Naruto and Sasuke were separated by Shiro. As a result, two battlefields were formed. At this time, Kakashi was a little surprised to see Zabuza suddenly appearing. It really confirmed his previous conjecture. It was the young man who left him. At this time, Zabuza saw Kakashi, and jokingly said, Kakashi, I didn't expect that I'm not dead yet. Kakashi was careless last time. I won't copy my ninjutsu for you this time. Let me get to know you well with this big sword. My big sword is already hungry and thirsty. Kakashi said solemnly, I guessed right. You really didn't die. It doesn't matter. I won't let you run away this time. You are ready to accept the punishment? See. Then he directed Bai and said, go and deal with those three little guys. Let them experience the cruelty of the ninja world. This is not a child's play. At this moment, Bai suddenly launched Ice Escape, and Kakashi didn't pay attention to the young man next to him, and let him attack Sasuke, Naruto, and Naruto. After receiving the attack, they quickly got back on their feet, and moved away from Kakashi. Cassie's protection. Then Bai took advantage of the situation and launched the Ice Shield and Ice Mirror techniques, trapping the three fledgling ninjas inside 3.4. It was only at this time that Naruto saw clearly who this young man was. Isn't this the delicate-faced person he met when he was on duty the night before? Before Naruto could say hello, Naruto and the others were trapped in the ice mirror. Naruto and the three were in the ice mirror, and they saw Shiro's figure reflected in countless mirrors. Sasuke attacked one after another, but he didn't hit the real body. Song broke a lot of mirrors. 197 Guild Wars, 2. Bai, tell them not to waste their efforts in their own ice mirror world, as they cannot find themselves now. At this time, Naruto said to Bai, why do we have to fight? Didn't we have a very good chat someday? Didn't you say that you should always protect your most popular person? Why do you do these things for no reason, fighting? Hearing Naruto's words, Shiro responded softly, I have always fought for my most important person, and my most important person is Mr. Zabuchi, who rescued me when I was alone, and who has always been accompanying me early. Mr. Zabuza is my most important person. I am 26 willing to give everything for him. After hearing that they couldn't agree, Naruto's rhetoric was useless, and he had to rely on strength to control them first. Shiro also launched an attack at this time, revealing his real body from time to time to attack Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. After a while, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura could only be attacked all the time. There was no way to fight back, and soon they were on the body. There were many scars. And Sakura is a girl after all, her strength is not outstanding, her body is relatively weak, and soon she couldn't support herself and fell to her knees on the ground. At this time, Shiro would send out ice needles from time to time, and Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. Only Sasuke's physical fitness is still very good, and he also possesses certain fighting skills. He kept dodging the ice needles attack. Sasuke saw that his partners were all under attack, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Unknowingly, it has a heavy weight. At this moment, an ice needle suddenly hit Naruto's body in the dark, and Naruto went down in an instant. At this time, Sasuke became anxious when he saw Naruto fell down, and hurried to Naruto's side, helping Naruto block some ice needle attacks. Sasuke, who had the least physical injuries, now also received a lot of injuries. Seeing that Naruto's injuries continued to worsen, suddenly there was a magical chakra on his body that stimulated Sasuke's eyes. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes turned into scarlet red, and there was a Gakudama above the eyes. At this time, Suzui had a strange chakra that filled his whole body. Sasuke suddenly turned around, and suddenly the seal in his hand had not been applied. Out, directly attacking the ice mirror. The crackling sound of the ice mirror came out. Originally, Sasuke saw the crack in the ice mirror and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Originally, Sasuke thought that the barrier of the ice mirror was about to break, so he increased his strength, and suddenly the ice mirror shattered. Just when Sasuke thought he was going to hit the 333 ice mirror, but the ice mirror shattered and a new ice mirror was revealed. At this time, Sasuke was also a little discouraged. However, at this moment, Bai saw that Sasuke broke his ice mirror, and increased his attack strength. At this time, ice needles were emitted from the entire barrier, directly targeting Sasuke. After so many ice needle attacks, Sasuke next, using the newly awakened Sharingan to avoid the ice needle, Bai saw that the attack could not be attacked, and turned to attack Naruto. Sasuke saw that the ice needle was directly attacking Naruto, and he also secretly yelled that it was not good. At this time, he had no other choice but to use his body to block Naruto. 198 Fierce battle continues. Sasuke has been standing in front of Naruto, using his own body to help Naruto block the damage. After a while, Sasuke became covered with scars, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Under the attack of Shiro's ice needle, Sasuke was soon covered with scars, and the clothes on his body were also torn. Under Shiro's attack, Sasuke's eyes became heavier and heavier, and he slowly fell to the ground. At this time, Bai saw that the three of Naruto had fallen to the ground, revealing their real bodies in the ice mirror barrier, and after checking, they found that the three of them really had no ability to fight again. Then Bai lifted the barrier, ready to help and then not beheaded. The moment Bai turned around, suddenly an astonishing chakra erupted behind him. At this time, Bai Qingqing looked back, only to see that Naruto stood up slowly again, with a frightening chakra exuding from his body, and the amount of chakra was surprisingly large. At this time, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, saw that Sakura and Sasuke were on the ground, and angrily shouted at Shiro, "You, unexpectedly, I will never forgive you." I saw the orange-red chakra overflowing from Naruto's body, and there seemed to be a tail growing behind him, and a chakra with ears growing on his head. It was a humanoid fox. That's right, this is formed by Naruto and the 9 tails in his body. This is the overflow of the chakra of the 9 tails, which was used by Naruto, and this huge amount of chakra also promoted the rapid healing of the wounds on Naruto's body. Then I saw Naruto rushing towards Bai quickly. Bai didn't respond at this time, and directly attacked in front of Bai. At this time, Kakashi and Zabuza, who were not far away, felt the shock of the chakra measuring menstrual cup nearby. They both wanted to solve each other first, and then quickly see what happened. At this time, Suzui, who was outside the mist, also felt it. This chakra, now Suzui is also very envious. This kind of chakra is really too much for him. If he can have so much chakra too, it will be fine, so you don't have to worry about it. It's really unusual to fold 9 tails Jinchuriki. Naruto is completely angry now, otherwise he would not use the power of 9 tails. At this time, Bai was terrified. Originally, the barrier had been dispelled by him. At this time, there was no time to release it again, and it was completely exposed in front of Naruto's eyes. Naruto formed a seal suddenly, and activated the technique of shadow clones. Dozens of clones directly attacked Bai, and Bai moved around, avoiding each other's attacking clones. Then he fired ice needles in his hand, breaking up several attacking clones. But there are always mistakes. Received Naruto's attack from time to time, and in the battle with Naruto, Shiro gradually couldn't support the power of a celebrity with the power of 9 tails. Suddenly, when Naruto was able to explode, he sent the baton flying, and Naruto followed quickly, ready to give Shiro the final blow, but the scene where he met Bai before suddenly flashed in Naruto's mind, the one with Chien. His heart softened, and in the end he just attacked Bai's face, and the tinnitus did not give Bai the final blow. Afterwards, Bai Xiang Naruto told the story of his childhood. He was exterminated from childhood, and only he and his mother were left to hide, but due to an accident, his mother was exposed and finally killed, and he took advantage of yesterday the mother delayed for time, and then quickly fled out. On the way to escape, she finally met Mr. Zabuza. .199 Fierce battle ends. Don't pay attention to him now, she has been raising him until now. Anyway, I don't want to do something like this. Things he doesn't want to do, but he always remembered. At this time, no matter how much he didn't cut, he could feel that Bai's singing was almost the same, it was extremely weak, and he knew that there must be other accidents. He just wanted to solve it as soon as possible. Watch the battle with Kangxi, and then go care about Bai. And at this moment, the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi became more and more intense. Or is it hiding in the fog? Is it launching an attack? The Brazilian manager has his eyes open. Sudden. Are you there? With a beheading sword, he hit Kakashi with a single blow. And at this moment, what I didn't expect was that this would be the 893 loophole deliberately exposed by Kakashi. And this is a deliberate sell-off. Let Zabuza cut himself, although he lost a little weight, but at this moment, Kakashi suddenly launched ninjutsu, summoned the blade dog, and directly attacked Zabuza, who was shorted by this human rights surgery. After Kakashi could know the direction of Zabuza, he kept receiving Kakashi's attack. During the battle with Kakashi, Kakashi broke Zabuza's hands. It's time for Kakashi to use the ninja dog to catch Zabuza, and he wants to use a direct trick to solve Zabuza and end the battle. Just this time, a different kind of chakra erupted from Kakashi's body, and the chakra gradually condensed in Kakashi's hands, making a crackling sound, and the chakra gradually condensed to the extreme and actually materialized, like a light ray. This is Kakashi's famous stunt, Raikiri. Kakashi said to Zabuza, everything is going to end, die, don't chop again. At this time, Suli, who was outside the mist, also felt a thunder attribute chakra that was close to the index finger. Knowing that this is Kakashi's Raikiri, Suli really didn't expect it. At the critical moment, Suli had no other choice but to make a move. At this moment, Suli hurriedly found a piece of cloth to cover his face, and then rushed towards CGFJ, the mist. The hands are also quickly sealed. Joshen Mao Zi Hai Yu Jo Wu Zi Yin Shu Yin Ha Jo Wei Si Hai Wei Zi Ren Shen Yu Chen Yu Jo Wu Wei Yin Si Zi Shen Mao Hai Shu Wei Zi Jo Shen Yu Ren Zi Hai Yu directly sends out the art of water escape and water dragon bullet. A half-meter thick water dragon suddenly appeared in the surrounding water, directly attacking Kakashi. At this time, Shiro in the mist also sensed the battle situation nearby, and directly dodged in front of Zabuza. Kakashi didn't react for a while, and Rachel in his hand couldn't stop at all. At this moment, Suzui's water dragon bomb technique also came in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's Raikiri directly attacked Shiro's body, but before he could go deep, he was sent flying by Suzui's water dragon art. At this time, Suzui also came to Lily and didn't cut the depth. Although Bai didn't die, he was seriously injured now. Suzui directly picked up Bai with one hand, and Zabuza who had no fighting ability with the other. He jumped off the bridge, landed on the water, and left a place at an extremely fast speed. .200 repel Cardo and save the bridge. At this time on the bridge, only Cassie and Kathy, who were shaped by chance, were left. Naruto Sakura cursed them all. The dense fog gradually dispersed, and Cassie also fell to the ground. This is because Cassie's current carrots have been consumed almost, and she can persist and stand up with difficulty. Beijing finally released everything, plus the cursed water dragon bomb attack. Now, Kakashi was exhausted. After the thick fog dissipated, Kakashi stood up with difficulty. This is. Everyone else can see Sasuke and Sakura lying on the ground now. At the end of the battle, Naruto was also very happy at this time. He quickly walked to Kakashi's side, escaped a few military food pills from his pocket, gave them to Kakashi, and then ran to Sasuke and Sakura's side, fed a few. After eating a few beetle nuts, Xiao Sakura also woke up in a daze, and stood up with difficulty. Only Sasuke is really injured now, and just at this time, dozens of boats, large and small, suddenly appeared on the water. Kakashi thought that the ones who attacked him just now would be the ones who left without beheading Hebai, and now these people have drunk for no reason, and Suzui is blamed. At this time, a group of people appeared behind Kakashi. None other than Inzna brought the people from the village to help Kakashi and the others. Dasna pointed to Kakashi and pointed to the person on one of the boats. That person is Kato, the boss who still uses the company. They must be here to destroy this bridge now. At this time, the people on the boat also approached the bridge and used the rope ladder to climb up, thus forming a confrontation between the two houses. Kato on the opposite side also said arrogantly, if you don't kill this trash, I spent so much money and still haven't solved Dasna, but it doesn't matter, let me do it myself today, come on, destroy this bridge completely. Who if you block it, kill them all directly. When Naruto heard that they were going to destroy the bridge, he attacked it without saying a word. Now Naruto is surrounded by Nine Tails chakra. The speed is naturally extremely fast. With one punch, Kato was knocked down to the ground. Then there were 10 episodes of bad speed rewinding back. With this shot, Kado also saw that there were also ninjas on Dazna's side. The people behind Kado saw that they still endured it, and hundreds of people backed away in fright. Kado was now blind and covering his face. He got up on the ground, and said angrily to the acceptor, "Don't be afraid, there are only 2 or 3 of them, and there is no need to be afraid of hundreds of us, just let me kill them all." At this time, Naruto directly formed a seal, and hundreds of clones came out at once by performing the shadow clone technique. This casting also completely used up the chakra released by 9 tails, and the chakra coat on Naruto's body also disappeared. The other party saw that hundreds of ninjutsu suddenly appeared on Naruto's side, and they were too frightened to move at all. Seeing this scene, Kakashi also used the few chakras in his life to perform the clone technique, and continued down, and there were more than a dozen clones. Although these clones had no ability to fight at all, due to Naruto's previous that punch directly stunned Kado and his men. At this time, Naruto yelled at Kado, "Get out of here, leave this bridge, or you will stay here." 201 Buzan and Bai join in, Suzii gets extra rewards. This blow directly shattered the last ounce of courage of Kado and the others. Although they were still confronting Naruto and the others, some people were already looking back at the escape route from time to time. At this time, Naruto controlled the shadow clone, thinking about Kado and the others and rushing away. This rush directly broke their courage, like the last straw that crushed the camel's death. Kado's people jumped off the bridge one after another and fled directly. The speed of 370 is unimaginable. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and the people in the village laughed when they saw Kado jumping off the bridge and escaped in a panic. This is the joy of victory. When there was no trace of Kado on the water surface, Naruto and Kakashi released the clones together, and the clones on the bridge dissipated one by one. As the clones dissipated, Kakashi and Naruto also used chakra. Excessive and unable to hold on, one after another came down. The people around also quickly supported them. Then, at the moment of victory, some villagers carried Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke on their backs, preparing to return to the village and tell everyone the good news. They drove Kado away, the bridge was saved, and they no need to be oppressed by Kado anymore. Sakura also wanted to tell Suzii the good news. At this time, Suzii was in a cave, and Bai and Zabuza were lying in the cave. Suzii gave each of them a ration pill, and then Zabuza sat up with difficulty, and said to the masked man, "You, who is it? Why should it be us?" Suzii didn't want to expose himself now. Instead, he covered his face all the time, and changed his voice, and said to Zabuza, "It's nothing, I just saw you die for nothing, it's a pity, I know you, it is imperative to betray Wuyan village, I need your strength now, join me, let us become the strongest in this world, and change this unfair world together." Under Suzii's earnest persuasion, at the same time, he activated his mouth to escape, and finally agreed to Suzii if he didn't kill him. Suzii said to Zabuza, "Our organization was established by me. Although there are few people now, including you and Bai Cai, you don't have to worry, we will continue to grow and develop soon." Then Suzii told Zabuza that the name of this organization is Ghost Organization. He is the leader of this organization, Ghost King. As for Bai's matter, Suzii has no plans to tell Zabuza yet, he still has to give it a try to see if Zabuza is loyal to his organization. And at this moment, a voice suddenly came out of Suzii's brain, "Ding, the master has changed the development track of the mission, so he will not be able to kill Hebai. Now he has obtained the permission to open the mall is open, and the system is fully activated. I will serve you from time to time, since the owner officially established his own organization, he will be rewarded with 1000 points, which can be freely exchanged for items in the mall." At this time, Suzii was also a surprise. He didn't expect that he had established an organization 1.6 and got so many good things. He even opened the function of the mall and rewarded himself with 1000 points, and after the system is fully activated, he can do it. There are more tasks. At this time, Suzii opened the mall and saw that there are everything in the mall, such as medicines, chakra fast recovery pills, and various ninjutsu. 202 Suzii surprised. Suzii is really happy now. While shopping in the mall, I suddenly found a very good thing. It is a kind of ring, which can communicate remotely. This team is really important for Suzii, who is about to establish an organization, so that Suzii can pass this practice your own members in the ring from time to time. However, each ring requires 100 points, which makes Suzii, who only has 1000 points, feel a little heartbroken, but Suzii still gritted his teeth and exchanged for 3. "First of all, I brought one when I was injured, and then I gave Zabuza and Bai Yiran another one. As for Bai Yat, 26 Suzii thinks that he should exchange it for him when he meets him again. After all, I don't have many points now." He handed the ring to Zabuza, telling him that this ring will be our organization's token in the future, and he can contact himself through this ring in the future. Afterwards, Suzii spent 100 points on the phone, and exchanged some medicine and 2 chakra recovery pills for Zabuza and Bai, and then eat them for Zabuza and Bai respectively. Not to mention, the quality of the items in this system is really good. Zabuza and Bai quickly recovered, and now they have been revived with full blood. Afterwards, he talked with Zabuza and Bai for a while, telling them to find a place to hide quickly, and to contact them at any time when there is something to do. After Suzii left, Zabuza and Bai faced the Ghost King. Although they had only been in contact with Kung Fu for a while, they were deeply moved by this man, and they decided to take care of the Ghost King. At this time, Suzuki turned on the system again and looked at it. He saw a lot of ninjutsu, the famous Sharinon, Bien, and some powerful S-level ninjutsu that cost tens of thousands of points. Now Suzuki is embarrassed again. Now I only have 600 points left. I thought that this time the system will give me 1000 points. What kind of good ninjutsu will I be able to butt welding, but now I only have 600 points left. Points can't be exchanged for ninjutsu, but can only be exchanged for some ordinary small items. Suzuki sighed deeply. He will definitely have to do more quests in the future, but now that the system is fully activated, it is much more convenient to do the quests by himself. Don't worry about posting them together, as long as he completes the quests in the quest hall earn points, so earning points is much more convenient. Looking at the Sharinon in the mall, Bien, Blood Dragon Eye, and various ninjutsu, would escape. Anyway, everything is accommodated in the mall, and they can even be exchanged all kinds of bloodstains limit, and the elimination of blood, and even some high-tech things. Looking at these items, Suzuki couldn't help drooling, but he can only see but can't get it. This is for Suzuki, it's really the biggest blow right now. When Suzuki was thinking about it, Suzuki returned to the village unknowingly, and saw the sound of people's music not far away. I know, people will be back soon, so I have to go back to the wooden house here. He is still a sick person now. If the stuff is revealed now, it would have been packaged a few days ago, which would be a waste of time. So Suzuki quickly broke out and returned to the window of his wooden house, then jumped and returned to the room. Point 203 Everything is over. Back to Konoha. Not long after Suzuki returned to the room, the little rescuer rushed in, so Sakura told Suzuki everything that happened on the bridge. Although Suzuki saw it all and was there at the time, he still listens quietly now. When he heard that Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke were all injured, he quickly asked Sakura to take him to see them. Afterwards, Dasna also invited a doctor from the village to heal Kakashi and the others. After the examination, the doctor told them that Naruto and Kakashi were fine, but they had consumed too much chakra. They just needed to rest for 2 days. It's okay, Sakura's injury also needs to recuperate for a few days, but Sasuke is too heavy now, it may take a week to recuperate. 0. Originally, the people in the village saw the victory and wanted to organize a big banquet, but found that their heroes were so important, so they decided to hold the banquet after they recovered. Afterwards, they recuperated in this village for a week. People in this village would always come to visit them, and Suzuki also pretended to be ill after another day, but pretended to be a little weak, but he is no longer in bed. And Naruto and Kakashi looked pretty much the same after 3 days, and only Sasuke could get out of bed after 6 days. During the few days when Sasuke was bedridden, Naruto was having fun with the children in the village, getting along well with the children, and the children also regarded Naruto as a hero, and listened carefully to Naruto's story one by one. After hearing what Naruto said about the battle, these children directly set their goal of becoming a ninja like Naruto. When the celebrity heard that Sasuke woke up, he trotted all the way, ran to Sasuke's bed, and hugged Sasuke directly. It was the man who said everything in silence. They hugged each other for a long time. If it wasn't for the side Sakura cared about Sasuke and said that he was still very weak, and he didn't know when Naruto's pocket would be. After this battle, the relationship between them became stronger. A week later, everyone has almost replied, and this is also the last night of Suzuki's stay in this village. Today, people from the entire island gathered in the center of the village, celebrating the heroes of this village and celebrating this small town. The island was no longer oppressed, and a grand banquet was held. Everyone happily danced to each other, and Suzuki also joined the joyful atmosphere. Suzuki is liking this world more and more, and he is more determined to change this world. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shines on the whole world. On a small island, in front of a boat, there are many people standing there, and they all want to send this hero one more time. Suzuki, Kakashi and the others stood on the boat. Naruto kept waving goodbye to the villagers. They, Lilis, were leaving here. This time, because there was no Dasna, their speed was very fast. They kept jumping on the branches and moving forward quickly. This time they only took 10 days to reach Mue village. After returning to Mue village, it was already the night of the day, and they bid farewell to each other. This time the mission was finally over, everyone was safe and sound, and the biggest harvest this time was Suzuki. 20 Fortune and exam unknowingly. It has been almost a month since they came back from the Kingdom of Waves. Suzuki has been doing tasks these days. After all, Suzuki already has more than 30,000 points. There is no way, Suzuki has been doing tasks day and night, but since Suzuki is only one person, there is no team, and he is only as a Chunin. Many of his tasks do not meet the standards, and he can only be a small person, but now Suzuki is very satisfied. 803. It has been a month, and Suzuki already has more than 30,000 points. Now, for Suzuki, he can redeem a ninjutsu. After the final selection, he chose the ninjutsu of Spiral Pill. First of all, wine is powerful, and has the advantage of the system. He can learn it directly, and this ninjutsu is just a ninjutsu. After Suzuki uses it for a long time, it can become stronger. This ninjutsu can evolve into many powerful moves, just like Naruto's Spiral Shuriken, and Suzuki doesn't need to pick up silver, which is also very convenient. So in the end Suzuki spent 30,000 points to exchange for this A-level ninjutsu. After the exchange was completed, Suli couldn't wait to get in touch. I saw the chakra in his hand spinning and spiraling, and finally formed a spiral pill. Suli carefully observed the spiral pill in this boy's hand, felt the chakra spinning in it, and immediately felt that this deal was worth it. But he was also there are not many praise points left, only less than 2,000 points left. After the opening of the system and the opening of the mall, Suli no longer has to worry about running out of chakra. Every time he runs out of chakra, he can directly exchange for a chakra restoration pill, which can directly restore Nanban chakra. So now Suli doesn't care about chakra anymore. After Suli changed the spiral pills today, Suli didn't accept the task, so he contacted him directly for a day. After a day of contacting Suli's spiral pills, he has already perfected it, and now he can use the big jade spiral pills through practice. Now Suli already has 2 human skills, plus a ninja level number of people, and now he is not afraid of any Jainin. Now there is less than a week left before the Ninja Chunin exam. This has nothing to do with Suli. Suli just went to the preliminaries to watch a few times, although Suli is now a Chunin, but now Suli doesn't want to improve his level. Suli felt that this was just the right way to hide himself. So in the blink of an eye, it came to the second day of the Chunin exam. Suli has been doing tasks crazily for a week, and now Suli has 5,000 points again. The Chunin exam has been going on for a day. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and the others have passed the first round of exams, but Suli didn't pay attention. But now, Suli's system suddenly popped up a task, which is to help Konoha through the crisis, guard Konoha village. You can get 100,000 points for completing the task. When Suli heard that he could get 100,000 points this time, he suddenly became excited. Recalling the plot of the previous anime, Suli knew that during the Zongnin exam, the ninja of the Sand Ninja accepted Orochimaru's bewitchment and then used Gaara to attack Konoha village. Although, in the end, he won, but the wood industry suffered heavy losses, and even the third Hokage was killed by Orochimaru. 205 The Great War starts again. After hearing about the quest, Suli decided to go to the Zongnin exam site to have a look. The quest was released only now. The ninjas in Sand Ninja Village are already in Kenting now, so I definitely have no way to organize it now. Can only make efforts in some aspects. At this time, Suli walked to the Chunin exam venue, and it happened that Naruto and Neji were fighting. The competition between Naruto and Neji finally started, but the audience present were not very optimistic about Naruto. Only Hinata and Naruto man is full of confidence. However, Suli did know the result a long time ago and didn't care too much about it. He just kept observing around, looking for the traces of Sand Ninja, in order to prevent the war that was about to break out in a while. To be honest, this war, Suli also had a long time ago. I understand that this battle is mainly divided into 3 parts. One part is the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Suli has no plans to intervene in the battle of the third Hokage, because the first is Suli's current strength, which is the most important. Suli only has the strength of a ninja level now, and he still has no ability to intervene in this kind of cage level battle. Now Suli doesn't know whether Orochimaru will appear, because after all, Baya brought Orokai with him more than a month ago. Maru and Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization. If it is the same as the original plot, it means that Orochimaru must have rebelled against the Akatsuki organization or something happened. Maybe he never left Konoha village at all, but has been planning here thinking. But now he has no way to contact Baya. Suli thinks that maybe after the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage is over, he can take advantage of his serious injuries to find a chance, catch it, and then ask Baya's condition, and find out what's going on, what happened. If Orochimaru is still the same as the original plot, if he is present, it means that the Kaze cage on the summit stage may be pretending to be Orochimaru. At this time, Suli looked at the summit stage and did not find any difference. After all, he had never seen Feng Ying before. Then there is the second part, the battle between Naruto and Gaara. The battle between these two-tailed orcs Kuriki is not easy for Suli to intervene. First of all, it is too easy to attract attention. Even if you use your identity as the Ghost King, it is also easy to attract the attention of others. A new organization has emerged in the ninja world, which is not what Suli wants. Ask for flowers. Therefore, what Suli is most concerned about now is the destruction of Mue village by other Saiyan ninjas. This is what Suli wants to change. Suli is also at a loss for other things. There are only a few people, and they are not around Sujo, so Suli can't control so much now. If it weren't for the reward of 100,000 points for this mission, Suli would not have planned to intervene. After all, he is not capable of intervening in a battle of this level. He does not have Yuwa's struggle to protect these high-level powers. 0. Just when Suli was thinking about this, the battle between Naruto and Neji had already begun. Naruto took the lead in launching a frontal attack on Neji, who opened his white eyes, but in terms of hand-to-hand combat, Naruto was not Neji's opponent at all. Neji hit Naruto's chest with one blow, and hit Naruto's left shoulder smoothly acupuncture points. After Naruto discovered the power of Neji's acupoints, he decided to use the shadow clone technique to disturb Neji's sight, but Neji made Naruto invulnerable both in attack and defense. 206 Naruto and Neji and #039's battle. Naruto had no way to attack Neji, and everyone in this battle believed that Naruto was definitely not Neji's opponent. Niji's fighting style is extremely sharp, using his soft fist to form an absolute defense without dead ends. Naruto's attack seems to have no effect on Niji, but the more difficult the battle, the more Naruto can show amazing strength. Naruto saw that his 5-3-3 attacks were easily resolved by Niji, but he had no choice but to attack continuously. Suddenly, Naruto attacked Niji with a stride, but Niji it seems to have seen through Naruto's attack, and directly used a gossip to return to the sky, directly knocking the patient out. This is Suli saw Hinata worriedly looking at Naruto in the audience, but since after Naruto was blown away by Niji's gossip, the field showed a one-sided trend, and it seemed inevitable that Niji would win the first game. However, if Naruto gives up because of this, then it is not the crane-tailed Naruto we know. Naruto will never give up no matter how many setbacks he encounters. Naruto will not give up fighting because of unfavorable situations, yes, but facing the strong enemy Niji, there is no way to defeat him now only by brute force. At this time, Niji looked at the scarred celebrity and told him about his childhood, the reason why he beat Hinata yesterday and killed him, and hoped that Naruto would understand him, and hoped that Naruto would give up the game. To be honest, yes, Niji was indeed moved by Naruto's unyielding spirit. Although Naruto knew the reason why Niji killed Hinata, Naruto still believed that Niji's determination of the fate of the branch family and the main family was a big mistake. Naruto also told Niji about his ideals, and has been working hard to become Hokage, and now it is getting better and better, letting Niji put down his hatred. Naruto's never-give-up character, and constant persuasion, not only did not impress Niji, instead, Niji was angered, and Niji thought that Naruto's mindless character would not understand his feelings. But no matter what this psychological change is, the battle is still going on. Naruto is constantly being attacked by Niji with flexible body skills and skillful soft fists. In the end, Naruto is blocked by Niji with 64 release chakra acupoints, which made Naruto temporarily unable to release chakra. Naruto couldn't release the chakra, and his physical strength was gradually exhausted. At this time, Niji saw that Naruto was about to fall, and now he gradually relaxed his body and lifted his eyes. This relaxation gave Naruto a chance. Naruto took advantage of being knocked into the air by Niji again, and just fell to the ground. A trace of Nine Tails chakra flowed out of his body, breaking through an ache-appointment, releasing some chakra, then create a puff of smoke. Use a puff of smoke, quickly dive to the bottom and fall to the ground, hide your real body inside. 5.8 and then use the shadow clone index to make a clone lying on the hole to hide yourself. A puff of smoke disappeared, and the referee saw Naruto lying on the ground, thinking that Naruto had no ability to fight, and was about to declare Niji the winner of the match. Naruto controlled the shadow clone to delay the time, and then dug under the ground towards Niji's feet. .207 The battle is imminent then. When Niji was not paying attention, Naruto suddenly rushed out from the ground, and hit Niji's chin with a heavy punch, directly pushing Niji out of the ground. Everyone saw that Ningxi was knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. This time Ningxi fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Everyone saw that Niji was defeated by Naruto, and there was a sudden silence in the audience. Then there was a burst of cheers from everyone in the audience, and the battle ended in Naruto's battle, and Ningxi was sent to the venue by the medical class. Afterwards, there was a battle between Shikamaru and Temari of Sand Hidden Village 26, and finally Shikamaru's surrender ended, but Suzuki noticed that after the battle, Temari was chatting with a Sand Hidden Village Temari. I was talking about something, but Suzuki knew that the end would be a battle between Gaara and the Lord, and what they might discuss was to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. The game started soon, but Sasuke was still late. Just when the referee was about to announce Gaara as the winner of the game, a gust of wind and sand drifted by, and Sasuke appeared at a critical moment. Sasuke finally arrived at the examination room, and the competition was finally able to proceed smoothly. Although there was only a short period of time between the qualifiers, Sasuke's progress had already advanced by leaps and bounds. Everyone couldn't help being surprised when they saw Sasuke's speed on the field. Suzuki saw that his attack speed was basically the same as that of Xiaoli, who had unloaded his load, and the moves he used to attack Gaara were actually the same as Xiaoli's. Marvel at Sasuke's super talent. He really deserves to be hailed as a genius since he was a child. However, Gaara's strength should not be underestimated. He used the sand to make a powerful barrier, and used the protection of the sand to prepare to use his own trick. If he was going to give Sasuke a fatal blow, at least he wanted to be the same as Xiaoli back then, at least to make Sasuke lose the ability to fight. But Gaara's idea Sasuke is not clear. Sasuke used Gaara's time when Gaara formed seals in the sand, and Sasuke was also going to use the new ninjutsu Chidori he learned from Kakashi. At the same time, Sand Ninja's plan to invade Konoha is also in full swing. Sasuke's blow to Chidori really shocked the people present. The destructive power of Chidori was really shocking. Gaara's powerful sand shield was pierced by Chidori. Anyone who watched the qualifiers back then knew that Xiaoli's powerful attack did not break Gaara's sand shield back then. However, Sasuke did not gain an overwhelming advantage because his attack instead awakened the tail beast in Gaara's body, but after the sand shield was untied, what appeared was the injured Gaara 247. But this also angered Gaara. The tailed beast in Gaara's body has been exposed, and is ready to attack Sasuke. Right here, there was a sudden explosion outside the field, which shocked Suzii directly, and at this moment Suzii also felt a burst of flowers falling on the scene. This is Sand Ninja's illusion. Suzii knew that he was going to act now. Now Sand Shinobi has started to attack Konoha. Gaara, who was on the field at this time, also walked out of the field under Tamari's guidance. Sasuke and Naruto also followed.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.